Yoi, I've already taken care of that matter. Luya walked in, unaware of the conversation that had just taken place between Siyu and Hongxi, nor did she notice the strange atmosphere or anything off about Hongxi. Really? Can you tell me about it? Siyu knew there was something off about Hongxi, but for now, she still appeared loyal to Luya. If she wanted to harm Luya, she could have done so long ago, when the queen died, and she was the only trusted aide left by Luya's side. There was no need to wait until now. Since she hadn't tried to harm Luya, Siyu decided not to expose her for the time being. Of course, the main reason was that Siyu knew the most important issues right now were the pollution and the fishmen. As long as Hongxi wasn't involved in those, whatever secrets she had were for Luya herself to deal with. Of course. Luya quickly sat down beside Siyu, while Hongxi, with perfect tact, bowed and left, not forgetting to close the door behind her. That Harry didn't lie. He really was covering a shift, and his captain can confirm it. I also saw the shift records myself. Even if Luya hadn't said it, so you could have guessed this would be the outcome, because Harry really had no reason to lie. It was a well-known fact. What about the other merman? Since Harry was covering a shift and truly didn't know about the matter, the responsibility must lie with the captain and the merman who asked for the shift change. Yoi, listen. The merman who asked Harry to cover his shift is named Modi. He admitted he didn't tell Harry about my instructions, but he denied doing it on purpose. Thanks to Suyu's reminder, Luya had also realized something was off about this situation. Modi said he switched shifts because he wasn't feeling well. But why was he fine the day before and after, and only felt unwell when Suyu's group arrived, prompting him to ask someone else to cover for him? Even more suspicious, he actually forgot to tell Harry about Luya's instructions. Wasn't that setting Harry up? As for why Modi didn't properly hand over the information, he said it was because he wasn't feeling well and his memory was muddled, so he forgot. Like everyone else, Suyu's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. She thought it was just an excuse. But thinking it over, Siyu started to believe Modi might actually be telling the truth. Because she couldn't find any reason for Modi to do it on purpose. If he deliberately didn't tell Harry that the sixth princess had guests, then he either wanted to harm Harry, or he didn't want Suyu's group to enter the palace. The first reason seemed plausible, but Harry himself said he had no grudge against Modi, and Modi said the same. They barely even knew each other, and this was only the second time they'd met. As for the second reason, that didn't make sense either. If Luya really wanted to bring guests into the palace, how could a mere guard like Harry possibly stop her? Something's not right about this. Siyu had a bold idea. She felt that in this matter, both Harry and Modi were actually victims. To put it bluntly, they were being used as pawns, manipulated without even realizing it. If that weren't the case, then a lot of things simply wouldn't make sense. For example, the most important question, why did Modi want to harm Harry? He clearly had countless ways to do it, yet he chose a plan that was the easiest to expose. That was just plain stupid. Let's set this aside for now. Luya, there's something very important I need to discuss with you. Siyu cleared her mind, preparing to talk to Luya about the pollution. Although Siyu suspected that the situation with Harry and Modi was likely connected to the merfolk's current scheme, there were too few clues to go on. Forcing herself to think about it wouldn't get her anywhere. Rather than waste time, it was better to focus on leads that already had a direction. Go ahead. Luya could see Suyu's seriousness and understood the importance of the matter, so her smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Before I came to the merfolk tribe, I asked the astrologers in my territory to read the stars. The results showed that the merfolk tribe has already been infiltrated by pollution, and the source is to the east. The east? Luya was taken aback. She recalled the layout of the merfolk tribe, and soon, she thought of the Forbidden Land. But the reason she immediately thought of the Forbidden Land wasn't because she already knew something or because she was especially quick-witted. It was simply that the east side of the merfolk territory only had the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land was vast. That entire area belonged to it, so it was the only answer. Before you returned, I asked Hongxi what was to the east of the merfolk tribe. She told me it was your Forbidden Land. Although Siyu could tell Luya had already figured it out, she still spelled it out directly. That's impossible, Luya blurted out instinctively. Then, realizing her attitude was off, she quickly explained, don't be angry. It's not that I don't believe you, but the Forbidden Land is off-limits to almost everyone, even my father, the king. There's no way pollution could be inside. Luya's disbelief was understandable. If Siyu hadn't heard this from Yao Guang, she would have doubted the clue's authenticity after learning about the Forbidden Land too. Because if something was wrong with the Forbidden Land, then it would implicate far too many merfolk. It would mean suspecting that the entire tribe had already been corrupted and become puppets of the fishmen. Don't worry, Luya, I'm not upset. Honestly, I didn't really believe the pollution could be in the Forbidden Land either. If such an important place had been polluted, your tribe would be in grave danger, so you couldn't reveal everything she'd learned from Hongxi, so she had to phrase it differently. But besides the pollution, the astrologer also gave me another piece of information. Siyu lowered her voice so only the two of them could hear, and told Luya about the possibility of the merman pearl being polluted. Luya's eyes widened. She stared at Siyu, her gaze filled with shock and confusion. That confusion stunned Siyu. She'd only considered that Luya would be surprised she knew about this, but Luya's reaction was different. It was as if she was hearing about it for the first time, her confusion even greater than Suyu's. Luya tried to speak, but her throat was hoarse. She paused, cleared her throat, and said, I don't know if what you're saying is true. I've never heard of this in my entire life. Luya, the mermaid princess, didn't know the merman pearl could be polluted. This was completely beyond Suyu's expectations. She'd always thought this was a weakness of the merfolk, which was why they kept it so well hidden. She never imagined that the merfolk themselves didn't even know. If even Princess Luya didn't know, then ordinary merfolk, and probably even the other princes and princesses, wouldn't know either. The only ones who might know would be the successive merfolk kings, queens, and elders. I'll take you to see the fifth elder. I want to meet your elders. They both spoke at the same time, then paused, and smiled at each other. The grand elder is rigid, the second elder is sly and selfish. The fifth elder is my mother's close friend, and she's the only elder in the palace I can truly trust. Luya explained why she'd chosen to take Siyu to the fifth elder. Siyu nodded in agreement. She didn't really care which elder they went to. For Siyu, all that mattered was learning the truth. Who told her didn't matter. Oh, and there's one more thing. Time was tight, and Siyu didn't know how long she'd be gone, so she quickly shared the other message about the pollution. Compared to the previous two pieces of information, there is an enemy in the west, was easier for Luya to accept. She immediately ordered her personal guards to investigate. Take my people with you. If only you go, it might alert the enemy. Siyu even found a good excuse. Just say the sixth princess's friend wants to tour the seabed and bring back some local specialties. Luya naturally listened to Siyu, so her guards took a dozen confused humans to search for local specialties under the sea. Of course, Siyu wouldn't let everyone wander around confused, so she secretly briefed Duoya, Lilith, and Ningxia. Duoya was steady, Lilith seemed mischievous, but was actually as shrewd as any adult. With the two of them leading and merfolk guards accompanying them, there shouldn't be any problems. As for why she told Ningxia, since the fishmen could spread pollution, they must have contact with it, so Ningxia could better track their traces. You three look out for each other. No matter what happens, safety comes first. After giving her instructions, Siyu watched everyone leave, then followed Luya to the elder's residence to visit the fifth elder. When they arrived, Luya discreetly signaled to the fifth elder that they had something important to discuss. The fifth elder immediately dismissed everyone else and led them into a private room. Speak freely. No one else will hear us here. The fifth elder saw that Luya had brought Siyu again and could easily guess that this visit was also because Siyu had something important to discuss. The fifth elder had always maintained a neutral attitude toward the human before her. She didn't doubt her, but there was no way she could trust her as completely as Luya did. However, since Siyu had warned them about the merman's plot, giving them time to prepare and avoid being caught off guard, the fifth elder was still very grateful to her. Siyu also understood that the fifth elder didn't trust her much. The only reason she was willing to meet and listen to her was entirely because of Luya. But Siyu didn't mind. As long as they were willing to listen, that was enough. After all, this was an internal matter for the merfolk. They knew best how to weigh the situation. Considering that the information about the Forbidden Land being polluted was too unbelievable for the merfolk, Siyu didn't bring it up first. Instead, she started by revealing the weakness of the Jiaozhu Pearl. This was something even Luya didn't know. If the elder was aware of it, it would at least help earn some trust, making it easier to discuss the pollution and the Forbidden Land afterward. Fifth elder, I wonder if you know the weakness of the Jiaozhu Pearl? Siyu asked, carefully observing the elder's expression. When she saw a faint, unusual flicker on the fifth elder's face at her words, Siyu understood. The elder did know about this. If you know something, Yoi, I've already taken care of that matter. Luya walked in, unaware of the conversation that had just taken place between Siyu and Hongxi, nor did she notice the strange atmosphere or anything off about Hongxi. Really? Can you tell me about it? Siyu knew there was something off about Hongxi, but for now, she still appeared loyal to Luya. If she wanted to harm Luya, she could have done so long ago, when the queen died, and she was the only trusted aide left by Luya's side. There was no need to wait until now. Since she hadn't tried to harm Luya, Siyu decided not to expose her for the time being. Of course, the main reason was that Siyu knew the most important issues right now were the pollution and the fishmen. As long as Hongxi wasn't involved in those, whatever secrets she had were for Luya herself to deal with. Of course. Luya quickly sat down beside Siyu, while Hongxi, with perfect tact, bowed and left, not forgetting to close the door behind her. That Harry didn't lie. He really was covering a shift, and his captain can confirm it. I also saw the shift records myself. Even if Luya hadn't said it, so you could have guessed this would be the outcome, because Harry really had no reason to lie. It was a well-known fact. What about the other merman? Since Harry was covering a shift and truly didn't know about the matter, the responsibility must lie with the captain and the merman who asked for the shift change. Yoi, listen. The merman who asked Harry to cover his shift is named Modi. He admitted he didn't tell Harry about my instructions, but he denied doing it on purpose. Thanks to Suyu's reminder, Luya had also realized something was off about this situation. Modi said he switched shifts because he wasn't feeling well. But why was he fine the day before and after, and only felt unwell when Suyu's group arrived, prompting him to ask someone else to cover for him? Even more suspicious, he actually forgot to tell Harry about Luya's instructions. Wasn't that setting Harry up? As for why Modi didn't properly hand over the information, he said it was because he wasn't feeling well and his memory was muddled, so he forgot. Like everyone else, Suyu's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. She thought it was just an excuse. But thinking it over, Siyu started to believe Modi might actually be telling the truth. Because she couldn't find any reason for Modi to do it on purpose. If he deliberately didn't tell Harry that the sixth princess had guests, then he either wanted to harm Harry, or he didn't want Suyu's group to enter the palace. The first reason seemed plausible, but Harry himself said he had no grudge against Modi, and Modi said the same. They barely even knew each other, and this was only the second time they'd met. As for the second reason, that didn't make sense either. If Luya really wanted to bring guests into the palace, how could a mere guard like Harry possibly stop her? Something's not right about this. Siyu had a bold idea. She felt that in this matter, both Harry and Modi were actually victims. To put it bluntly, they were being used as pawns, manipulated without even realizing it. If that weren't the case, then a lot of things simply wouldn't make sense. For example, the most important question, why did Modi want to harm Harry? He clearly had countless ways to do it, yet he chose a plan that was the easiest to expose. That was just plain stupid. Let's set this aside for now. Luya, there's something very important I need to discuss with you. Siyu cleared her mind, preparing to talk to Luya about the pollution. Although Siyu suspected that the situation with Harry and Modi was likely connected to the merfolk's current scheme, there were too few clues to go on. Forcing herself to think about it wouldn't get her anywhere. Rather than waste time, it was better to focus on leads that already had a direction. Go ahead. Luya could see Suyu's seriousness and understood the importance of the matter, so her smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Before I came to the merfolk tribe, I asked the astrologers in my territory to read the stars. The results showed that the merfolk tribe has already been infiltrated by pollution, and the source is to the east. The east? Luya was taken aback. She recalled the layout of the merfolk tribe, and soon, she thought of the Forbidden Land. But the reason she immediately thought of the Forbidden Land wasn't because she already knew something or because she was especially quick-witted. It was simply that the east side of the merfolk territory only had the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land was vast. That entire area belonged to it, so it was the only answer. Before you returned, I asked Hongxi what was to the east of the merfolk tribe. She told me it was your Forbidden Land. Although Suyu could tell Luya had already figured it out, she still spelled it out directly. That's impossible. Luya blurted out instinctively. Then, realizing her attitude was off, she quickly explained, don't be angry. It's not that I don't believe you, but the Forbidden Land is off-limits to almost everyone, even my father, the king. There's no way pollution could be inside. Luya's disbelief was understandable. If Siu hadn't heard this from Yao Guang, she would have doubted the clue's authenticity after learning about the Forbidden Land too. Because if something was wrong with the Forbidden Land, then it would implicate far too many merfolk. It would mean suspecting that the entire tribe had already been corrupted and become puppets of the fishmen. Don't worry, Luya, I'm not upset. Honestly, I didn't really believe the pollution could be in the Forbidden Land either. If such an important place had been polluted, your tribe would be in grave danger, so you couldn't reveal everything she'd learned from Hongxi, so she had to phrase it differently. But besides the pollution, the astrologer also gave me another piece of information, so you lowered her voice so only the two of them could hear, and told Luya about the possibility of the merman pearl being polluted. Luya's eyes widened. She stared at Suyu, her gaze filled with shock and confusion. That confusion stunned Suyu. She'd only considered that Luya would be surprised she knew about this, but Luya's reaction was different. It was as if she was hearing about it for the first time, her confusion even greater than Suyu's. Luya tried to speak, but her throat was hoarse. She paused, cleared her throat, and said, I don't know if what you're saying is true. I've never heard of this in my entire life. Luya, the mermaid princess, didn't know the merman pearl could be polluted. This was completely beyond Suyu's expectations. She'd always thought this was a weakness of the merfolk, which was why they kept it so well hidden. She never imagined that the merfolk themselves didn't even know. If even Princess Luya didn't know, then ordinary merfolk, and probably even the other princes and princesses, wouldn't know either. The only ones who might know would be the successive merfolk kings, queens, and elders. I'll take you to see the fifth elder. I want to meet your elders. They both spoke at the same time, then paused, and smiled at each other. The grand elder is rigid, the second elder is sly and selfish. The fifth elder is my mother's close friend, and she's the only elder in the palace I can truly trust. Luya explained why she'd chosen to take Siyu to the fifth elder. Siyu nodded in agreement. She didn't really care which elder they went to. For Suyu, all that mattered was learning the truth. Who told her didn't matter. Oh, and there's one more thing. Time was tight, and Siyu didn't know how long she'd be gone, so she quickly shared the other message about the pollution. Compared to the previous two pieces of information, there is an enemy in the west, was easier for Luya to accept. She immediately ordered her personal guards to investigate. Take my people with you. If only you go, it might alert the enemy. Siyu even found a good excuse. Just say the sixth princess's friend wants to tour the seabed and bring back some local specialties. Luya naturally listened to Suyu, so her guards took a dozen confused humans to search for local specialties. Since she couldn't get into the forbidden grounds, she had to try another approach, starting with the people who stopped them earlier today. Luya, are Harry and Modi still in the tribe? It seemed the mastermind had made a foolish move. By using these two, they had also handed over a clue. Those two might be innocent, but there must be clues related to the merfolk hidden around them. We can start with them. At the very least, they needed to know why the mastermind wanted to stop Siyu. What benefit did it bring them? Siyu thought for a long time and decided she needed a new angle. She shouldn't be asking why they wanted to stop her, but rather, what would happen if she was stopped, and it had to be something that would definitely happen. Following Siyu's logic, Luya gave her own opinion. If Yo was stopped, I'd be very angry. Could it be, just as you thought, Yoi, that what they wanted was for me to get angry and wrongly punish Harry? With Suyu's reminder, Luya had also learned a bit about her own reputation among the people while interrogating Harry and Modi. Though they didn't say it outright, Luya could tell from their words that, in the eyes of the merfolk, the sixth princess had always acted willfully, relying on the king's favor. Following this line of thought, Luya realized that many things she'd done in the past, which she thought were trivial, had been blown out of proportion. Take, for example, the night she barged into the king's palace. All the elders and even the king himself knew she had done nothing wrong. The one at fault was Lady Sang. She shouldn't have been there at that time. But the people below didn't know the real situation, so they didn't see it that way. All they knew was that the king liked Lady Sang, but the sixth princess hated her and deliberately sabotaged their relationship, resulting in Lady Sang being driven out of the main palace. No matter what Lady Sang's previous status was, now that she was with the king, she was considered an elder to the princes and princesses. Even if they didn't acknowledge her, basic respect was still required. But Luya's actions were anything but respectful. She'd practically torn Lady Sang's face off and stomped on it. So naturally, her reputation was anything but good. No, it's not that simple. Siyu shook her head, unconvinced. To be blunt, Luya's reputation was already as bad as it could get in private. There was no need for them to go out of their way to make things worse at such a critical time. Not only would it not help, it would only risk exposing themselves. Think again. If I hadn't spoken up to stop it today, and Harry hadn't explained himself, what would have happened next? Luya didn't need long to think about it. She immediately replied, disobeying orders and blocking an honored guest, double offenses. He would have been thrown into the merfolk's water prison for punishment. The moment she finished speaking, Luya's eyes widened as she looked at Suyu. Suyu smiled and asked, "Can I take a look at the water prison?" Of course. The merfolk's water prison was much like the Black Prison in the Sunset Territory, used to detain those who broke the rules. But the merfolk were a law-abiding people. Even when they made mistakes, they were usually minor ones. Such minor mistakes weren't enough to warrant being thrown into the water prison, so the place was practically empty. There were barely any guards, simply because there was no one to guard. Because of this, even when Luya brought a human to inspect the water prison, no one tried to stop her. Still, if word got out, it would probably add yet another outrageous story to the sixth princess's reputation. All of you wait outside. Without my permission, no one is allowed in. Luya ordered the prison guards coldly. Then she turned to Suyu, not bothering to hide her words from the remaining merfolk nearby. If you really want to build a water prison in your own territory, I can have the architect who designed this one brought over for you. Suyu shook her head slightly, glancing behind her before replying naturally, "That's not necessary. Just by looking, I can figure out how to build one. Though if you have blueprints, that would be even better." As soon as Luya heard this, she immediately called out to the merfolk who hadn't yet left, ordering them to bring over the water prison's blueprints. Sixth Princess. The water prison is an important site for the merfolk. The blueprints. The merfolk in charge of the prison tried to dissuade Luya, forcing herself to speak up. But since Luya had already made up her mind, there was no way a few words would change it. Luya snapped, "I told you to get them, so go get them." Why so much nonsense? Yes, ma'am. Under Luya's firm attitude, they finally handed over the blueprints. Everyone out. Don't disturb us while we inspect the prison. Once she had the blueprints, Luya drove everyone else out. After making sure the coast was clear, she and Suyu began searching the prison according to the blueprints. Because the matter was sensitive and neither of them was sure they were on the right track, they didn't want to attract attention and alert anyone. That's why Luya didn't bring anyone else and even brought Suyu under the pretense of her wanting to build a similar prison in her own territory. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was good enough to fool the uninformed merfolk. The water prison wasn't large, but with only 2 people searching, it still took quite a bit of time. After all, there were hundreds of cells, not to mention various other rooms. All told, there were at least 300 or 400 rooms, and there was even a lower level beneath the prison. Fortunately, they had the blueprints. With them, they could divide the search by area, and Siyu was able to analyze the layout to pinpoint the most suspicious locations. Luya, prioritize searching these spots. Let's meet back here in an hour. With 2 people and over 300 rooms, an hour was nowhere near enough to check everything. But Siyu had only circled a few dozen rooms, so an hour would just about suffice. Luya took her copy of the blueprints and split up with Siyu. 10 minutes later. Luya, holding the map Siyu had copied, arrived at the 4th marked spot. After a careful look, she noticed a small hole in the corner of the cell. What's this? Such a tiny hole. Luya crouched down to inspect it. Just as she said, the hole was extremely small, barely big enough for a single finger. Any more and it would get stuck. Luya couldn't tell if the hole was intentional or accidental, but since she and Siyu were searching separately, she couldn't contact Siyu right now. All she could do was mark the spot on the blueprint and move on to the next cell. Meanwhile, Siyu encountered a similar situation. She also found small holes in the corners of several cells. The difference was, Siyu had brought along a number of tools, including one that could let her see through the holes to the other side. But there were so many holes that checking each one would take a lot of time. Plus, she was worried she might see something strange and get herself into trouble, so she decided not to risk it. Like Luya, she simply marked the locations on her map. As she ventured deeper into the prison, Siyu suddenly felt a chill envelop her, making her skin crawl and filling her with a sense of dread. As the name suggests, a water prison had many pools, and since it was under the sea and used for punishing criminals, it had seen its share of blood, making the atmosphere especially gloomy. Siyu used this as an excuse to comfort herself. She hung a temperature-regulating rune around her neck and pressed on. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. As time passed, Siyu suddenly realized something was wrong. She seemed to have run into a ghost wall situation. Of course, she didn't really believe in ghosts. Siyu suspected she'd stumbled into some kind of maze array that caused people to lose their way. She wasn't sure if she'd wandered into a certain spot or triggered something, but somehow she'd ended up inside the array. Normally, there were 3 ways to escape from such an array. The first was to attack it from the outside and destroy it by force. But Siyu was already inside, and she'd just tried to contact Luya with the shark blood pearl, which didn't work, so that method was out. Luckily, the second and third methods both involved breaking out from the inside, so she wasn't completely helpless. The second method was to attack the array's barrier from within. The array would use its energy to resist, and once the energy was depleted, the array would fail. But Siyu didn't have the strength for that. That left only the third method, finding the array's core and destroying it. Destroying the core didn't require much fighting power. You just had to remove the object at the core or erase the array's markings. It sounded simple, but in practice, it was the hardest method, since any array master worth their salt would hide the core well to prevent it from being easily broken. But Siyu had no other choice. She'd have to try. With that in mind, Siyu pulled out the blueprints and carefully examined the spots she'd marked. Of course, before doing any of this, Siyu had already checked whether she could use her teleportation stone to escape. Seeing that the button hadn't gone gray was what gave her the confidence to stay here in the first place. The blueprint had been studied back and forth countless times. Siyu pondered for a long while before she finally managed to roughly match the marked points to the positions of the array cores from a formation she remembered. This should be a modified return gate array, because it had been altered. She hadn't recognized it at first glance, and she hadn't noticed anything amiss when entering the formation. Part of the reason she deduced this was based on the effects of the array itself. The so-called return gate array causes people to lose their sense of direction, making them believe they're always moving in a certain direction, when in reality, they're just circling within the array. If it's a return gate array, then the array core should be in these positions. Siyu sketched out 4 possible layouts for the return gate array based on the blueprint. Next, she would check each location in turn. Whichever spot had the array core would reveal which layout had been used. Siyu's luck was pretty good. Although there were 4 possible layouts, she found an array core at her second attempt. This first array core was exactly the hole she'd previously discovered in the corner of one of the water prison cells. Before, because of certain taboos, Siu hadn't examined it closely. But now, in her search for the array cores, she was practically turning the entire water prison upside down, so of course she wouldn't miss such an obviously suspicious spot. It's actually fake, Siu muttered, touching the flat hole. Her fingers felt only smooth stone, with no indentation. If she wasn't mistaken, this was a camouflaged stone specifically used for setting up arrays. The special feature of this kind of stone is that once embedded, it blends seamlessly with the surrounding material, making it impossible to tell that anything is hidden there, much like a chameleon. In any case, now that she'd found the first array core, the rest shouldn't be hard to locate. Very soon, Siu found all the array cores, 6 in total, and she also figured out how to break the formation. But after finding the cores, Siu didn't rush to destroy them because she suspected there might be other things hidden within the array. If she broke the cores and the array vanished, those hidden things might disappear as well. At this moment, Siu was completely absorbed in exploring the secrets within the array. Isolated from the outside world, she had no idea that, after discovering her disappearance, others were already frantically searching for her. Let's rewind to when Siu found the first array core. By then, the hour she'd agreed upon with Luya had already passed. Luya returned to their meeting spot, but didn't see Siu. She didn't think much of it, assuming Siu had just been delayed. Still, Luya didn't plan to wait around. The water prison was large, but there was only one path, so there was no risk of missing each other. She headed directly to the right side, where Siu was supposed to be searching. 10 minutes later, Luya, now with a dark expression, summoned all the water prison guards and questioned them about Suyu's whereabouts. As expected, they all denied seeing her. Since her own guards were among them, Luya didn't suspect anyone of lying. But if none of them had seen Siu, and there was no second exit from the water prison, then Siu must still be inside. You, guard the entrance. If you see anyone, notify me immediately. You too, wait at my palace. When the others return from collecting local specialties, bring them here. The rest of you, come with me to search. At this point, Luya couldn't care less about making a scene. Someone had disappeared. What was there to be cautious about? What could be more important than someone's life? In her mind, every second of hesitation could put Siu in greater danger. Luya quickly split everyone into 3 groups, one to guard the entrance, one to search with her, and one to wait at her palace for the people out collecting supplies so they could help search too. After all, those people had been brought by Yui to help. If she really couldn't find Yui, maybe they'd have some ideas, or at the very least, more people meant more manpower. While everyone outside was searching frantically, Siu herself had run into a problem. She knew she'd been stuck in the array for a long time, well past her agreed meeting time with Luya. Siu didn't want to worry anyone, but after another failed attempt to use the Jiao blood pearl to send a message, she had no choice but to give up. Here, giving up didn't mean giving up on the array's secrets, but rather giving up on contacting the outside world, because she'd already found the secret within the array. The place she was in didn't just have the return gate array, there was a second formation as well. Upon discovering the second array, Siu couldn't help but recall her experience in the underwater labyrinth back then. They'd encountered a compound mechanism array. Today's situation was similar, a compound array. Mechanism arrays and magical arrays are easily confused, but they're actually different. Mechanism arrays are physical, assembled from various parts and components. Magical arrays, on the other hand, are imbued with special energies, which originate from the array cores. In simple terms, the current situation was 2 arrays fused together, like concentric circles. The outer circle conceals, the inner circle hides. She'd already found the outer circle, the return gate array. She'd also found the inner circle, but she couldn't identify what kind of array it was. After studying it for a while, she discovered both good news and bad news. The bad news, it seemed to be a self-created array, not recorded in any books, so Siu had never seen it before. The good news, although it was a set of concentric circles, the inner circle was independent from the outer one. In other words, Siu could safely destroy the return gate array without affecting the unknown array inside. On the flip side, if the unknown inner array was destroyed, the return gate array protecting it would also vanish. It's been over 2 hours, Luya, and the others must be worried by now, realizing that breaking the return gate array wouldn't affect the inner array, so you didn't hesitate. She took out her tools and dismantled all 6 array cores. The moment the last core was removed, so you felt a wave of darkness wash over her. The illusion around her didn't change, but suddenly, a group of people appeared before her out of thin air. Lord, Yuri, are you all right? That's right, the people searching everywhere for Siyu were none other than Luya and the group led by Duoya, who had just returned from outside. From Suyu's perspective, they had appeared out of thin air, but from Luya and the others' point of view, Siyu had also suddenly materialized before them. Just a moment ago, she'd been standing on an empty patch of ground. There was nothing there. Yet, right in front of everyone, she'd performed a great vanishing act. I'm fine. Everyone, calm down, I've made an important discovery. Siyu knew they were worried about her, but the matter of the formation was clearly more pressing. So she didn't care whether there were other people around or if anyone might be eavesdropping. She went ahead and revealed what she'd found about the formation. After all, she could tell from the commotion they'd caused looking for her that, even if she didn't say anything now, word would get out sooner or later. There was no point in hiding it. There are 2 formations here. One of them is a return gate formation, after Siyu explained. Aside from her own people and Luya, the others were still somewhat skeptical. After all, how could a place as desolate as the water prison suddenly have formations appear out of nowhere? And not just 1, but 2. Never mind whether anyone could even get past all the guards to reach the water prison. No one could figure out what the point of setting up a formation here would be. It's not like someone would be bored enough to set up a formation here just for fun, right? But they had just witnessed the miraculous, vanishing act with their own eyes. Other than the formations you mentioned, they really couldn't think of any other explanation. Luya, do you know if your Merfolk clan has anyone skilled in formations? Siyu herself knew quite a bit about formations, but her knowledge was based on information that had been made public in the past. This time, though, the formation was an original creation that had never been revealed before, so Siyu was at a loss. And among the people she'd brought, clearly none were formation experts. So she had no choice but to seek outside help. Since this was Merfolk territory, and a formation had existed here for so long without being discovered, she felt it was unlikely to be the work of outsiders. It was probably a formation left behind by some Merfolk from long ago, just never known to anyone. Formations, Luya thought for a moment, then looked troubled. Yuri, our clan does have an elder who's skilled in formations, but my relationship with him isn't very good. The elder Luya referred to was actually the second elder. Regardless of whether the second elder was good or bad, his strength was considerable. After all, he was responsible for maintaining the merfolk's protective barrier, so he couldn't possibly be weak. And since the barrier was actually composed of multiple formations, every second elder throughout the generations had been a formation master. In this respect, the merfolk were similar to the elves. Their elders didn't have a strict hierarchy. Their ranking was simply based on their duties. For example, the first elder managed and coordinated the other elders and assisted the Merfolk king in governing the clan. The second elder specialized in formations and maintained the protective barrier. The third and fourth elders were responsible for security, training all the guards and sentries. The fifth and sixth elders managed resources and held the keys to the clan's treasury. After hearing this, Siyu vaguely recalled the second elder. He was the only one Luo rarely mentioned, probably because of their strained relationship. But now that they'd finally found a clue, Siyu wasn't about to give up easily. Besides, whether their relationship was good or not wasn't the point. This wasn't a personal matter for Luya, but something that concerned the safety of the entire Merfolk clan. Luya, that's not important. What matters is whether the second elder is loyal to the Merfolk. If he is, then whatever personal issues you have can be set aside for now. So you believed Luya was sensible enough to know which was more important, personal grievances or the fate of her people. I understand. Luya realized she'd been overthinking it. This wasn't the time to worry about personal grudges. Based on their earlier suspicions, those people wanted her to lock Harry in the water prison, so they'd come to check it out. And sure enough, there was something wrong with the water prison. Since that was the case, the problem here must be part of the merfolk plot. They'd managed to discover the issue ahead of everyone else. They couldn't let this opportunity slip by. When it comes to matters this serious, I do trust the Second Elder. The reason was simple. If the Second Elder were a traitor, the enemy wouldn't need to go to all this trouble. They could simply have him disable the protective barrier, and the merfolk would descend into chaos. That would be much easier than secretly planting contamination in the forbidden area. If we can trust him, then let's leave the formation to the Second Elder. What do you think, Luya? Siyu asked. Luya nodded, then turned to instruct the people behind her. Go fetch the Second Elder. Tell him it's a matter concerning the safety of the entire merfolk clan. He must come at once. While they waited for the Second Elder, Siyu explained the details about the formation. When she heard that Luya had also found many holes in the water prison, she asked her to bring the marked map. With the experience of finding the first formation, Siyu only needed a quick glance at Luya's map to locate the formation's position. These should be two interlinked formations. To break them, we have to act simultaneously, otherwise, we'll fail. The reason she said they were two interlinked formations was because the two return gate formations weren't directly connected. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break them. Once she understood this, Siyu realized why she hadn't been able to crack the unknown formation earlier. She'd only seen one, not both. Without all the necessary information, there was no way to solve the puzzle. Let's go look for the other formation. Although they'd already sent for the Second Elder, if they could solve the formation themselves, they'd learn its secret even sooner. But before that, Siyu asked Luya to describe everything she'd done while investigating the water prison. Because if there were formations on both sides, why had Siyu stumbled into one by accident, while nothing had happened to Luya? This could only mean that during their exploration, the two of them must have made different choices or done things differently, which led to different outcomes. I really didn't do anything. I just followed the blueprint you gave me, Yuyi, and kept moving forward without stopping much along the way. Luya frowned, thinking hard, but couldn't figure out what she had done that prevented her from triggering the formation. Siyu also felt that she hadn't done anything special, yet somehow she inexplicably ended up inside the formation. If that's the case, let's walk through it again. Siyu led everyone to the spot Luya had checked, and they walked around, examining the corresponding formation node. After a thorough check, Siyu was surprised to discover that there was actually no return formation on Luya's side at all. Since there was no formation, it was only natural that she couldn't have entered it. So, is there really no formation here, or has it already been broken by someone? Luya couldn't help but ask. Siyu didn't answer right away, choosing instead to search for the second formation. Soon, she found the second formation at the corresponding location, and also found one of the formation nodes for the return formation, which hadn't been taken away. It looks like we were still a step too late. Siyu's expression darkened as she rubbed the camouflage stone, unable to stop herself from wondering who had beaten them to it, someone who could enter the water prison unnoticed and destroy the return formation. Since this person was capable of breaking the return formation, it meant they must have also discovered the second formation. The only question was whether he had managed to properly deactivate it and uncover its secrets. Sixth Princess, the Second Elder is here. The mermaid who had gone to deliver the message soon returned. Everyone looked in his direction and saw an older mermaid with a smiling face walking toward them. At first glance, Siyu didn't have a very good impression of the Second Elder. Although he'd been called over to help and deserved some respect and courtesy, Siyu could immediately sense that this Second Elder was a very shrewd mermaid. And in this context, shrewd was definitely not a compliment. Seeing him in person, Siyu could understand why Luya didn't like the Second Elder. With her personality, she obviously wouldn't be fond of someone who exuded calculation and scheming from the inside out. But Siyu is different. In fact, she rather enjoyed dealing with people like this because they were smart and clever and knew which choices were most valuable to them. I heard from the others that the Sixth Princess has urgent business with me, and it concerns the entire Merfolk clan. Is that true? The second elder was well aware that Luya wouldn't have sent for him unless it was truly important. But even knowing that, he still asked politely. Luya was straightforward by nature and disliked this kind of feigned ignorance, but perhaps because she knew there were more important matters at hand, she managed to hold her temper and explain the situation with the formations. Oh, there's actually a formation in the water prison. The second elder looked genuinely surprised, so much so that Suyu, who had been secretly observing him, couldn't find any fault with his reaction. It's true. Here's the formation node we found. Luya handed the camouflage stone to the second elder. Upon seeing the stone, the second elder's ever-present polite smile cracked just a little. It seems the sixth princess really does care deeply about the affairs of the merfolk. The second elder's words made everyone feel a bit uncomfortable. What did he mean by really does care deeply about the affairs of the merfolk? As a princess, Luya enjoyed a special status and power, so of course she had a responsibility to care for her people. The way the second elder put it, it sounded as if someone who had always been indifferent to clan matters was suddenly acting out of character. And when something is out of the ordinary, there's always a reason. Even Siyu felt uncomfortable hearing this, let alone Luya herself. Of course, I can't compare to how much the second elder cares for the merfolk, Luya replied, having given up on being polite. She reverted to her previous attitude toward the second elder, her tone icy. Since you know this concerns the merfolk, let's not waste any more time. If something happens and we fail to stop it in time, we'll all be held responsible. Luya didn't care if she was labeled a criminal, but she knew the second elder did. Because he was shrewd, calculating, and cared about his own interests, but he also valued his reputation, and being called a criminal was not a good look. The second elder wasn't actually a patient man. All his politeness was just an act. So when he heard Luya call him a criminal, a trace of anger flashed across his face. But he couldn't vent his anger, because if he did, he really would be a criminal. Take me to the formation, the second elder said, letting out a barely audible snort and casting an unfriendly glance at Suyu and the others. Since the sixth princess knows this concerns the whole merfolk clan, you must also understand that outsiders are not allowed to be involved in clan affairs. His meaning was clear. He wanted Suyu and her group to leave. While this could be justified by his words, everyone knew the real reason was that he wanted to vent his anger. He couldn't take it out on Luya, so he targeted Suyu instead. Suyu was Luya's guest, so making things difficult for her was also a way to embarrass Luya. But the second elder's reasoning was so proper and official that no one could argue with it. After all, Suyu and her group weren't merfolk, and the only reason they'd been allowed in was because of Luya. What's more, tomorrow was the grand sacrificial ceremony, and the merfolk were busy with countless affairs. At such a critical time, Suyu and her group really shouldn't be wandering around. Still, everyone knew they were the sixth princess's guests, so they just turned a blind eye, pretending not to see or know anything, so as not to accidentally offend her. But the second elder wasn't just any ordinary merfolk without status. Others had to respect Luya, but he didn't. Second elder, don't go too far. Luya knew that the second elder was saying these things because she was angered by Luya's earlier words, but no matter what, Siyu was someone she had brought with her. Unless Siyu herself was unwilling to stay, it should be Luya's decision whether she stayed or left. Sixth princess, you're the one who's out of line here, not me. At this moment, the second elder had already returned to her previous state, wearing that insincere smile. You know very well that the clan is going through turbulent times, yet you still brought an outsider into the palace. If anything were to happen to the merfolk, you wouldn't be able to take responsibility for it. The second elder's words carried a clear note of threat. The second elder actually knew about the fishmen's situation. After all, the matter with the fishmen was of great importance, so the fifth elder had already held a meeting with the other elders to discuss it. But because the issue was so sensitive, it hadn't been made public to avoid causing panic. When the fifth elder informed the others, she didn't mention that it was Suyu who had revealed the information, nor that Luya knew about it. She did this to protect Luya and Suyu, always keeping their involvement hidden. But because of this, the second elder had no idea that Suyu was the one who had provided the crucial information, nor did she realize that Siyu was the least likely person to be an enemy. So now, the second elder thought she could, when the fishmen attacked the merfolk, pin the blame on Siyu and accuse her of being a spy planted by the fishmen. Even though Luya was a princess, if she had brought a fishman spy into the clan and repeatedly shielded her, she would be heavily implicated as well. Are you threatening me? Luya was furious. She knew Siyu couldn't possibly be a spy or scout sent by the fishmen. The second elder might not know who had revealed the information, but she certainly did. And the fifth elder, after all, Siyu had produced so many items related to the elves, and all her words and actions had been for the good of the merfolk, trusted Siyu as well. But even knowing all this, Luya couldn't say anything. She understood that the fifth elder had kept their involvement secret to protect them. If she exposed it now, she might win the argument for the moment, but she'd end up harming both Siyu and the fifth elder in the long run. Sixth princess, that's a harsh accusation. How am I threatening you? I'm just advising you not to trust outsiders so easily. If something were to happen to the merfolk because of it, that would be terrible. The second elder's tone was tinged with smugness as she glanced disdainfully at the human before her. Luya's face was cold, her anger bottled up with nowhere to vent. It was an awful feeling having to watch someone she disliked strut around in front of her, unable to do anything in return. Everyone knew that as long as the second elder made an issue of Suyu's identity, the sixth princess would have no way to refute it. Her silence was the best proof. Just as everyone thought this undercurrent between the second elder and the sixth princess would end in the princess's defeat, Siyu, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. This is a matter for the merfolk, and as an outsider, it's true that it's not my place to interfere. But since the second elder is trying to frame me right to my face, I have to demand justice. In fact, Siyu had never intended to leave from the very beginning. Although everyone believed the second elder was unlikely to betray the merfolk, there was always a chance. Besides, Siyu was the only one here who understood formations. If the second elder wanted to hide something, Luya would never notice, so Siyu had to stay. But her identity was indeed awkward, so she'd kept quiet, waiting for a reason to remain. If the second elder hadn't just said those threatening things and had only made an issue of her identity, Siyu would have had a hard time finding an excuse to stay. She'd even considered pretending to leave, then drinking an invisibility potion and hiding in the shadows to observe. It wouldn't have been the most above-board approach, but desperate times called for desperate measures. But perhaps the second elder had lost her temper and spoken without thinking, actually voicing her suspicions and threats right in front of Siyu. Even if Siyu was an outsider, she hadn't done anything wrong. She was a guest of the sixth princess. Without any real evidence, the second elder could suspect her in private, but should never have said such things out loud. By trying to frame Siyu, the second elder was also implicating Luya, since they were on the same side. Luya is a princess of the merfolk, always working tirelessly for her people, doing everything herself for the good of the clan. Yet in the end, she still has to be accused by you, second elder, of plotting against her own people. Suyu's words made the second elder's face stiffen. The second elder realized she had indeed been a bit impulsive and said things she shouldn't have. But seeing that Siyu had been silent, she'd assumed the princess's guest was timid and easily cowed, so she'd felt at ease. She never expected that Siyu wasn't timid at all. She'd just been waiting for the right moment to strike, right when Luya couldn't speak up. Though she was extremely unwilling to be caught off guard, the second elder had to force a smile and explain, "You're taking this too seriously, guest. Please don't say such things. I was just speaking offhand. I didn't mean to say anything against the sixth princess. If it were anyone else, they might have let it go after hearing her explanation, and the matter would have blown over. But Siyu clearly wasn't going to do that. She was on Luya's side, and she wasn't buying it. If that's not what you meant, then what did you mean, second elder? You practically said outright that we came here to harm the merfolk. Luya and I are close friends. I came here at her invitation. I thought all the merfolk would be as warm and hospitable as she is, but I never expected to encounter someone so petty and suspicious." Siyu's words were blunt, basically calling the second elder narrow-minded and judging others by her own standards. Normally, she shouldn't have been so merciless. After all, the second elder was an elder of the merfolk and represented the whole clan. Insulting her was like insulting the entire merfolk race. But the second elder was clearly in the wrong this time, and with Luya on Suyu's side, Suyu's words could be seen as standing up for Luya. If she was speaking on Luya's behalf, then this was an internal matter for the merfolk, and Suyu's identity as an outsider was no longer an issue. Since things had already been said so bluntly, there was no need for either side to keep up appearances. The pretense was over, and neither party felt obliged to be polite anymore. Fine, fine, fine. The second elder, infuriated by Suyu's words, flung his sleeve and made as if to leave. He was always concerned about saving face, but now he'd been thoroughly embarrassed in front of so many people, and merfolk, no less. There was no way he'd stay any longer. As for the formation, what did that have to do with him? Whoever discovered the formation could deal with it. The second elder had no idea that today's formation in the water prison was related to the fishmen. He just assumed it was an ordinary formation. Although the merfolk lived here under the sea, they had moved homes before. This place belonged to the merfolk now, but it had once been unclaimed territory. In a place like this, it wasn't unusual to find some hidden formations. The merfolk had lived here for so long that they'd already discovered at least 100 ordinary formations, big and small. In that case, I'll take my leave. There are still some matters to arrange for the sacrificial ceremony, and the formation isn't so urgent anyway. Luya snorted coldly. Don't let us keep you. The second elder had half expected someone to try and persuade him to stay, so he didn't leave very quickly. But when he heard Luya's words, he felt utterly humiliated and hurried off at once. How satisfying. I've never liked him, always putting on that insufferable air. Luya snorted again, then continued. This formation was discovered by you, Yuyi, and he still wanted you to leave? Shameless. He really thought he was hiding his intentions well. If he was willing to come over, wasn't it just because he wanted to take credit for this? After all, places with formations usually hid something valuable. Formations existed to protect such things. Every time the merfolk discovered a formation and broke it, they'd always find some treasure. Since Xi was the one who found this formation, she was already something of a hero to the merfolk. Luya didn't believe for a second that the second elder didn't know this. Calling him over to help was already offering him a share of the credit, but he actually wanted to kick Siu out and take all the glory for himself. If Siu really left today, and they later uncovered some secret or treasure from this formation, wouldn't all the credit go to the second elder? He was really thinking that? Siu was a bit surprised. This was her first time meeting the second elder. She'd guessed what kind of person he was, but didn't know him well. She'd thought he just disliked Luya and wanted to drive them away to vent his anger, not that he was trying to steal the credit. Siu didn't really care about the credit herself, but given Luya's relationship with the second elder and what she'd seen of his character today, she definitely didn't want him to get it. But what should we do about the formation now? After venting, Luya's expression turned a bit helpless. They'd called the second elder here for the formation, but now he was gone and the problem remained. There's no rush, Siu said, though in truth, there was nothing they could do to hurry things along. Just then, the people sent to investigate the west side returned. Siu called them over to get an update on the situation. Tell me what you found. After the second elder left, Luya had cleared out everyone else, so only Suyu's group and Luya remained in the water prison. Even so, they kept their voices low. Siu hadn't explicitly said who was in charge, but everyone knew how much she trusted and relied on Duoya, so Duoya naturally acted as the leader for this operation. Now that it was time to report, Duoya stepped forward. Lord, we searched within 10 li to the west and found no traces of other creatures, but the aquatic plants in that area are unusually sparse. As she spoke, Duoya glanced at Ningxia. Sensing her look, Ningxia added, although pollution levels in the ocean are generally higher than on land, that area is even more polluted than the rest. On land, there are signs of human activity, and plants and nature help purify the environment, so there's less pollution than in the ocean. But under the sea, cut off by the heavy water, there's less contact with the natural world, so pollution accumulates over the years and is hard to purify. The more lifeless a place is, the faster pollution builds up. But as Ningxer said, even though the ocean is more polluted than land, the pollution in that area was clearly abnormal, so something was definitely going on. It seems the fishmen have already done something over there, or maybe they've set up camp. What exactly they'd done was unclear, but if they were stationed there, they could post guards to keep watch. Even if they couldn't launch a surprise attack, just being able to spot enemy movements in time and report back would be a big help. "I'll handle it. I'll arrange for people to keep watch there," Leah said. She already trusted Siyu, and with the west side showing definite signs of trouble, she trusted her even more. She was increasingly convinced that her Yuvi had been sent by the sea god to help her and the merfolk through this crisis. "I'll stay and keep working on the formation." With Luya handling the west side, Siyu didn't interfere. She didn't have many people with her, and there was no way to communicate over long distances, while the merfolk had their own methods. So the guards had to be merfolk. "Yuri, can you break this formation?" Luya looked at her with hope in her eyes. "I can give it a try." Siyu smiled, not giving a definite answer, but her confidence was clear. In fact, once she realized these were two interconnected formations, Siyu had already figured out how to break them. But since it was an unfamiliar, self-made formation, it would take her quite a while to crack. She'd thought time was tight and hadn't wanted to spend too much effort, especially since they'd already called the second elder for help. But now that he was gone, she might as well handle it herself. "Do you need my help? Can I stay?" Hearing Siyu's answer, Lua looked much more at ease. She also wanted to uncover the secrets of this formation and learn how to break it, so she decided to stay as well. "Of course, if you want to stay, Luya, you can," Siyu said, "but there's another matter that needs to be dealt with." This was the territory of the merfolk, and Luya was the true master here. Where she went or stayed was entirely up to her, Siyu had no say in the matter. However, after what had just happened, Siyu had noticed another issue, one that only Luya was in a position to handle. "Go on, Yuvi," Luya said, immediately sensing that Siyu must have discovered something new. She dropped the topic of wanting to stay. "It's already clear that there's something wrong with the water prison. Regardless of what this formation actually does, Luya, have you ever wondered why they wanted you to lock Harry up in the water prison?" This was a strange question Siyu had been pondering ever since arriving at the prison. If there were other merfolk imprisoned here, or if the place was heavily guarded, Siyu could have explained it as them needing a chance to infiltrate the prison. But clearly, the water prison was empty, not a single prisoner, and the guards weren't particularly vigilant either. If the fishfolk could already find ways into forbidden areas, what was a mere water prison to them? Besides, Harry wasn't one of the fishfolk. What help could he possibly provide them by being in the prison? These were the things Siyu couldn't figure out. "So, Yui, you mean there's still some secret about Harry?" Luya caught Siyu's meaning and found it odd as well. "Whether there's a secret or not, you'll know if you try, Luya." Without interrogating Harry, everything was just speculation, Siyu couldn't draw any conclusions yet. But unless she was mistaken, there was definitely something about Harry they hadn't discovered. After hearing Siyu's words, Luya immediately took some people to find Harry. Before leaving, she left two merfolk with Siyu to assist her. When it came to breaking formations, too many people was a hindrance, especially with an unknown formation, as no one could predict what might happen during the process. So, although Siyu kept the merfolk Luya had left for her, she sent some of her own people back. Of course, sending them back didn't mean letting them rest in Luya's palace. Instead, she wanted them to use the various tools they carried to investigate the entire palace. Apart from Vivian and Gongyu, who had no combat ability and were sent back to Luya's palace, Siyu only kept Yu, Dillo, and Ningxer by her side. Everyone else followed Siyu's instructions and scattered to search the palace. Yu, Ningxer, you two use magic to check the surroundings. Yu was a water mage, and being underwater gave him plenty of room to operate. This was why Siyu kept him. As for Ningxer, she was to check whether this formation was actually left by the merfolk. If it was, there would surely be traces of dark elements left behind. Yu and Ningxi both acknowledged the order and moved to suitable positions to examine the water prison. The only one left without a task was Dillo, who, after asking Suyu, chose to wander around the prison area. As they got busy, Suyu began to study the formation. Half an hour later, Yu found nothing. Ningxi did detect some contamination, but the concentration was so low it was unavoidable, so, in effect, she too found nothing. In that case, you two rest here for a bit while I... Suyu was about to say she'd have them do something else after she finished sketching out the diagram in her hand, when suddenly, Dillo's excited yet urgent voice rang out behind her. "My lord, come quickly. I've found something." The three exchanged glances, and Suyu said, "Let's go take a look." They followed the voice to Dillo's side. Before Dillo could explain, they all saw what she'd found. A small doll buried beneath a patch of disturbed seabed mud at her feet. Witchcraft. Voodoo. That was Suyu's first thought. Admittedly, that was partly because of all the palace intrigue dramas she'd seen in the real world, but in truth, on the Sunset Continent, there really were curse techniques similar to making voodoo dolls. After all, it had been mentioned before that, aside from mages, beast tamers, and enchanters, there were also witches on the Sunset Continent. The practice of making dolls to curse people was a very minor, extremely obscure, and also extremely sinister and vicious branch of witchcraft. This branch had long ago been classified as forbidden magic, banned from being studied. But black magic itself was forbidden, and yet there were still plenty of black mages on the continent. So, the so-called ban could only stop most people, not everyone. "It's a witch's soul curse doll," Ningxi said, frowning. In a moment, she conjured a white magic sphere and wrapped the doll inside it. Although witches weren't black mages, any witch who learned forbidden magic would have their power shift from natural energy to dark elements. So Ningxi's magic could affect these witches just as it did contamination. What she was doing now was wrapping the soul curse doll in light magic to prevent it from leaking contamination and harming others. "What's a soul curse doll?" you asked. Ningxi had recognized it, maybe not fully, but she clearly knew something. Dillo's excitement also suggested she recognized it. As for Suyu, there was no need to ask. If all the forbidden magic she'd read about were written out, it could probably fill an entire shelf in the Lord's library. So, of the four present, only you didn't know what it was, but even he could tell it wasn't anything good. It was just a crudely made wooden doll, with limbs but no facial features, yet just looking at it gave people goosebumps. "Dillo, since you found it, why don't you explain?" Suyu could have explained herself, but she wanted to see how much Dillo knew, so she let her speak. Dillo didn't mind Suyu's little test. Her full attention was on the soul curse doll, not even noticing that Suyu assumed she recognized it. A soul curse doll is a forbidden witchcraft technique called soul branch. It's complicated to explain, but simply put, it allows someone to control another's soul by making a doll. All in all, it's actually not that different from sticking pins in a voodoo doll, just that this is a much more advanced version. That sounds really sinister, although you still didn't quite understand the principle behind it. All he needed to know was that this was a forbidden technique capable of controlling someone's soul. Hearing Yu's comment, Dillo couldn't help but laugh. Her smile was beautiful, but in this situation, it only made people feel an inexplicable sense of dread. "That's all it takes for you to call it sinister? Looks like you haven't seen anything truly vicious yet." Dillo was a puppeteer by trade, specializing in controlling puppets. This cursed human puppet was, in essence, still about controlling a puppet, except this time, the puppet wasn't an inanimate object, but a living, breathing person. Huh? Being able to control someone's soul at will, how is that not sinister enough? Yu was genuinely startled by Dillo's words. Maybe because she'd just discovered the cursed human puppet, Dillo was in a good mood, so she didn't mind explaining its origins to you in detail. The cursed human puppet was invented by a wizard centuries ago. This wizard used the puppet to commit countless atrocities, resulting in many deaths, until eventually he was hunted down and killed by a coalition. After his death, when people were clearing out his belongings and preparing to destroy all the evil things he'd left behind, they discovered a secret. The man wasn't just a wizard, he was also a puppeteer. Just as Dolly had combined the skills of a restorer and a seamstress, this wizard had fused sorcery with puppetry, which was how he invented the cursed human puppet. To put it simply, the cursed human puppet uses sorcery to control a person's soul and puppetry to manipulate that soul. So, while the cursed human puppet is technically a branch of sorcery, it's also a branch of puppetry. But since there were far more puppeteers than wizards, those who participated in the hunt worried that more people might be led astray, so they concealed the fact that he was a puppeteer. Besides hiding his true identity, they also found a secret chamber in his house, filled with unfinished manuscripts on soul sorcery and puppetry. Luckily, they were all incomplete, but even so, each one was potentially more powerful than the cursed human puppet itself. In other words, the cursed human puppet was just one of his experiments. He was simply too arrogant. He started killing recklessly with just a prototype and eventually paid the price. Otherwise, with his astonishing talent, if those unfinished works in the secret chamber had ever been completed, the entire continent would probably have been thrown into chaos. If you don't mind me asking, Miss Dillo, aren't you a puppeteer yourself? The more you listened, the more uncomfortable he felt, especially since the person telling the story was herself a puppeteer, which made it all the more unsettling. Dillo hadn't expected his first reaction after hearing the story to be that, but she quickly nodded, then gave him a mischievous smile. Seeing her smile, he was suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding, and Dillo's next words confirmed his fears. Dillo, that's right, I'm a puppeteer. And I know how to use the cursed human puppet too. I just never had the materials before, but now there's a ready-made one right here. Come to think of it, being able to control a mage's soul sounds pretty impressive. Maybe I should give it a try. Even though he knew there were two mages present, and the other one was not only stronger but also more talented than him, you couldn't shake the feeling that Dillo's words were aimed directly at him. All right, stop scaring him. Although Dillo sounded completely serious, both Suyu and Ningxue could tell she was just trying to frighten him on purpose. Besides, if Dillo really wanted the cursed human puppet for herself, she could have just hidden it away without calling the three of them over. The fact that she'd called them all here meant she had no intention of secretly using the puppet for evil. Sigh, I didn't expect him to be so easily scared. Was my acting that good? Did I sound too convincing? Dillo pouted, staring straight at you, making his skin crawl. Even though he now realized she was joking, he still found her terrifying. And in that fear, he sensed something oddly familiar. It was the same kind of fear he felt around Miss Vivian. Miss Dillo, please don't joke like that in the future. I'm not very brave. You didn't feel embarrassed admitting he was timid. After all, they were all on the same side, and the Lord knew his personality best. There was no point pretending otherwise, he couldn't pull it off anyway. All right, let's drop it. Seeing the conversation drifting further off topic, Xi quickly brought it to a halt. She skimmed through the information on the cursed human puppet, then looked at Dillo. Since you recognize it and know so much about it, can you tell if it's been used before? When was it used? Who is the target? Now that Xi was getting down to business, Dillo put away her playful attitude. Lord, do you see that red spot on the puppet's chest? That's actually the blood of the person being controlled. It's the material used to bind them. With this, Dillo not only explained part of how the puppet worked, but also confirmed that it had already been used. As for when it was used, I can't say for sure, but judging by the bloodstain, it's probably at least 2 days old. Since the puppet was now wrapped in light magic and posed no danger, Dillo handled it without hesitation, carefully examining it and sharing her findings, such as, the blood on the puppet doesn't look human, the puppet has been used, but never activated, and she could use the puppet to track down the owner of the blood. The first point was easy to explain. This was the Merfolk tribe, so it was most likely Merfolk blood. If it had been human or some other race, that would have been a much bigger problem, since it would involve a third race. The second point meant that while the puppet had been used, meaning it had already been bound to someone, the person in question had not yet been controlled by the mastermind through the puppet. You guys, do you see that thin thread on the puppet? That's a soul thread. Every time you use the puppet to control a soul, You have to burn the soul thread. Once it's gone, the control fails. The soul thread on this puppet was still intact, so although it was already bound to someone, it hadn't actually been used yet. Following Dillo's instructions, they all saw the web-like threads coiled around the puppet's arm. As for the third piece of information, it was related to finding the owner of the bloodstain. The puppet is bound to the other person's soul, which basically makes it a part of them. If the Lord needs it, I can have it lead the way right now. Here, Dillo was clearly referring to the puppet. Does making it lead the way require burning the soul thread? Siyu had heard of soul curse puppets before, but she'd never actually encountered one, so her understanding was limited. But since it was something that controlled souls, using it would definitely harm the person being controlled. The soul thread sounded like something akin to a person's life force. She guessed that burning it would consume the victim's vitality, so it was best not to use it if possible. My lord, you really are a kind person. Dillo seemed to have guessed why Siyu was asking, so she made this comment. Siyu neither agreed nor disagreed, remaining silent. Don't worry, just making it find its owner isn't the same as making the owner come to us. It doesn't require burning the soul thread. Of course, during the process of finding its owner, that person would probably feel uncomfortable for a while, but it wouldn't cause any real harm to their body, so Dillo didn't bother to mention it. Alright. Ningxue, you go with Dillo to find the person. You AI, stay here. This area had already been checked and there was nothing unusual, so there was no point in Ningxue staying. Since that was the case, it was better for Ningxue to go help Dillo. After all, this forbidden technique was related to dark elements, and she might be able to help. Let's go then. Dillo took a string of puppet threads from her wrist, which looked like a beaded bracelet, and connected one end to the soul curse puppet. After a series of operations, the puppet, still wrapped in a ball of light, twisted and stood up. At first, it was like a baby learning to walk, stumbling and swaying. But after a while, it gradually learned how to keep its balance and walk on the ground. When you go, take one of the merfolk outside with you. If it was just the two of them acting alone in an unfamiliar place, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Since there were people loyal to Luya outside, bringing one along could help them understand the situation better, or even help relay messages. Dillo was busy guiding the puppet and had no time to speak, so Ningxue just responded to show she understood. After Dillo and Ningxue left, Siyu and UAI continued to study the formation here. Sixth Princess, these two really don't seem to have any problems. The captain of the guards wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking nervous as he spoke to Luya. When he saw Luya frown slightly, the captain felt like he was doomed today. Just thinking about the rumors he'd heard about the Sixth Princess's methods, the captain knew his job was probably on the line. Still, he didn't blame anyone else, he just felt unlucky. How did this have to happen to one of the merfolk under his command? You. Luya was about to say something else, but when she turned and saw the captain's nervous, sweaty face, she felt a bit puzzled. After a moment's thought, she quickly recalled the rumors about her in the palace, almost all of them negative. Thinking about it, it made sense that the captain would be so afraid. Although Luya didn't care much about her reputation, she hadn't actually done any of those things. If it was just a misunderstanding, she could let it go, but it was clear someone was manipulating things behind the scenes, and that was something she couldn't tolerate. If someone was doing this, it must benefit them in some way. If she ignored it, she'd only be helping them and hurting herself. If you need anything, Sixth Princess, please just give the order. The captain had no idea what Luya was thinking. He just knew he had to do his best to please this ancestor if he wanted to keep his job. But judging from the situation just now, the Sixth Princess was probably about to make a scene, and he was likely in for a rough time. Luya didn't know exactly what he was thinking, but she could guess. She relaxed her expression. Her tone was still cold, but much gentler than before, not as arrogant and harsh as it had been. Don't be so nervous. I know this matter isn't really your responsibility, and the palace guards aren't under my jurisdiction anyway. I have no authority over your position. Luya's words weren't exactly pleasant, but the meaning behind them made the captain breathe a sigh of relief. He knew very well that while the palace guards were managed by the third and fourth elders, they only dealt with big issues. They wouldn't bother with the fate of a mere squad captain. And even if it wasn't the sixth princess, but another prince or princess, if they wanted someone replaced, the higher-ups would always give them face, especially for the most favored one. Besides, many merfolk were eyeing his position, just waiting for him to slip up so they could take his place. If he upset the sixth princess, even if she didn't say anything, others would use it as an excuse to get rid of him. Fortunately, the sixth princess had said he wasn't involved and wouldn't interfere with his position. In other words, she wouldn't use her status to get rid of him. And now that she'd said this, others couldn't use offending the sixth princess as a reason to remove him, otherwise, they'd be going against her. Thank you, sixth princess. The captain thanked Luya, feeling much less anxious and starting to doubt the rumors. Wasn't the sixth princess supposed to be spoiled and unreasonable? Today, she did seem a bit proud, but who in the palace wasn't? Even as a lowly captain, when he returned home, the other merfolk treated him with respect. Aside from some harmless pride, he hadn't seen anything else bad about the sixth princess. Could the rumors be wrong? But then again, rumors usually have some basis. Whatever, he's just a small captain, why bother thinking so much? Suppressing his doubts, the captain quietly waited for Luya to give him new orders. What he didn't expect was that before any orders came, he heard a sudden commotion behind him. He couldn't help but glance back, only to discover that the mermaid hurrying over was actually the one responsible for guarding Harry and Modi. Although Luya no longer intended to punish them severely, out of consideration for the sixth princess's reputation, a minor punishment was still necessary. So, the two of them received a few light lashes and were confined for 3 days. It sounded serious, but in reality, the lashes were barely more than a few bumps and scrapes, painful for a moment, but nothing that would cause any real harm. As for the 3 days of confinement, it was even less of a big deal. They were given food, there was no forced labor or corporal punishment, and the worst of it was simply not being allowed to go outside. By all rights, such a light punishment shouldn't have caused any problems. Yet the guard came rushing over in such a panic, making the captain's heart sink. What the guard said next confirmed his fears. Greetings, sixth princess. Something's wrong, Harry has fainted. Luya's eyes widened in shock. She immediately turned and fixed the kneeling captain with a stern glare. I said to give them only a minor punishment. What did you order them to do? How did someone end up fainting? In the past, Luya wouldn't have thought this way. But ever since she learned that someone was deliberately trying to ruin her reputation, she couldn't help but suspect ulterior motives. For example, maybe the captain had taken a bribe to deliberately torment the two merfolk. If Luya didn't check in person, rumors would spread that the sixth princess punished her own people harshly over trivial matters involving outsiders. Of course, the root of the problem was Modi's fault, and Harry bore some responsibility too. But these were minor mistakes. Outsiders might not dare say anything out of fear of the royal family, but in their hearts, they'd think the sixth princess was ruthless and cruel. And if something like this did happen, Luya wouldn't even have a chance to explain herself. Even if someone vouched for her, others would just assume they were speaking out of fear. Faced with the princess's stern questioning, the kneeling captain looked deeply aggrieved. By the sea god. He really hadn't ordered anyone to do anything to those two. It was just a few light lashes, nothing compared to the injuries they'd get hunting sea beasts outside. How could a perfectly healthy mermaid just faint like that? Sensing the seriousness of the situation, the captain couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Luya was only half convinced by his explanation. Go fetch a healer from the clan immediately. You, get up and lead the way. I want to see for myself. If you're lying to me, you can spend some time in the water dungeon. Luya didn't think he was lying, but right now, she couldn't trust anyone except her own eyes. At her command, the captain scrambled to his feet and led the way. Since they were already near the confinement cell and they hurried over, they quickly arrived at the door to the dark room where Harry and Modi were being held. The door should have been closed, but since someone had fainted, it was now open. Not only that, but Luya spotted two familiar faces at the entrance. Aren't you two from Yui's group? Although Suyu hadn't brought many people, just a dozen or so, Luya rarely interacted with anyone but Suyu herself. She recognized their faces, but didn't know their names. Greetings, sixth princess. We are indeed from the Lord's retinue. I am Dillo, and this is Ningxer. Dillo held a puppet in her hand. After a brief introduction, she continued, "The Lord has discovered a new clue and sent us to inform your highness." Luya immediately understood Dillo's meaning. Although she was concerned about Suyu's message, right now Harry's situation was more urgent. Dillo seemed to sense this and explained further, "The merfolk inside are fine. In fact, that's what we came here about." Luya thought for a moment, then dismissed the surrounding guards. The captain who had led her here hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Once everyone else had left, Dillo briefly explained the situation with the cursed puppet. Then she placed the puppet on the ground. In less than 3 seconds, the seemingly lifeless puppet stood up in a twisted pose. But this time, it didn't go through a process of learning to walk. Instead, it headed straight into the cell and stopped beside Harry. "It seems the soul bound to it is this mermaid's." Dillo checked Harry's condition and then reassured Luya, "This is actually my fault. When I sent the puppet to search for its master, the master would be affected. He's fine, he just fainted and will wake up in less than 10 minutes. So this is the secret you mentioned," Luya murmured. They had all wondered why those people were so intent on getting Harry into the water dungeon. But with the appearance of the cursed puppet, everything became clear. Harry had unknowingly become their puppet. As long as he entered the water dungeon, it was as if the mastermind had entered as well. They could control Harry to do anything. And since Harry was imprisoned for a crime, no one would suspect him. If anything went wrong, the first person to be blamed and questioned would be Luya, the one who put him there. The more Luya thought about it, the more chilled she felt. There were many who could devise such a scheme, but very few who could actually carry it out. To know the secret of the merfolk's shark pearls, to be able to use sorcery among the merfolk, and to know about the water dungeon. Many of these things were secrets even Luya, a mermaid princess, didn't know. There were very, very few merfolk who possessed both this knowledge and the ability to act, so few she could count them on one hand. She was already narrowing down the list of suspects. But as she narrowed it down, Luya's anxiety only grew, because all of these people were at the very top of the merfolk hierarchy. If even one of them betrayed the merfolk, no matter who it was, it would be a devastating blow to the entire clan. This matter. "No, Miss Dillo, can this cursed puppet be dispelled? And can you find out if there are any other victims among our people?" Luya was truly afraid that the people she suspected might really betray the merfolk. She couldn't bear to imagine it. After all, they had always been loyal to the clan. After learning about the human curse puppet, she suddenly realized that even without a mole, the crisis within the merfolk was still severe. Because it was entirely possible that some merfolk had already betrayed their own kind without even realizing it. And the true culprit was, of course, the human curse puppet. That was why Luya asked this question. She hoped Dillo could identify the merfolk who were being controlled by the human curse puppet and, ideally, break the puppet's control to prevent any harm. But even if they couldn't break the curse, it wasn't the end of the world. They could simply keep those people under watch. At least for tomorrow, they absolutely couldn't let anything happen. Breaking the human curse puppet isn't really a problem. This forbidden technique relies on the cursed puppet itself. Destroy the puppet, and the spell is broken. Dillo's words were certainly good news, but what she said next was clearly not. "However, while I can break the human curse puppet, I don't have the ability to find out who's been cursed." On the surface, it seemed like she had found Harry, but in reality, it was the puppet that led her to him. All she had done was give the puppet the ability to move. Luya felt that what Dillo said seemed a bit contradictory to her previous actions, but she didn't believe Dillo would lie to her. She figured maybe she'd misunderstood something. Still, there was one thing she did understand. Dillo had no way to identify which merfolk had been cursed. This news left her somewhat disappointed, and she also felt a deep sense of crisis. "Sixth princess, although I can't actively seek out those who have been cursed, I can recognize someone who's currently being controlled." Because no matter who it was, when they were under control, there would always be faint, almost invisible puppet threads wrapped around them, just like the ones on her own wrist. Ordinary people who don't understand puppet techniques wouldn't recognize these threads, since they hide themselves and blend into the person being controlled. But for a puppeteer of Dillo's level, as long as the opponent isn't more than 2 levels above her, she can definitely spot the puppet threads. Dillo was a high-level puppeteer. Anyone more than 2 levels above her would be at the master level, a bottleneck that only a handful of puppeteers on the continent had reached. And with skills like that, if they really wanted to do something, they wouldn't need to use such a low-level trick as the human curse puppet. After all, the human curse puppet technique had been lost for ages, and even if someone had managed to recover some information about it, its power would be limited. In that case, they'd be better off just making a living puppet. Creating a living puppet was nearly impossible for Dillo, but for a master-level puppeteer, it was nothing special. Compared to the human curse puppet, living puppets had far more advantages. This puppeteer's skill isn't much higher than mine. At most, they're a master-level puppeteer. At that level, they can only control 3 or 4 people at once with the human curse puppet. Any more, and there would definitely be problems. Luya's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed a little. At most, only 3 or 4 people could be controlled. Harry was already one of them, which meant that, at most, only 3 other merfolk could be under control. That was much better than the scenario Luya had feared, where the merfolk were being secretly taken over one by one until the entire tribe was under control. If that's really the case, then I'm relieved. Luya said she was relieved, but deep down she knew that as long as the fishman's plot wasn't resolved, she would never truly be at ease. After that, Dillo didn't break the curse on Harry right away, because doing so would alert the mastermind. After all, anyone would notice if one of their puppets suddenly stopped responding for no reason. But to prevent Harry from being controlled and doing something dangerous, Dillo cut the soul thread on the puppet. Without the soul thread, the controller could still sense the puppet, but they wouldn't be able to manipulate it anymore. After that, Ningshi and Dillo stayed by Luya's side as she led them around the palace again and again. The main reason for this was to let Ningshi check for any abnormal dark elements in the palace and also to give Dillo a chance to see more merfolk, in hopes of identifying anyone else who might have been secretly cursed. Originally, after discovering the truth behind the human curse puppet, Dillo had planned to report back to Siyu immediately. But she wasn't the inflexible type. While it was important for Siyu to know about this, it was just as important to quickly uncover any other hidden threats among the merfolk. Even if she went to report to the Lord, there probably wouldn't be much he could do. After all, it was Dillo who had found the human curse puppet in the first place. So there was no need to waste time. Since she had already found the first human curse puppet, Dillo believed she could find a second one, assuming, of course, that there was a second puppet hidden among the merfolk. While Dillo was making breakthrough progress, not only finding the person bound to the human curse puppet, but also solving the mystery of Harry, Siyu, though not yet having fully cracked the formation, had also made significant discoveries. To be precise, these discoveries were thanks to one person, Hongxi, one of the few merfolk Siyu had gotten to know. Let's go back to about 5 minutes earlier. Siyu was trying a third method to break the formation when she suddenly heard voices outside the water prison. At that moment, the only people supposed to be near the water prison were Siyu, Yu, and the 2 merfolk guards Luya had left behind. Both guards outside were male, but Siyu heard a somewhat familiar female voice. A moment later, the 2 guards let a female merfolk in. Siyu turned around and, as expected, saw exactly who she'd guessed. Hongxi. Did the princess send you to find me? Other than that, Siyu couldn't think of any reason why Hongxi would come to her on her own. Hongxi's answer was just as Siyu expected. I'm here on Her Highness's orders to deliver something. As she spoke, Hongxi took out a very plain, simple box. The box had a single-use seal. Once opened, it would be destroyed and couldn't be resealed. The seal was still intact, meaning no one had opened it along the way. Siyu glanced at her, accepted the box, and opened it. Inside, there was only a slip of paper. The note was small, and naturally, there wasn't much written on it. But there were two different handwritings on it. Judging by the contents, one note was from Luya and the other from Dillo. The first note was brief. Luya asked to borrow two people, namely Ningxer and Dillo. The second note was written by Dillo, just a few lines explaining the situation with the puppet and Harry. Sorry to trouble you with this errand, Siyu said, putting away the notes and the box. Then she noticed that the person who should have left by now was still standing in front of her. Is there something else? Siyu had always found Hongxi a bit odd, but with so much going on, as long as Hongxi and the merfolk kept to themselves, she didn't bother with them. At most, she planned to give Luya a discreet warning after the merfolk matter was settled. But now it seemed she couldn't pretend not to notice. Hongxi had brought the issue right to her, leaving her no room to feign ignorance. Miss Su is indeed clever. Besides delivering these items for Her Highness, I have something else I'd like to give you. With that, Hongxi produced a book as if by magic and handed it to Siyu. Out of caution, or perhaps habit, Siyu didn't take the book immediately. Instead, she looked at Hongxi, waiting for an explanation. Hongxi understood that unless she explained what the book was, Siyu probably wouldn't accept it, so she began to clarify. After hearing about the formation from Her Highness, I remembered something. The Queen once said I had a talent for learning formations, so she gave me this book. But after the Queen left, I focused solely on taking care of Her Highness and put the book away. As Hongxi finished speaking, the words, an unknown book, floating before Siyu's eyes changed to a book on formations. It seemed Hongxi was telling the truth at least, the book really was about formations. As for the story about the Queen, who knew if that part was true? But, well, thank you. I'm at a loss right now, so maybe this book will be just what I need. Since Hongxi had gone out of her way to deliver it, whether it was good or bad, it was definitely useful. You flatter me, Miss Su. It's the least I can do. I have a small request, if you don't mind. The Queen once said I had a talent for formations, and I am interested in them. Would you allow me to stay and watch as you try to solve it? Siyu nodded and agreed immediately. After all, Hongxi was someone close to Luya and had even brought her a gift. She deserved that much respect. Besides, Hongxi's request was really just a formality. Even if she hadn't asked, as long as Siyu didn't ask her to leave, she could have stayed anyway. Stay if you want. Didn't the Queen say you had a talent for formations? You can help me crack it. Maybe you'll find the solution before I do. Suyu's words were half sincere, half probing. She suspected Hongxi might actually recognize this formation, or perhaps even knew the solution. If possible, Siyu wouldn't mind taking it easy. After all, breaking a formation isn't just about finding the method. Actually doing it is a real hassle. Thank you for letting me stay, Miss Su. As for talent, it doesn't mean much. I've never studied formations, so how am I any different from an ordinary person? Hongxi smiled, claiming she knew nothing about formations. Since she said so, Siyu didn't press further. After that, Siyu ignored whatever Hongxi was doing and started flipping through the book on formations. She had already guessed that the book would probably contain a solution, or at least some clues. What she didn't expect was that the book didn't even bother to hide it. By the third page, Siyu had already found a formation that was about 70% similar to the one she was dealing with. As she read on, she realized the subsequent formations were just variations based on the one on page 3, not entirely new formations. By the 9th page, the formation she saw was 99% identical to the unknown formation in the water prison. At this point, it was clear, this wasn't an ordinary book on formations. It was more like someone's notebook, documenting the process of gradually perfecting a formation. And as for whose notebook it was, Siyu already had an answer in mind. She glanced at Hongxi, who was chatting with you. Yu was cautious, but since Hongxi wasn't asking anything sensitive, just about life on land, human customs, and recent news from the continent, he gradually relaxed. Still, he remembered what should and shouldn't be said, so their conversation was mostly trivial. Perhaps sensing Suyu's gaze, Hongxi turned and asked, Miss Su, have you discovered something? I have, actually. In fact, it was more than something, it was like someone handing her the answers during an exam. Of course, she'd copy the answers, but she wasn't sure if she should. What if the answers were wrong? Or what if someone was waiting for her to copy the answers so they could swoop in and take advantage? Hongxi had given her the book, so she clearly knew something. Siyu just wasn't sure where Hongxi stood. She'd planned to test her, but since Hongxi asked directly, Siyu decided to be straightforward. I found that starting from page 3, the formations in this book are extremely similar to the one in the water prison. By page 9, the similarity is as high as 99%. I suspect this is a notebook draft by a highly skilled formation master, recording the process of creating a new formation. After saying this, Siyu didn't look at Hongxi's reaction, but turned to page 10. The first 9 pages were drafts, showing the step-by-step optimization of the formation. Page 10, however, contained the method to break the formation. Siyu looked up at her. You said the queen gave you this book. Do you remember if there were any other powerful formation masters around her? Hongxi paused, as if thinking, then shook her head. If not, then doesn't that mean the owner of this book was actually the queen herself? Siyu smiled as she continued. She had already said this was the draft notebook of a highly skilled formation master. If there were no other formation masters around the queen, then it could only be the queen herself. Of course, it was possible the queen had found the book elsewhere, but that seemed unlikely. After all, no reasonable person would ever choose to set up a formation of unknown origin or purpose in their own home. Someone as clever as the queen would certainly never do such a thing. Miss Su, are you saying that the queen is a formation master? Hongxi's face showed clear surprise, but Siyu could sense that her tone was utterly calm. So, Hongxi really did know about this. Realizing this, Siyu didn't feel pleased. Instead, she felt as if even more layers of mystery were piling up before her. A merman king addicted to women, a queen who died but left behind countless secrets, a lady sang with unknown motives, and Hongxi, who knew so much but never told Luya anything. The affairs of the merfolk had barely begun, yet the cast of characters was growing larger and more complicated by the minute. What she thought was simply a straightforward attack by fishmen had turned out to involve pollution, mysterious formations, and even traces left behind by the merfolk queen who once sacrificed herself to protect her people. Whether or not Hongxi admitted it, the answer to who set up the formation in this water prison was already clear. It was the queen. After all, it was a formation she herself invented. No one could know it better than her. Although Siyu had never met this remarkable queen, she was willing to give her life for the merfolk, and was also Luya's birth mother. That was enough for Siyu to consider her one of her own. Hongxi, you were close to the queen. Do you think she would want us to break this formation? As Siyu asked this, her mind was already racing in another direction. Because she had just realized that several clues she'd uncovered seemed to connect back to the queen. The queen was a formation master. There was a formation in the forbidden area. Something happened in the forbidden area when the queen gave birth to Luya. The queen went to the forbidden area. Putting all this together, she arrived at a new conclusion. The formation in the forbidden area was related to the queen, and might even have been created by her. This would also explain why the queen left her newborn daughter behind to go to the forbidden area, because she was needed there. Hongxi looked at Siyu, whose expression was unreadable, and leaned forward slightly. How could I possibly know what the queen was thinking? Siyu understood that Hongxi was unwilling to help any further, but that was fine. She only needed to know where Hongxi stood. Suddenly, the blood-red bead that had appeared in Siyu's hand shattered, and her expression changed. This is bad. Something's happened to Luya. The mermaid blood bead she gave me just broke. As she spoke, Siyu opened her palm, the bright red shards stark against her pale skin. Hongxi's face changed as well. Without even saying a word to Siyu, she hurriedly left. My lord, something's happened to the 6th princess. Dillo and Ningxia are with her. Could something have happened to them too? Shouldn't we go help? Yue, who had been silently pretending to be a piece of wood, didn't really understand what was going on, but he knew Dillo and Ningxia were with the mermaid princess. If something had happened to the princess, then the two of them were likely in danger as well. Don't worry. Luya's fine, and so are Dillo and the others. Siyu calmly tossed the glass bead shards to the ground, her earlier panic nowhere to be seen. Yua was stunned. He couldn't make sense of the situation. Didn't the Lord just say something happened to the sixth princess? Why was she now saying everything was fine? Could the Lord have been lying just now? But why would she lie? What would be the point? Countless questions swirled in Yua's mind, but he didn't ask any of them. He knew that if Siyu wanted to tell him, she would. If not, there was no point in asking. As expected, Siyu didn't continue the topic, instead calling on him to help break the formation. Earlier, Siyu had hesitated to break the formation because she didn't know where Hongxi stood, so she'd used the mermaid blood bead to test her. The blood bead wasn't just a phone, it also had a passive function. If its owner was in mortal danger, the corresponding blood bead would shatter, alerting the holder that something had happened. Siyu had long considered testing Hongxi, so while chatting with Yua, she'd quickly made a red stained glass bead, then shattered it herself, faking the Luya is in trouble, blood bead is broken scenario. If you looked closely, the difference between a real blood bead and a glass one was obvious, but the key was Suyu's words, something's happened to Luya. Hongxi clearly cared about Luya, so when she heard that, she panicked. Seeing the shards in Suyu's hand, she instinctively assumed it was the blood bead, and hurried off in worry. With that, Suyu's test was complete, and the result was clear. Hongxi cared deeply about Luya. As long as Hongxi cared about Luya, no matter how many secrets she had, she was highly unlikely to be an enemy of the merfolk. That meant the formation book she'd given them could be trusted. Yua, listen. In a moment, you'll go to the other formation. Now that she could trust the book, Siyu didn't hesitate any longer and began assigning tasks. With 2 formations to break, the difficulty was doubled. Fortunately, Siyu had kept someone behind to help. Otherwise, if she had to run back and forth alone, never mind whether she'd have enough time to break both formations, she'd wear herself out first. Formation breaking progress, 10%. Formation breaking progress, 29%. Formation breaking progress, 55%. Formation breaking progress, 87%. Formation breaking progress, 99%. Formation breaking progress, 99%. With the answer key in hand, Suyu's progress was rapid. Working with Yua, it took just over 10 minutes to go from 0% to 99%. But strangely, once the progress hit 99%, the system seemed to get stuck, repeatedly showing 99% and refusing to budge, not even by 0.01%. Suyu's face darkened. She knew this was the situation she'd hoped wouldn't happen. As she'd suspected, the final formation in the notebook was only 99% similar to the one in the water prison. That missing 1% was exactly what was stopping her from reaching 100% completion. The biggest difference between the formation described in the book and the one inside the water prison was the position of one of the formation's cores. Compared to the diagram in the book, the core in the water prison was shifted slightly downward. Although the difference was less than the width of a fingernail, Siyu still noticed it. That was why she said the similarity was only 99%. She had thought that this tiny discrepancy, barely a centimeter, might have some effect, but not enough to matter. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be the key to unlocking the door. You, stop and come over here. Siyu told you to stop wasting her strength, because she realized that unless this core issue was resolved, the formation would be impossible to break. My lady, is there another problem? Even though you didn't understand formations, she could tell from the unchanged water prison that they had failed. Yes, there's a bit of a problem, Siyu admitted, nodding. She then pointed out the problematic core's location and asked you to try moving it with magic. Here's a comparison diagram. Take a look, you need to move the core up a bit. Normally, once a formation is set, its core can't be moved easily. However, there was once a powerful formation master who used this very principle to invent the first ever variable formation. Variable formations are a category of formations, not the name of a specific one. In these formations, the core can be moved. Not only does this not disrupt the formation, it can even create entirely new effects. Siyu herself couldn't move the core. She wasn't a formation master, nor a mage with energy abilities, so she could only rely on you for help. Please wait a moment, my lady. Let me double-check. Knowing the importance of this formation, you didn't dare act rashly. After carefully comparing the core's position, she marked the target spot with a droplet of water, set aside the diagram, and focused her mind on moving the core. As the core shifted into its correct position, Siu received a notification from the system. Just as she was wondering if the formation could really be this simple, the entire water prison underwent a dramatic change. First, the surrounding cages suddenly sank and vanished. The area, already empty and quiet due to the lack of prisoners, now felt even more vast and silent. Then, Siu sensed the ground beneath her begin to tremble. Let's get to the corner, just in case. Siu quickly pulled you into a corner. The moment they reached the corner, the ground about a meter to their right suddenly sank, forming a staircase leading downward. But that wasn't the end. Siu and you also saw an outline like a stone door appear on the wall to the left of the staircase, though they hadn't noticed it before. As the ground's shaking subsided, you wiped the nervous sweat from her brow. Without waiting for Siu's instructions, she used magic to scan their surroundings. My lady, I'm detecting intense water element fluctuations in that direction. You had only intended to check as a precaution, but to her surprise, she immediately noticed something unusual. She found an area where the water element was so dense it was frightening. It was so intense that the water element she sent to investigate was shattered before it could even get close. Because of Yu's discovery, Siu now had 4 options. The first was to take the staircase downward. The second was to investigate the door on the wall. The third was to check out the area you had mentioned. The fourth was to play it safe. Contact Luya, have her bring everyone over, and proceed together. Logically, the last option was the safest. But safety often means missing out on opportunities. Siu was sure that the fact the formation had been broken would soon be discovered by the other merfolk, and possibly even by the fishmen. Who knew what would happen next? But since she was the first to discover this, she couldn't afford to lose the initiative. Let's go check out the place you mentioned first. The fourth option was out of the question for now, and the first 2 were complete unknowns. Only the third option had been discovered by you. Since it was something related to water elements, which you specialized in, he'd probably be able to handle it. Compared to the other 2, this seemed less risky. Hearing Siu's decision, you nodded and led the way. This is it. After about 5 minutes, they arrived at the spot where you had detected the strong water element fluctuations. As soon as they arrived, Siu spotted a small water vortex forming out of thin air not far away. This vortex looked just like the one they'd used to enter the underwater world, only hundreds of times smaller. You, check out this vortex. Yes, my lady. You cast another spell. Perhaps because he was closer this time, his control was more precise and the magic consumed less energy. He was able to approach the vortex perfectly and even vaguely see that there seemed to be something inside it. My lady, there seems to be something inside the vortex, you reported truthfully. Can you stop the vortex for a few seconds? I'll go get it. Hearing there was something inside, Siu felt reassured about her choice. Compared to the 2 unknown paths, this vortex offered a clear, tangible clue, definitely more valuable. Please wait a moment, my lady. Let me try first. Yu was confident, but he didn't want to risk Siu's safety, so he decided to test it out first. After all, he hadn't used much magic yet, his mana was still full, and he had plenty of potions to restore it. After a few minutes of testing, a hint of delight appeared on Yu's face. My lady, I can stop the vortex for up to 8 seconds. 8 seconds might not sound like much, but if all she needed to do was grab something, it was more than enough. As long as nothing unexpected happened, reaching in and pulling back would only take 2 or 3 seconds. That's plenty. So you knew this was more than enough time, so she had you get ready and count down from 3. You said, "Ready, my lady." 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! With a loud rush of water, the vortex suddenly exploded as if something had blown it apart. With the vortex gone, its contents were revealed before their eyes. It was a key, so you didn't have time to think about anything else. The moment she saw the vortex shatter, she immediately reached out and grabbed the key. She thought it would be easy to pull the key out, but unexpectedly, The key floating in the center of the vortex was as immovable as a pillar holding down the sea. No matter how hard Siyu pulled, it didn't budge an inch. My lord, I'm almost out of mana. Yua also realized something was wrong. Ignoring the pain of mana depletion, he pushed himself to hold on for just a few more seconds. But the energy of the vortex was simply too strong. His efforts only delayed the vortex's reformation by 2 seconds. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Siyu downed several potions in a row and pulled a strength rune from her backpack. Only then did she manage to extract the key from the vortex. As soon as the key left the vortex, the strange resistance vanished completely. Siyu staggered back several steps from the sudden release, but thanks to the potions, her strengthened body managed to stay upright. My lord, are you all right? Yua was startled to see Siyu almost fall. He withdrew his magic and hurried over. I'm fine. I've got the key. You must be out of mana too. Drink a potion and recover. We have plenty, don't try to save them. Although mana could recover naturally, it was far too slow. Right now, it was just the two of them, and Siyu needed Yua's help for many things, so he had to recover as quickly as possible. Only then did Yua realize how bad his condition was. The exhaustion he'd ignored now hit him, his body ached all over from magical depletion, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Knowing he was in no shape to argue, he took out 2 blue potions from his spatial pouch and gulped them down. There were 2 types of mana potions. One restored a fixed amount instantly, while the other restored mana gradually over time. The instant type had a lower total value but worked quickly, best in emergencies. The gradual type took longer but restored more in total, making it better for less urgent situations. Most potions had a cooldown after use, but instant and gradual mana potions were considered different types, so they could be used at the same time. My lord, what should we do now? Do you know what this key is for? After drinking an instant mana potion, Yua felt like a parched land finally receiving rain. He was still uncomfortable, but much better than before. If I remember right, there was a door with a keyhole that appeared on the wall just now. She wasn't sure if this key would open that door, but it was worth a try. So the two of them retraced their steps. When they reached the underground staircase and the wall with the door, they did indeed see a keyhole. Siyu held the key, ready to try it, but before she could insert it, Yua stopped her. My lord, let me do it, Yua said. His reasoning was simple. Although everything seemed calm, no one knew what might happen once the door was opened. As a mage, he at least had some means of defense if danger arose. The lord, on the other hand, had no combat ability and could only rely on external boosts, which weren't as flexible as his own magic. All right. Siyu didn't argue. She handed the key to Yua and stepped back. Without hesitation, Yua inserted the key into the lock. Click, asterisk. With a crisp sound, both of them knew the key and lock were a match. Yua took a deep breath, drank 2 more mana potions, and turned the key. As the lock clicked open, the door didn't swing open. Instead, it vanished right before their eyes. At the same time, Siyu received an unexpected message. Underwater illusion instance has been unlocked. Underwater illusion. Difficulty. Scales with the number of participants, minimum, maximum. Number of players, unlimited. Exits allowed. 1. Each exit attempt consumes 1 exit count. When exit count reaches 0, you can only leave by defeating the boss or clearing the instance. Description. This is an illusion that exists underwater. No one knows who created it or how long it has existed. Everything within is but a mirage. Can anyone hold on to what's real in such a place? Illusion, illusion, it is all an illusion. Note, as this instance is located underwater and there is no protective barrier inside, there is a risk of drowning. Please prepare appropriate items before entering. My lord, are you all right? Yua looked at Siyu with concern. Ever since the door vanished, she seemed a bit dazed. Siyu snapped out of it and shook her head slightly. I'm fine. I just find it strange that the door disappeared. Since she hadn't figured out the details of the instance yet, she decided not to mention it for now. Yua nodded in understanding, not suspecting anything. He found it odd as well. Of course, what bothered him most was that the door had vanished, yet nothing was revealed behind it. After all, unlike Siyu, he couldn't see the existence of the instance. So to others, the vanished door just left an oddly recessed patch of wall, strange, but nothing that would draw special attention. The key opened the door, but there's nothing there, so this. Yua was about to ask about the underground staircase when a commotion erupted outside the water prison. Before he could react, dozens of merfolk rushed in. 3 led the group, 2 of whom Siyu recognized as the second elder and the 5th elder. She didn't know the 3rd, but since he stood with the other 2, he must also be an elder. Behind them were merfolk dressed as guards, likely the elder's personal escorts. When the merfolk entered and saw the water prison completely transformed, shock and confusion flashed across their faces, quickly followed by deep suspicion. And all those suspicious gazes landed squarely on Siyu and Yua. "Are you the guest the 6th princess spoke of?" The speaker was an elder whom Siyu didn't recognize. His expression was stern, and his tone carried an oppressive force that made people instinctively uneasy. Even though he hadn't introduced himself, Siyu could guess his identity from Luya's earlier descriptions of the 6 elders. If she was right, this must be the Grand Elder, the one with the greatest authority and most imposing presence. Yes, Siyu admitted decisively. After all, her identity was probably no secret in the entire palace. Anyone with access to information would know that the 6th princess had brought a group of human guests to the palace today, and that there had even been a commotion at the palace gates. "If you are guests, then why are you in the merfolk's water prison?" The Grand Elder didn't wait for Siyu to answer before glancing around and continuing, his tone even heavier. "And why is our water prison in such a state because of you?" As soon as he spoke, all the merfolk, except for the 5th elder and the guards at his side, fixed Siyu and her companion with harsh, accusing stares. Yu, though outwardly calm, was actually starting to panic. He could understand the merfolk's anger. After all, if his own home had been messed up by outsiders for no reason, he'd be furious too. He didn't even dare imagine what would happen if he and the lord offended the merfolk on their own territory. However, seeing how composed his lord remained, Yu managed to calm himself down as well. Siyu, for her part, was oblivious to Yu's inner turmoil. She truly wasn't worried at all. Not only did she and Yu both have teleportation stones and could escape if necessary, but with the 5th elder present, who was on Luya's side, she was unlikely to be in any real danger. Besides, she had already contacted Luya with the shark blood pearl after obtaining the key, and Luya was on her way. All Siyu needed to do was stall for time, explain everything to Luya when she arrived, and let them handle the rest. Still, Siyu wasn't about to just sit back and do nothing just because the 5th elder was here. Getting him to speak up on her behalf was a last resort. The best outcome would be to shift the blame for the water prison incident elsewhere. With that in mind, Siyu smiled at the 2nd elder. Her smile caught him off guard, and he was suddenly filled with a vague sense of foreboding. "You're right, I shouldn't be here," Siyu said. "But as Luya's friend, I discovered a mysterious formation in the water prison that couldn't be deciphered. I wanted to help her break the formation as a gift for her." "I don't think that's unreasonable, is it?" It had already been mentioned that most formations contain treasures, so Suyu's implication was that she wanted to break the formation and give whatever was inside to Luya as a present. Logically, there was nothing wrong with this. "You discovered the formation." The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, fixing her with a penetrating gaze, as if trying to see if she was lying. "Yes, and I believe many of the water prison guards can attest to that." After all, plenty of merfolk had witnessed the earlier spectacle. The Grand Elder snorted lightly and pressed on. "Even if you discovered the formation, this is the merfolk's domain. We have our own formation masters. It's not your place, as an outsider, to meddle." His words made Siyu want to laugh. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. "That's true," Siyu replied. "Luya told me the 2nd elder is the most skilled formation master among the merfolk. We did send someone to invite the 2nd elder, but—" She trailed off as if reluctant to continue. The Grand Elder immediately sensed something was off. He only knew that the 6th princess had discovered a formation in the water prison, but he hadn't looked into the 2nd elder's side of the story. He'd assumed the humans were just causing trouble, but now it seemed there was more to it. "Speak," the Grand Elder ordered, glancing at the second elder beside him. The second elder stiffened, ready to explain, but Suyu spoke up first. "We really did send someone to invite the second elder." Suyu recounted the process of inviting him. She didn't embellish, but she did leave out some of the more inflammatory things Luya had said. She emphasized that it was the second elder who had first provoked and threatened them, tried to take credit, and then left after failing. The Grand Elder was no fool. He hadn't earned his position for nothing. He'd known the second elder for years and understood his character well. So even though he realized Suyu was omitting some details, he could tell she was mostly telling the truth. "I was invited by Luya to attend the sacrificial ceremony, an immense honor. To thank her, I wanted to give her a gift. But since the second elder was busy, I had no choice but to handle it myself," Suyu said, her expression calm as she spun her tale. "Grand Elder, don't listen to this human's nonsense. Yes, I may have said a few things when I arrived, but the threats and trying to steal credit, those are pure fabrication." The second elder now understood why Suyu had smiled at him earlier. Unfortunately, he'd realized it too late. If he'd spoken up first, the situation might not have turned out like this. This also showed that, while the elders were nominally equals and only differed in their responsibilities, the Grand Elder's status was indeed above the others. But this status was more a matter of respect than formal hierarchy. Suyu didn't react to the second elder's rebuttal. She'd already said what she needed to say. Surprisingly, the Grand Elder also remained silent after hearing the second elder's explanation, just like Suyu. For a moment, an awkward silence fell over the group. Finally, it was broken by, "Miss Su, I understand your desire to give the sixth princess a gift, and I'm sure she would appreciate it. But can you explain why the water prison ended up like this?" The fifth elder's words sounded like a question, but in reality, he was giving Suyu a way out. The destruction of the water prison was already a fact. There was no changing that. If the merfolk really wanted to pursue the matter, there was nothing Suyu could do. At the very least, she wouldn't deliberately make things difficult. In fact, she'd even speak up for Suyu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have repeated Suyu's words, saying she was only doing this to give Luya a gift. "I'm also sorry about the water prison. I don't really know what happened. After I broke the formation, the water prison just ended up like this." Suyu was grateful for the fifth elder's help, so she cooperated fully, telling the truth and apologizing. "Did you discover anything new after breaking the formation, Miss Su?" Seeing that the two elders beside her had no intention of speaking, the fifth elder smoothly took over the conversation, subtly shifting the topic from the destroyed water prison to the formation itself. "I only just broke the formation, so I haven't had time to check the surroundings. But isn't there a very obvious staircase down here? Maybe what the formation was guarding is down there." So you didn't mention the key. If she kept quiet, Yue would definitely pretend to know nothing as well. She didn't bring up the key because she'd already used it, and after using it, she hadn't gained anything. She'd only triggered a side quest. The side quest was meaningless to anyone except Suyu, so she figured the key and the door were just things the system had arranged for her, unrelated to the merfolk. Since that was the case, whatever was down the stairs was probably the real object the formation was guarding. "I see. Then it's very likely that the treasure guarded by the formation is hidden beneath these stairs." The fifth elder smiled gently, deftly steering the conversation away from the destroyed water prison and toward the treasure. Who knows if there's any treasure? But the water prison was definitely destroyed. Tomorrow is the sacrificial ceremony. What if something like this angers the sea god right before the ceremony? The second elder felt a chill under the grand elder's stare, but hearing the fifth elder's protective tone, he couldn't hold back. He brought up the water prison again, and even deliberately mentioned the sea god. The sea god's status among the merfolk was beyond question. The second elder's words were clearly meant to escalate the conflict, turning a small issue into a big one. The fifth elder frowned, a sharp glint in her eyes. She was about to speak when a muffled grunt sounded, followed by the guards behind her all calling out, "Sixth Princess." "Greetings, Sixth Princess." The elder's guards bowed respectfully to Luya. Out of the corner of their eyes, they could see that besides her guards, Luya was accompanied by a merfolk who was tightly bound and gagged. They were all curious about what crime this merfolk had committed to end up like this, but Luya's imposing presence was so intimidating that none of them dared lift their heads, let alone look at the prisoner's face. "Oh? Second Elder, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were busy? Are you done already? If not, what if something goes wrong at tomorrow's sacrificial ceremony? You'll have a hard time escaping responsibility, won't you?" Luya had clearly overheard the Second Elder's earlier words, and now she showed no mercy in her retort. Since the Second Elder had tried to blow things out of proportion and even threatened her, she was simply giving him a taste of his own medicine. Luya's arrival instantly changed the dynamics of the scene. The Grand Elder was neutral, the Fifth Elder was on Suyu's side, and only the Second Elder was deliberately making trouble. Now that Luya was here, the Second Elder had even less room to stir up trouble. The Second Elder realized this too, so he fell silent, merely snorting and watching coldly from the sidelines. MMPH. The bound and gagged merfolk struggled desperately, but his hands and tail were tied tightly, leaving him unable to move. With his mouth stuffed, he couldn't speak, only muffled sounds escaped him. Thanks to Luya's sharp words, the scene had quieted down, making the prisoner's whimpers all the more noticeable. The Second Elder frowned at the bound merfolk, feeling he looked familiar. The prisoner, noticing the Second Elder's gaze, frantically tried to signal with his eyes. Soon, the Second Elder seemed to recognize him, and his heart skipped a beat. He looked away on purpose, fixing his gaze on Luya and questioning her harshly. "Sixth Princess, haven't you been willful enough? You've caused so much trouble, and everyone's let it go because you're young. But what did this merfolk do to deserve such treatment from you?" Faced with his accusation, Luya paused, then couldn't help but laugh, a laugh that said she hadn't expected someone to play the victim first. "Willful," she retorted. "As a princess, I've captured a traitor who betrayed the merfolk, and that's called willful? Second Elder, are you getting nervous?" The Second Elder's heart trembled, certain now that Luya knew something. Just as he was about to stop her from saying more, the Grand Elder shot him a fierce glare. That one look was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, making him go cold all over. He didn't dare say another word. "Sixth Princess, please explain the situation," the Grand Elder said. He was already busy enough, especially with the sacrificial ceremony tomorrow. If he hadn't heard about the water prison incident, and that a human had entered, brought in by Luya, he never would have wasted his time coming here. Now he understood what had happened. It was all because of the formation. The water prison was destroyed, but it was basically useless anyway. He'd even considered downsizing it before, so this could be seen as an early demolition. Of course, he'd never say that out loud. All he wanted now was to quickly resolve Luya's issue and get back to his duties. He had no interest in these personal dramas. However, since Luya had brought up the sensitive word traitor, and recalling what the Fifth Elder had said about the fishmen a few days ago, the Grand Elder's heart sank. He'd always known there were traitors in the clan, but they were well hidden, and not just one, but several, all covering for each other. That made finding them extremely difficult. But the Second Elder's reaction just now made the Grand Elder wonder if he might be one of the traitors. If so, the Grand Elder really didn't want to believe it. Although the Grand Elder always kept a certain distance from others in the Merfolk tribe to maintain his authority, after all, they had been colleagues for centuries. It was impossible for there to be no feelings at all. If the Second Elder really did something so foolish, the Grand Elder would be utterly disheartened. "I'd rather not say any more about this, lest the Second Elder accuse me of slander," Leah said, signaling her guards to throw the bound merfolk in front of everyone. She also had them remove the gag from his mouth. "Tell everyone yourself what you did and who ordered you to do it." With those words, Leah fell silent. The merfolk who was tossed out had already been interrogated. Any stubbornness or resolve he once had was long gone. As soon as his mouth was freed, he confessed everything without hesitation. I am Bai, the guard responsible for watching over the protective barrier." As Bai recounted the events, the faces of all the merfolk present grew darker and darker. The ones who looked the worst, without a doubt, were the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. The Grand Elder was furious, while the Second Elder was terrified. The Second Elder kept shooting Bai meaningful glances, trying to get him to stop talking. But whether it was because Bai truly realized his mistake and didn't want to hide it anymore, or because Luya had done something to him during interrogation, he didn't dare look at the Second Elder at all. He just confessed everything in detail. As previously mentioned, the position of Second Elder required a merfolk highly skilled in formations, whose main responsibility was to maintain all the various formations within the tribe. Of all these formations, the most important and the largest was undoubtedly the protective barrier that shielded the entire merfolk tribe. Without this barrier, countless sea creatures would invade the merfolk's territory. Although merfolk were the overlords of the sea, not all sea creatures submitted to them. Some violent and warlike sea creatures were naturally aggressive and liked to stir up trouble in the ocean, relying on their strength. The merfolk, in order to maintain peace in the seas, had suppressed these creatures' nature, which naturally made them resentful. If these creatures ever joined forces, the merfolk would suffer greatly. After all, while the merfolk were powerful, their numbers were not large. Fortunately, in the thousands of years of the merfolk tribe's history, incidents with the barrier were extremely rare, and each time there were special circumstances, so it was never a big deal. But a year ago, a merfolk discovered a crack in the barrier, and that merfolk was Bai. Upon discovering this, he immediately reported it to the Second Elder. Normally, the Second Elder would just need to repair the crack. That's what Bai thought too. So when the Second Elder told him he'd take care of it and that Bai didn't need to worry, Bai truly put the matter out of his mind. But a month later, when Bai happened to pass by the same spot, he was shocked to find that the crack was still there and had grown even worse over time. As a guard responsible for the barrier, Bai knew a thing or two about it. He realized that the Second Elder hadn't repaired it at all. Otherwise, even if the barrier broke again, the damage wouldn't be this severe. Fulfilling his duty, he went to the Second Elder again. But this time, the Second Elder threatened him, warning that if he told anyone, his family would pay the price. Of course, threats alone wouldn't have been enough to keep Bai silent for so long. Every merfolk knew that if the barrier broke, the whole tribe would face disaster. In that case, it would be better to risk telling someone and possibly earn merit for it. But the Second Elder didn't just threaten him, he also offered him benefits. Under both threat and temptation, Bai chose to keep quiet. At first, he was nervous, worried that the crack would cause problems. But after 2 or 3 days, he noticed the crack had disappeared. He assumed the Second Elder had finally repaired it, so he accepted the Second Elder's rewards and kept the secret. For a long time after that, the barrier had no further issues, and Bai gradually forgot about the whole thing. Until a month ago, when he discovered the barrier was cracked again. This time, unlike a year ago, another merfolk also saw it. Bai knew the Second Elder didn't want anyone else to know about this, so he thought he'd help the Second Elder handle it. Maybe he'd even get another reward. But to his surprise, this other merfolk was nothing like him. He wasn't swayed by threats or bribes. With no other choice, Bai brought this merfolk to see the Second Elder. After I brought him over, the Second Elder told me to leave. I never saw that merfolk again. Grand Elder. 5th Elder. 6th Princess. You have to believe me. I had nothing to do with that merfolk's disappearance. It was all the Second Elder. If you want someone, go after him. Shut up. The Second Elder, seeing Bai biting into him relentlessly, could no longer care about the Grand Elder's glare. He cursed furiously, but it was too late. Bai had already said everything. Second Elder, you're the one who needs to shut up. The Grand Elder, after hearing the whole story, was so enraged that he smashed the string of beads he'd always carried. Everyone knew that this string of beads had appeared on the Grand Elder's bedside after his coming-of-age ceremony. All merfolk believed this was a blessing from the sea god. In the past, it was common for merfolk to find gifts on their bedside after their coming-of-age ceremony. These gifts were called the sea god's blessing. Any merfolk who received such a blessing usually achieved great things, just like the Grand Elder, who now held a position of great authority. For the Grand Elder to lose his temper so badly that he smashed the sea god's gift showed just how furious he was. The fifth Elder sighed, sternly warned the guards behind her not to speak a word of what had happened today, and had them leave. Then she bent down, picked up the beads, and brushed off the dust. She didn't return the beads to the Grand Elder immediately, knowing he was still furious. Besides, the second Elder's issue was more urgent. There was no need to rush to return the beads. You bastard, explain yourself. What happened to that merfolk? Why did the barrier break? And why haven't you fixed it? All of the fifth Elder's actions were seen by the Grand Elder, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to interrogate the second Elder. Just as the Grand Elder understood the second Elder also knew the Grand Elder's character very well. He knew the Grand Elder was utterly intolerant of any transgressions. In the Grand Elder's eyes, what he had done was already a crime worthy of having his bloodline stripped and being expelled from the merfolk tribe, so he didn't bother trying to hide anything further. Of course, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Yui, let's go. Although Luya was also curious about what exactly was going on in the second Elder's mind, she knew this was a scandal of the merfolk. And scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Even if she herself didn't mind, that didn't mean the other merfolk felt the same, especially the Grand Elder, who cared deeply about the tribe's reputation and would never allow outsiders to learn of their disgrace. He was still reacting out of anger now, but once he calmed down and realized there were humans present who knew everything, he would definitely take out his anger on them. So she needed to get Siu out of there to prevent any further complications. If you're interested, Yui, once this is all over, I'll ask the fifth Elder and tell you what I find out, Luya whispered in Suyu's ear. Although Siu was also curious about what had happened, she knew it wasn't appropriate for her to stay. Since Luya had already said as much, she simply followed her out. As for the underground staircase, that could wait until the second Elder's matter was resolved. Besides, she needed to gather more people. Just herself, Yu, and the two following Luya, Dillo, and Ningxer clearly weren't enough. After returning to Luya's palace, Luya briefly explained how they had managed to capture Bai. That Bai is no good either. It's bad enough he helped the second Elder cover things up, but when we caught him, he was actually stealing ocean sand and cryolite. Ocean sand and cryolite are two materials with a wide range of uses. They can be used for enchanting or for making equipment. But for the merfolk, their main use is to repair the protective barrier. Bai was able to steal these materials by taking advantage of his position. After a year of promotions from the second Elder, he was second only to the Elder himself. Ordinary ocean sand and cryolite aren't rare in the sea, especially ocean sand, which is basically just the sand on the seabed. You could grab a handful anywhere. But the materials used for repairing the barrier are far from ordinary. The ocean sand and cryolite stored in the merfolk's warehouse are of the highest quality. The ocean sand is pure and untouched by pollution, and the cryolite is crystal clear, without a trace of impurity. To put it simply, both are considered purple-grade materials in terms of rarity. That's why Luya considered Bai's actions a betrayal of the merfolk. If he'd only acted under the second Elder's coercion, it might have been understandable. But the second Elder never told him to steal from the tribe. This was outright betrayal, especially since what he stole was vital to the merfolk's survival, making his crime even worse. So why did Bai steal the ocean sand and cryolite? So you couldn't help but ask. Knowing how important these materials were, the fact that he still risked stealing them could only mean he stood to gain even greater benefits from them. But aside from repairing the barrier, these materials had no other value to the merfolk. Unless a bold guess formed in Siu's mind. And Luya's next words confirmed it. At first, I didn't understand why he'd steal those things either. But later, he admitted it himself. He was stealing them to sell outside. Materials that were of little use to the merfolk were rare treasures to humans. Pure ocean sand and flawless cryolite were already hard for merfolk to obtain, let alone for humans who couldn't even enter the water. So even though ocean sand and cryolite were purple-grade materials, their unique origin made them even more valuable than ordinary purple-grade items. Even a piece of cryolite the size of a fingernail could sell for 10 gold coins. A small handful of ocean sand could fetch over 100 gold coins. After all, sand is so fine that picking out the pure grains is as hard as separating rice from millet by hand. As for cryolite, as long as you were careful to cut away any impurities during collection, you could get a flawless piece. Bai used his position to steal tribal resources, then bribed the merfolk gate guards to let him out from time to time, just so he could take these materials to the surface and sell them. From Luya's words, it was clear that Bai wasn't the only one at fault. Those guards who accepted his bribes and let him leave were also breaking the rules. And since the benefits they received were all stolen from the tribe, they had, unknowingly, become his accomplices. But since they dared to break the rules, they had to be ready for punishment, so they couldn't really complain. I've locked those guys up too. But since there's trouble with the water prison, I had to have them put in the cells in Lioli Palace for now. Lioli Palace was the name of Luya's residence. There were other small cells in the various palaces of the royal compound, but they were small and usually used to punish disobedient servants. But there were only 3 guards involved, so the Lioli Palace cells were enough to hold them. So why did Bai need human currency? Siu clearly wasn't interested in their fate, she was more curious about Bai's motives. He stole from the merfolk to sell for money, but human currency was useless among the merfolk, who had their own form of money. And since the merfolk rarely traded with other races, they had little use for foreign currency. Yui, I had the same question. I only found out after asking Bai. He used the human money to buy various treasures from the continent, then brought them back to trade with other merfolk. While currencies weren't interchangeable, materials were. For creatures living on land, materials from the sea are treasures. Likewise, for the merfolk who live beneath the waves, materials from the land are just as precious. It's just that merfolk rarely venture onto land, so there's little trade, and they seldom have use for those materials. Unlike the elves, merfolk are not a race without desires. They too have greed, and they crave power, wealth, and status. But because of the existence of the royal palace, all 3 of these things are firmly held in the hands of the merfolk royal family. From childhood, merfolk are indoctrinated with a strict sense of hierarchy, so they naturally don't think much of it. However, some merfolk have already left their people and experienced the pleasures of the human world. Once they've tasted that, it's hard for them to be satisfied with their current dull and monotonous lives. Let alone someone like Bai. Even an ordinary merfolk with no status in the royal palace could live a very happy life in the human world, as long as they're willing to go. Everything about them is a treasure worth a fortune. Things that are worthless among the merfolk can bring them generations of wealth and luxury in the human world, ensuring they'll never want for food or clothing. Such temptation is hard for most beings to resist. They're really foolish, Luya couldn't help but sigh. These merfolk truly are foolish. They long for the life of humans, but they seem to have forgotten one thing. If merfolk are so sought after in the human world, why do they still choose to live at the bottom of the sea? Is it because their ancestors disliked the bustle and joy of the human world? Or is it because, as sea creatures, they can't live without the ocean? If that were really the case, given the wealth and power of the merfolk, they could easily build an ocean villa on land. With enough money, no problem is insurmountable. But clearly, that's not the reason the merfolk haven't chosen to live on land. Mermaid tears, shark pearls, shark silk. Any one of these things would cause a frenzy in the human world. Tempted by profit, if humans ever found out that merfolk were living on land, right beside them, what would they do? Enslave merfolk to harvest shark silk, torture them to collect mermaid tears. Those are already the less cruel possibilities. The most terrifying would be hunting merfolk for their shark pearls. The value of the first 2 is nothing compared to the last. When people go mad for profit, they don't care about killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. All they think about is grabbing every bit of benefit they can. Instead of keeping merfolk alive and risking someone else discovering them and sparking violent conflict, possibly losing their merfolk altogether, it's safer to just kill them and sell the parts. As bloody and cruel as it sounds, that would absolutely be the fate of the merfolk if they moved onto land. No matter how powerful they are, their numbers can't compare to humans. Not even the whole continent. Just 4 or 5 large cities worth of people would be enough to cause them devastating losses. The ocean is their domain, but the land is not. After chatting with Luya for a long time, evening had fallen. Luya said she was going to inspect the outer city's defenses, while the people Siu had sent out were returning one by one. Once everyone was back, Siu took some time to organize a group debrief and share clues. Report, Lord Siu, I didn't find anything on my end. Same here. I found something, though I'm not sure if it's useful. There seemed to be a lot of merfolk gathering on the east side of the palace. But there were too many of them. Even with invisibility potions, it would be easy to get caught, so I didn't get close. I have no idea what they were doing. At first, the first few people had basically found nothing of significance. It wasn't until the 5th person spoke that everyone perked up. Lord, I was scouting the northeast side. It was very quiet there, no buildings, no merfolk. But just as I was about to leave, I saw a merfolk sneaking around, burying something in that spot. I know it might not have been right, but I dug it up anyway. If you think it's nothing, I can just put it back. Just as he said, since they couldn't be sure whether the merfolk was good or bad, it was hard to judge the act of burying something as right or wrong. It's just that the merfolk's behavior was so suspicious. Would a normal person go out of their way to find a deserted spot to do something in secret? Anyone who saw that would think the merfolk was up to no good, so after the merfolk left, he dug up the item. But he wasn't sure what it was, so he wanted to show it to the Lord. If it turned out to be harmless, maybe it was just some personal quirk, and he could put it back. Let me see. After hearing so many people report nothing, Siyu's spirits lifted at the prospect of a real clue, especially since this person had brought something back. The others looked over curiously as well. If possible, Siyu hoped it wasn't anything bad, otherwise, it would be a real headache. Judging from today's events, the merfolk already had plenty of internal problems. Any more trouble would just make things worse. This is it. I thought it looked kind of cute. It shouldn't be a problem, right? He said it was probably fine, but still handed the item to Suyu. After all, he dug it up specifically to show her. But the moment Suyu saw it, she fell silent. And she wasn't the only one. Everyone who saw it, except the person who dug it up, went quiet. A few seconds later, someone finally broke the awkward silence. Are you kidding me? You call this creepy thing cute? Just looking at it gives me goosebumps. Someone pointed incredulously at the puppet in Siyu's hand, rubbing his arms theatrically to show just how spooked he was. I'm not joking. I really think it's cute. I was even thinking of having a carpenter make one for my bedside table back at the territory. Seeing how serious he was about something so creepy, everyone knew he wasn't joking. He genuinely thought the puppet was cute. So you couldn't help but think her small team had an unusually high chance of someone with such bizarre taste, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She handed the puppet to Dillo, whose eyes were practically glued to it. Is this another cursed human puppet? Although she phrased it as a question, Siyu, who could see its information, already knew the answer. Dillo nodded, then fiddled with the human curse puppet for a while, her brows suddenly knitting together. This isn't good, this human curse puppet, she muttered to herself, her mysterious demeanor combined with the way she handled the puppet making her seem rather eerie. This only made the others, already startled, feel even more unnerved. Could this puppet be haunted or cursed or something? Otherwise, why would everyone who touches it seem to go a little crazy? After a while, Dillo said with a serious expression that there was something wrong with the human curse puppet and that she needed some time to study it. Siyu nodded in agreement, so Dillo took the puppet to a side room, while Siyu stayed behind to continue listening to everyone's reports. Siyu had thought that finding the human curse puppet was already a big enough surprise, but unexpectedly, she soon received 2 more important clues. The first was from someone specifically in charge of monitoring the merfolk's borders, who discovered that there were actually 4 cracks in the merfolk's protective barrier. Although the cracks weren't large, the most obvious one was only about the length of a finger joint, so you knew that sometimes, no matter how sturdy something is, even a pinhole-sized flaw can drastically weaken it. It's like a perfect piece of glass versus one with a crack. The crack will only spread under pressure, and the same goes for the barrier. If an attack hits an intact barrier, the damage might only be 100, but if it lands on a crack, the damage could be 1,000 or even 10,000. Did you remember where the cracks are? C's serious tone startled everyone, especially the person who discovered the cracks. Even if he was slow to react, he could tell from Suyu's attitude how important this was. I did. I even marked them on the map. Good. Go find Luya immediately. She's in the outer palace right now. Tell her about this and help her locate the cracks. Even though there were already problems with the second elder's side and the cracks might not be reparable, the matter was too important to ignore. If her own people could spot the cracks in just an afternoon, there was no reason the fishmen, who were so concerned about the merfolk, wouldn't notice them too. So this had to be reported to the merfolk as soon as possible. Whether or not they could fix the cracks, they needed to know about them so they could be on guard. Although Suyu could contact Luya using the shark blood pearl, she didn't know the exact locations of the cracks, and it was getting late. Luya wouldn't have time to search for them one by one based on her description, so it was best to have the person who found them lead the way directly. But before that, Suyu would still notify Luya, just in case she couldn't find her or there was some misunderstanding. Yes, the person given the order agreed without hesitation. Although acting alone was dangerous, everyone who came with Suyu was mentally prepared for this and wouldn't hesitate just because of some potential danger. Besides, everyone had a return to city talisman. That was their greatest reassurance. The third clue, if true, was the most important and also the most dangerous of the 3. Lord, please take a look at this. The person who brought this clue was called Lanzhao. Unlike the others, she didn't immediately explain what she'd found, but handed Suyu a piece of paper. On it was a simple sketch, a few strokes vividly capturing the appearance of a fishman. That's right, it was a fishman in the drawing. You saw fishmen? Suyu immediately guessed what Lanzhao had discovered. Lanzhao, who had been unsure, nodded when she heard the Lord say this. If the one in the drawing is a fishman, then yes, I saw them, and not just one, but about 10 or so. But I didn't see them inside the palace. Once Suyu confirmed the target, Lanzhao began to explain how she'd seen the fishmen. According to her assignment, Lanzhao's investigation area was rather large, but since it was an unused open space in the merfolk territory, she could see everything at a glance. It only took her a dozen minutes to finish checking her area. With time left, and having already checked the palace, she decided to visit the merfolk residential district, where the ordinary merfolk lived. It was there that she saw a dozen or so merfolk whose movements seemed odd. I thought I had nothing else to do, so I decided to follow them and see what was up. Halfway through, I realized they were leaving the merfolk territory, which made me even more suspicious. Lanzhao was bold, few would dare follow a group of mysterious beings alone. If not for her courage, this secret might never have been discovered. I followed them to a place where they gathered and spoke. I couldn't hear what they said, but what happened next I saw very clearly. Lanzhao paused at this point. It wasn't that she was being deliberately mysterious, but rather that what she'd witnessed was so shocking that even now, recalling it made her feel physically uncomfortable. I watched as these merfolk tore the skin and flesh from their own bodies. Their originally smooth, pale skin was covered in dark gray scales. As Lanzhao described the scene, everyone around her exchanged uneasy glances, suspicion in their eyes as they looked at those beside them. As terrifying as Lanzhao's story sounded, Suyu understood what was really going on. The fishmen had somehow managed to disguise themselves in merfolk skins and infiltrate the merfolk community. No wonder the fishmen were so confident in their plan this time. The polluted forbidden land, the human curse puppet, the cracks in the barrier, and now fishmen wearing merfolk skins. Each incident was completely unexpected. If she hadn't gotten involved, Even if the merfolk weren't completely wiped out by this, there probably wouldn't be many survivors left. Do you know what they did afterwards? Lanzhao shook her head. After they tore off their disguises, they left not long after. I wanted to follow, but for some reason, I had this strong feeling inside me telling me not to go any further. It sounded a bit superstitious, but on this continent, things like a sixth sense really did exist. Especially among adventurers, people put a lot of faith in such feelings. Whenever they had a strong premonition, even if it went against their original plans, they would follow their instincts. So Lanzhao's reaction wasn't strange at all. Do you still remember what those dozen or so merfolk looked like? Although these fish people had torn off their outer skins, they would definitely return to the merfolk tribe and continue using their previous appearances. The merfolk tribe is not like humans, who have a huge population. With humans, even if hundreds of imposters appeared, they might not be noticed. But the merfolk only have so many members, and every single one is registered. If a dozen unfamiliar faces suddenly showed up, they would definitely be caught. There's no way anyone would treat the merfolk like fools and try something so blatant. I remember some of them. There were a few who never turned around, so I didn't get a chance to see their faces. Lanzhao understood what Siyu meant, so after she asked, Lanzhao immediately took out paper and pen and sketched out the clearest faces she could recall. Thanks to the merfolk's naturally striking looks, there's basically no such thing as an ordinary or forgettable face among them. So, any merfolk Lanzhao had seen left a deep impression, and since her drawing skills were decent, the portraits she produced were quite accurate. Siyu took the drawings and looked at the others. Do any of you have any other clues you might have missed? No. All right, then come with me to hand these portraits over to the fifth elder. She only had a few people with her, and it was clearly unrealistic to have them keep watch on the fake merfolk. Besides, they weren't familiar with the merfolk tribe and could easily cause trouble. So in the end, the merfolk themselves would have to handle this. Siyu then found another trusted aide left behind by Luya and told him she wanted to see the fifth elder, asking if he knew where the elder was. The fifth elder should be at her residence right now. Do you need me to take you there? No need, I know the way. Stay here. If Luya comes back and asks, just tell her I went to find the fifth elder. Siyu had already been to the fifth elder's residence several times with Luya, and besides, she had a map of the merfolk palace, so there was no chance of getting lost. That being said, she noticed that someone seemed to be missing from the Lioli palace. When Siyu arrived at the fifth elder's residence, she received some bad news. You're saying the fifth elder isn't here? Siyu frowned slightly. Yes, the fifth elder just left a short while ago, the guard at the door replied. She hadn't expected that, at such a crucial moment, she wouldn't be able to find the fifth elder. Do you know where the fifth elder went? As she asked, Siyu was already considering who else among the merfolk she could turn to. Luya was out of the question. She was busy dealing with the barrier's cracks. The fifth elder wasn't around. Although Siyu knew quite a few merfolk by identity, she'd even met the merfolk king by chance, there were very few she could truly trust. So ideally, she still wanted to find the fifth elder. Unfortunately, this merfolk didn't know where the fifth elder had gone. Sorry, I don't know either. But it seemed urgent. She left in a hurry after receiving some message. With things as they were, Siyu didn't linger. After some careful thought, Siyu decided her next best option was to seek out the eldest prince, the heir to the merfolk tribe. Actually, before making this choice, Siyu had considered several people. Her first pick would have been the Grand Elder, but she dismissed that idea because of his personality. Given the Grand Elder's temperament, Siyu felt he'd be more likely to arrest her and her group on the spot, rather than believe in the existence of imposter merfolk. Only after that would he deal with the fake merfolk. Knowing it would be a one-way trip, Siyu naturally wasn't about to risk it. Her next two options were the third and fourth elders, since they were responsible for the tribe's security, and the matter of fake merfolk technically fell under their jurisdiction. But the problem was, she didn't know either of them at all, nor was she familiar with their personalities. It seemed riskier to approach them than to try her luck with the Grand Elder. Since the third and fourth elders were out, the sixth elder was even less of an option. Not only was Siyu unfamiliar with her, but this wasn't even within her area of responsibility, so there was no point in seeking her out. As for the second elder, that was even more impossible. After what happened today, it was uncertain whether the second elder would even remain a part of the tribe. With all the elders ruled out, Siyu could only turn to other powerful figures in the palace. Besides the elders, the other main figures in the palace were the merfolk king, the queen, and the princes and princesses. The king and queen were out of the question, so Suyu's only options were Luya's siblings. The eldest prince, as the heir, was already working closely with the grand elder to learn how to manage tribal affairs. He had the most authority among all the siblings, so naturally Suyu chose him. Of course, the most important reason was that Luya had told her she was closest to her eldest brother among all her siblings. When the queen passed away, Luya was still young. The king, devastated by grief, became withdrawn. Although the fifth elder wanted to care for Luya, as an elder, it wasn't appropriate for her to be too close to the royal children. So the responsibility of looking after Luya fell to the eldest prince. It's no exaggeration to say that Luya was practically raised by the eldest prince. Their relationship was like that of siblings, but as the saying goes, an eldest brother is like a father, and the eldest prince truly lived up to that, taking on a fatherly role. He doted on Luya as if she were his own daughter. If she'd only had the king's affection, Luya wouldn't have been able to live so freely in the palace, which was like a cage. With both the king and the future king doting on her, and the two most powerful people in the palace on her side, Luya could do as she pleased. Having made her decision, Siyu checked the map for the location and headed toward the eldest prince's palace. When she arrived outside the palace, Siyu didn't even have a chance to introduce herself or explain why she was there before the guards, upon seeing her, led her group inside. "Please wait here, honored guests. His Highness is attending to important matters and will come as soon as he's finished." The merfolk who led them in wasn't exactly warm, but not rude either, just the typical attitude towards strangers. Since that was the case, Siyu and her group could only wait. While they waited, Dilua, who had been hard at work the whole time, finally looked up with a face full of excitement. "Lord, I've figured out where the problem is." Perhaps because she'd been too absorbed in her research on puppets earlier, she had been led along the whole way, and although she hadn't gotten separated from the group, she'd completely shut out her awareness of the outside world and hadn't even realized they'd changed locations. "Wait." Siyu stopped her before she could speak, signaling for her to first take a look at where they were now. Dillo caught on quickly. Once she realized this wasn't the glass palace, she sidled up to Suyu, and the two began whispering quietly. Dillo said, "This puppet has already been used. There's only a thin thread of soul string left." Suyu asked, "Didn't you say before that there was something wrong with this puppet? Is there some other problem?" If it was just an issue with the soul string, Suyu didn't think it was enough to make Dillo so surprised. "There is. And it's a big problem." "Lord, you've seen puppets before. Doesn't this one look really clean, completely intact?" But normally, after a puppet is used, besides the soul string burning away, its body should also show varying degrees of damage. Of course, this has nothing to do with the person being controlled. Damage to the puppet doesn't mean the person is hurt. Still, this situation was definitely abnormal. "So, what does that mean?" Siyu signaled her to cut to the chase and not beat around the bush. Dillo took out the puppet and pointed to its chest. Every item relies on different energies to function. The principle behind the soul curse puppet controlling a soul is that it locks onto the soul through blood, and the materials used to make the puppet provide the necessary energy. In other words, the reason a soul curse puppet is damaged after use is because the materials it's made from are consumed as energy. Once the energy is used up, the material is gone, and naturally, the puppet is damaged. But with this soul curse puppet, the soul string is almost completely gone, yet the puppet itself remains perfectly intact. This can only mean that the energy consumed didn't come from the visible materials on the outside. In other words, The materials used to make this soul curse puppet are special. There's something even more precious, a hidden material inside that they can't see. This hidden material is the true source of the energy consumed. I've discovered that the hidden material is located right in the puppet's chest. But for now, in order not to alert the mastermind, she couldn't destroy the puppet. Plus, she didn't have X-ray vision, so she couldn't check what the material actually was at the moment. Just leave it for now, Siyu said, understanding her concerns. She knew this wasn't something that could be solved immediately, and even if it could, this wasn't the right place to do it. Yes, we can leave it for now. After all, the soul curse puppet had already been used. Even if they found the victim now, it wouldn't help. What was going to happen had already happened. After this topic ended, everyone chatted idly for a while. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. The one who entered was the merfolk who had led them in earlier. Greetings, honored guests. May I ask which of you is Miss Sue? The attendant asked, looking at them. That's me. Is there something you need? Sue replied calmly. His Highness would like to see Miss Sue. Please come with me, the attendant said earnestly. At his words, everyone noticed a detail. The Crown Prince had only asked to see Sue, not all of you, meaning the others couldn't go with her. While not everyone was desperate to meet the Crown Prince, it was obviously impossible to let Sue go alone. Can I bring a few people with me? There are some matters that need to be discussed with His Highness, and they're the ones who discovered the problem. Sue wasn't afraid of meeting the Crown Prince alone. But the thing was, none of what she wanted to say had been discovered by her alone. If she had to describe everything herself, she'd inevitably miss things or get some details wrong. At the very least, Dillo and Lanzhao had to go with her, and it would be best to bring Ningxue as well. Faced with Suyu's request, the merfolk attendant showed no reaction, as the Crown Prince had already made arrangements. His Highness said you may bring 3 people with you. Perfect. Siyu glanced at the 3, and they understood, rising to go with her. They followed the attendant all the way to a spacious palace. Seated at the main seat was the next heir of the merfolk clan. It had to be said, the Crown Prince was indeed much more impressive than the merfolk king. Even though Siyu had only caught a glimpse of the king before, she could tell that the king's aura was nowhere near as strong as the person before her. She really couldn't imagine how someone like that could rule the entire merfolk clan. Maybe, as Luya had said, the merfolk king really had changed. Please take a seat. Since you are Luya's guests, you are also my guests. Make yourselves at home. The Crown Prince and Luya truly looked like siblings, their appearances almost identical. Perhaps because Luya had grown up by the Crown Prince's side, so you could see traces of Luya in the prince's every gesture. Since he'd said so, Siyu didn't stand on ceremony and picked a suitable seat. The others followed her lead and sat beside her. Once everyone was seated, the conversation began. The Crown Prince said, I heard from my people that you went to see the 5th elder first when you arrived. This explained why, when they reached the palace gates, a merfolk seemed to be waiting for them and led them straight in. The Crown Prince clearly knew they had business with the 5th elder, and also knew the elder wasn't there, so he'd arranged for someone to wait for them and bring them to him instead. Yes, we did have some very important matters to discuss with the 5th elder, but since he wasn't available and the matter is urgent, we had no choice but to come to your highness, Siyu replied. Since the Crown Prince already knew most of it, there was no need to hide anything. Please speak freely. You are Luya's guests, and as long as it's within my power, I'll do everything I can to help. Like everyone else, the Crown Prince had no idea the fishman's troubles were related to Suyu, so he naturally didn't expect that her visit wasn't for personal reasons, but for matters concerning the merfolk clan. Suyu didn't care if what she said next would shock the Crown Prince. She laid everything out, the matter of the soul curse puppet, the shattered barrier, and the fake merfolk. It's worth mentioning that Suyu had originally planned to explain things one by one, but the 2 sentences the Crown Prince just said made her change her mind. So far, the Crown Prince had only spoken 3 times, and 2 of those were about Luya. In fact, those 2 sentences basically meant the same thing. One was, she's Luya's guest, so she's also my guest. The other was, she's Luya's guest, so I'll do my best to help. Both sentences repeatedly emphasized Luya, and the purpose was obvious, to make Siyu remember Luya's kindness. To put it bluntly, the Crown Prince was trying to do Luya a favor. He was the one taking action, he was the one helping, but he wanted the credit to go to Luya. He wanted Siyu to remember Luya's goodwill. Those two seemingly casual remarks were actually full of the Crown Prince's deep care for Luya. Maybe, just like the fifth elder at the beginning, he was worried Luya might be deceived by humans. But because he didn't want to upset her, even if he didn't trust Siyu, he was still willing to help. Originally, Siyu had wanted to use the barrier shattering as a way to test the Crown Prince. Since Luya was already handling that matter, there was no harm in telling him. Her reason for probing was that the existence of the cursed puppet and the fake mermaid had shifted Siyu's doubts about the mermaid's loyalty to doubts about their identities. What if the Crown Prince in front of her was a fake? Or what if he was being controlled by a cursed puppet? But everything he'd just shown made it clear he couldn't be a fake merman. No matter how good an actor a merman might be, there's no way they could display the Crown Prince's care for Luya so naturally and genuinely, without a trace of pretense. Only someone who had spent a long time with her could say such things from the heart. As for whether he was being controlled by a puppet, Siyu couldn't be sure for now. But something Dillo just said made her realize that maybe they didn't need to go to all the trouble of finding the puppet first, and then using it to find the controlled mermaid. But since both her concerns were gone, Siyu naturally decided to tell them everything. As Siyu spoke, the Crown Prince's expression gradually changed. "Miss Siyu, are you sure everything you're saying is true?" It wasn't that the Crown Prince didn't want to believe her, but everything sounded a bit too sudden. Cursed puppets, fake mermaids, these were things he'd never even heard of before. Only the matter of the shattered barrier seemed credible, since the second elder had made a mess of things today. "It's true, of course. I have no reason to joke about something like this." As Siyu spoke, she motioned for Dillo to bring out the puppet. When he saw the puppet, the Crown Prince's expression became even stranger. He suddenly stood up and strode over to Dillo, as if he wanted to snatch the puppet from her hands. Dillo reacted quickly. Sensing his intent, she unhesitatingly yanked off the puppet's strings from her hand. In an instant, a figure in a black cloak appeared at her side. This was Dillo's puppet, and it was also the first time Siyu had seen it. Although they'd encountered many things before, there hadn't been any need for combat until now, so Dillo had never summoned her puppet. But since Dillo was an ally, her summoned puppet was also friendly, so Siyu could immediately see its information and naturally knew its identity. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Siyu also stood up and stepped between the two. "Your Highness, what are you trying to do?" Siyu didn't want to consider the possibility that the Crown Prince was also being controlled by a cursed puppet, but his behavior just now was clearly off. Then again, if he really was being controlled, the first thing he should do is call for others to arrest them, not confront them directly. After all, the other merfolk would never believe them, only their prince. But he hadn't done that, which was why Siyu hadn't immediately told Dillo and Ningxia to act. "Give me that puppet." The Crown Prince's face was cold, his voice no longer gentle but icy, even carrying a hint of command. Dillo was clearly unmoved. She snorted, and the puppet strings in her hand tightened instantly. "We found this puppet. Why should we give it to you? If you want to fight, just come at us." Almost as soon as Dillo finished speaking, her puppet took up a battle stance. Siyu didn't want to fight, but she certainly wasn't going to hand over the puppet either. Just as Dillo said, they found it, why should they just give it away? Besides, the Crown Prince hadn't explained himself at all. After all the things Siyu had just revealed, she wasn't going to back down now. "Your Highness, this puppet is the key to finding the controlled merfolk. There's no way we're giving it to you. Why don't we sit down and talk, see if there's been some misunderstanding?" The Crown Prince stared intently at the puppet, then took a deep breath and stepped back 2 paces. "Sorry, I got too worked up. But I must have that puppet." If he could still apologize, then he was still rational, which meant he wasn't being controlled. That made Siyu breathe a little easier. Still, the way he acted like he was possessed the moment he saw the puppet was odd. "Your Highness, could you tell us why you insist on having this puppet?" Siyu was a bit worried he wouldn't answer. If he refused, things would just be at a standoff. Either they'd have to fight, or the crown prince would have to back down. But given the situation, backing down seemed almost impossible, so a fight would be inevitable. Fortunately, though the crown prince's emotions had flared up suddenly, he wasn't completely stubborn. After a moment of silence, he finally explained the reason for his change in attitude. "I can sense a blood connection from this puppet." The crown prince's tone was complicated as he spoke, perhaps because he didn't even know how to explain what he meant. But Suyu's imagination was quite active, so even without his explanation, she could guess a few things. The moment she heard blood connection, her first thought was that the materials used to make the puppet were related to a mermaid, and that mermaid had a close relationship with the crown prince. Earlier, Dillo had also said this puppet was different from the previous one, so Suyu felt the 2 points confirmed each other. Thinking this, Suyu and Dillo exchanged a glance. Dilua didn't say anything, but she did retract her puppet strings. Judging by her reaction, she must have made some connections in her mind, maybe even more than Suyu, and more accurately too, since she was more knowledgeable in this area. "Blood relation? Are you sure about what you just said?" Dilua raised an eyebrow, then took out the first puppet that had been bound to Harry. "What about this puppet? Do you feel anything from it?" The crown prince frowned slightly as he watched her pull out another puppet. His expression was hard to read, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. "Nothing from this one," he replied, not understanding why she was asking, but answering anyway. Dilua clicked her tongue, then tossed the second puppet to the crown prince. Both Suyu and the crown prince were surprised by this move. However, Suyu knew Dilua must have her reasons, while the crown prince, after catching the puppet, wasted no time in breaking it open, splitting it cleanly in two. Just as Dilua had described, once the puppet was dismantled, a smooth, pearl-like orb was revealed in its chest. Suyu knew this wasn't an ordinary pearl, because she had one of these beads herself, though hers was shattered. That's right, this bead was a merfolk pearl. A merfolk pearl contained incredibly powerful energy, making it an ideal material for puppets and perfectly capable of sustaining a puppet that controlled souls. Now, everything seemed to make sense. But the situation was a bit unusual. The crown prince said he could sense a blood connection from this merfolk pearl, which meant its original owner was closely related to him. In fact, to put it bluntly, the owner of this pearl was directly related to him by blood. It was precisely because of this blood relation that the crown prince could immediately sense the merfolk pearl inside the puppet. Normally, merfolk could sense merfolk pearls, but if there was no blood relation, they'd have to actively search for it. Only pearls with a blood connection would generate a magnetic-like attraction, drawing the related merfolk's attention. However, there weren't many merfolk who shared a blood relation with the crown prince, just his 5 siblings, including Luya, the merfolk king, and the merfolk queen. But clearly, the king was fine, and so were the other 5 princes and princesses. So this pearl. As Suyu pieced together the identity of the pearl's owner, the crown prince had already begun to silently weep. After all, if even Suyu could guess whose pearl this was, the crown prince certainly could as well. Dilua and the others were clearly baffled by the scene, especially Dilua, who couldn't understand how someone who'd been so confrontational with her just a moment ago could suddenly start crying. Still, she had no intention of kicking someone while they were down, so she just pretended not to notice. While the crown prince was lost in grief for the merfolk queen, Suyu quietly pulled the other 3 aside and briefly explained the situation regarding the queen. After all, this wasn't really a secret among the merfolk, so there was no harm in telling them. Once they understood whose pearl it was, the others couldn't exactly empathize with the crown prince's feelings, but they could at least understand them. The crown prince's sorrow didn't last long. He put away the pearl, composed himself, and the first thing he said to Suyu was, "Don't tell Shioya about what happened today." Suyu nodded in agreement. If even the crown prince was so shaken by this, there was no way they could tell Luya, who'd been pampered all her life. Even if the crown prince hadn't said anything, Suyu would never have told Luya about this unless it was absolutely necessary. Their mother had died protecting the merfolk, only for her pearl to be used by their enemies as a tool to further harm their people. Anyone who heard such a thing would be driven mad. Can we sit down and talk properly now? Siyu asked. The Crown Prince agreed and returned to his seat. On the surface, he seemed unchanged from before, but Siyu could still sense a deep sadness radiating from him. I know this might not be the best time to ask, but the merfolk are in a tough spot right now, so I hope you'll answer as honestly as you can. Ask, the Crown Prince said. Though seeing his mother's pearl had saddened him, it also made him trust Siyu a little more. After all, the Queen's strength was something Luya, as a child, hadn't fully understood, but the Crown Prince did. If Siyu were an enemy or a spy, she'd never have returned such a powerful merfolk pearl just to gain his trust. It simply wouldn't be worth it. As far as I know, when a merfolk reaches the end of their life, their body is always buried in the same place, and their pearl is removed beforehand and kept by the merfolk. If that's the case, how did the Queen's pearl end up in the hands of the fishmen? Siyu admitted she knew very little about the Queen's story. All she knew was that the Queen had sacrificed her life to protect the merfolk, but she had no idea how or what happened after her death. She realized this question might reopen old wounds, but since the Crown Prince had already cried, not asking now would make those tears seem wasted. Siyu thought coldly. Miss Su, you certainly know a lot about the merfolk, the Crown Prince replied, not answering directly but making a comment with an unclear meaning. It was hard to tell if he was genuinely impressed or thought she knew too much. You're right. My mother left the merfolk alone to fight off the invaders. She placed a barrier on the merfolk so no one could leave. She was gone for a day and a night. When the merfolk were finally able to go outside, the enemies were gone. Here, the Crown Prince's voice grew very soft. And so was she. Siyu was surprised by this ending, but on reflection, it made sense. No merfolk knew what happened during that day and night. The only ones who did were the now-dead queen and the invaders. It had become an unsolved mystery. But one thing was certain. The queen's body was either destroyed or taken by the enemy. Now, it seemed clear it was the latter. It all made sense, but Siyu still felt something was off. She thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so she set the question aside for now and focused on the immediate problem. Your Highness, our top priority right now is dealing with these fake merfolk. Compared to the puppets, the fake merfolk were clearly the greater threat. After all, puppet control comes with many limitations, but the fake merfolk are different. Each of them has their own independent mind. As long as they don't expose themselves, they can do whatever they want. It's like the saying, when you see one cockroach, there are probably many more hiding in your house. It may sound crude, but it's true. Siyu believed that the dozen or so fake merfolk Lanzhou saw were only a portion of the total, not all of them. I'll have someone keep an eye on them. Give me a copy of the sketch. Since he had already chosen to trust Siyu, the Crown Prince wasn't going to waste time on this. He took the sketch and prepared to have his people start surveillance. But before he could call anyone over, Dillo stood up as well, stopping him. How can you be sure that none of your own people are fakes or under control? The Crown Prince asked, May I ask your name, miss? Dillo. Anything you'd like to discuss? She replied. The Crown Prince repeated her name twice in his mind, then said, I wouldn't presume to instruct you, Miss Dillo. I just want to ask, even if there are fake merfolk among my people or some are under puppet control, how would you tell them apart? What's so hard about that? Fake merfolk are just wearing a skin, aren't they? Just peel off that merfolk skin and it'll all be clear, won't it? Dillo felt the Crown Prince's words had a bit of a sarcastic edge, so her reply was equally blunt. The Crown Prince sensed Dillo's inexplicable hostility and frowned slightly. Still, he didn't think much of it, assuming she was still upset about his earlier attempt to seize the puppet. If he'd known the real reason for Dillo's tone, he'd probably feel wronged. He hadn't meant anything by his question. He genuinely wanted to know if Dillo had a way to identify those who were different. Perhaps it was just a difference in communication styles between merfolk and humans, and the earlier conflict had led to a misunderstanding. Fortunately, neither of them brought it up, so the misunderstanding passed without issue. As for those under control, I do have a way to tell, but it's a bit more troublesome and will require your cooperation, Dillo said. Since cooperation was needed, Dillo explained her method. A soul can only be controlled by one puppet master at a time. In other words, Dillo just needed to see which merfolk she couldn't control herself. That would mean they were already under the control of the other side. This method wasn't actually that troublesome, given Dillo's abilities and the fact that she had the materials on hand to make more puppets. The only real difficulty was whether the Crown Prince would allow her to do it. If he didn't trust Dillo and thought she was trying to take the opportunity to control his people, that would be understandable. There were certainly reasons to be suspicious. If he refused, there was nothing Dillo could do. She didn't really care anyway. They weren't her people. If there was a traitor, it wasn't her who'd get hurt. Siyu also felt Dillo's test was necessary. She wanted the best for the merfolk, so she hoped to eliminate any possible threats. As she considered whether to reveal everything she'd gotten from the elves and use the same approach she'd used to gain Elder Five's trust to win over the Crown Prince, he unexpectedly agreed right away. "Fine, but I must observe the whole process," the Crown Prince said, readily agreeing to let Dillo test his people. Dillo gave him a suspicious look. She thought his agreement was a bit odd, but since she'd suggested it, it would be inappropriate to hesitate now that he'd agreed. So she simply took out all the materials she needed and spread them across the table. With the Crown Prince's support, even though the summoned merfolk were confused, they cooperated fully, doing whatever Dillo asked. Actually, there wasn't much for them to do, just hold out their hand so she could take a drop of blood. The first group had 5 merfolk. After collecting 5 drops of blood, Dillo's newly made puppets all twitched slightly, meaning it had worked. Next, Dillo said flatly, pushing the puppets aside. "You can deal with these as you like, burn them, keep them, whatever. Of course, if you want to know how to use them, I can teach you." That was clearly addressed to the Crown Prince. He wasn't sure why her attitude had suddenly changed from earlier, when she'd looked at him with such disdain. But he clearly had no interest in this kind of witchcraft, so he casually used a spell to destroy all the puppets. As the puppets were destroyed, the 5 merfolk in the room suddenly felt a weight lift from their bodies. They didn't know exactly what had happened, but could guess. Before they could think too much, they heard the Crown Prince's stern warning. "Today's events must not be spoken of. This concerns the safety of the entire merfolk race. I'll be assigning you some tasks soon. Please be careful and stay safe." His words were half warning, half concern, and made them all tense up. Those present were all the Crown Prince's most trusted aides, loyal both to him and to the merfolk, so they took his words to heart and dared not dwell on it. Seeing their expressions, the Crown Prince nodded. "All right, you can go now. Send in the next group when you leave." The Crown Prince had many people he could use. As the heir, he had many responsibilities and couldn't handle everything personally, so he relied on his staff. But due to time and material constraints, Dillo couldn't test everyone, so the Crown Prince only selected his most important 30 people, divided into 6 groups of 5. Dillo really just wanted to be cautious. She didn't think there would be a problem among these merfolk. As she'd said before, the puppet master could only control 3 or 4 at most. Harry was one, and the unknown puppet the Crown Prince had destroyed was another. The remaining 1 or 2 were unlikely to be among these ordinary merfolk. But things often don't go as expected. By the 3rd group, one of the puppets didn't move. Dillo didn't even have to say anything. The Crown Prince, already understanding the test, immediately had the other 4 seize the suspicious merfolk. The captured merfolk looked utterly baffled, wearing an expression of complete innocence. But when Dillo pulled out her puppet strings, his face suddenly twisted in a way that no longer seemed human. Even with the natural beauty of the merfolk, that expression made him look downright eerie and terrifying. "This doesn't make sense. Are all these fish people idiots?" Dillo muttered. She couldn't understand how she'd managed to control 3 merfolk so easily. Siyu, seeing her confusion, let out a long sigh. "Have you considered the possibility that there's more than one puppeteer among the merfolk?" Dillo. After a few seconds of silence, Dillo nodded seriously. "I overlooked that. I just assumed this method was rare and hardly anyone knew about it. But rare doesn't mean non-existent. So the number of controlled merfolk isn't just 3. It might not even be just 6. There could be even more. So you didn't want to admit it, but judging by the current situation, that was most likely the truth. In any case, let's finish checking these first. Dillo felt she'd done her best. She had brought some materials, but not nearly enough for the entire merfolk tribe. And even if she had enough, it wasn't possible to test everyone. If they made too much noise, even if they found the controlled merfolk, the imposters would surely leak the news from the palace, and then they'd really be alerting the enemy. 10 minutes later, all 30 merfolk summoned by the crown prince had been checked. Among them, only one was being controlled by a cursed puppet. The other 29 were normal. Once they confirmed these merfolk were fine, the crown prince sent 5 people to keep an eye on the fake merfolk from the portrait, and another 15 to spread out through the palace, each carrying his token, to check any other suspicious merfolk. As for the reason for this inspection, the crown prince had already come up with one. Due to the second elder's incident, the palace was now conducting a thorough investigation to root out anyone who had accepted bribes or violated clan rules. This way, they could check both the people and their belongings. The rest of the group, the crown prince kept by his side. After all, he needed trustworthy people around him. Once the orders were given, everyone understood the gravity of the situation and immediately set out to carry out the crown prince's instructions. Wait, take these with you. Before they left, Dillo handed them a bunch of wooden sticks. Seeing their puzzled looks, Dillo explained calmly, "These are puppet wood, special materials used for making puppets. They're also the best tool for resisting puppet control." After hearing the explanation, the merfolk realized these might be valuable, but since they weren't familiar with Dillo, they looked to the crown prince for confirmation. Only when he nodded and told them to keep them did they thank Dillo and take the puppet wood with them. At this point, Siu had basically done everything she could. The only thing left unresolved was the underground staircase that had appeared after breaking the formation in the water prison. The reason she'd brought so many people was to investigate that place. "I'll leave things here to you, Your Highness. I need to take some people to the water prison." Siu only mentioned going to the water prison, not what she planned to do there. Still, the crown prince was well informed and probably knew what had happened. "I'm afraid that won't work." The crown prince shook his head, and before they could misunderstand, quickly explained, "The Grand Elder has stationed people at the entrance to the water prison." Honestly, if he'd hesitated even a few seconds longer, Siu would have suspected he was trying to stop her. But after hearing his explanation, she couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. The Grand Elder really was the most troublesome person in the entire merfolk tribe. He had countless virtues. He was powerful, loyal, upright, but his stubbornness canceled out all his good qualities. With people like him, Siu couldn't use force. He was immune to both hard and soft tactics, only believing what he wanted to believe. And Suyu's identity meant she could never gain his trust. Even if she presented something from the elves, it wouldn't matter. The fifth elder had warned her about this, which was why she'd chosen to seek the crown prince's help instead. If the Grand Elder is guarding the place, barging in uninvited isn't a good idea. Let's just drop it. Siu sighed helplessly. The crown prince gave her a deep look and nodded slightly. "If you have other plans, Miss Siu, I won't keep you." Siu paused, then bid him farewell. After leaving the crown prince's palace, Siu dropped all pretense and led her group straight to the water prison. Fortunately, they didn't run into any merfolk along the way, otherwise, explaining things would have been a real hassle. Once they neared the water prison, Siu told everyone to take out all their concealment tools. Hearing her instructions, everyone understood that what she'd said in front of the crown prince was just for show. That whole "it's not proper to enter uninvited" speech was just for appearances. The crown prince probably knew Siu was only saying that and had no intention of actually giving up on the water prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said she had other plans. He knew, but didn't stop her, and pretended not to know, essentially giving tacit approval. He was the heir, but hadn't fully taken power yet, so he couldn't openly oppose the Grand Elder. That's why he didn't help Siu directly. "You two go distract the guards. Once they're gone, the rest of us will head straight into the water prison. Don't hesitate. After giving out instructions, everyone moved according to plan. There were a few minor hiccups, but in the end, they all made it into the water prison successfully. The two who'd gone to create a diversion also slipped in while things were in chaos outside. "Everyone's here," Duoya said after counting heads, turning to Suyu. "All right, let's get ready to move. Before we go, everyone check your bags. Make sure you have all your gear and nothing's missing. If you're short on anything, fix it now," Suyu reminded everyone carefully, word by word. Once everyone confirmed they were ready, the two assigned to the front raised their torches and led the way. Following the staircase downward, even with the torches lighting their way, they still couldn't see the entirety of this basement-like space. Worried that the merfolk might discover their presence, they didn't spend much time observing their surroundings. Instead, after making sure there was no immediate danger, they simply continued down the stairs. "Lord, there's a door here." After about 10 minutes of walking, the two people at the front called out in excitement. Although the journey had been uneventful, it was precisely this strange calm that made everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone hoped to reach the end as soon as possible, so when they heard there was a door, they all breathed a subtle sigh of relief. "Don't act rashly. Let's light up this area first," Suyu instructed, now that they had reached the bottom. She had everyone use their tools or torches to illuminate the surroundings. Once the area was lit, the stone door and its environment were revealed in full. It was a massive stone door, at least 2 people tall. Embedded around its outline was a ring of beautiful minerals, clearly not ordinary stone, though their exact material was unclear. The walls on either side of the door were covered in intricate carvings with dense, complex patterns stretching across both sides. So you couldn't make much sense of the patterns on the door itself, but she did notice something odd about the designs on the side walls. She had a feeling that these patterns resembled some kind of script. But it was clearly not ancient script, so you could recognize those. Nor was it merfolk writing, since Luya had shown her some examples before. Although she'd only seen a portion, it was obvious these were different. After studying the marks on the wall for a while without making any progress, Suyu felt a bit disappointed. But there was good news. Someone had spotted what looked like keyholes on the stone door. There were 4 keyholes in total, each with a different irregular shape. Presumably, if they could find 4 objects matching these shapes and insert them, the door would open. But the space at the bottom of the stairs was so cramped that even with 10-odd people standing 3 or 4 rows deep, it was crowded. With such limited space, if there was anything here, they should have spotted it right away. But they found nothing. 2 of you stay here and keep watch. The rest, come with me, Suyu decided. If the items weren't here, they must be somewhere along the staircase they'd just descended. There was no need to leave too many people behind, but someone had to keep watch, so Suyu left 2 to look out for each other. The rest followed her back up the stairs. Unlike before, when they'd hurried down without paying much attention to their surroundings, this time their goal was to find something, so they searched carefully. Just as they'd expected, the keys to the door were scattered around the staircase. They were stones of different shapes, each with intricate patterns. The first stone was wedged in a crack on the floor, hard to spot, and even harder to extract. The second was embedded in the right wall, blending perfectly with the wall's patterns. If someone hadn't noticed that the patterns on both sides were symmetrical except for this one spot, they might never have found it. The third stone was on the left wall, similarly fused and camouflaged. But having found one, it was easier to spot the next. In less than 10 minutes, they found 3 of the 4 irregular stones. Everyone was excited and confident about the exploration. But they hadn't expected that, as easy as the first 3 were to find, the 4th would be just as well hidden. 20 minutes passed after finding the 3rd stone, and they still had nothing. Someone suggested that since the first 3 stones were on the ground, the right wall, and the left wall, maybe the 4th was embedded in the ceiling above them? Many agreed, and Suyu also thought it was reasonable, but her experience told her things were rarely that simple. Sure enough, after searching the ceiling all the way down, they still couldn't find the last stone. It wasn't unexpected, but Suyu still felt a bit disappointed. "Lord, what should we do now?" someone asked after another fruitless search. It wasn't that they didn't want to keep looking, but they were starting to think the stone either didn't exist or wasn't here. If that was the case, there was no point wasting more time. Let's go back down. Give me the stones, Sue instructed. They returned to the stone door, handed her the 3 stones, and she placed them one by one into the corresponding keyholes. To everyone's surprise, even though 1 stone was missing, the stone door still slowly began to open. The door was massive and heavy, and as it opened, it made a deep, muffled sound, like a treasure buried for 1,000 years being unearthed. Even though they hadn't entered yet, everyone at the threshold could already feel the weight of history. It was a scent filled with ancientness, not exactly pleasant, but not so bad as to make them cover their noses. To put it plainly, it was the dead, cold air of a place long untouched by living things, mixed with the choking dust stirred by the wind. No one spoke or moved until the door was fully open. As the door stopped, everyone's heart seemed to skip a beat, and a strange feeling welled up inside. They couldn't see what was inside, but they all felt that whatever they wanted was in there. They wanted to go in right now. Thud! A loud noise, like a giant stone crashing down, snapped everyone back to their senses. Before they could react, someone shouted from behind, "Get inside. Stones are rolling down from above. Everyone, go in order. Don't rush." Sue wasn't in the very front row, but she was near the front. She couldn't see what was happening behind them, but she could vaguely hear the sound of stones tumbling down. She had no time to wonder why the stones were falling, or whether it was a system trap or someone's doing. The only thing that mattered now was to get everyone through the door in an orderly fashion, before anyone was crushed by the falling rocks. As long as they got inside, that boulder wouldn't be able to harm them. The doorway was big, but the stone was clearly even bigger. It would just get stuck outside. Fortunately, even though everyone was panicking, they were all seasoned enough to keep their composure. Their mental fortitude and ability to follow orders were both excellent. So, as soon as Sue gave the command, everyone entered the stone gate in an orderly fashion. There was no chaos or crowding. After everyone had entered, it was a long while before the massive stone, rolling down from above, finally blocked the entrance to the gate. They had managed to avoid being crushed, but now their way out was sealed. This outcome made everyone, who had just thought they'd escaped disaster, tense up all over again. Everyone has a return stone on them. If anything unexpected happens, you can decide for yourselves whether to use it, so you noticed their unease and quickly tried to reassure them. It had to be said, the words "return stone" were like a calming pill, just knowing they had it made everyone's fear melt away. Even though our retreat is cut off, since we're already here, it'd be a shame not to explore properly. I heard from Luya that the merfolk have solved several arrays here before, and each one hid all kinds of treasures. If we can take some with us, this trip will have been worth it. The return stone might calm their nerves, but Sue still needed to stir up their fighting spirit and motivation. The treasures hidden beneath the arrays would be their incentive to explore, while the return stone gave them the confidence to do so. With both these factors in play, their expedition would go much more smoothly, and their chances of success would be higher. I said before, whatever you find on this trip, you can keep for yourselves, no need to hand it over to the territory. That still stands. But I don't want to see anyone fighting over loot. Suyu's words were a reminder. This exploration wasn't for the territory, or for her, or even for the merfolk, it was for themselves. Because they could keep everything they found, they'd be more motivated to give it their all, rather than thinking of giving up or using the return stone to escape at the first sign of trouble. Of course, Sue believed most people here wouldn't run away, but it was still something that needed to be said. Offering direct benefits was the best way to motivate people. There were a few in the group whose attitude changed completely after hearing Suyu's words. All right, enough talk. Everyone, spread out and look for clues. Remember, don't touch anything you find. These were basic exploration rules everyone knew, so Sue just gave a brief reminder before letting everyone scatter to search for clues. She took out a light source and began carefully examining the space behind the stone gate. First, it was a rectangular space about the size of a sports field. The walls all around, like the area near the stone gate, were covered in patterns and strange writing. The difference was, Siyu recognized some of these as ancient script. Roughly translated, the text read, "Once every 100 years, the sea god descends, bringing blessings to the newborn. The child of the twin pearls is chosen by fate, destined to lead the clan to prosperity." These 24 characters were the original ancient text. Ancient script, much like classical Chinese, could be obscure and hard to interpret, with meanings that changed depending on context. Luckily, this passage was fairly straightforward, mostly literal. Suyu's understanding was that the message meant, every few centuries, the merfolk welcome the descent of the sea god. The sea god's blessing brings forth a special merfolk, who is the fated leader, able to guide the entire merfolk clan to prosperity. Even after translating and grasping the general meaning, Siyu still didn't know the significance of the most important 4 characters, child of the twin pearls. She could only guess that this referred to a special merfolk, one blessed and thus unique, with the ability to lead the merfolk to greatness. Twin pearls, could it be? Siyu muttered, a bold idea forming in her mind. If it was connected to the merfolk, it had to be the Jiao pearls. So, did twin pearls mean 2 Jiao pearls? If so, then child of the twin pearls could mean a merfolk who, after being blessed, is born with 2 Jiao pearls. The Jiao pearl represented the merfolk's life and power. If a merfolk could possess 2 pearls at once, not only would their lifespan be long, but their strength would be extraordinary. That certainly fit the idea of someone who could lead the merfolk to prosperity. If the child of the twin pearls really exists, then who could it be? Siyu had a hunch. Since this clue had appeared before her, it must be important. In other words, there definitely was a child of the twin pearls among the merfolk. The biggest question now was, who is this chosen one blessed by the sea god? And was this related to the fish people incident? If it was, then was the child of the twin pearls friend or foe to the merfolk? Logically, if the child of the twin pearls was a merfolk, they should be an ally. But Siyu had been investigating the merfolk for so long and had never heard any mention of such a person. She suspected there were 2 possibilities. 1. The child of the twin pearls didn't exist at all, and the ancient text was fake. 2. The child of the twin pearls did exist, but something happened. Death, disappearance, or being hidden by the merfolk. In any case, it had become a tightly guarded secret known to very few. Just as the Jiao Pearl's weakness was its susceptibility to corruption, the existence of the child of the twin pearls had become an absolute taboo. No one in the know would ever speak of it. From a game perspective, the first possibility was unlikely, the second was much more probable. Even without the game perspective, Siyu felt the second was more likely. If the child of the twin pearls didn't exist, then this passage was meaningless. But the system generally wouldn't generate meaningless information unless it was meant to mislead her, which didn't seem to be the case here. In other words, the child of the twin pearls did exist, but all information about them had vanished. So, what was their current status? Death? Disappearance? Or was the child of the twin pearls imprisoned by the merfolk for some reason? Or could it be something else entirely? If the child of the twin pearls died, how did it happen? Where did the 2 mermaid pearls go after its death? And what impact did its death have on the merfolk? If the child of the twin pearls disappeared, when did it happen? Why did it happen? Have the merfolk searched for it all these years? Did they find any clues? If there were simply too many possibilities and too many questions, so you couldn't list them all. She sighed, then continued to examine the walls around her, hoping to find some other clues that might help her deduce what had happened. Unfortunately, after looking around the entire area, she didn't find any more written clues related to herself. However, while there were no written clues, she did spot several murals. There were 5 scenes depicted in total. The first scene took place at what looked like an altar. At the very center stood a small merfolk, surrounded by a circle of other merfolk. Because the murals were drawn in a simple, sketch-like style, only the basic outlines of the merfolk were shown, with no details of their facial expressions. So you couldn't tell what attitude the others had toward the merfolk in the center. The protagonist of the second scene was clearly still the same merfolk, but it now appeared older. In this scene, it was alone, with no other creatures around, only countless books and texts. If the first scene showed the merfolk's childhood, then the second scene depicted it growing up and beginning to learn. The third scene was similar to the previous one, except that the merfolk had moved from studying literature to learning about combat. This scene included many fierce-looking, unidentified creatures, all lying on the ground. The only figure still standing was the special merfolk. The fourth scene was split into two parts. Below, countless merfolk knelt in worship. Above, there was a throne, with a merfolk sitting upon it, receiving the homage of the entire merfolk tribe. At first glance, this scene didn't seem particularly special, and its content could be connected to the previous three. If you link the story to the Child of the Twin Pearls, the plot would go something like this. The Child of the Twin Pearls was the center of attention from birth. Because of its unique constitution, it had to learn all kinds of things from a young age and was expected to become an outstanding, well-rounded merfolk. After mastering all its studies, it ascended the throne and became the merfolk king. It all seemed logical, but the biggest problem with this fourth scene was that Siyu noticed there were two thrones. One was empty, and the other was occupied by a merfolk. Siyu didn't know if the merfolk on the throne was the Child of the Twin Pearls, nor could she understand why there were two thrones. One throne was surely for the merfolk king, but who was the other for? If she had to guess, Siyu thought the extra seat was probably meant for the merfolk king's consort. Merfolk king was just a title and didn't indicate gender. Like elves, the merfolk king could be male or female, so the consort's gender was also uncertain. But that wasn't the main point. The real question was about the two thrones. If her guess was correct, why was there still a merfolk missing, even though two thrones had been prepared? And which merfolk was missing, the merfolk king or the consort? Siyu couldn't figure it out, so she turned her attention to the final scene. To her surprise, the fifth scene seemed unrelated to the previous four. But one thing was clear. The protagonist was definitely the Child of the Twin Pearls, because Siyu could clearly see that the merfolk in the scene had its chest cut open, with two round shapes inside, obviously the twin pearls. At first glance, the last mural only showed the murdered Child of the Twin Pearls. But upon closer inspection, Siyu noticed a hidden merfolk in the corner of the painting. Hidden wasn't quite accurate, it was just drawn very small and placed in an inconspicuous spot. The impression was that the Child of the Twin Pearls had been killed by an unknown assailant, but another merfolk knew about it. This merfolk was watching from afar, not stepping forward, whether out of fear, reluctance, or perhaps because they were one of the culprits. If the Child of the Twin Pearls was the merfolk king, then the most likely suspect would be someone close to the king. Thinking of the empty throne, Siyu had a bold idea. The Child of the Twin Pearls became the merfolk king, but was killed by their consort. At first glance, this seemed like the answer, but when Siyu thought it through, something didn't add up. If the king's consort really killed the merfolk king, why would they be allowed to sit on the throne and receive the worship of the merfolk? Could there really be no one else who knew the truth? That seemed unlikely. After all, if something happened to the merfolk king, especially one as important as the Child of the Twin Pearls, it would surely draw the attention of the entire tribe. The consort, being the most obvious suspect, would definitely be investigated. Even if no one else knew the consort was the culprit, it was impossible for the consort to simply take the throne. For the sake of stability, the elders would surely choose a new king to reassure the people. If that was the case, why would the consort kill the king? Killing the king would only put them in the spotlight, with no real benefit unless the next king was connected to them, or they'd been bribed by the next king. But that didn't seem likely either. As mentioned before, someone who was not only the merfolk king, but also the Child of the Twin Pearls would be of utmost importance to the tribe. Even if someone killed the king for the throne, they wouldn't escape suspicion unless their motive wasn't the throne at all, but rather to plunge the merfolk into chaos and leave them leaderless. Siyu's thoughts grew more and more tangled, and her train of thought broke off. The frustration of having no leads and being forced to stop thinking was unbearable. Lord, someone found something over there. They'd like you to come take a look. Duoya's voice sounded in her ear. Siyu snapped back to reality. She was about to respond and head over, but when she saw Duoya, her eyes lit up and she spoke. I'm going to check out the situation over there. Duoya, stay here and help me examine this mural. Often, no matter what kind of problem you encounter, once your thinking gets stuck in a rut, it's hard to find a breakthrough. That's when you need someone else's perspective. That's what they mean by the onlooker sees more than the player. So you didn't expect Duoya to perfectly decipher the meaning of the mural. She just hoped Duoya could offer a different interpretation. Maybe that would spark some new inspiration. Yes, I understand. Duoya obediently stayed where she was, looking up at the mural, while Siu headed to the spot Duoya had mentioned. As soon as she got close, the people who had found clues there excitedly waved her over. Lord Siu, over here. We found a bunch of mechanisms. Siu walked over and, sure enough, the small area was packed with traps and mechanisms. There were at least 10 levers you could pull, not to mention all sorts of other devices that needed different methods to unlock. All told, there were at least 20 interactive contraptions here. Unfortunately, Siu hadn't brought any trap specialists with her on this trip, so there was no one with professional skills to help out. But there was some good news. Although there were a lot of mechanisms, most of them were simple ones layered together. Unlike complex mechanism arrays, which can have a synergistic effect, these were just a matter of simple accumulation. In terms of difficulty, it was just a numbers game. Siu had seen all these types of mechanisms before and knew how to solve them. The only trouble was, without a trap specialist, even if she knew the solution, the success rate would be lower. And she definitely couldn't risk disarming the traps herself. Dillo, summon your puppet, and give us a hand. Siu quickly found the perfect candidate to handle the traps, or rather, not a person at all. And precisely because it wasn't a person, there was no danger involved. Dillo, hearing she was needed, didn't hesitate. As she walked over, she deftly pulled the puppet's strings from her hand. She'd walked over as one person, but by the time she reached Suyu, there were 2 people standing there. Those who didn't know Dillo's identity were shocked by the scene. They quietly exchanged whispers, and after learning who Dillo was from others, they finally understood what was going on. Dillo herself was unaware of all this, but even if she knew, she wouldn't care. What do you want it to do? Dillo frowned slightly at the jumble of mechanisms, perhaps not understanding them, and looked to Suyu for instructions. Help us disarm the traps. Put this rune on your puppet. It'll help absorb some damage. Even though it was just a puppet, to a puppeteer, their puppet was a partner. And while puppets didn't feel pain or fatigue, didn't get injured, and didn't have health bars, they were like Anjia's mechanical creations. They had durability. The more damage they took, the lower their durability. Once it hit 0, the puppet was scrap. At that point, whether you had to make a new puppet or repair the old one, it was a hassle. All right, Lord, just give me the details and I'll have it take its time. Dillo casually hung the rune around her puppet's neck, then directed it into the mass of mechanisms. Because the traps were simple and Siyu knew them well and explained clearly, and because Dillo's control over her puppet was seamless, the process of disarming the traps went very smoothly. After a little over 10 minutes, they'd cleared everything, revealing a hidden passage beneath the mechanisms. Tell the others to gather here. We'll go down and take a look in a bit. They'd searched here for so long without finding any other clues, which meant there was nothing else to be found. If they wanted to discover anything new, they'd have to explore deeper. With the order given, the people who'd been crowding around the mechanisms scattered to call the others. Siyu walked back to the mural to check on Duoya's progress. I didn't really understand the first 4 murals at first, until I saw the 5th one. Duoya pointed at the 2 pearls in the chest of the dissected mermaid. These should be shark pearls, right? But normally, mermaids only have 1. Duoya didn't know about the legend of the child of 2 pearls, but that didn't stop her logical thinking. So you didn't comment on Duoya's analysis yet. After all, Duoya hadn't touched on the point she cared about most, and interrupting might break her train of thought. If you look at it in reverse, the mermaid in the center of the first mural should be the same one from the 5th mural. It's special, so it's been the center of attention since birth. As she spoke, Duoya pointed to the next 2 murals. Here, it looks like it's learning many things. So far, Duoya's thoughts were pretty much the same as Suyu's. Until the 4th mural. Of the 5, This one had the most mermaids, the richest content, and the most information. Looking at the fourth mural alone, it's hard to say much. But if you look at the fifth one first, I'd think this mermaid killed the special mermaid for the throne. Duoya pointed first to the dissected mermaid, then to the one sitting on the throne. This view is similar to Suyu's, but Duoya also hadn't explained why there were two thrones. So, why do you think there are two thrones here? And why is one empty? Suyu prompted Duoya to pay attention to the number and state of the thrones. One was occupied, one was empty. Duoya frowned in thought, then gave her opinion. I'm not sure if the order of the murals represents the timeline of events. If it does, then the special mermaid died in the time of the fifth mural, and in the fourth, it might still have been alive. If it was alive, then the mermaid on the throne could be it, or maybe not. If the one on the throne isn't the special mermaid, but the special mermaid doesn't appear, maybe it was restricted and couldn't show up, or maybe it made some kind of agreement with this mermaid. This mermaid, Duoya referred to as the one sitting on the throne. Go on, Suyu subconsciously raised her eyebrows. The tangled thoughts that had been like a ball of yarn seemed to be coming together. First, I don't think the one on the throne is the special mermaid. I leaned toward it not appearing at all. Can you tell me why? Duoya lowered her head and thought for a long time. I feel like my reasoning might be a bit far-fetched. If this merperson really had ambitions for the throne, he wouldn't have missed such a great opportunity to appear before all the other merfolk. Suyu understood what Duoya meant. Previously, she had only been focused on figuring out who the merperson on the throne was, but she hadn't considered from another angle why the other merperson hadn't shown up. If the one who didn't appear was the child of twin pearls, then either they were being restricted and couldn't appear, or they were choosing not to appear of their own free will. If the one who didn't appear was the other merperson, so you couldn't think of any reason for their absence. The child of twin pearls was born to be the merfolk king. There was no need for them to harm other merfolk just for the throne, so it was highly unlikely that external forces prevented them from appearing. Likewise, as the natural king, only the child of twin pearls had the freedom to show up or not as they wished. If another merperson wanted to take their place, they would have to seize every opportunity. So, the merperson on the throne clearly wasn't the child of twin pearls. Following this line of thought, it meant that the child of twin pearls had either chosen not to appear before everyone or had been restricted from appearing. But obviously, the former was more likely. If it were the latter, as long as the child of twin pearls wasn't dead, the merfolk below would definitely demand an explanation from the one on the throne. Lord, personally, I think these two merfolk originally agreed to rule the merfolk together, which is why there are two thrones. But because of certain events, this special merperson voluntarily gave up their right to rule. Thinking along Duoya's lines, Suyu felt that everything made sense. If she combined this with her previous analysis of the relationship between the two merfolk on the thrones, it made even more sense. The child of twin pearls didn't care about the throne, but their partner wanted to sit on it. So, the child of twin pearls helped their partner by using their status to create a second throne. But their partner seemed unsatisfied with just that. Perhaps, persuaded again by their partner, the child of twin pearls simply stopped appearing before everyone, making it clear they didn't want to rule the merfolk, thus forcing everyone to accept this sole merfolk king. What they never expected was that, after giving so much, they would end up betrayed by those closest to them. After sorting out the story, Suyu could only sigh inwardly. Love-struck fools are beyond saving. Duoya was a bit puzzled by Suyu's strange shift in mood and attitude, but she was never one to ask about such things. However, Suyu noticed this and took the initiative to tell her about the child of twin pearls and her own speculations. Duoya's expression grew complicated as well. Clearly, she couldn't understand such behavior either. All right, let's not dwell on this for now. It's just a mural. We don't even know if it's true. Suyu saw that the others had already gathered, so she led Duoya over to join them. Lord Su, we just had someone take a look from above and dropped a light rune down. There was no reaction below, so it's probably not dangerous. Suyu nodded to show she understood. Even though our test went well, we still can't take risks. Everyone, use all your defensive items, enter in the previous order, and if you notice anything off, speak up immediately. Don't panic if we need to retreat. As before, Siyu gave some reminders to be careful, then arranged for two tough, heavily armored warriors to take the lead with shields. They followed the path downward for a few minutes, and soon everyone noticed that the passage was getting wider. What had started as a path just wide enough for two people to walk side by side gradually expanded to fit three, then four. When they finally reached level ground, they found themselves in a space very similar to the one above. The similarity was only in the size and shape of the space. Unlike above, this area was filled with boxes and chests of all sizes. After checking with Siyu, someone opened one of the chests, and everyone was instantly dazzled by what was inside. Pearls, ocean gems, ice diamonds, crystals, corals of every color, treasures from the sea filled the entire chest. Even Siyu, who considered herself quite experienced, couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Because inside this chest, she actually spotted a rare material whose quality was almost at the legendary gold level. Had they just stumbled upon an undersea treasure hoard? But Siyu quickly calmed down. Even though there seemed to be no enemies here, and no traps or mechanisms stopping them from taking the treasures, it was obvious that good fortune never just fell from the sky. She wasn't the only one. Everyone else, even though their eyes were red with greed, didn't actually make a move to take anything. Of course, not taking action didn't mean they weren't tempted. After all, everyone had a return to town stone. If someone just grabbed a handful of treasure and teleported away, no one could stop them. If they could get their hands on even one item from here, they could leave Sunset Territory and live in luxury for the rest of their lives with the money from selling it. But maybe because no one wanted to be the first to act, everyone was waiting for someone else to make the move, which resulted in no one doing anything at all. Of course, this also had to do with Siyu's choice of people. Most of those present were residents of the territory, with only a few outsiders. No matter how tempted they were, they wouldn't dare act in front of everyone else. Another reason was that Siyu had chosen people with good character and morals. Otherwise, if there were truly unscrupulous people here, they wouldn't care about anyone's opinion. They'd just grab the loot and run without a second thought. Open the other chests too. Be careful, there might be traps in some of them. So far, there were no obvious traps, so Siyu's suspicion was reasonable. A few people exchanged glances, then, instead of opening the chests by hand, they used their weapons to pry them open. As expected, after opening 6 chests, they had already encountered 2 trapped ones. One chest fired hidden projectiles, while another exploded outright. The projectile trap didn't hurt anyone, since everyone was on guard. There weren't many projectiles, and they were easy to dodge at a distance. But the explosion was another matter. Fortunately, the person who opened the explosive chest was a warrior in heavy armor. If it had been someone with less defense, even if they weren't killed outright, they'd have been half dead. These people hadn't been completely blinded by the treasures to begin with, and now, after encountering hidden weapons and explosions, their minds became even clearer. Even those who'd had some ideas before now forcibly suppressed them deep in their hearts. Duoya asked, "My lord, should we keep opening the remaining chests?" Siyu thought for a moment, then nodded. "Keep going. There's no other exit here. Unless this place is completely sealed, the way out or the path to the next area should be inside one of these chests." Since Siyu had said so, no one objected. Even though they probably wouldn't be able to take any of these things with them, it was still worth it just to broaden their horizons and feast their eyes. They had already been very cautious when opening the chests, but after the incidents with hidden weapons and explosions, they became even more careful. After spending some time, they finally managed to open all the chests in the area. During this process, they encountered not only hidden weapons and explosions, but also poisonous gas that spewed out, water balloons that slowed them down, and even underwater plants that would attack them automatically. In short, the traps inside these chests were all sorts of bizarre, but there were only a few that could actually threaten them. After counting, they found there were 35 chests in total, 12 of which were trap chests. Of those 12, only 5 were pure trap chests with nothing inside but traps. The remaining 7, despite being trapped, still had countless treasures at the bottom. At first, Just opening a single chest was already tempting enough, but now, with over 30 chests open, the light shining from the treasures inside was enough to illuminate the entire space. Perhaps because there was simply too much here, so much that it was impossible not to be tempted, someone finally couldn't help but ask, "Lord Su, are you sure we really can't take any of these things? Even if we could just take a part of it? No, even just one item." Su glanced at him. He was a master-level swordsman named Gray, quite strong. Hearing Gray's question, those who'd already had similar thoughts also turned to look at Su, wanting to know how she would answer. There was no doubt that if Su didn't give an absolute refusal, they would act immediately. Those absolutely loyal to Sunset Territory, however, were stunned at first when they heard this, then glared angrily at the speaker. "You can take them." Suyu's answer surprised everyone. Duoya couldn't help but turn to look at her. Vivian raised her eyelids, and Yu scratched his head in confusion. These people had been with Suyu for a long time, and all of them thought this didn't sound like something Suyu would say. But before those few could get excited, Suyu's next sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured straight over their heads. "But before you take anything, you must first hand over the return stones I gave you." At these words, everyone was stunned again. They all thought Suyu was trying to use the return stones to threaten them not to take anything. After all, they could all guess that taking these things would probably bring danger, and without the return stones, it would be very hard for them to escape. Those who had just been happy at Suyu's positive reply now frowned, especially Gray, who had brought up the question in the first place. He also felt Suyu was threatening him. Gray said, "Lord Su, isn't this a bit unfair? Before we came down here, you clearly said that anything we find in this exploration, the territory wouldn't take a single share." If Gray's earlier question was just to test Suyu's attitude, this time he was directly challenging her. But his reaction was understandable. Suyu wasn't angry when she heard this, because she had indeed said that before, and she also knew that leaving a mountain of gold untouched was simply unrealistic. To cut off someone's fortune is like killing their parents. Everyone knows this. Yes, that's right. I did say that anything you find in this exploration, the territory won't take a share. So I won't stop you from taking these things. But if any resident of the territory wants to take something from here, you must first leave the territory, and from then on, you will never be allowed to set foot in Sunset Territory again. Suyu's gaze swept over each person, and as they fell silent, she said something that most of them found hard to believe. "This is the treasury of the Merfolk. So all these things belong to the Merfolk. Sunset Territory will not take what belongs to others. To take without asking is to steal." Suyu had indeed said they could take anything found during the exploration, but that was under the premise that the items were ownerless. If they belonged to someone, that promise no longer applied. Everyone present should understand the principle of not taking what belongs to others, because it's an unspoken rule of the continent. If you take it, you'll always have to pay the price. Duoya seemed to understand something. She looked at Suyu and asked, "My lord, how do you know these things belong to the Merfolk?" Duoya's question wasn't because she wanted to take anything herself. She was asking for others, and also using the question to show everyone that their lord was not being unreasonable. She always had her reasons. "We've all spent time in the 6th Princess's palace. Did you notice that every item there has a special mark on it? Now look at the corners of these chests and see if you find the same mark." Suyu spoke slowly and clearly, making sure everyone understood. Gray, still unwilling to give up, checked the chests as she said, and sure enough, he found several familiar marks. He had indeed seen these marks in the glass palace before, but had never paid attention to them. The others, though they didn't move, saw what Gray was doing and naturally saw what he saw. After all this, the atmosphere in the room became rather awkward. In the end, it was Suyu who broke the silence. "As I said, I won't stop you from taking these things. But they belong to the Merfolk. If you take them, you'll be making enemies of the Merfolk. The purpose of our trip from Sunset Territory is to help the Merfolk, not to kick them when they're down or take advantage of their misfortune. If you want to take anything, that's fine, but you'll need to hand over your return to city stones first, and anyone from our territory must leave the territory before taking anything." Suyu's thinking was simple. She could understand that people might not be able to resist temptation, but she couldn't accept Sunset Territory being dragged into trouble because of it. If these people took things for themselves, that was one thing. But if they still carried the identity of Sunset Territory, or if they returned to the territory after taking the items, then this would become an issue between the territory and the merfolk. That was the last thing she wanted to see. She had made everything clear and given them time to decide, but 5 minutes passed, then 10, and not a single person stepped forward to hand over their return to city stones. Even Gray, who had started all this, didn't touch anything else in the box. Since no one is willing to hand over their return to city stones, I'll take it as you've all decided not to take anything. So you didn't intend to dwell on this matter. Even with Gray, who had stirred up the issue, she had no intention of kicking him out of the team over it. No one objected to what Siu said. Since everyone stayed silent, she took it as agreement. Now everyone, take everything out of the boxes and sort through it. Since there were no objections, Siu began to assign the next tasks. She had everyone empty the boxes and check if anything seemed off. Everyone followed her instructions, even Gray, surprised that the matter had been settled so easily, stiffly joined the others in sorting through the items. Besides looking for anything suspicious, pay attention to whether any of these items have merfolk markings. Siu's words were as good as a direct hint, showing everyone what to do. In fact, if a box had a merfolk mark, it only meant the box itself belonged to the merfolk. The items inside might not necessarily be theirs. Whether something belonged to the merfolk depended entirely on the markings. If there was no mark, it wasn't theirs. If it wasn't, they could take it. Because of what had just happened, everyone was a bit skeptical of Suyu's words. But soon, someone pulled out a luminous pearl the size of an adult's fist from one of the boxes. Others had already found luminous pearls before. These glowing beads were piled up in a corner, so many that they looked less like priceless treasures and more like a pile of ordinary glass marbles. But among all these treasures, luminous pearls were actually the least valuable. They were pretty, but not much use beyond that. Still, the person who found this particular pearl was excited because, unlike the others, this one was perfectly smooth, with not a single mark on it. In other words, it had no merfolk marking, it was ownerless, and whoever found it could keep it. Lord Su, what do you think? The person's hand trembled as he held out the pearl to Suyu, his voice full of excitement and hope. Suyu took the pearl, glanced at it, then handed it back. Keep it safe, and don't take it out before we return to the territory. Although it didn't have a merfolk mark, that was just an excuse they could use if questioned by the merfolk. If possible, it was best never to have to use that excuse, so even if something had no merfolk mark, it was better not to show it in front of them. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Lord Su. The man was smart enough not to ask why. He could guess that what they were doing was exploiting a loophole. Being able to take advantage of that loophole was already a huge stroke of luck. If anyone was foolish enough to show off their loot in front of the merfolk, they'd be asking for trouble. At first, everyone had doubted whether Siu was serious, but now that someone had actually taken an unmarked item, their attitudes became much more enthusiastic. Still, they didn't forget their manners. Everyone checked the items with speed and sharp eyes. The faster and more observant you were, the better your chances of finding ownerless items. Each person only checked the box in front of them. No one tried to grab a second box before finishing the first. Of course, fighting over items was out of the question. Siu had made it clear before they came down, you can take things, but you absolutely cannot fight over them. Since everyone searched separately, there was no chance of two people spotting the same treasure at once. With everyone working eagerly, all 30-some boxes were thoroughly searched. There were very few unmarked items, but at least there were enough for everyone to get something. No one left empty-handed. And the value of these items more than made up for their small number. Whether by coincidence or not, everyone brought their unmarked finds to Suyu for confirmation, so she knew what each person took. In the end, although the number of items varied, the value each person received was about the same. Whether it was coincidence or not, this was a good thing. It's not scarcity, but unfairness that breeds resentment. Though she hadn't distributed the items herself, unequal shares could have led to dissatisfaction and further conflict. Now that everyone had roughly the same, there was nothing to be jealous about. Lord, everything's been sorted. While sorting, the group didn't just pocket the unmarked items, they also categorized the treasures. Ores went in one box, plants in another, creature drops in another. After sorting, everything was neat and orderly. It didn't have the overwhelming, dazzling look from before, but it was much more comfortable to see. These 29 boxes contain merfolk items. This box also has marked items, but they're not merfolk marks. Let me take a look. Siu rummaged through the last box containing specially marked items, and inside, she found several intricately crafted boxes. Compared to the other treasures, although these boxes were also inlaid with luxurious gems and crystals, they somehow felt flashy but impractical, pretty on the outside, but ultimately useless. However, after fiddling with them for a while, Siu quickly changed her mind. These were puzzle boxes. Puzzle boxes, as the name suggests, are quite similar to the Luban lock from the real world. The main difference is that puzzle boxes contain internal components, and the way to open them is by manipulating these parts so the box unlocks itself. Given the mention of components, it's not hard to guess that puzzle boxes are related to mechanics or engineers. It was a pity Anjia wasn't here. If he were, with his current skills, he'd have cracked them open in no time. But even without Anjia, Siu could still open these puzzle boxes. You too, come here and smash them, Siu said, pulling 2 hammers from her backpack and handing them to the 2 strongest members. She placed the puzzle boxes on the ground and stepped back a couple of paces. She'd just checked, although she didn't know how to solve these puzzle boxes, their design was fairly basic. They weren't the kind that would self-destruct if forced open. So even if they were broken open by force, she could still get whatever was inside. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time solving them. The smashing was swift and efficient. With a few swings of the hammers and the sound of shattering, the puzzle boxes were smashed to pieces, leaving only a mess of fragments and components on the ground, along with the items that had been hidden inside, now exposed. Collectible, unknown fragment 1x1. Collectible, unknown fragment 3x1. Collectible, unknown fragment 4x1. Siu picked up all the collectible fragments and, after checking their information, realized one was missing. With fragments 1, 3, and 4, it was clear that fragment 2 was missing. Of course, maybe there were more than 4 fragments, possibly a 5th or even a 6th, but that wasn't her concern for now. My lord, I think these fragments look a lot like the stones we placed on the stone gate earlier, someone said, unable to help but point out the resemblance to what Siu was holding. Siu nodded in agreement. This should be the missing 4th stone, but it's broken and still missing a piece. She spent a dozen seconds piecing the 3 fragments together. The irregular shape matched the groove outside the gate almost perfectly, but it was obvious to everyone that a piece was still missing. Everyone, look around and see if there's anywhere we might have missed, Siu instructed. She herself took 2 people and began closing up the boxes filled with priceless treasures, locking them with locks she'd just crafted, and stacking them neatly to one side. As for the box with the unknown marked items, Siu didn't plan to take it, so she had it locked as well, but with a different style of lock for distinction. The empty boxes were closed too, but there was no need to lock them since they were empty. These boxes would be left here for now. Once Siu got out, she'd have Luya send people to collect them. Just as she'd said before, everything down here was a gift for Luya. A few minutes later, someone finally found the missing fragment 2, wedged in a corner. With all 4 fragments in hand, a combine option appeared on the items. After combining, the 4 fragments disappeared, replaced by a single, rune-covered, irregular stone. Aside from its shape, it looked exactly like the 3 stones they'd found outside. Lord Siu, are we heading out now? With the 4th stone in hand, the next step was clearly to find a way out and place the stone. Whatever happened after that would be dealt with then. Everyone, grab a pickaxe and start digging from both sides of the stone gate, Siu said, handing out pickaxes and dividing everyone into 3 teams. One team would dig on the left side of the stone gate, one on the right, and the rest would rest and keep watch in case they were ambushed after breaking through. They didn't dig straight through the center of the gate, mainly out of concern that there might be more falling rocks. If there were, even if they cleared the stones blocking the gate, they'd just have to deal with another blockage. Plus, because of their digging, any falling rocks might roll straight in, further reducing their space inside. Following this plan, they dug their way out. When they were close enough, Siu had them dig toward the center, hollowing out the stone blocking the door. Once it was cleared, Siu found a gap and placed the stone into the groove. For a minute, nothing happened. During that minute, Siu had everyone retreat inside the stone gate. Although this might make them sitting ducks, it was still better than being crammed outside with no room to move or resist. After the quiet minute passed, Ningshi was the first to notice something was wrong. The moment Siu saw Ningxi's expression change, she seemed to understand. Because only one thing could make a light magic user so tense: contamination. "Everyone, come here, stay close to me, and don't leave the light circle," Ningshi said urgently, not bothering to explain to Siu. She immediately drew a circle on the ground with her staff, pulling everyone inside. After that, she took the time to cast individual protective shields on each person, along with some light-based buffs that could help resist contamination. Once Ningshi finished all this, it became obvious to everyone. Black mist was swirling around them. Long story short, Lord Siu, I just detected a sharp spike in contamination levels here. My barrier can last an hour at most. If we have to move, only half an hour. Siu understood that the barrier Ningshi referred to was the light circle protecting them all. Now everyone could see the gray-black mist swirling outside, and it was clear the mist was repeatedly trying to invade the barrier. In the end, Ningxi's barrier proved to be the stronger one. No matter how the mist tried to approach the barrier, it would always dissolve into a wisp of white smoke and disappear. According to Ningxi, she could only maintain the barrier for an hour. If they needed to move, it would only last for half an hour. So Siu had to lead everyone to a pollution-free area within 30 minutes. With that in mind, Siu didn't hesitate to take out a bottle of deep blue potion from her backpack. Ningxi was momentarily stunned at the sight of the potion. It was common knowledge that the darker the color of a potion, the higher its concentration, value, and efficacy. She had received many potions of this color from Siu before. They were all mana restoration potions. The previous ones had been lighter in color, but even those had been quite effective. Now, this potion was almost black blue. Ningxi didn't even need to use magic to check. She could already guess how potent it was. "If you have this, how long can you hold out?" Siu asked. The potion in her hand was one that Vivian had just made, called Mana Sustain Potion. As the name suggested, it was meant to sustain mana. This wasn't a potion that instantly restored mana, but one that increased the rate of mana regeneration. Because of its potency, it lasted a long time and worked quickly. Of course, the ingredients required for such a potion were considerable. But, as the saying goes, you have to give to get. If they wanted to help the merfolk, relying on just a dozen people was unrealistic. Some necessary expenses simply couldn't be spared. "Let me see." Ningxi took the potion and tested it with her magic. Her eyes lit up, but she quickly sighed. "This potion is incredible, but it's so strong that with my current strength, I can only handle about half its effects. If I combine it with the other potions you gave me earlier, I should be able to last 2 hours." She paused, then added, "That's 2 hours if we're moving, 5 hours if we're stationary." So you did a quick calculation and figured that should be enough. She split the potion in half, giving one part to Ningxi and the other to you. As for Vivian, she had more than enough potions on her, so Siu didn't need to worry about her. After distributing the potions, Siu looked up at the others and said, "You all can see the situation for yourselves. Time is short. Check your gear. If you're missing anything, get it from Duoya. We leave in 5 minutes." She handed some of her own equipment to Duoya for distribution, then began discussing the strange pollution with Ningxi. "Can you locate the source of the pollution?" Siu asked. Not knowing what had caused the current situation, she could only fall back on the usual method for dealing with pollution: find the source and eliminate it. Ningxi nodded. I can, but I sense that the source is scattered. Like the stone from earlier, it's shattered and spread everywhere. It's easier to clean up, but it'll take more time. See, wasn't too worried about time. The space below wasn't that large, and 2 hours was actually plenty. Besides, they wouldn't be moving the entire time, so the barrier should last over 3 hours. Unless the pollution source had shattered into countless pieces and scattered everywhere, time shouldn't be an issue. Then let's start with the nearest one. Ningxue, if you need anything, just say so. Everyone will cooperate with you. I'm fine for now. Let me lead everyone to the source first. Ningxue thought for a moment, then raised her staff and conjured a glowing orb. A few seconds later, the orb burst, scattering sparkling powder all over the ground. The powder moved on its own, forming a glowing trail in the gray-black world outside the barrier. It was obvious what to do next. Even without Ningxue saying a word, everyone knew to follow the glowing trail to the first pollution source, or fragment. Once everyone was supplied, Ningxue maintained the barrier as they moved forward, following the trail of condensed light. The mist around them grew thicker, and they could faintly hear eerie rustling sounds nearby. Stay alert. There may be dark creatures lurking around, Xi warned. The space here was starting to resemble the dark domain, and their field of vision was very limited. They couldn't see what other creatures might be out there. But even if they couldn't see, they could certainly hear. Aside from the rustling, there was also the sound of something sticky being dragged along the ground, a thoroughly unpleasant noise. Xiu glanced at Gongyu, who immediately took out her harp and began to play, masking the disturbing sounds and giving everyone a buff. With the soothing music, everyone relaxed, their tense bodies loosening up and their pace quickened. Soon, they reached the end of the glowing trail. Suspended in midair not far ahead was a black, unidentified object from which black mist continuously poured out. This was one of the pollution source fragments. Pollution source fragment 3. HP 10,000/10,000. Attack 0. Defense 0. Description: dark matter from the abyss, capable of continuously spreading pollution. Though just a fragment, its polluting effect is undiminished. After being destroyed, the fragment will attempt to escape with its remaining power. Everyone, don't attack yet. Xiu stopped the group as she read the last line of the description. 10,000 HP wasn't much. There were only a dozen or so of them, and a few weren't even fighters, but they were all elites. With no defense, they could destroy it in less than 5 seconds if they all attacked together. But that last line about the pollution source fragment clearly had deeper meaning. What did it mean by, after being destroyed, the fragment will attempt to escape with its remaining power? How would it escape? Where would it go? All of this was unknown. But Xiu could sense that it was definitely not a good thing. Ningxue, have you ever encountered pollution source fragments before? Xiu asked. She had dealt with many pollution sources before, even ones that could multiply, but she had never seen a shattered pollution source. Although Ningxue's former identity and the fact that she was able to detect the pollution source fragments suggested that she probably knew something about all this. I haven't seen them, but someone once told me about the pollution source being shattered, Ningxue said, just as Xiu had expected. So she really did know something. My understanding isn't deep. Back then, she only told me one thing: if I ever encountered shattered pollution source fragments, I must immediately gather all the fragments and destroy them together. After saying this, Ningxue paused, then added, I didn't mean to keep this from you, it just slipped my mind earlier. This wasn't an excuse. She'd been busy setting up barriers, buffing everyone, and then investigating the pollution source. This was something that had happened a long time ago, back when she wasn't even a mage apprentice. If Xiu hadn't asked just now, she really might have forgotten. Xiu didn't mind, nor did she think Ningxue was lying. If she truly didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't have answered at all. If they have to be destroyed together, can you locate the other pollution source fragments now? Xiu asked, while thinking through the logic herself. After a moment, she seemed to understand. These pollution source fragments were originally one entity. They were only temporarily separated, but could still merge again. If they couldn't destroy all the fragments at once, just as the introduction warned, the fragments would escape after being attacked. And they wouldn't just run off aimlessly. They'd seek out the other fragments and fuse with them, making the merged fragments even stronger. Once she realized this, she heard Ningxi's answer. I can find 4 more fragments, but I'm not sure if that's all of them. Just like with the stone fragments earlier, the highest number Siyu had seen was fragment 4. That only proved there were at least 4, not that there were only 4. In any case, let's go take a look. Can you remember where we are? Siyu had checked the map before. Originally, her map was lit up, but after the pollution appeared, it was locked. She could open it, but it was pitch black. Although they were still in the underground stairwell, the dark surroundings made it hard to tell directions. I'll just make a mark. Ningxi used light magic to mark the spot, then led everyone to the locations of the next few pollution source fragments. After making a circuit, half an hour had passed, and all 4 fragments Ningxi could sense had been found, including the first one, that made 5 fragments in total. 5 fragments, but their names weren't just 1 through 5. The highest numbered fragment was 6, and they'd only found 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Pollution source fragment 4 was missing. Siyu told Ningxi about the missing fragment. Ningxi didn't know how Siyu figured out there was one missing, but she searched carefully anyway, then shook her head with a frown. No, I can't find any new fragments. Within my sensing range, there are only these 5 parts. For a moment, Ningxi wondered if Siyu had made a mistake, but seeing how certain Siyu was that there were 6 fragments, she began to wonder if she'd missed something. Looks like someone's deliberately hiding it from us, Siyu sighed, seeing how hard Ningxi was trying. Ningxi seemed to understand as well, and stopped wasting her magic. In that case, let's just deal with these 5 fragments first. The 6th fragment definitely existed, but it had been deliberately hidden, so it was normal that Ningxi couldn't find it. But they were running out of time. They couldn't afford to search for the last fragment right now. The priority was to deal with the 5 in front of them. As for what would happen if they didn't destroy all the fragments at once, Siyu didn't have time to worry about that. Either they cleared them now, or they used a return stone to leave. Between the two, Siyu would definitely choose to clear them. After all, there was still a lot to resolve with the merfolk. Besides, things might not be as bad as they seemed. If we have to destroy them simultaneously, do you have any good ideas, Lord Su? Ningxi asked softly. Although simultaneously didn't mean literally at the exact same second, the time gap between destroying the 5 fragments couldn't be too long. If the interval was too long, they'd start merging, and then nothing they did would matter. The first method, I brought explosives with long fuses. She wasn't sure exactly how long, but it should be enough. If they used explosives, they could set them up at each location, lay out the fuses, and light them all at once. Ningxi was stunned. That really was simple and crude. So you couldn't help but laugh at her reaction, then rejected the idea herself. Even though the fuses are long enough, I don't have enough explosives, so this plan might not work. Each fragment only had about 10,000 HP, but 5 together made 50,000. So you only had enough explosives for less than 30,000 damage, not enough. Besides the lack of explosives, there was another risk, interference from outside. What if a dark creature came out and put out the fuse while it was burning? Or what if a dark creature moved the explosives after they'd been set? Of course, those were secondary concerns. The most important issue was that they were underground, and using explosives here could cause a collapse, with disastrous consequences. The second method, assign someone to each of the 5 locations and attack at the same time. This was probably the most obvious solution, but also the hardest to pull off. First, they had no way to communicate, so it was unclear how to coordinate the timing. Second, splitting up meant less firepower at each location, so it would take longer to destroy the fragments, increasing the risk of something going wrong. Third, for the same reason, if a lot of enemies suddenly appeared, they'd be unable to defend themselves. In short, it's theoretically possible, but extremely difficult in practice. After rejecting 2 of the more likely solutions, Siyu thought for a moment and then proposed one last idea. There's one more way. We destroy each pollution source fragment once, but don't finish them off completely. Then, we clean them up one by one. To put it simply, they would attack each fragment, but not kill it, just leave it barely alive, and then assign people to stay behind. Since the fragments would be left with very little health, even just 1 or 2 people could finish the job if needed. Of course, there was still risk involved, but this method was much more forgiving than the previous ones. Looking at things now, there were only a few possible approaches, but each had its flaws. All they could do was choose the one with the least severe drawbacks, or try to optimize these methods themselves to minimize the risks. After a round of discussion, they settled on the following plan. First, reduce each pollution source fragment to near death. During this process, they would plant explosives and set up fuses. Since the fragments would have only a sliver of health left, the explosives would definitely be sufficient. Before leaving, Sue would make sure at least one person stayed at each location to prevent any accidents with the explosives. Once all the explosives were set and every fragment was reduced to near death, they would ignite the fuses. With a plan in place, they quickly ran through a simulation of the steps, then got straight to work. After all, half of the 2 hours Ningxia had mentioned had already passed. They didn't have much time left. Let's start with this one, Sue said, pointing to the nearest fragment. While assigning someone to plant explosives capable of dealing about 1,000 damage, she kept a close eye on the fragment's health to make sure it wasn't accidentally killed. If she hadn't been worried that the explosion might cause a collapse underground, Sue would have preferred to use explosives that dealt 2,000 damage, just to be safe. But since someone would be left behind, even if the explosives didn't finish the job, they could always step in and finish it off. Once the fragment's health dropped to triple digits, Sue had most people stop attacking, leaving only 2 warriors with low damage to slowly chip away at it with their shields. Maybe because they weren't actually trying to kill the fragment, no dark creatures appeared to stop them. You two stay here. The rest, follow me to the next spot, Sue instructed, naming 2 people to stay behind. Then, she waited for Ningxia to set up a barrier for them. With the barrier in place, as long as they didn't leave, nothing would go wrong in the short term. Once the first location was set up, they moved on to the second fragment, then the third, the fourth. Finally, when the last fragment was reduced to near death, they ignited the fuse on the farthest explosive in order. Because the fuses were different lengths, they had calculated the timing and order in advance. They knew exactly which to light first and how long to wait before lighting the next. Boom! A faint explosion sounded in the distance, followed by a second, then a third, each one coming closer. The last explosion went off right beside them. Everyone stared in shock at where the fragment had been. Then, they saw 4 streaks of black light shooting toward them from afar. No one else knew what was happening, but Suyu, having read the description and heard some information from Ningxia, guessed that these were pollution sources trying to escape and looking for something to merge with. Unfortunately for them, all the pollution source fragments had already been destroyed, so these black lights were now homeless. As the 5 streaks of black light darted around aimlessly, Sue suddenly thought of something and quickly told everyone to gather the people stationed at the other 4 locations. Logically, if all the pollution sources have been eliminated, there shouldn't be any black lights left, Ningxia said, sounding anxious and confused. Sue guessed the reason and explained to her and the others, I mentioned before that there's still 1 fragment we haven't found. That's why the black lights haven't disappeared, they're searching for the last fragment. Of course, letting them find and merge with the last fragment wasn't good news, but the fact was, Siyu and her group couldn't find the last pollution source fragment themselves. Since these black lights and the fragments shared the same origin, they would definitely find the last fragment faster than the group could. So Siyu decided to use them to locate the final fragment. As for merging, well, since they couldn't find the last fragment anyway, so be it. After quickly regrouping, the black lights in the air seemed to have found their target. They stopped wandering aimlessly and shot off purposefully in one direction. Follow them. Thanks to Suyu's earlier warning, everyone understood they needed to follow the black lights, so they moved quickly. As they chased after the black lights, it seemed the lights realized they were being followed. But instead of trying to shake off Suyu's group, They deliberately slowed down, as if they were luring them on purpose. Siyu and the others noticed this, but since they'd come this far, there was no turning back. Even knowing it was a trap, they had no choice but to follow. Soon, they found themselves back at the place where they'd previously discovered countless boxes. The 5 black lights passed right through a wall in front of them, disappearing into an unknown area. "Dig," Siyu said without hesitation, pulling out a pickaxe and telling everyone to break through the wall. Since the black lights could pass through, there had to be another space on the other side. Siyu suspected there might be a better way to open the wall, but since the 5 pollution sources were gone yet the surrounding pollution hadn't lessened much, Ningxia was still under a lot of pressure. They simply didn't have time to search for a mechanism. Violent methods weren't ideal, but in an emergency, you had to do what you had to do. And as it turned out, brute force worked just fine. After just a few swings from each person, they saw a new passageway. As they kept digging, the passage widened enough for 4 or 5 people to pass through at once. Siyu led the way, taking her team through. "Who's there?" As soon as Siyu and the others arrived in this new space, they heard a gentle voice coming from not far away. Following the sound, the group was surprised to see a mermaid leaning against a rock. Their gazes all unconsciously drifted to her eyes. Her eyes seemed injured, unfocused, and the irises were a grayish-white color, unlike anything they'd seen on other mermaids. Although she was a blind mermaid, it did nothing to diminish her stunning beauty. For most people, their first reaction upon seeing her would be to marvel at the wonders of creation, and only then to feel a sense of regret and pity. Such a beautiful mermaid. If her eyes still shone with light, wouldn't she be even more breathtaking? "Since you're here, why don't you speak? Or is it because I'm blind, you've all decided to play mute?" Her tone carried a hint of teasing. Although her words weren't exactly pleasant, they somehow didn't sound harsh to those listening. "Sorry to disturb you. We're guests of the merfolk, here by invitation." Siyu had barely finished her sentence before being interrupted. "If you're guests, then why are you here? Don't you know what this place is?" The beautiful mermaid clearly didn't believe Siyu, though her tone remained light and amused. But Siyu was telling the truth. First, they really were invited guests. Second, she truly didn't know where they were. Although Siyu found this mermaid a bit odd, she still answered honestly, "We ended up here by accident. We don't know what this place is." It really was an accident. They hadn't taken the usual route to get here. None of them had known what to expect, let alone that a mysterious mermaid would be waiting. The mermaid made a curious little "So you really aren't lying," she said, sounding puzzled. Hearing this, Siyu and the others grew even more confused. Not only that, but a chill crept up their spines. What did she mean, really aren't lying? Could this mermaid somehow detect lies, or even read minds? Thinking of the 5 vanished black lights, those with wild imaginations began to wonder if this mermaid was truly a mermaid at all, or if this was all just an illusion conjured by the source of corruption. Siyu also found the mermaid's behavior odd, but she didn't doubt her identity. After all, if those black lights had the power to create such an illusion, they wouldn't have been so easily destroyed. Besides, Ningxia had said that ever since they arrived, she hadn't sensed any trace of corruption. Even if Siyu didn't trust the mermaid, she trusted Ningxia's judgment. "If you don't know where this is, then how did you get in?" The mermaid still seemed fixated on this question. Siyu felt a bit helpless, but she could tell that if she didn't answer, the conversation wouldn't move forward. So, she explained about the formation and the underground staircase. Of course, she didn't mention the source of corruption. Although the mermaid seemed friendly, her true allegiance was unclear. Matters of corruption could wait until they knew more about her. "Formation, underground staircase," the mermaid murmured, then fell silent. Siyu and the others exchanged glances. Thinking of the 5 missing black lights and the last fragment of corruption, Siyu couldn't wait any longer. "We didn't expect to end up here either. If possible, we'd like to leave. Could you tell us where this is? And how we might get out?" Siyu asked sincerely. The mermaid's expression grew complicated, then she couldn't help but laugh. "Telling you where this is isn't a problem. But as for leaving, this is the forbidden land of the merfolk, a place only the dead may enter. There is no exit. She enunciated each word clearly, and to Suyu and the others, it was like a bolt from the blue. What shocked them wasn't that they couldn't leave, but that this place was actually the merfolk's forbidden land. Now knowing the truth, everyone couldn't help but look around, but the desolate scene gave no hint of a forbidden place. Suppressing her shock and confusion, Suyu pressed on, "If only the dead can come here, then why are you here?" Her presence and her words clearly contradicted each other, but Suyu didn't think she was lying. Could it be that what they were seeing wasn't a living mermaid at all? The thought was so terrifying that Suyu couldn't help but squeeze her fingers to steady herself. "I'm here, because I'm dead, of course." The mermaid smiled as she spoke, but her beautiful smile paired with such dangerous words just felt wrong. A dozen pairs of eyes swept over her, none of them really believing what she said. Something flickered in Suyu's mind. She tried to grasp the fleeting thought, and a question slipped out. "Do you know about the child of the twin pearls?" Suyu didn't even know why she asked. It just popped into her head for a moment, and she couldn't help but say it. The reaction was so instinctive that Suyu wondered if she'd been controlled by another consciousness for a few seconds. But surprisingly, this seemingly unrelated question actually caused a subtle change in the mermaid's demeanor. If before she'd treated them casually, like an adult teasing a group of children, the mention of the child of the twin pearls made all the playfulness and indifference vanish from her face. "I know. Of course I know." She paused after saying this, and Suyu thought she was about to reveal something shocking, but instead, her next words, "I've forgotten," plunged the room into silence. The mermaid didn't care about their silence and continued talking to herself, "In my memory, I should be dead. I don't even know how I died, but when I woke up, I found myself here." Though she'd lost some memories, she still remembered that this was the forbidden land of the merfolk. The so-called forbidden land of the merfolk wasn't as mystical as the rumors made it out to be. In reality, it was simply the graveyard of the merfolk. Merfolk who sensed their impending death would come here of their own accord, find a suitable place to rest, and their mermaid pearls would also be placed within the forbidden land. If a merfolk died outside the forbidden land, the elders would bring their remains here. So, when a mermaid who believed herself to be dead woke up and found herself in the forbidden land, it only reinforced her conviction that she was, indeed, already dead. Still, she sometimes wondered, if she was dead, why did she still have consciousness? Why could she speak and move, even if she simply couldn't leave this place? She'd considered the possibility that she wasn't truly alive anymore, but rather a wandering soul. Souls, after all, could think, move, and speak, but living beings couldn't see or hear them. But the arrival of Suyu and her companions shattered that belief. They could see her and hear her voice. If that was the case, did it mean she wasn't dead after all? Or were these people also dead, and that's why they could see her? "You don't look like a dead mermaid at all. Can you tell us what you know? Maybe we can help you." So you had no idea that her casual remark would pull the lost-in-thought mermaid back down to earth. The mermaid hesitated for a moment. Whether she truly trusted Suyu or simply had her own troubles and wanted to use these humans, she decided to share what little she knew. "My name is Miliel. That might be the only thing I know about myself." Miliel couldn't see, so her gaze never turned towards Suyu and the others. She spoke into the air, as if communicating with them, or perhaps just talking to herself. "I can't remember how long I've been here. I don't know why I came here or what happened." This string of "I don't knows" left Suyu at a loss for words. What could she do when faced with such an ignorant mermaid? The thing was, Miliel really didn't know anything. She wasn't pretending, and she wasn't lying. "The only memory I have after waking up is of a group of ugly creatures. I think they locked me up, and someone came to rescue me." This was the only piece of useful information Miliel had shared so far. According to her, she'd been imprisoned by someone, and someone else had tried to rescue her, but when she woke up, she was already in the forbidden land. So, who had imprisoned her? What was their purpose? Who was the one who rescued her? And was she really rescued, or why did she end up here? So you knew these were questions only Miliel herself could answer. If she asked Miliel, the answer would surely be, "I don't know. I mentioned before the child of twin pearls. You said you knew them, but you'd forgotten. So you tried to find a breakthrough, while letting the others search the forbidden land for clues. Miliel seemed to notice the human's actions. Though she couldn't see, the blind often have heightened senses, especially hearing. But she didn't stop them. If she could see, she would have searched every corner of this place herself. The forbidden land was important, but wasn't her own freedom just as important? Now that someone else was doing it, Miliel was happy to let them. Yes, I may have lost my memories, but I have a feeling that I know the child of twin pearls, and we had a good relationship. Her words sounded uncertain, but her tone was firm. It was as if she was sure she knew the child of twin pearls, and also that their relationship was a close one. So you seemed to catch on to something and smiled, asking, if you were so close, then if you were captured by bad people, the child of twin pearls would definitely come to rescue you, right? This time, Miliel was stunned for a long while. She seemed to be thinking about it very seriously, to the point of completely ignoring everyone else. So you didn't interrupt her because she was hoping Miliel might remember something. With so few clues, being able to connect Miliel's rescuer to the child of twin pearls was already quite a feat. So you casually found a place to sit, habitually taking out pen and paper to jot down notes. By now, she was almost certain that the one who rescued Miliel was the child of twin pearls. With the child of twin pearls' strength, unless Miliel's captor was someone on the level of the elf queen, it should have been easy for them to deal with anyone else. If that was the case, why was Miliel still here? The only answer you could think of was that the rescue had failed, or something unexpected happened during the attempt, turning what should have been a smooth rescue into a disaster. Either way, it pointed to one thing: the person who captured Miliel must be extremely powerful. Even if not on the elf queen's level, they couldn't be far off. But why would someone with such power want to capture Miliel? After all, as far as they could tell, there was nothing special about Miliel. Either Miliel was hiding some secret worth all this trouble, or she wasn't the real target at all. The real target was likely the child of twin pearls. Knowing Miliel was close to the child of twin pearls, they captured her to threaten the child of twin pearls. I remember now. Just as Suyu's thoughts were about to hit a dead end, Miliel's sudden cry snapped her out of it. Miliel's face twisted in pain as she clutched the scales on her chest with such force it seemed she might tear them off. Her once slender, pale fingers were now covered in blood. Everyone was shocked by the sudden scene. Suyu froze for a few seconds, then immediately looked at Vivian. Vivian bit her lip, grabbed her things, and hurried to Miliel's side. She first used magic to stop the bleeding, then tried to treat the wounds with a potion. But Miliel wouldn't cooperate. She pushed Vivian's hand away, knocking over a bottle of medicine. The sound of the glass shattering on the ground was sharp and terrifying. No, dig it out. Miliel sounded as if an invisible hand was strangling her. She gasped for breath, one hand supporting herself, the other still trying to hurt herself. Dig it out. Go save her. Help me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Crystal-clear mermaid tears scattered all over the floor, eventually piling up into a small mound of pearls beneath her. So you felt a bit suffocated, and at the same time, a splitting headache was coming on. When someone is determined to die, there's little outsiders can do. Siu was no exception. All she could do was have someone restrain Milier's hands and let Vivian forcibly begin treatment. Perhaps sensing there was more to the story, Vivian, for once, didn't show any displeasure toward a self-harming patient, nor did she simply refuse to help. Still, she was clearly not in the best of moods. After much struggle, they finally managed to save this self-destructive mermaid. To prevent her from hurting herself again, Siu had no choice but to have her tied up for now. The already blind mermaid was now not only wrapped in blood-stopping cloth, but also securely bound, making her look even more pitiful. Anyone unaware of the situation who saw the scene would surely think Siu and her companions were the villains tormenting this beautiful yet fragile mermaid. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, nor was it likely there ever would be. Milier, I hope you can calm down first. Tell me, what did you just remember? And how do you want us to help you? Siu coaxed gently. If it weren't for the fact that Gongyi's zither skills would be showing off before a mermaid, Siyu would have asked her to play a soothing tune to calm everyone's nerves. Melior's gaze was dull and lifeless. Whether she heard Siyu's words or not was unclear, but seeing her like this, Siyu could only repeat herself. This time, Melior finally responded. I remembered. Anna. She saved me. She's the child of the twin pearls. Siyu had just managed to catch an important name, but before she could process it, Melior broke down in tears again. She sobbed so hard she couldn't get a full sentence out. Mermaid tears, which would be worth a fortune on the continent, were now scattered all over the floor as if they were worthless. Siyu felt helpless, but she didn't dare say anything to upset Melior, afraid that the mermaid, who had only just calmed down, might lose control again. But from what she could tell, Melior wasn't lying. She really did know the child of the twin pearls, and this, Anna, was that very person. Still, knowing just a name wasn't enough, so Siyu could only wait patiently for Melior to compose herself before asking more questions. Perhaps Siyu's gentle coaxing had worked, because although Melior cried for a long while, at least she didn't try to harm herself again. After she finished crying and rested for a bit, she was finally able to communicate normally. Siyu asked Melior about Anna. Melior was silent for a few seconds, then said, Anna is Anna. She's an outstanding mermaid, a child blessed by the sea god. She was born to be the leader of the merfolk, the one all mermaids admire and look up to. Siyu sighed inwardly again, but listened carefully as Melior went on, praising Anna. This lasted for a full 10 minutes. Although most of it was just Melior singing Anna's praises, Siyu still managed to glean some information. For example, Melior's blindness was congenital. Her mother had suffered an injury while pregnant, which affected Melior as well. Even though there was a reason, when Melior was young, rumors still spread among the merfolk that the sea god disliked Melior and took away her sight, a baseless accusation. The sea god's importance to the merfolk was self-evident, so even though most knew the rumor was nonsense, some mermaids still distanced themselves from Melior's family. This was, without a doubt, a huge blow to young Melior. Because of her eyes, she was ostracized by her peers. As a child, she could only sit alone in a corner, listening to the laughter of others, feeling envious but never daring to show it. Until one day, when she was being bullied by a few mischievous young mermaids, a stranger intervened. From their conversation, Melior learned that the mermaid who helped her was named Kiina. She also found out that Kiina was the child blessed by the sea god at birth, the one given the twin pearls. A mermaid disliked by the sea god would be bullied by everyone, while one blessed by the sea god would be admired by all. So from the day Kiina was born, her status soared, second only to the Mermaid King. Even the elders had to treat her with care. That such a mermaid would help her, Melior didn't know whether to feel happy, excited, or inferior. After all, the difference between them was like the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground, one despised, one favored. No one would ever associate the two together. But because of that day, they met. And, because Kiina took the initiative, they became close friends who shared everything for years to come. It all seemed so natural. Since Kiina was willing to help, she clearly didn't dislike Melior, which showed she was a kind person. Whether she genuinely wanted to make friends or simply wanted to help Melior out of her predicament, it all made sense. As for Melior, there was no way she could refuse Kiina's friendship. Let alone the fact that Kiina helped her, given her status, she could pick anyone as a friend. After all, no mermaid would refuse to be friends with the sea god's chosen. Because of Kiina, no one dared gossip about Melior anymore, let alone bully her. Melior was finally able to live a normal mermaid's life. Hearing all this, Siyu understood why Melior felt the way she did about the child of the twin pearls. In her eyes, Kiina had changed her unfortunate life. To Melior, Kiina might not quite be a savior, but she was certainly a benefactor. Much, much later, when we were both adults on Anna's coming-of-age day, the sea god blessed her once again. The sea god appeared in person and bestowed blessings upon her. As Melior spoke these words, There was no envy or jealousy in her voice, only joy. Even though it hadn't happened to her, she was still genuinely happy for Kiina. But as for Kiina herself, she didn't seem all that happy. Still, this was the sea god's blessing. No matter how she really felt, she couldn't show it. But when it was just the two of them in private, all those concerns disappeared. Kiina had made it clear to Miliel that she never wanted to be the child of the twin pearls, nor did she wish to be the sea god's chosen one. All she wanted was to live as an ordinary, unremarkable mermaid. Because of her uniqueness, she was seen as the destined queen of the merfolk, and the pressure on her shoulders had never lessened since she was a child. Even though there were many people around her who cared for her and looked after her, and countless merfolk admired and envied her, she knew that all of this was only because of her identity as the child of the twin pearls. There wasn't a single person who truly cared about her as an individual. No, now there was one, Miliel. She was the only one who, when spending time with her, put aside all other identities and simply treated her as Kiina. Anna said she doesn't like it, but she knows she's been given so much, so it's her responsibility. That's why she'll do her best to fulfill these duties. Up to this point, the story made perfect sense, and Siyu had formed a rough outline of Kiina's character as the child of the twin pearls. Miliel looked at her. Although she was looking, since she was blind, it was more like she was staring blankly in Siyu's direction. And then? After Kiina became the merfolk queen, Siyu asked softly. But before she could finish, she saw Miliel shake her head. No, Anna never became the merfolk queen. Miliel showed a look of disgust. That merfolk king also had a child who received the sea god's blessing at their coming-of-age ceremony. Before Anna was born, everyone thought he would be the next king. But then Kiina was born. Not only did she have the blessing, but she was also the child of the twin pearls, completely overshadowing the merfolk prince. Siyu silently filled in the blanks in her mind. If she guessed correctly, the next part of the story would be about this merfolk prince. Miliel couldn't see the complicated expression on Siyu's face and continued, her dislike for the prince obvious. He thought the same way. So when Anna appeared, all the merfolk were happy, even the king accepted it. Of course, the king must have hoped his own child would be the next ruler, but fate had spoken. The sea god had already chosen the right king for them. Even if it wasn't for the sake of the merfolk, just for himself, he wouldn't dare go against the sea god's will. He knew he couldn't become king, so he publicly gave up his claim to the throne in front of everyone. Miliel sneered, then continued, he put on a good act. Outwardly, he acted like he didn't care, but behind the scenes, he secretly pestered Anna. Back then, Miliel didn't know what he was thinking, but she still didn't like him. Maybe it was because she felt his presence took her friend away, or maybe she thought that this prince, who was supposed to be the next king, didn't seem like someone who would just hand over the throne so easily. Either way, she just didn't like him. Fortunately, although Kiina didn't dislike the prince, she also had no intention of getting close to him. Nothing else happened for a while. When the merfolk king abdicated, Anna told me she'd be very busy and wouldn't have time to see me. I thought she was preparing for her coronation, so I didn't think much of it. Because of the king's abdication, Miliel didn't suspect anything and even came up with reasons for Kiina's busyness. Until a few days later, overnight, news spread throughout the merfolk that the prince was going to marry Kiina. Because everyone knew how close she was to Kiina, they didn't dare ask Kiina directly, nor could they find her, so they came to Miliel for answers. But the problem was, Miliel didn't know about it either. She only heard it from other merfolk. Her first reaction was shock, then she was sure it was just a false rumor. She and Kiina were so close, together almost every day. The prince probably saw Kiina less often than Miliel saw the merfolk elders. Of course, those elders weren't coming for her, but for Kiina. Later, I went to ask Anna. She didn't answer me, only said she'd take me to the palace to play someday. Miliel actually didn't care whether she could go to the palace or not. After all, she couldn't see anything. What difference did it make where she lived? But from Kiina's attitude, she understood that the rumor was probably true. It wasn't that Miliel didn't want her to find a partner, but she knew Kiina didn't like the prince at all. She could guess that their relationship was definitely not that simple. But since Kiina wouldn't say, there was nothing she could do. Hearing this, Siyu once again pictured the mural in her mind, 2 thrones, but only one mermaid sitting, and it wasn't the child of the twin pearls. Afterward, the child of the twin pearls was harmed by the one on the throne. If the child of the twin pearls in the mural referred to Koina, then everything seemed to fit. She was supposed to be queen, but she wasn't interested. Out of responsibility, she accepted it all. The prince had always seen the throne as his, but then a child of the twin pearls appeared out of nowhere and took it from him. He pretended not to care, but secretly made some kind of deal with Koina. Then the two became partners. Koina probably found it difficult to have her partner share the throne with her, but because the prince's status was special, the other merfolk accepted having 2 rulers. After that, Koina gradually faded from view, handing her power over to the prince. The other merfolk probably sensed her indifference toward the throne. They felt something was wrong, but since Koina herself didn't care, and the prince had likely done a lot to secure his position, over time, everyone just accepted the situation. Later, they really did end up together. Although Anna still came to see me often, it was for shorter periods, and I could tell she had changed a lot. Miliel couldn't describe the change exactly, but she could definitely feel it. After all, they'd been together for over 10 years and knew each other better than anyone else. Even the slightest change wouldn't escape her notice. I don't remember anything after that, Miliel said. Her memory stopped right after Kiina married the merman prince. But unfortunately, that part of the story was the most important, because it included Miliel being captured and Kiina likely sacrificing something to save her. After that, Miliel woke up to find herself in the Forbidden Grounds. As for how she knew this place was the Forbidden Grounds, it was because Kiina had been there before and had described what it looked like. Although it was only a verbal description, when Miliel arrived, she sensed the presence of countless mermaid pearls. Even though she couldn't see anything, she guessed where she was. Siyu sorted through the plot in her mind, glanced at the wound on Miliel's chest, and hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, she decided not to ask about Miliel's earlier outburst. Progress on this side had clearly hit a bottleneck. Fortunately, under Suyu's direction, the others explored the Forbidden Grounds and found clues that might be related to escaping. The clue here was, once again, a formation. But this formation was clearly different from the one in the water prison. After all, this was the Forbidden Grounds. It was more difficult, more complex, and contained much more energy. Because of this, Siyu encountered considerable difficulties trying to break the formation. But this was obviously their only way out, so no matter how hard it was, she had to find a way to crack it. Meanwhile, several hours had passed since Siyu left the eldest prince's palace. Luya had already led people to repair all the broken barriers and arranged for even stricter guards. But when she returned to her own palace, she heard from one of her merfolk attendants that Suyu and her group had left to look for the 5th elder. So Luya went to find the 5th elder as well. When she arrived, the 5th elder was present, but after hearing what Luya said, the elder looked puzzled. I wasn't in the palace earlier. Miss Sue and her group probably didn't find me and just left. To confirm, the 5th elder called for the guards. Guard, about 3 hours ago, some humans did come to visit you, elder, but you weren't in, so they left. Luya felt uneasy because she knew Sue didn't know many merfolk here. If she came looking for the 5th elder, it must have been for something important. But as luck would have it, the 5th elder wasn't there. Normally, if she couldn't find the 5th elder, Sue should have returned to the glazed palace. But clearly, that wasn't what happened. Did you notice which direction they went when they left? Luya asked the guard. The guard hesitated, sounding uncertain. It seemed like they headed toward either the eldest prince's or the 3rd princess's palace. The 5th elder was clever. Hearing this, she immediately guessed Suyu's intentions and ruled out the 3rd princess. Miss Sue must have had something important to discuss. Since I wasn't there, she probably went to seek help from the eldest prince. With this conclusion, Luya took her people to find her eldest brother, the eldest prince. As for the 5th elder, since it was already late at night, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to visit other princes or princesses. So she didn't go with them, but she did send people to search for Suyu and her group within the palace. Luya arrived at the eldest prince's palace and learned from him what Suyu had told him, as well as the prince's own guess about Suyu's whereabouts. So, Luya hurriedly led her people to the water prison. But the water prison was guarded by the Grand Elder's people. No matter how anxious Luya was, she couldn't risk a confrontation with the Grand Elder at this time. After all, Suyu and her group's whereabouts were unknown. If they really had fallen into the Grand Elder's hands, anything Luya did now would only make things worse and make the Grand Elder hate them even more. In the end, the fifth elder, who had rushed over, persuaded Luya to leave. The task of gathering information from the Grand Elder was left to the fifth elder. But that would have to wait until tomorrow, since it was already so late. Tomorrow was an important day, and with other creatures eyeing them covetously, they had to be prepared. A new day dawned. The merfolk's grand sacrificial ceremony was about to begin, and the entire merfolk tribe was filled with joy and excitement. Even Luya, who had been anxious all night over Suyu's disappearance, felt her mood lighten a little. But only a little. She still wasn't happy. She knew Suyu had come here to save the merfolk. If something happened to her, Luya would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Luya, who should have been at the banquet, slipped away quietly. She found the fifth elder and learned one good piece of news and one bad. The good news was that after probing, the fifth elder didn't think the Grand Elder had captured Suyu and her group. The bad news was that even after entering the water prison, the fifth elder still couldn't find any trace of Suyu and the others. That staircase. Yuri and the others might have gone down there, Luya said anxiously. The fifth elder glanced at her, then shook her head and sighed. I went down that staircase too. At the bottom is a stone door, and it doesn't look like anyone has opened it. In other words, Suyu and the others probably hadn't gone in there. But the entire palace had been searched. Suyu and her group weren't inside or outside the palace. Where could they be? Could they have gone back? That was obviously impossible. Humans couldn't possibly swim through the ocean with just their bodies, especially over such a long distance. Luya had also asked Dallin, but neither he nor his kin had seen any sign of humans. As unbelievable as it seemed, the reality was that Suyu and her group had vanished into thin air. Xiaoya, I remember you have another human with you. Maybe you can ask him, he might know more, the fifth elder suggested. She was referring to the human Suyu had arranged to find Luya and help her locate all the cracks in the merfolk's protective barrier. He was also the only one left alone. When this man learned that Lord Su and the others had disappeared, he was very surprised. However, he wasn't too worried about their safety because he knew there were 3 mages in their group. There might not be many of them, but their fighting power was actually quite strong. And Lord Su was so clever after all. Lord Su and the others will be fine. Lord Su even gave each of us a return stone. If they really ran into danger, they probably would have already returned to the territory by now. The speaker was Kiki, the human who had discovered the crack. He knew that Lord Su and the 6th princess were on good terms, and he could see that the princess's concern was genuine. So, after some hesitation, he quietly told her about the return stones. There's something like that. That puts my mind at ease. Although Luya had never heard of return stones before, Kiki showed her one, and she could indeed sense a special energy within what looked like an ordinary stone. With something like that as a trump card, it was unlikely they'd be in real danger. Yuyo and the others might have already gone back. Do you want to return too? Luya looked at Kiki and asked. In Luya's view, Suyu and the others' disappearance was utterly baffling. There wasn't a single clue left behind. If they hadn't run into danger, the only explanation was that they'd already returned. Since that was the case, as one of Suyu's people, Kiki could actually go back now. Otherwise, it would be quite dangerous for him to stay here alone. For Suyu's sake, Luya would do her best to protect Kiki, but with so much going on today, she couldn't guarantee nothing would slip through the cracks. Kiki shook his head, declining the offer to return. Lord Su might not have left yet, so I want to stay. Your Highness, please go about your own business, no need to look after me. Lord Su prepared a lot for us. And if all else fails, I still have a return stone. Since he put it that way, Luya didn't try to persuade him further. After all, this human wasn't Suyu, and she wasn't familiar with him. She'd already said as much as she could. Then take care of yourself. I have things to do, so I'll be off. Luya nodded, instructing the palace staff to notify her immediately if Suyu and the others returned. Then she left the palace and headed back to the banquet. At this point, there was less than an hour left before the grand sacrificial ceremony. All the merfolk were excitedly watching the empty altar, their fervent gazes as if the altar wasn't empty at all, but instead held some priceless treasure. And in a way, that was true. The altar was empty now, but after the ceremony, it would be filled with gifts from the sea god. Xiaoya, where did you just go? Father is looking for you. The fourth princess waved Luya over and quietly filled her in on what had happened while she was gone. Madame Sang is here too. I know you don't like her, I don't either, but today is the sacrificial ceremony. Whatever you do, don't cause a scene, or the Grand Elder will be hard to deal with. The fourth princess patted Luya's head and whispered a reminder. Luya responded sullenly. Though she was in a bad mood, she did take her sister's words to heart. I knew Xiaoya was the best. Come on, I'll take you to father. The fourth princess could tell Luya wasn't happy, but since she'd agreed, it meant she'd promised not to cause trouble. That was enough to put her at ease. I'm not going. Luya shook her head, her attitude firm. To avoid doing anything impulsive in front of Madame Sang, Luya decided it was better not to see that unpleasant scene at all. If she didn't see it, it couldn't affect her. The fourth princess frowned, about to say something, but was interrupted by another voice. Aching, you go on ahead. I'll stay here with Xiuya. Aching was the fourth princess's name. Anyone who could address them both so intimately had to be a close acquaintance. Luya turned around and saw a merfolk she hadn't seen in a long time. She was stunned for a moment, then ran over happily and threw herself into his arms. Second brother. It's been so long, I missed you so much. That's right, the newcomer was the second prince of the merfolk, the biological brother of the two princesses. The second prince smiled and hugged Luya, then, just like the fourth princess, patted her head. He looked up at the fourth princess. If Xiaoya doesn't want to go, don't force her. I don't want to go either. We can keep each other company. The fourth princess seemed like she wanted to say more, but recalling what had happened between Madame Sang and the second prince in the past, she let it go. Then you two have fun. If anything comes up, send someone to find me. With that, the fourth princess left. It's been so long, Xiuya. I missed you a lot. I've found all sorts of fun things in the human world lately. Let me show you. As mentioned before, because of a misunderstanding involving Madame Sang, the second prince had left the merfolk and only recently returned. During his time away, he'd been living in the human world. Although it wasn't easy for a merfolk to live among humans, the second prince was strong and clever, so he'd managed to do quite well on land. Now that he was finally back, he'd brought many gifts from the human world, and the best of them were clearly meant for Luya. Luya still had a lot on her mind, but since she hadn't seen her beloved second brother in so long, she didn't hesitate to accept his invitation and went to his palace to play. Meanwhile, since the fourth princess hadn't brought Luya along, the merfolk king's smile faded noticeably when he saw her arrive alone. Why isn't Xiaoya here? Didn't I ask you to fetch her? The merfolk king treated all his children well, but the only one he truly doted on was Luya. All the merfolk could tell the king was displeased that the fourth princess hadn't brought Luya. But the fourth princess didn't mind. If she really cared, she would have brought Luya no matter what. Since she hadn't, she was clearly prepared to face the king's reaction. Xiaoya was on her way, but we ran into second brother. He wasn't able to come, and Xiaoya hadn't seen him in ages, so she asked me to let you know. The fourth princess kept her expression neutral, neatly shifting responsibility away from herself and Luya. Luya didn't come because she was catching up with the second prince, and everyone present knew why the second prince wouldn't come. By bringing up the past, the fourth princess reminded everyone of the king's own fault in the matter. So, although the king's face darkened, he didn't say anything more. As for Madame Sang, who stood beside the king, She remained perfectly composed, as if she hadn't been the cause of the misunderstanding with the second prince at all. She acted as though she hadn't even heard the fourth princess's words. The fourth princess couldn't help but mutter a few words to herself, thick-skinned troublemaker, as she watched this display of calm composure. Originally, the sacrificial ceremony was supposed to be a joyful occasion, but the arrival of Lady Sang with the Mermaid King had already made things awkward. And now, out of the 6 princes and princesses, 2 were absent, making the atmosphere even more tense and strange. But since this was ultimately a family matter for the royal merfolk, the other merfolk didn't dare to comment, though who knew what they were really thinking inside. As time ticked by, colorful rays of light began to radiate from the altar. All the merfolk, upon witnessing this miracle, instinctively knelt down in unison. Not only them, but the elders and royal family members closest to the altar also left their seats and knelt toward the altar. The light on the altar grew even brighter. All the merfolk bowed their heads devoutly, chanting prayers to the sea god in their native tongue. The sacrificial ceremony was proceeding smoothly. The 5th elder, who was at the front, lowered her head, suppressing her doubts and a growing sense of unease, and prayed for the sea god's arrival just like everyone else. According to tradition, the sea god would usually appear within 10 minutes of the ceremony's start. Of course, the sea god was busy, so there had been times in the past when he didn't show up. But even when he didn't appear, to thank his loyal followers, the sea god would always leave generous gifts on the altar. Yet for some reason, more than 10 minutes had passed since the ceremony began, and there was still no response from the altar. Some less sensitive merfolk might think the sea god was just running late, but those who knew more about the situation were starting to feel anxious. They weren't afraid of the fish people invading, but they didn't want the sacrificial ceremony to be disrupted. That was what they feared most. And unfortunately, the very thing they feared most, the thing they least wanted to see, still happened in the end. Bad news. A large number of fish people have appeared outside the protective barrier. They've surrounded the entire merfolk tribe. Originally, people might have questioned why someone would barge in so recklessly, but as soon as they heard something was happening outside, everyone fell silent. The Grand Elder reacted the fastest, immediately leading people out. The 3rd and 4th elders followed close behind. After all, they were responsible for the tribe's security, so the fish people invasion was their concern. The 5th elder, who knew the most about the situation, also wanted to go out and see what was happening, but she knew that her presence was needed here even more. With the Grand Elder handling things outside, there shouldn't be any major problems. But here, the Mermaid King was clearly unreliable, and although the Crown Prince had some ability, he was still young and couldn't control so many merfolk. The ceremony is suspended. No one is allowed to leave, the 5th elder ordered sternly. Facing the panicked crowd, she calmly instructed those around her to keep watch, to prevent any unknown creatures from entering, and also to stop any insiders from sneaking out to leak information or cause trouble. The other merfolk clearly realized something was wrong, so they instinctively obeyed the 5th elder's command. After all, she seemed the most reliable right now. But just because most merfolk were willing to listen to the 5th elder didn't mean everyone would. 5th elder, what do you mean by this? The Mermaid King, seeing himself surrounded, immediately looked furious and barked out harshly. He wasn't really looking for an answer. He just wanted to assert his presence. After all, as the king, it was humiliating for everyone to ignore him and only follow the 5th elder's orders. Before the 5th elder could respond, someone else spoke up for her. Father, the 5th elder is doing this for the good of the merfolk, the Crown Prince said gravely. The Mermaid King had only spoken up for the sake of his pride, but he hadn't expected his own son to answer instead of the 5th elder. Being contradicted by his own child was even more humiliating, and his mood worsened. He felt as if a fire was burning inside him, twisting his expression with anger. He was about to lash out when, unexpectedly, the usually introverted and quiet 3rd princess also spoke up. With threats both inside and out, the merfolk are in a precarious situation. Father, this is not the time to fuss over such trivial matters. After being rebuffed by 2 of his children in a row, The Mermaid King was so angry he couldn't speak. Lady Sang, seizing the opportunity, began to gently comfort him. The other merfolk, hearing her soft words, all turned away. Some didn't dare to look, others, like the Crown Prince, simply didn't want to. At that moment, a question arose in all their minds. Was this irritable, easily angered man, so obsessed with Lady Sang's beauty and heedless of the bigger picture, really the wise Father King they once knew? They didn't have time to dwell on it, though, because the situation outside seemed to be changing again. A merfolk entered the hall with a message from the Grand Elder. Fifth Elder, Sixth Elder, Your Highnesses, the Grand Elder says most of the fish people have been cleared out. Today's sacrificial ceremony is suspended. You may all return to your palaces. Everything else will be discussed when the Grand Elder returns. This was clearly good news, though there was something odd about it. But most of the merfolk present didn't notice anything amiss. In their eyes, the fish people often harassed the merfolk tribe but always failed. Maybe this time they just found out about the ceremony and came to cause trouble, but since their fighting power was inferior, they would be driven off as usual. So we can go back now, someone asked the fifth elder. No one wanted to be watched like a prisoner, they all wanted to go home. As soon as one merfolk spoke up, the others chimed in as well. Since the Grand Elder said we can go, let's go. If you don't trust us, fifth elder, surely you trust the Grand Elder? These fishmen are really annoying. Every once in a while, they stir up trouble, and this time they actually ruined the sacrificial ceremony. But since the matter's been resolved, I should go back and start preparing for the next ceremony. The Crown Prince vaguely sensed something was wrong and was about to stop everyone from leaving, but the third princess gently pressed down on his hand. Don't rush, big brother. Watch the fifth elder, the third princess said quietly, taking a sip of the merfolk's fine wine. Only when she saw the Crown Prince sit back down out of the corner of her eye did she calmly withdraw her hand. The fifth elder didn't know exactly what was going on, but she could tell that the Grand Elder's order was suspicious. After thinking it over, she still instructed the merfolk guards at her side to let everyone pass. Since the Grand Elder has spoken, I won't keep you any longer. But once you return, I hope none of you wander off. If anything happens, or if you're mistaken for traitors and get caught, it'll be hard to explain. The fifth elder already had her hands full just dealing with the existence of the cursed puppets. To make matters worse, yesterday she'd learned from Luya about the fake merfolk. Things were a mess right now. If not for the need to avoid alerting the imposters, the fifth elder would have liked to have everyone's faces checked one by one. But for now, letting everyone go back was for the best. Although it would be harder to keep track of everyone once they dispersed, it was the only way to lure the snake out of its hole. The fifth elder figured the Grand Elder must have had the same idea, which was why he'd sent a merfolk to relay this message. He seemed to trust that she'd understand his intentions. The fifth elder gave a wry smile inwardly, but kept her expression unchanged as she organized everyone's departure. The Merfolk King was the first to leave. He'd never intended to stay from the start. With his departure, Lady Sang naturally followed. Next went the princesses and princes, and finally the merfolk subjects. Once the place was cleared, the fifth elder felt she could finally breathe, but when she turned around, she saw two people still hadn't left, the Crown Prince and the fourth princess. The Crown Prince stayed because he was worried about the Merfolk clan. As the heir, and with the current king in his state, he was the only one capable and qualified to manage affairs. As for the fourth princess, she stayed because of Luya. As one of only two special status merfolk who hadn't been present, she was worried something might have happened to Luya, so she wanted to remind the fifth elder to check on the situation at the second prince's palace. The fifth elder was concerned about Luya as well. After hearing the fourth princess's suggestion, she finished her immediate tasks and entrusted the follow-up to the sixth elder. I'll go to Huifeng Palace. I'll leave things here to you. Although the sixth elder, like the fifth, was mainly in charge of managing clan resources, she still had some authority as an elder. Plus, the fifth elder left some people to help, and the crown prince was there too, so she felt comfortable leaving. At the same time, inside Huifeng Palace. Second brother, where did you get all these things? They're so interesting, Luya said with a bright smile, fiddling with the toys in her hands. The second prince smiled gently. They're just ordinary things from the human world. If you really like them, after the ceremony, I'll take you to visit the human world. How about that? At first, Luya thought he was joking, but seeing how serious he looked, she couldn't help but feel both puzzled and a little wary. Is the human world really that much fun? Luya kept smiling, but her hands slowed as she played with the toys. The second prince didn't notice her change. He thought she was genuinely interested, so he continued to gently and subtly persuade her to leave the Merfolk clan. The longer he spoke, the deeper Luya's unease and suspicion grew. She nervously pinched her fingers, but tried not to show it. Fortunately, after all she'd been through lately, her nerves were steadier. Even when she sensed something was wrong, she didn't let it show. That does sound pretty nice, Luya replied absent-mindedly, while quietly reaching for something. But maybe her attitude tipped him off, or maybe her movements were too obvious, because before she could grab anything, the second prince seized her hand. Luya, be good. I won't hurt you, he said. But as she looked at the merfolk whose demeanor was now completely different from before, Luya struggled to keep her composure. She tried to break free, but it was useless. Luya wasn't particularly strong, certainly no match for the second prince before her, so she could only watch as he searched her and took her belongings. A few stones, and some random potions? The second prince raised an eyebrow at what he found, then looked at Luya. So this is what the humans gave you? I thought there'd be something interesting, but it's nothing special. With that, he destroyed everything. Watching him, Luya realized two things. First, her real second brother was probably in danger, his fate unknown. Second, the fishmen must have already launched their attack on the Merfolk clan. Otherwise, this second prince would never dare expose himself and make a move against her at a time like this. Only if the fishmen had already started their operation, and the Merfolk were too busy to care about her, would he dare act. Who are you really? Where's my second brother? Although Luya was sure his identity was tied to the fishmen, she couldn't let on that she knew. She had to pretend she was clueless and react as her current self would. Luya, what are you talking about? I am your second brother. The second prince acted as if he hadn't been exposed, still playing his role. But the more he did this, the more frightened Luya became. She wasn't afraid for herself, but for her second brother, whose fate was now uncertain. Seeing the fear and panic on Luya's face, the second prince seemed very satisfied. A strange, unsettling smile crept across his face. Although he was smiling, his expression sent chills down one's spine. Just like before, he reached out, intending to pat Luya's head. Even when Luya dodged, he showed no sign of displeasure. Be good, Luya. Soon, our whole family will be reunited. The second prince left these cryptic words behind, then turned and left without hesitation. Whether he was prepared or simply too confident that Luya couldn't escape, at least on the surface, the second prince hadn't stationed anyone here. In other words, Luya was alone in this place, free to do as she wished. But Luya didn't act rashly. After all, no sensible person would believe there truly wasn't a second living being here at this moment. Still, she couldn't just sit and do nothing, especially since the second prince's behavior clearly showed how confident they were in their plan. This made Luya, who believed the merfolk had made thorough preparations, start to feel anxious. But no matter how worried she was, it wouldn't help. She was still locked in this tiny room. Whatever she wanted to do, her first priority had to be getting out of here. No, I need to calm down. There must still be. Luya glanced around, hiding and gripping tightly the only thing she'd managed to keep. It was a rune, one Siu had made for her earlier, using a beautiful piece of sea coral. From the outside, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary stone hanging from a bracelet. Precisely because of this, it had escaped the second prince's men's notice. If she remembered correctly, Siu had told her this rune could make her invisible for a while. But this invisibility didn't mean she'd vanish completely. Rather, when she wore the rune, its power would create a visual distortion, causing others to overlook her. She would still be there, but others, as if a special veil had been placed over their eyes, simply wouldn't see her. Right now, Luya was under immense pressure. She had to get word to the other merfolk about the second prince as soon as possible, so they wouldn't be deceived and fall into danger like she had. But perhaps because of this pressure, she quickly came up with a way to escape. While Luya was already putting her escape plan into action, the fifth elder, who had come looking for her, was being stonewalled outside the second prince's palace. Fifth elder, His Highness took the sixth princess out to play, the guard at the door said. This second prince was clever. He knew that if he stayed in the palace, he'd have to meet with anyone who came looking for him. So, he simply didn't stay in the palace at all. As long as he wasn't there, no one could do anything about it, just like the fifth elder now. At this point, the fifth elder hadn't yet realized the second prince was an imposter. She was just a little worried about Luya and the second prince's safety. After all, there were hostile fishmen lurking outside the merfolk territory. If the two of them left, it would be extremely dangerous. Fifth elder, did the second prince say where he was taking the sixth princess? Guard, sorry, fifth elder, we don't know where they went. Somehow, the guard's answer was exactly what the fifth elder had expected, though she couldn't say why. In that case, I'll leave for now. When the second prince and sixth princess return, tell them to come see me. Yes, ma'am. Not finding them made the fifth elder uneasy, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't have time to linger here. Since she couldn't find them, she had to hurry back to handle other matters for the merfolk. The sixth elder couldn't manage everything alone. After the fifth elder left, the guards dropped their respectful facade, their faces turning cold and indifferent. These fishmen are acting strange. In the past, whenever we drove them off, they'd flee in panic. Why are they still hanging around outside now? The third elder fiddled with his fingers, his tone both puzzled and agitated. These fishmen were disrupting the merfolk's grand ceremony. What he wanted most was to lead the merfolk out and give them a thorough thrashing. But clearly, the Grand Elder wouldn't allow such a reckless move. The Grand Elder was angry too, but he knew the fishmen had come prepared this time. Nothing was as simple as it seemed. On the surface, it looked like the fishmen had been repelled, but who knew what schemes they still harbored? After all, they hadn't left yet, which meant they must have something else planned. How's the situation with the fifth elder? The Grand Elder was outside, but his mind was still on the banquet. Still, he trusted the fifth elder to handle things inside. His real concern was the traitor they still hadn't found. No matter how capable the fifth elder was, without finding the traitor, it would be easy to get stabbed in the back. When I got there, the fifth elder had everyone keep the merfolk inside the banquet hall. I followed your orders and told everyone to go back, and the fifth elder soon let them leave. The merfolk speaking was the one who had received the Grand Elder's orders and was now reporting back. That's good. The Grand Elder seemed to recall something. For once, his usually stern face looked a bit dazed, but he quickly recovered and reminded the two elders beside him, the barrier is still a hidden danger. Leave things here to me. You two take some people and check the barrier again. So you had only told Luya about the crack in the barrier that Kiki had discovered. Because it was late at the time, Luya had only managed to take a few people to check it, without informing the others, so the Grand Elder still didn't know. Thus, as the third and fourth elders followed the Grand Elder's orders to patrol, they ran into the guards Luya had stationed. Who are you? What are you doing here? The third elder frowned at the merfolk before him. If they hadn't been wearing the special insignia only palace guards could carry, he would have had them seized on the spot. After all, the merfolk were in troubled times. The existence of a traitor was no secret among the elders, so they wouldn't let their guard down just because someone was of the same race. The guards assigned by Luya recognized the third elder. Remembering what the sixth princess had told them, they didn't hide anything and directly relayed Luya's orders to the third elder. The sixth princess actually discovered the crack in the barrier last night? Then why didn't she tell us? The third elder wasn't convinced by their words alone. For one, it was too easy to make up such a lie. For another, he didn't see the sixth princess as someone who would care about such matters, let alone have the ability to find a crack in the barrier. This also showed that Luya's reputation in the palace wasn't great. While it wasn't exactly bad, to the other elders, apart from the fifth elder, she was just a spoiled, willful little princess, not someone capable or reliable. Faced with the third elder's questioning, the guards looked a bit helpless. After all, the sixth princess hadn't explained much when she gave them their orders. They were just following instructions and didn't ask any questions. "Where's the crack?" Seeing that they couldn't answer, the third elder didn't press them further. From what he could tell, these guards didn't seem suspicious, and there was no point in lying about something like this. "Third elder, it's over here." One of the merfolk guards pointed to an inconspicuous spot. The third elder looked closely and indeed saw a crack no longer than a finger joint. It was small, but deadly. Under normal circumstances, the barrier shouldn't have any cracks at all, not even a pinprick. So, this tiny, easily overlooked flaw was actually of critical importance. Did the sixth princess say anything else to you? For example, how she found the crack, or if there are more like it? Now that he'd seen the crack, the third elder was fairly certain the guards weren't lying, and his attitude softened a bit. He was still curious how the sixth princess had discovered the crack's location, but that didn't stop him from seeing her in a slightly better light. "We're not too sure about the details. It seemed like a human came and said something, and then the princess took us to look for these cracks." A human. The third elder fell into thought. To be honest, the third elder was much like the grand elder. He believed that those who are not of our kind must have ulterior motives. He just wasn't as stubborn as the grand elder and could be flexible when needed. Still, regarding this matter, having a human guest brought into the palace by the sixth princess on the eve of the grand ceremony, he didn't approve, just like the grand elder. But disapproval was useless. The guests were already here, and it wouldn't do to drive them out. No one wanted to cause trouble right before the ceremony, and with the fifth elder's guarantee, they decided to turn a blind eye. Now, hearing that it was a human who discovered the crack, two thoughts crossed the third elder's mind. 1. The humans might be using this to gain the sixth princess's and the merfolk's trust, so they could get more out of them. 2. Maybe the humans had simply stumbled upon the crack and told the princess out of goodwill. If it were the grand elder, he'd almost certainly believe the first scenario. After all, the crack was so well hidden that even the merfolk hadn't noticed it. How could a human, who'd only been here less than a day, find it? The third elder had the same question, but he was more flexible. He found it incredible that the humans could find the crack in less than a day, but also thought it unnecessary for them to go to such lengths just to gain a day's worth of trust. If the humans had arrived a few days earlier, gained their trust with this information, and then had time to use that trust for something else. But as it was, the third elder felt that the guests the sixth princess had invited were probably not involved in any schemes against the merfolk. Subsequent events basically confirmed his suspicions. The guards led the third elder and his group to several more cracks. These varied in size, though even the largest was only palm-sized, but there were quite a few of them. So far, they'd found 8, each in a very hidden spot, easy to miss if you weren't looking closely. If the humans had revealed all this just to gain some trust, it really didn't seem worth it. "Go back to the sixth princess and tell her that I'll take over guarding these cracks," the third elder said, his feelings complicated. He didn't care what Luya's guards thought. He immediately ordered his own men to watch over the cracks and told them to report any problems to him or the other elders at once. Originally, things didn't have to be this complicated. With cracks, you just needed to repair them. While fixing such a large barrier was troublesome, the cracks themselves weren't big, so it shouldn't take much effort. The biggest problem was that none of the merfolk knew how to repair it. The only one who did, the second elder, had been locked up by the grand elder. At this point, the third elder had no other choice but to use the most manpower-intensive method to guard these spots, to prevent anyone from taking advantage. While arranging all this, the third elder ran into the fourth elder. After all, they were checking the same area, and the merfolk territory wasn't so large that it would take them half a day to walk around. Upon meeting, the third elder told the fourth elder what had happened. The fourth elder's expression was odd. He didn't quite believe this was something the sixth princess would do. Like the third elder, The fourth elder's opinion of the sixth princess improved a little because of this. Since we've finished checking here, only one of us needs to stay, the fourth elder suggested. There was no need for both of them to remain, since the Grand Elder's side was much busier. One of them could stay here, while the other went to help the Grand Elder. I'll leave this to you then. I'll go find the Grand Elder. After a brief discussion, the third elder stayed behind. Since the guards here were his men, it was easier for him to manage things. The fourth elder didn't object and took his own people to find the Grand Elder. On the way, the fourth elder looked at the deathly still palace and felt a chill in his heart. He urged his men to pick up the pace, but just as he spoke, a startled cry rang out. Fourth elder. No, something's wrong. A merfolk came stumbling toward them in a panic. The guards at the fourth elder's side immediately blocked the merfolk's path. Before the fourth elder could even ask what was wrong, the merfolk suddenly clutched his chest, eyes wide with shock, and collapsed straight to the ground. Fourth elder, we didn't do anything. The guard who had stopped the merfolk explained in a panic. He wanted to check on the fallen merfolk, but after what had just happened, he was too afraid to move. The fourth elder knew the guard hadn't done anything, but he was more concerned about the merfolk lying before him. He didn't bother to comfort the guard, just waved his hand and crouched down. The fourth elder withdrew his hand, feeling as cold as if he were standing in the depths of a snowy winter. He wanted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. He never imagined that a merfolk would suddenly die right in front of him in such a way. That's right, this merfolk was dead. Take him. Later, you'll bring him too. No, there's no rush. Once we've dealt with the fishmen, we'll take him back to the Forbidden Grounds to rest. The fourth elder reached out to close the dead merfolk's eyes, his voice trembling ever so slightly. The fourth elder had lived for over 100 years. He'd experienced battles where many merfolk had died, but even then, he had never been as afraid as he was now. Yes, fear and emotion he suddenly felt rising within him. Back then, at least he knew those merfolk had died protecting their people. They died at the hands of the enemy. But this was different. This merfolk died for no apparent reason. Just a moment ago, he was running toward them, shouting for help. The next second, he was gone. Anyone would be shaken by something like this. After all, every living being fears the unknown, and the fourth elder was no exception. Fourth elder, where should we go next? The guard carefully lifted the lifeless merfolk, his voice heavy and slow. We're going to find the Grand Elder. He must be told about this. The fourth elder gritted his teeth as he spoke. He wasn't about to let this incident change his plans. The more unusual the situation, the more he needed to stay calm. Hiding this would only put more merfolk in danger. So the fourth elder led his people onward. This time, nothing else happened along the way, but because of that, they saw a side of the palace they'd never seen before. It was deathly silent, like an empty city. By the time the fourth elder found the Grand Elder, things had already taken a turn for the worse. The fourth elder didn't understand how things outside could have deteriorated so quickly during his brief absence, but he didn't forget to report the dead merfolk to the Grand Elder. Where is that merfolk? Bring him, no, take me to see him. The Grand Elder was even more agitated than the fourth elder had expected. With the Grand Elder in such a state, the fourth elder didn't have time to ask questions. He simply led the Grand Elder to the corpse. At the very first glance, the Grand Elder's eyes turned red. He strode over and crouched down. Everyone except the fourth elder leave. The others obeyed, leaving the fourth elder standing there, bewildered. But his confusion was quickly replaced by shock at what the Grand Elder did next. The Grand Elder actually cut open the dead merfolk's chest right in front of him. Even though the fourth elder guessed there must be a reason, he was still startled and tried to stop him. But when he saw what the Grand Elder pulled out from the merfolk's chest, he froze again. Ha ha! The heavens want to destroy the merfolk. The Grand Elder looked at the black, writhing mass in his hand and suddenly burst into wild laughter. The dignity and composure he'd always shown were gone, replaced by a kind of madness. Grand Elder, this is retribution. Retribution for the merfolk. And for me, the Grand Elder muttered to himself. The black mass in his hand seemed to squirm. The Grand Elder glanced at it, closed his eyes, and crushed it mercilessly. As the black object vanished from his hand, the merfolk's corpse on the ground disappeared as well. The fourth elder stared blankly at the scene, his mind struggling to process the flood of information. He didn't know what that black thing was, but he knew that when a merfolk died, their body didn't just disappear. Only when the merpearl was removed and the body lost its energy would it gradually dissipate. So, was that black thing the merfolk's merpearl? The fourth elder could hardly believe it, but it was clearly the truth. Grand Elder. The fourth elder tried to call out, but found his voice gone after just 3 words. He paused, calmed himself, and finally finished what he wanted to say. Grand Elder, no matter what's happened, the merfolk are still here. You must pull yourself together, the merfolk need you. The merfolk truly did need the Grand Elder. Even though his words just now made the fourth elder realize the Grand Elder might have done something wrong in the past, that was all in the past. Besides, maybe what the Grand Elder did wasn't wrong. After all, the merfolk had always been fine until now. Even this time, it was the fishman's attack that caused merfolk deaths. It had nothing to do with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder wiped the remaining black fragments from his hand, his expression returning to normal. Together with the fourth elder, he went out to resist the fishman's assault. As mentioned before, things had gone badly for the merfolk while the fourth elder was away. They discovered that the fishmen, in order to attack the merfolk, had actually dared to ally themselves with creatures from the abyss. The abyss was the lair of dark creatures, the source of all darkness, and the enemy of the entire continent. No one could have imagined the fishmen would release abyssal creatures for their own selfish gain. Originally, the fishmen were no match for them, but now, with the abyssal creatures on their side, even if the merfolk fought with all their might, they could only barely hold the line, and that was the best-case scenario. Because dark creatures don't feel pain or fatigue, but merfolk do. Don't be fooled by how evenly matched both sides seem right now. Once the merfolk's stamina is depleted, that will be the perfect moment for the fishmen and the dark creatures to launch their real attack. Both sides clearly understand this, which is why the fishmen are doing everything they can to drag things out, while the merfolk are racking their brains to end the battle as quickly as possible. However, it's obvious that when the two sides are evenly matched, stalling for time is much easier than achieving a complete victory. So, while the merfolk appear to have the upper hand on the surface, in reality, they're constrained at every turn. Faced with attacks from their enemies that felt more like teasing a pet than real combat, all the merfolk were seething with frustration. But since the elders hadn't given any orders, no one dared to act rashly. Now, seeing the Grand Elder and the fourth elder appear, all eyes turned to them. Gather all the merfolk. As soon as the Grand Elder gave the order, excitement rippled through the ranks. Everyone knew the strength of the Grand Elder and the fourth elder. The fishmen had invaded the merfolk several times before, but each time, the Grand Elder, the third elder, and the fourth elder had joined forces to repel them. They believed this time would be no different. Just as the fighting spirit surged on the merfolk's front lines, the calm inside the royal palace was shattered. If Ningxia had seen the merfolk who had died earlier in front of the fourth elder, she would have noticed that the body was riddled with contamination. If Xu found out about this, she would surely deduce that the fishmen had begun to use their hidden trump card against the merfolk, contamination. That merfolk who died so mysteriously had actually been killed when the contamination invaded their Jiao Pearl, draining the vital energy that sustained their life. That's why death came so suddenly, without warning. The black mass that the Grand Elder had extracted from the corpse was, in fact, a dark creature that had been contaminated and begun to self-replicate. Normally, dark creatures are very difficult to breed, unless there's a source of contamination to provide energy. But since the contamination had invaded the Jiao Pearl and absorbed enough energy, as long as the contamination inside those who died this way wasn't quickly cleaned out, it would rapidly grow, fueled by the power of the Jiao Pearl. At this moment, an invisible black mist was slowly spreading through the palace, shrouding the merfolk's ice castle-like royal palace. Many merfolk began to notice vague symptoms of discomfort. At first, they thought it was just their imagination, but as the symptoms worsened and others around them began to experience the same thing, they realized something was wrong. Are you all feeling unwell too? I thought it was just me. Let's go find Her Highness and see how she's doing. These merfolk were all attendants of the fourth princess. They chose one among them to report the situation to her, only to discover that the princess, who should have been in the palace, had vanished without a trace. Despite feeling unwell, the merfolk who discovered the empty palace immediately left to inform the others outside. Her Highness is missing. How's that possible? Didn't we come back with her? Yeah. We've been at the door the whole time. I didn't see anyone leave. Me neither. Maybe you didn't look carefully enough. She could be in another room. No way. I checked every room and called out for her, but there was no response. Even her personal guards are gone. At this point, even the slowest among them realized something was seriously wrong. No longer caring about acting on their own, some stayed behind while others split up to search for the other princes, princesses, and elders. What they found was shocking. They ran into attendants from other palaces, and after comparing notes, they realized that every royal in the palace had disappeared except for the crown prince. Although the crown prince hadn't vanished, his situation wasn't much better. It was said that when the fifth elder went to look for the crown prince and got no response, she sensed something was wrong and barged in, only to find him lying on the ground, deathly pale and unconscious, his fate uncertain. Fortunately, she found him in time, so his life wasn't in danger, but he remained unconscious. The fifth elder stayed to watch over him, leaving her other duties to the sixth elder. The sixth elder was the youngest and weakest of the six elders, but because of her great potential, she had still been made an elder. For now, though, she was only assigned to help guard the merfolk's treasury, a job she shared with the fifth elder. If the fifth elder had been given this job because she was trustworthy, then the sixth elder was assigned simply because it was all she could handle at her current level. After all, it didn't require much skill. So, of all the elders, the sixth elder had it the hardest today, since she'd never had to deal with something this big, this complicated, or this difficult before. The root of the problem was that the second elder was out of commission. With the second elder unable to work, either the third or fourth elder had to take over his duties. Normally, the second elder would have handled the barrier, while the third or fourth would have stayed behind to help the fifth elder manage palace affairs, and the other would have gone to assist the grand elder. But now that things had already gone wrong, the sixth elder had no choice but to grit her teeth and handle the palace situation as best she could. The fifth elder was busy dealing with the disappearance of the 5 royals, while the sixth elder was left to manage the other merfolk in the palace. After learning about their symptoms, the sixth elder immediately summoned the merfolk healers to examine them. But with so many affected, the healers were overwhelmed and could only treat the most severe cases first. The healers called in by the sixth elder were all highly skilled, and they quickly discovered that the root of the merfolk's discomfort was contamination. However, since the merfolk's weakness to this kind of contamination was a closely guarded secret, they didn't realize that the contamination had invaded the Jiao pearls. As a result, their treatments only addressed the surface symptoms, providing some relief but not a cure. After realizing this, the healers began conducting deeper examinations and reported their findings to the fifth elder. Just as the fifth elder received this news, the remaining healers discovered something that made cold sweat break out all over their bodies. These merfolk's pearl orbs have been contaminated. This result left them all deeply shocked, as they had never heard of merfolk pearls being susceptible to contamination before. More importantly, they had absolutely no idea how to cleanse a tainted pearl. They simply didn't have the ability, or rather, on this entire continent, aside from high-level light mages, probably no one had such power. After all, the merfolk pearl is something truly special, a symbol of life itself. Ordinary methods would never be able to purify it. Come with me to get some elven spring water. After learning of the situation from the healers, the sixth elder didn't hesitate to lead them to the merfolk treasury to retrieve the elven spring water. Anything kept in the elven treasury must have come from a true spring source. Still, even something so precious is meaningless if it just sits there unused. It must be put to use where it's needed most. Spring water, to some extent, also has purifying properties. That's why the sixth elder made this decision. The sixth elder took 2 healers to fetch the spring water, while the remaining healers continued treating the other merfolk, doing their best to ease their pain and trying every possible method to see if there was any other way to purify the contamination inside them. But since contamination is a fundamental weakness of the merfolk, it was never going to be so easily resolved. And indeed, by the time the sixth elder returned with the spring water, no other solution had been found. Just as the sixth elder came back, the merfolk who had gone to report to the fifth elder also returned. Sixth elder, the fifth elder asks you to come over. The sixth elder hadn't said why she needed to go, but she could guess it must be something important. If it wasn't important, she could have just sent a message through this merfolk. There was no need for her to go in person. I'll go right away. You all take good care of them here. If anything happens, come find me directly. With that, she went to look for the fifth elder. When she found the fifth elder, she was busy organizing a search of the entire palace. From the current situation, it seemed they had already searched most of the palace, but still hadn't found any trace of the missing princes. Keep searching. Also, what's the situation with the king? Judging by the identities of the missing merfolk, it was clear that all those who had disappeared were members of the royal family. Now, in the palace, only 2 royals remained, the crown prince and the merfolk king. Obviously, with the fifth elder watching over the crown prince, there was no chance for anyone to make a move there. So their next likely target would be the merfolk king. I've already been to the king's quarters. As he spoke, the merfolk looked troubled, and after a few seconds, he said tactfully, "The king is with Lady Sang. They seem to be fine." The fifth elder, already frowning with worry, now looked even more troubled. Still, as long as the merfolk king was safe, that was good news. She didn't care what he was doing at the moment, as long as he didn't make things worse and could protect himself without causing trouble for others. That was enough. Did you deliver the message I asked you to? The fifth elder knew the king was unreliable, so she had specifically asked someone to give instructions to the king's guards. Yes, they took it to heart. Hearing this, the fifth elder finally relaxed a little. At this point, the sixth elder entered the room. Sixth elder, I'm here. Just in time. The rest of you leave us. And make sure to assign more people to watch over the crown prince. The enemy had failed once, but there was no guarantee they wouldn't try again, so caution was best. Once the other merfolk had left, the sixth elder motioned for the fifth elder to sit, and, before she could ask, explained about the contamination and the pearls. Since the fifth elder had already heard about this from the healers, she wasn't particularly surprised. She was just puzzled as to why this matter was being kept so secret, and curious how even she hadn't known about it, yet somehow outsiders had learned enough to use it against them. Of course, by outsiders, the sixth elder didn't mean Suyu, but rather those who were using this situation to harm them. This matter is too complicated to explain right now. All you need to know is that among us, there are merfolk puppets controlled by sorcerers, and there are also fake merfolk wearing merfolk skins. The fifth elder knew the secret of the pearls, and naturally understood why it had to be kept hidden. But as she said, it was too complex to explain now, better to discuss it later. Puppet merfolk? Fake merfolk. The sixth elder was once again overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. She had known about the traitor from the fifth elder, but this was the first she'd heard of puppets and fake merfolk. Still, both were easy enough to understand, and she already had some ideas for dealing with them. Finding fake merfolk wouldn't be easy, but distinguishing them wasn't hard. The simplest, most direct way was to just rip off their face. By comparison, merfolk controlled by puppet magic would be much harder to spot. Even a puppet master like Dillo would struggle to tell with the naked eye. It was a forbidden art. Right? I remember there's a dragon crystal stone in the treasury that can dispel evil. Fifth elder, Do you think it could be used to purify the contamination on them? Just from the name, it was clear the dragon crystal stone was a dragon artifact, and indeed, that was the case. Among dragons, dragon crystal stones are used to hatch dragon eggs, as they contain powerful dragon energy. Dragon energy is pure yang, inherently righteous, and all evil things avoid it. If they come into contact with even a little, it's like setting themselves on fire. The merfolk, though not especially close to other races, still had basic dealings with them, so their treasury contained treasures from all sorts of races, and likewise, other races had merfolk treasures. The dragon crystal stone was excellent, and could indeed dispel contamination, but at this moment, it couldn't be used to purify the contamination within the pearls. The dragon energy in the dragon crystal stone is too strong. It can be used to drive away contamination, but not to purify what's inside the body. If you really tried to use the dragon crystal stone to purify the pearls, it would be like fighting poison with poison. The dragon energy and the contamination would clash inside the pearl, and few merfolk could withstand such pain. But you've reminded me. Gather everyone in the palace hall, and go lay out the dragon crystal stones outside the hall. And you can also see if any merfolk have a strong reaction to the stones. Although dragon crystal stones can't be used to purify internal pollution, they're still quite effective at resisting external contamination. However, there obviously aren't enough dragon crystal stones to go around, which is why the fifth elder instructed the sixth elder to gather everyone together. Only then could the stones be used to their fullest potential. As for the latter part of the instructions, the fifth elder wanted the sixth elder to test whether dragon crystal stones could also be used to check if any merfolk had been cursed by voodoo puppets. In addition, pick a few trustworthy people and send a batch of dragon crystal stones to the Grand Elder. Since even the royal palace had been infiltrated by pollution, those fighting outside, like the Grand Elder, were surely in even greater danger. Reminded by the fifth elder, the sixth elder quickly took note of everything and began carrying out each task as instructed. For now, aside from the strange appearance of pollution and the disappearance of the princes and princesses, everything in the palace seemed to be under control. Outside the palace, the merfolk warriors, under the Grand Elder's command, had managed to drive the fishmen back over a kilometer. Watching the fishmen flee in panic, all the merfolk's faces lit up with excitement. But that joy quickly faded when they saw their own kin lying on the ground, some wounded, others who had lost their lives in the battle. The happiness vanished without a trace at the sight of their fallen brethren. In silence, they carried them back to the merfolk tribe so they could rest in peace at home. Grand Elder, these are from the sixth elder. She said they can ward off pollution. At the mention of pollution, the Grand Elder's reaction was subtle, but anyone who knew him well could spot the flicker of emotion in his eyes. The fourth elder noticed too, but since the Grand Elder said nothing and there were others present, he kept silent. Only after the messenger left did he ask why the sixth elder had sent over dragon crystal stones. Because of the mermaid pearls. The Grand Elder instantly guessed what must have happened in the palace and realized that the stones hadn't been sent at the sixth elder's initiative, but rather at the fifth elder's request. After all, until now, only the two of them knew the secret of the mermaid pearls. Mermaid pearls. The fourth elder didn't quite understand. The Grand Elder saw no point in hiding the truth. He'd already seen a merfolk die from pollution. At the time, he'd forced himself to chalk it up to coincidence, but now that was no longer possible. It was clear this was all part of the fishman's plot. Given that, there was no reason to keep it secret any longer. So the fourth elder learned the weakness of the mermaid pearls from the Grand Elder. Caught off guard, he was utterly shocked. How could this be? It's all true. It's the fault of the merfolk, and my fault as well. The Grand Elder gave a bitter smile. Then, as if sensing something, his expression sharpened. He handed the dragon crystal stones to the fourth elder, instructing him to break them up and distribute them to everyone, before abruptly leaving. By the time the fourth elder recovered from his shock, he was alone in the room, surrounded by a pile of dragon crystal stones. Meanwhile, the three missing princes and princesses had all been gathered in the same place. When they awoke and saw their siblings around them, confusion flickered in their eyes. What are you guys doing here too? The fourth princess rubbed her aching head, her mind swirling with vague, fragmented memories, making her even more disoriented after just waking up. By contrast, the third princess was much calmer. She glanced around, finding the surroundings somewhat familiar, though she couldn't quite recall where they were. Still, from the furnishings, she could tell they were probably still in the palace, just locked away in some unknown hall. The third princess had already checked, there was no one else in the room, and the door looked normal, but they simply couldn't get out. Third sister, fourth sister, look at this. The fifth prince frowned as he stood up, noticing a string of beads pressed beneath where he'd been sitting. The beads were exquisitely crafted from rare, precious materials, clearly not something an ordinary merfolk would own. The fifth prince wasn't familiar with jewelry, so he didn't recognize it, but the third and fourth princesses were different. Though the necklace was valuable, they had plenty of similar things. Let me see. The fourth princess took the necklace and examined it, her expression turning serious. This looks a lot like Xiaoya's. Third sister, take a look. No need. It is Xiaoya's. These are blue pearls from the land. Second brother brought some back for each of us sisters the other day. The third princess didn't like wearing necklaces or bracelets, so she'd made all the pearls second prince gave her into ornaments. The fourth princess, on the other hand, loved necklaces and hairpieces, so she'd turned her pearls into necklaces and beaded hairpins. The necklace she wore now was made from blue pearls. With the two of them accounted for, the only other possibility was Luya. Why would Xiaoya's things be here? Could it be that she's been here before? The fourth princess wondered aloud. The fifth prince hesitated, then couldn't help but voice a bold theory. Is it possible that sixth sister was the one who locked us up here? That's impossible. The fourth princess immediately shot down the idea. In her eyes, Luya was obedient and well-behaved. She'd never do such a thing, nor did she have any reason to. Ollie, why do you think it was Xiaoya who locked us up, and not that she was once locked up here just like us? The third princess gave the fifth prince a sidelong glance and asked coolly. To the fourth princess, the third princess's explanation made much more sense. The fifth prince fell silent, and the two sisters didn't press him further. But then the fourth princess suddenly remembered something. Xiaoya left with second brother earlier. If she was also captured and locked up here, does that mean second brother was too? The fourth princess didn't even consider the possibility that Luya had been locked up by the second prince himself. She just thought maybe he'd been captured as well. Hearing this, the third princess was taken aback. She looked around again, and whatever she saw made her expression suddenly darken. This is second brother's palace, the third princess said with absolute certainty. She had found the place familiar earlier because she'd played here before. But since the second prince had left the merfolk clan for a long time, the palace had remained uninhabited. With no owner, naturally, no one came here, and as time passed, memories of the place faded. However, after what the fourth princess had just said, the third princess recalled a few things, including a coral ornament in the room. Their mother had given it to them when she was still alive. At that time, the fourth princess hadn't been born yet, so she didn't have one and didn't recognize it. Only the first prince, second prince, and third princess had this coral ornament. Looking at the coral, now carelessly left in a corner and covered in dust, the third princess frowned, walked over, cleaned it off, and picked it up, intending to place it on the table. But as she did, she noticed a mark on the table that matched the base of the ornament perfectly. Before she could investigate further, a familiar voice sounded from above her head. Third sister. The third princess looked up sharply and saw a shocked Luya. Luya? What are you doing up there? Come down. The third princess instinctively called for Luya to come down from the roof, but remembering their situation, she quickly stopped herself. Don't come down. We're all trapped in here. Luya, go get the elders to rescue us. The third princess clearly felt relieved upon seeing Luya. At least the three of them were locked up together and could look out for each other, but Luya was alone. She couldn't help but worry. No, third sister, wait. I'll save you right now. Luya hadn't expected that after following second prince out of curiosity, thinking he'd brought more captives, The people he brought back would actually be the third princess and the others. Luya, listen to me. Go find the elders. It's too dangerous for you alone. The third princess frowned in disapproval. The fourth princess, who had come over after hearing the commotion, agreed and urged Luya to get the elders. Even the fifth prince, who'd just shown some dissatisfaction with Luya, thought the same, though his words were a bit harsh. Luya heard movement in the distance and, glancing over, saw that second prince's men were coming. Worried she'd be discovered, she didn't have time to explain further and hurriedly left after tossing out a quick warning. After she left, the three trapped inside fell into deep thought over her parting words. Be careful of second brother. He's not really second brother. Does Luya mean the second brother we've seen these past few days is a fake? The fourth princess grew more convinced the more she thought about it. After all, Luya had been taken away by the second prince. If she'd been captured, how could the second prince still be acting normal? Either the second prince had also been captured, or he was the one capturing them. But they couldn't imagine why their once gentle, doting second brother would do such a thing. The only explanation was that this second prince was an imposter. That must be it. Now that I think about it, I did sense a familiar shadow just before I passed out, the third princess said thoughtfully, her eyes lowering as a vague sense of dread crept into her heart. If the second prince they'd seen was a fake, then where was their real second brother? The third princess didn't want to dwell on the worst possibility, but she knew it was likely the truth. While the three merfolk were left with complicated feelings, Luya, who'd run off after her warning, wasn't in a great situation either. She'd noticed the number of patrolling merfolk in the palace had increased. And she'd already used her only invisibility rune while escaping earlier. In other words, her chances of being discovered were now very high. What should I do? Luya crouched in a temporarily safe corner, frowning anxiously as she watched people coming and going. She didn't even dare to breathe freely. Although these creatures looked like merfolk, after what happened with the second prince, she couldn't be sure they were real. She could even reasonably suspect that all these merfolk were actually disguised fishmen. If she was exposed, she'd definitely be captured again. Right now, she was the only one who knew the second prince was a fake and could still move freely. She had to get the word out as soon as possible, or else her eldest brother and the elders would be deceived too. But judging by the situation, escaping from here would be very difficult. Luya's gaze followed the movements of the merfolk, but after waiting a long time, she still couldn't find a good opportunity to slip out. Most importantly, she had no tools left. In terms of fighting ability, she could take on 2 at most, any more, and she'd be overwhelmed. But there were at least dozens of merfolk here. She didn't stand a chance. Just as Luya was feeling desperate, something suddenly happened. Her eyes lit up. You mean your second brother is a fake? Siyu, who had finally escaped the forbidden area and contacted Luya, was shocked by the news. For a moment, she didn't know whether to worry about where the real second prince was, to be concerned for Luya's safety, or to ask what had happened in the merfolk clan during her disappearance. There was so much to say and ask that Siyu didn't waste any more time with the Jiao blood pearl. First, tell me where you are. We'll talk when we meet. Chatting through the Jiao blood pearl wasn't a good solution. There was a time limit, and Luya's current location wasn't safe. Siyu was worried Luya might get caught mid-conversation. Yui, you should still have the conch I gave you, right? Take it out and I'll know where you are. The conch was a gift Luya had given Siyu when they first met, allowing Luya to locate her. Siyu did have the conch, but it was in her backpack, so Luya couldn't sense it. Once she took it out, Luya compared their locations and gave Siyu directions. Hide well. I'll be there soon. After ending the call, Siyu wasted no time and led her group straight toward Luya's location. Because she was worried that Luya would be discovered, Siyu didn't hold back on using all sorts of tools, speed boosters, invisibility charms. She used them freely, as if they cost nothing. In just 7 or 8 minutes after losing contact, they had already arrived outside the second prince's palace. Just like we agreed before, you guys go distract them and we'll regroup here. Originally, Siyu had wanted to meet up at the glazed palace, but considering that Luya had escaped from the fake second prince, there was a good chance he'd be guarding the glazed palace to catch her. If they really went there, it would be like walking right into a trap. So instead, they chose a random, secluded spot as their meeting point. Once everything was arranged, the group responsible for drawing people away removed their invisibility runes, exposing themselves to the open air. Because of their deliberate actions, the mermaids inside quickly noticed their presence. However, these mermaids were smart. They didn't all come out to catch them, only sending out a portion. But that was enough. The rest were quickly knocked out by Suyu and her team using force, allowing her to move forward unimpeded and find Luya. Yuri, I can't believe you found me so quickly. Luna was overjoyed, excited, and scared all at once. She rushed over and hugged Suyu tightly, her body visibly trembling. Suyu sighed and patted her comfortingly. She knew that for a mermaid who had only just come of age, everything happening to the merfolk was probably overwhelming. It was natural for her to be scared. Although Luya was frightened, she also knew there was no time to waste on fear. After a brief emotional release, she told Suyu that the third princess and the others had also been captured and brought here. Since Luya had said as much, saving one or saving four made no difference. So, Luya led the way to the room where the third princess and the others were being held. On the way there, they ran into a few patrolling mermaids. But since there weren't many of them, before they could even call out, Suyu's group had already taken them down. As I thought, they're fake mermaids again. While knocking one out, Duoya tugged at his face, peeling off a mask just as she suspected. The fake mermaid's skin was torn away, revealing ugly, ashen skin beneath. Tie them up and take them with us. They hadn't brought the previous fake mermaids along, but they hadn't forgotten to tie them up either. They hadn't taken them before because they hadn't found Luya yet, and bringing them would have been a burden. Now that Luya was safe, they wanted to gather all the fake mermaids together to prevent any further trouble. This is the place. Luya pointed at a door to one of the palace rooms and tried to push it open, but as expected, it wouldn't budge. It's a formation. It can't be opened. After spending a couple of days among the merfolk, Suyu had become quite familiar with magical formations. At a glance, she could tell that the two shell wind chimes hanging from the door and the two coral lamps on the ground were the formation's core. Suyu said, "Move these things away and take down the ones above too." Once everything was cleared, the door, which had seemed as solid as a stone wall, swung open easily. When the door opened, the mermaids inside looked out in confusion, while Luya rushed in excitedly and hugged her two sisters, refusing to let go. Suyu gave them a few minutes to talk, then led the four mermaids out of the second prince's palace and back to the rendezvous point they'd agreed on at the start. Why is someone missing? Suyu noticed that one of the people sent to lure the fake mermaids away hadn't returned. There were supposed to be 3, but only 2 were here. One of the returnees quickly explained, "Here's what happened. While we were leading those fake mermaids away, we ran into a strange mermaid. So he split off from us to follow that mermaid. He'd gone to track the strange mermaid, while the others came back to report. He also told us not to wait for him. If he finds an opportunity, he'll go straight back to the glazed palace." Suyu frowned, not entirely approving of this decision. Although the strange mermaid might be important, the situation among the merfolk was clearly more urgent. They didn't have the luxury of splitting their attention. But since he'd already gone, there was no point in calling him back. She could only send the 2 remaining people to keep watch at the glazed palace. "The glazed palace isn't safe. You 2 take your things and wait there. If you see him, don't linger, bring him straight back to the water prison." Although they'd almost been trapped in the water prison's underground stairs, she had to admit that, because of its unique location, the water prison was actually the safest place. No one would think to look for people there. And so, the group that had just reunited split up again. Still, Suyu didn't blame the one who'd acted on his own. It took courage to act independently, and that wasn't a bad thing. She just hoped he wouldn't run into danger, or it would all be for nothing. If you wait a long time and he still doesn't show up, just go to the water prison. Your own safety comes first. To put it bluntly, he'd chosen to take the risk himself. There was no reason for others to pay the price for his decision. "We understand." After sending the two off, Siu exchanged information with the remaining group and the four mermaids. Of course, she didn't mention the Forbidden Grounds or Melior for now. What she wanted most was to know what had happened to the merfolk while she was away. You'll have to ask third and fourth sister about that. I didn't attend today's banquet or the sacrificial ceremony. Before the banquet even started, I left with second brother, well, the fake mermaid. At this point, Luya sounded angry, but mostly she looked downcast. She still didn't know if the real second prince was alive or dead. The third princess, the calmest and most rational of them all, didn't dwell on the past after learning that Siu had known about the merfolk's crisis and had saved them. She simply told everything she knew. When she finished, the fourth princess added a few details the third princess hadn't known. Ollie, do you know something? After the fourth princess finished, the third princess turned to the fifth prince and asked softly. The fifth prince opened his mouth, then shook his head. Neither the fourth princess nor Luya found anything strange about his denial, but the third princess was clearly unwilling to let the matter drop. Ollie, you're acting a bit off today. We're all siblings who grew up together. The merfolk are in grave danger. What could you possibly have to hide from us now? This was the first time Luya and the fourth princess had ever seen the third princess speak so harshly. In their memories, although their third sister always seemed aloof and indifferent, she had always doted on and indulged every one of her younger siblings. When they made mistakes as children, the third princess would scold them, but in front of their father and mother, she would take the blame upon herself. The merfolk king was no fool, and the queen certainly understood her children's personalities, so when she saw the third princess do this, she would simply let the matter go. Yet, it was precisely this third sister, who had always been so good to them, who was now speaking so sternly to the fifth prince. To be honest, neither the fourth princess nor Luya felt the problem was with the third princess. They believed that there must be a reason for her words. Perhaps she had discovered something. Ollie, if you have any problems, just tell us. We'll all help you solve them together. Seeing that he remained silent, and with the third princess unable to soften her tone after her earlier harshness, the fourth princess could only try to gently persuade him. Strictly speaking, Luya shouldn't have said anything. After all, she was younger than the fifth prince, and as a junior, she had no right to lecture her older brother. But the third and fourth princesses were different. They were older, and it was normal for them to discipline their younger brother. However, Luya really disliked wasting time at such a critical moment. Every second wasted could mean another merfolk life lost, so she spoke up as well. Fifth brother, the fishmen are probably attacking the merfolk right now, and there are still other hidden dangers in our clan. That's enough. The greatest threat to the merfolk is you, Luya. You're the harbinger of disaster for our people. The fifth prince's sudden outburst shocked everyone. Because of his attitude, everyone instinctively ignored what he actually said. But once they processed his words, the third princess's face turned cold. Without hesitation, she grabbed the fifth prince and slapped him hard across the face. Third sister. Luya grabbed the third princess's hand to stop her from hitting him again. The fourth princess had also intended to intervene, but after recalling what the fifth prince had just said, she lowered her hand. Ha ha. I knew you'd all take her side. But the truth is right in front of you, and you just refuse to believe it. The fifth prince hid the disbelief in his eyes, his laughter full of mockery. No one else could understand what he meant by his words. Although Luya didn't understand exactly what the fifth prince was talking about, she wasn't stupid. She could tell it had something to do with her. But the third and fourth princesses still cared about Luya, so before Luya could even ask, they had already tried to stop the fifth prince from speaking. But their efforts were futile. If someone really wants to speak, unless they're dead, how could anyone stop them? Third sister, fourth sister, don't be like this. Let fifth brother speak, I want to know too. What exactly did I do wrong? Luya had recovered from her initial shock. She knew this matter needed to be settled now. The fifth prince's deep emotions showed that this wasn't something recent, but a grievance that had been festering in his heart for a long time. Such long-standing resentment couldn't be dispelled in a moment, but at least talking about it might help. Besides, she truly wanted to know what he meant by those words. The fourth princess didn't know what the fifth prince was talking about either, but she could guess it wasn't anything good. Still, since Luya had already said so, she looked to the third princess. Fine, let him talk. I'd like to know what exactly you think you know. The third princess's voice was icy, her usually gentle gaze now sharp as blades, fixed on the fifth prince. When the princesses had tried to stop him earlier, the fifth prince had been eager to spill everything. But now that they were letting him speak, he hesitated. Still, things had come this far, he no longer had a choice. He had to say it. Second brother isn't dead. That's really him, he's not an imposter. The fifth prince's first words left everyone stunned, especially Luya, who had met the second prince face to face. She simply couldn't believe her second brother could have become like that. But the fifth prince looked utterly convinced. No one knew how he could be so sure, but to him, it was the truth, he wasn't lying. Second brother said he has a way to save Mother. Back then, Mother didn't die fighting off the enemy. She died because her mermaid pearl malfunctioned and lost all its power, forcing her to use a self-destructive move. The fifth prince spoke with real emotion. When he mentioned the Merfolk Queen, his eyes glistened with tears. Even though the two princesses were still angry about his earlier words, the mention of Mother calmed them down. But calming down didn't mean they believed him. To be precise, it wasn't the fifth prince they didn't believe, but the second prince, since these words clearly came from him. The third princess asked, "Let me ask you this. How do you know that's really second brother? What makes you so sure he's not an imposter?" The fifth prince paused, surprised that the third princess was more concerned about the second prince's identity than about resurrecting their mother. He snorted, his tone full of trust, because of bloodline resonance. We're full siblings, after all. The third princess frowned and was about to speak when another voice, tinged with amusement, interrupted the fifth prince. Bloodline resonance? Why don't you see if you can sense anything from this puppet? Who are you? Who said you could speak? The fifth prince glared in the direction of the voice, full of disgust. But when he turned, he didn't see the speaker, only a pale, corpse-like, expressionless puppet staring back at him. He was startled and hurriedly stepped back. If it hadn't been for the fourth princess's quick reflexes in steadying him, he would have nearly fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Dillo feigned surprise and waved his hands, then turned to Suyu. "My lord, you have to vouch for me, I didn't do anything to him." Suyu replied helplessly, "Don't be cheeky." Although she knew Dillo was just playing around, she also understood the meaning behind his words. Bloodline resonance could indeed be used to verify identities, but with the involvement of a puppeteer, everything became unpredictable. For example, Dillo had just done something no one knew exactly what and created a puppet on the spot, then had the fifth prince and the puppet recognize kin. To outsiders, it looked like Dillo was just fooling around, but Suyu knew that if the fifth prince was willing to try, he really could recognize this puppet as kin. Since the fifth prince is scared, why don't the princesses give it a try? Dillo, seeing he'd made his point, had the puppet step in front of the princesses. This time, since they were mentally prepared, the princesses weren't frightened by the puppet, but the result of the bloodline resonance did shock them. Just as Suyu had predicted, they really could recognize kin with this puppet. "This is a puppet?" The fourth princess looked at Luya, then at the third princess. Neither of them spoke, but their eyes said it all. They both felt the bloodline connection with the puppet. They didn't know how this human had managed it, but it proved that the fifth prince's earlier attempt to verify the second prince's identity using this method was unreliable. Impossible. This is impossible. The fifth prince could see the answer in their expressions, but he refused to believe it and tried for himself, only to get the same result as the princesses. Upon learning this, the fifth prince suddenly became dejected. The third princess couldn't bear to see him like this, but since he was her own younger brother, she shifted the hand she'd been about to smack onto his head to the back of his head instead. The fifth prince was left dazed by this new smack from the third princess. He looked up at his two sisters in confusion, but when his gaze met Luya's, he quickly looked away. "Now you realize you might have been tricked? Now you're embarrassed?" Why didn't you use your brain when you were talking just now? Is this how Big Brother, Mother, and I taught you? The third princess's words came out like a machine gun, a complete change from her earlier quiet demeanor, as if determined to scold him back to his senses. When had the fifth prince ever been scolded so harshly? And in front of so many people, too. What about his dignity? But he had made a mistake, so even if he cared about his pride, it was useless. He deserved the scolding. Don't play dumb, keep talking. I want to hear exactly what that fake merfolk said to make you say such heartless things. The third princess couldn't help herself and gave him another smack on the back. Although it was much lighter than before, it still made the fifth prince lower his head in embarrassment. But perhaps because he now knew that the second brother was a fake, he didn't resent the third princess's scolding. He knew he'd been wrong, he just felt too embarrassed to speak. Third sister, please stop hitting me, the fifth prince said at last. Then, as if afraid she'd hit him again, he hurriedly began to spill everything he knew. He said, still calling him second brother. Aren't you afraid your real second brother will beat you up? The third princess raised her hand, then put it down, clearly restraining herself. Seeing this, the fifth prince quickly corrected himself. That person said Mother was very powerful. When the enemies invaded the merfolk, Mother could have easily defeated them, but she'd given something to her, so her own strength was greatly reduced. As he spoke, he glanced at Luya. Perhaps because of what had happened earlier, he was too embarrassed to mention Luya by name, so he quickly looked down and continued. He also said that we're all Mother's children, sharing her bloodline. If we could gather all our blood, we could reconstruct her body, and then retrieve that thing to use as energy, then Mother could be revived. At first glance, this sounded reasonable, at least to them. After all, it was their own mother, and the hope of reviving her would make anyone lose their head a bit. For someone like the fifth prince, who was already a bit slow-witted, and with the person saying this being his second brother, of course he believed it. Still being evasive? What exactly is that thing? If you don't tell the truth, I'll beat you to death. By now, the third princess was a completely different person from before. The fourth princess and Luya hadn't even had time to process what the fifth prince said before they were stunned by their sister's outburst. The third princess wasn't even directing her anger at them, but they were still shocked. Let alone the fifth prince, who was facing her directly. He resisted the urge to rub his head and shook it slightly. I don't know what it is. He didn't say. Did he say how he knew about this method of resurrection? The fifth prince shook his head with difficulty. No. The third princess took a deep breath and continued. Then do you know how he brought us here? And what was he planning to do after? Was it just to draw our blood? Listening to the third princess's almost gritted-teeth tone, the fifth prince wished he could bury his head in his chest. Third sister, please stop asking. I really don't know. The third princess, fine. Wonderful. To think that she, such a gentle and clever mermaid princess, had been driven to this ferocious state by her foolish little brother, and yet this foolish brother didn't know a thing when questioned. The third princess didn't doubt that the fifth prince really didn't know, after all, she knew her own family. Although the fifth prince was older than Luya, he was still childish at heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily deceived. With such a silly child, she truly didn't believe he could lie to her face. Seeing the situation at an impasse, the fourth princess considered speaking up to suggest they move elsewhere. Although it was safe and secluded here, it wasn't a place to linger. Most importantly, they were completely in the dark about the current situation of the merfolk. Staying here was just wasting time. So, where are we going next? The palace hall? The glazed palace? Or the water prison? Luya asked, as if she had completely forgotten everything that had happened earlier. Although it was impossible for her to truly not care about what the fifth prince had just said, she knew it was all a misunderstanding, and now wasn't the time to discuss it. So, sensibly, Luya refrained from escalating the conflict, especially between the third princess and the fifth prince. Before they could decide on their next move, they spotted a merfolk not far away. So you immediately called someone over to catch the merfolk. Although it was a bit odd to detain a merfolk right in front of several merfolk princes and princesses, it was indeed an effective way to get information. At first, the merfolk tried to cry out for help, but upon seeing the 4 missing princes and princesses all present, he was so shocked he went silent, though his eyes were filled with excitement. Who are you? What's your job? What were you just doing? What's the current situation among the merfolk? Your highnesses can just call me Aching. I'm a guard serving the 6th elder. After you all went missing, the 6th elder sent people to search the palace for your whereabouts. I'm responsible for searching this area. Aching explained his situation clearly, then began to update them on the current state of the merfolk. For example, the 1st prince is in a coma, the 2nd prince is missing, some merfolk have been corrupted, and the merfolk are under attack from both fishmen and dark creatures outside. As they gathered all the information, Siua Dilochek Aching to confirm he was trustworthy. Once he was cleared, the group followed Aching back to the palace hall. At the entrance, all the merfolk were bewildered to see the missing princes and princesses suddenly reappear, but mostly, they were relieved, thankful that nothing bad had happened. With their return, everyone seemed to work with renewed energy. The 4th princess casually asked one of the merfolk about the elder's whereabouts, then led the group to find the 6th elder first, and then the 5th elder. They went to the 6th elder first to let her know they were safe, so she wouldn't waste more manpower searching for them. When the 6th elder saw them safe and sound, she clearly breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to say a few words of concern, but when she saw Siu's group, she suddenly fell silent, her gaze fixed on the 3 people in mage robes. 6th elder. Luya noticed her gaze was on Suyu's side and instinctively thought she might say something unpleasant, so she stepped between the 2 sides, blocking her view. Realizing the misunderstanding, the 6th elder quickly explained, "It's like this, some merfolk have been corrupted. I heard that among the 6th princess's guests, there is a light magic user. We hope to ask for her help. Whatever she needs, just name it. We'll do our best to provide." Luya knew about the vulnerability of the merfolk's pearls, so when she heard this, her heart skipped a beat and she blurted out, "Is it their pearls that have been damaged?" The 6th elder hadn't expected Luya to know about this, but now wasn't the time to ask, so she let it go. "That's right. The clan's healers can only cleanse the corruption from their bodies, but there's nothing they can do about the corruption inside the pearls," the 6th elder said, leading them to see the affected merfolk. Some were unconscious, others awake, but in such pain it was as if they were being cut by 1,000 blades. In some ways, being unconscious seemed preferable. "Ningxue, can you help?" Siu turned to her for her opinion. Siu definitely wanted to help, but she didn't have the ability herself, nor did she want to make the decision for others. "I need to take a look first." Although Ningxue had treated many corrupted creatures, both people and animals, back in the Sunset Territory, none of them had pearls, so this was different. Under the 6th elder's hopeful gaze, Ningxue examined one of the merfolk and visibly relaxed. Seeing her relax, everyone else did too. "I can do it, but I can't do it alone. I'll need Miss Vivian's help." She could cleanse the corruption, but the damage to the pearls was irreversible. Only a healing mage could help with that. Light magic could heal, but not as well as a dedicated healer, and more importantly, she didn't have enough magic to do both jobs at once. Compared to the agreeable Ningxue, Vivian was more direct. She said she could help, but wanted some rare underwater herbs in return. No one thought her request was unreasonable. "If you ask for help, you should offer compensation." Ningxue hadn't mentioned any reward, but as the merfolk's warehouse manager, the 6th elder was already considering what to offer her before she even agreed. With both sides in agreement, the healing began immediately. Siu left Ningxue, Vivian, and the others to help, taking only Yu and Luya to see the 5th elder. On the way, Siu suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped. Luya noticed and immediately asked what was wrong. "It's nothing, just thinking about what to say to the 5th elder," Siu replied, deciding to ask the 5th elder directly instead of Luya. Luya didn't mind, and the 3 continued on. When they reached the inner hall, they ran into the 3rd and 4th princesses, who had just come out of a room. Seeing Luya hesitate, Siyu guessed what she wanted to ask and spoke up for her. Why don't we see the fifth prince? The fourth princess, seeing the third princess didn't want to answer, replied. Third sister told him to go rest. Siyu was skeptical. Given what she'd seen before, the third princess didn't seem like the type to let the fifth prince rest out of concern. She suspected the fifth prince had probably been sent off to reflect on his actions in solitary confinement. But she kept that thought to herself. They were here to see the fifth elder, and after confirming he was inside, Luya led Siyu and Yu in. As for the third and fourth princesses, they said they were worried about the crown prince, so they planned to check on him first. After that, they would also head to the front lines to help the Grand Elder defend against the enemy invasion. Although they were princesses and could have chosen not to get involved, it was precisely because they were princesses that they felt even more responsible for protecting the merfolk. In this way, they would be living up to the status and power they had been given. As for the fifth prince, it seemed that the third princess wanted to protect him as well, which was why she locked him up, not entirely out of anger. Even though they were princesses, it was exactly because of their position that they should shoulder the responsibility of protecting the merfolk, so as not to betray the privileges and authority they enjoyed. As for the fifth prince, it was likely that the third princess's real intention in locking him up was to keep him safe. Once inside the room, Siyu met with the fifth elder and recounted everything that had happened in the water prison, including how their group had entered the Forbidden Land. Siyu had never mentioned the Forbidden Land to Luya before, and the third princess and the others knew even less about it. It was only because Luya was present now and overheard Siyu's conversation with the fifth elder that she realized Siyu's earlier disappearance had been because she'd entered the Forbidden Land through a secret passage beneath the water prison. Fifth elder, did you know there's a secret passage in the water prison that leads to the Forbidden Land? Siyu asked, looking at the elder. The fifth elder shook her head. Although she didn't doubt Siyu, she asked a question in return. Miss Su, how did you know that place was the Forbidden Land? It was a reasonable question. After all, under normal circumstances, Siyu shouldn't have been to the Forbidden Land before. So how could she be sure that the passage led there and not somewhere else? Before I answer that, elder, I'd like to ask you something else. Do you know someone named Melior? At the mention of this name, the fifth elder's expression changed noticeably. Even before she spoke, Siyu already knew the answer. The fifth elder definitely knew Melior, or at the very least, had heard of her. Given that, Siyu didn't wait for her to answer and explained directly, I saw Melior in the Forbidden Land. She was the one who told me that place was the Forbidden Land. Impossible. The fifth elder immediately retorted, frowning. How could you possibly have seen her? Her reaction was so intense that even Luya struggled to keep up with the conversation. After all, she had never been to the Forbidden Land, nor did she know Melior, so to her, Siyu and the fifth elder's conversation sounded like an indecipherable puzzle. Luya, go check on the crown prince, the fifth elder said, sensing that the upcoming discussion wasn't something Luya should hear. She casually found an excuse to send her away. Luya understood the implication. She wanted to stay, but in the end, the fifth elder's look convinced her to leave. Once Luya was gone, the three of them sat down to talk in earnest. What about Melior? Why do you think I couldn't have met her? Siyu pressed, though she already had a guess. The fifth elder took a deep breath, her gaze complicated. Because she's already gone. How could you possibly meet someone who's no longer alive? Siyu thought, just as I expected. Not only Melior, but from the perspective of others, she should also be considered a mermaid who had already died. But she was clearly still alive, truly alive. So you could even check her status and see that she was a living being in perfect health, with full HP. That was information a dead person couldn't possibly have. And it wasn't just Siyu, Dillo could also confirm that Melior was alive. After all, as a puppeteer, she could manipulate souls, and this had been proven many times before. But Dillo could clearly sense that Melior was a living being, not a soul she could control. But the mermaid we met did call herself Melior. She was very beautiful, but born blind. Blind? The fifth elder was momentarily confused by this description. There were very few merfolk born with disabilities, and as far as she knew, Melior was the only blind mermaid. But in her understanding, Melior was already dead. Could the dead really come back to life? She really was a blind mermaid, but the idea of someone coming back from the dead was just too unbelievable. The fifth elder couldn't bring herself to accept it. But Siyu didn't want to get bogged down in whether Melior was alive or dead. She moved on to her next question. We also learned another mermaid's name from Melior. She said it was her closest friend. Her name is Kiina. The fifth elder's eyes flickered rapidly at the mention of Kiina, but in the end, she didn't try to hide anything. In fact, she couldn't have, since nearly all the merfolk knew that name. The fifth elder said, "That's Luyo's mother, the name of the former mermaid queen." Now I'm starting to believe you really did meet Melior, because the queen and Melior truly were the closest of friends. Siyu was stunned. She never expected Kiina to actually be the mermaid queen. If Kiina was the queen, then the queen was the child of the twin pearls. Thinking of how the queen died and recalling the contents of the murals, Siyu suddenly realized that the story of the merfolk was far more complicated than she'd thought. After some probing, Siyu discovered that the fifth elder also knew about the child of the twin pearls, and her last lingering doubts disappeared. The fifth elder knew about Melior, the secret of the Jiaozhu, mermaid pearls, and even the child of the twin pearls. She had also been close friends with Queen Kiina during her lifetime, so Siyu naturally regarded her as a friendly NPC in this merfolk side quest, someone she could turn to for important information. With that in mind, Siyu decided to exchange information, including the story depicted on the mural. After learning the story from the mural, the fifth elder was even more shaken than Siyu had expected. She looked exhausted, her expression aging her by decades in an instant. I knew all along this was a mistake. I should have tried to stop it back then. With a sigh, the fifth elder began to recount another part of the story from the past, back when Kiina had not yet become queen. Just as depicted in the murals and deduced by Siyu and Duoya, Kiina, the twin pearl child, truly had no interest in the throne. However, she was willing to shoulder the responsibility because of her unique abilities. The reason the fifth elder knew the queen so well and why they were so close was because they were like fellow disciples, almost like sisters. The fifth elder's teacher was the previous third elder, and Kiina's combat instructor was also the previous third elder. This connection brought them together. After Kiina came of age, the previous group of elders considered gradually letting her take over the affairs of the merfolk. However, due to the interference of the merfolk king, some merfolk were reluctant to relinquish their power. Their reasons were quite sound. Kiina was still young and not ready to bear the burden of leading the merfolk. They insisted on waiting a few more years. This delay gave the merfolk king time to maneuver behind the scenes. On one hand, he used his status as prince to interact with the merfolk subjects. On the other, he began to pursue Kiina. Kiina's feelings for the merfolk king weren't actually that deep. Part of the reason she chose to be with him was that he had the ability to manage the merfolk, making up for her own shortcomings in that area. As for another reason, even the fifth elder found it awkward to speak of. My master and the others once pressured Anna, don't be fooled by the twin pearl child's noble status. The greater the status, the heavier the burden. Because of the twin pearl child's unique constitution, the entire merfolk clan hoped she would leave behind descendants as soon as possible. Even if her children weren't twin pearl children, they would still be far stronger than ordinary merfolk. But everyone knew this wasn't something that could be rushed. No matter how much they wanted it, they couldn't force her to have children. They didn't dare do anything, but their words were truly grating. Anna probably couldn't take it anymore, so she broke into the forbidden grounds, dug out a shark pearl, and used her own power to nurture a merfolk, and that merfolk became the crown prince. Siyu. Hearing this, Siyu was shocked and deeply impressed. So the other princes and princesses, Siyu knew she probably shouldn't ask, but she couldn't help herself. The fifth elder didn't mind. After all, she'd already said so much. What was one more detail? The second prince, the third princess, they're all the same as the crown prince. Siyu. The fifth elder, as if not noticing Suyu's emotional reaction, continued, although the pearls came from the forbidden grounds, they were nurtured by Anna's power, so they really are her children. There is a blood connection. Thanks to the fifth elder's explanation, Suyu realized that nurturing here didn't mean traditional pregnancy and childbirth. Instead, it meant using merfolk power to fuse with a shark pearl, creating something like a merfolk embryo, which would then be placed in a special environment to grow. Of course, this method was only possible for powerful merfolk. Ordinary merfolk lacked the energy, and the embryos would die before maturing. If every merfolk could have children this way, the merfolk population wouldn't be so small. Although they had children, because this method was unusual, the children's identities had to remain secret. Kiina still needed to find someone to be the father, otherwise their origins would be hard to explain. That person was the current merfolk king. After that, the merfolk king and Kiina became a couple. Kiina was supposed to be king, but she deliberately stepped back, allowing power to fall into the merfolk king's hands. In the end, their roles shifted. Kiina, the twin pearl child, became the queen. The merfolk king used Kiina as a stepping stone to the throne, and Kiina used him as a tool. Hearing all this, Xi was stunned by the drama. She was eating up the gossip, but something still felt off. If the two of them had no feelings for each other, then all these years of the merfolk king's deep affection were just an act? Suyu's tone was tactful, but how could the fifth elder not catch her meaning? From Suyu's perspective, if these two merfolk were just using each other, and the merfolk king didn't really love Kiina, then all the rumors about their romance were false. That would mean Lady Sang wasn't a stand-in, but his true love. Of course, that was just Suyu's assumption. The real story had another twist. At first, they truly had no feelings for each other. But later on, it seemed the merfolk king genuinely fell in love with Anna. Anna herself didn't change, but she wasn't made of stone, she was moved. Suyu. At first, Suyu found this hard to believe. But thinking about it, the crown prince and Luya were over 10 years apart in age, which meant Kiina and the merfolk king had been together for more than a decade before she died. More than 10 years. Unless they were mortal enemies, even raising a dog for that long would create a bond, right? Whether the merfolk king's love was real or not, if Kiina softened, it was understandable. Wait. Suddenly, Siu thought of another problem. Hong Si had said that after giving birth to Luya, the queen went to the forbidden grounds to handle something. Regardless of what she actually did, from Hong Si's perspective, Luya was born from the queen, not from an embryo. Unless Hong Si was lying, or mistook embryo nurturing for normal childbirth, there seemed to be only one truth. Fifth elder, were all 6 royal children nurtured from embryos by the queen? Suyu boldly asked. The fifth elder was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head. So Luya isn't just the queen's child, but also the merfolk king's? And if Suyu's guess was right, Luya was the only true child of the merfolk king. That would explain why he doted on Luya, but was indifferent to the other children. In that case, the merfolk king's affection for Luya probably wasn't fake, at least not entirely. After all, with only one biological daughter, who else would he dote on? But the focus now wasn't on Luya, but on the story of the merfolk king, Queen Kiina, and Melior. Siu thought for a moment, then asked about Melior, something she'd always been curious about. Fifth elder, how did Melior die back then? Ever since learning that shark pearls and energy fusion could create life, and knowing the queen was aware of this method, and that Kiina was the queen and a twin pearl child, Siu felt she'd guessed the truth. Melior had indeed died once, but she was resurrected. And the one who brought her back was Kiina, using a method tied to her identity as a twin pearl child. She had 2 mermaid pearls, so even if she removed one, her life wouldn't be in danger. That's why Kiina dug out one of her own pearls to resurrect Melior. The exact process is unknown, but that's basically how it happened. From this, it's clear just how close Melior and Kiina were, so close that she was willing to give up her own mermaid pearl for her. For ordinary merfolk, this is essentially exchanging one life for another. While Si was pondering the resurrection, the fifth elder slowly revealed the truth behind Melior's so-called kidnapping. When Miliel's accident happened, the merfolk were actually preparing to migrate to a new home. Before that, we'd already fought a major battle with the fishmen, which caused problems in that sea region, hence the need to relocate. During the migration, everyone followed a predetermined route. Every migration is carefully planned in advance. But halfway through the journey, we were attacked by creatures from another sea territory. As mentioned before, although merfolk are the rulers of the seas, not all sea creatures are willing to submit to them. So this attack could be seen as an attempt to drive the merfolk away and prevent them from settling there. However, their fighting power was no match for the merfolk, so they were quickly repelled. But after we drove them off, we found that quite a few merfolk had gone missing, Miliel among them. To rescue them, we had to stop and search. In the end, they did find the missing merfolk. But unlike the others, Miliel was dead. Miliel's death was simple. The creatures who captured them disliked that Miliel was blind and considered her a burden, but they didn't want to let her go for nothing, so they killed her. At the time, I only heard that Anna brought back a dead mermaid. That mermaid was her old friend from outside the palace, the one rumored to be blind and shunned by the sea god. Since we hadn't reached our new home yet and the forbidden grounds weren't set up, we had to travel with her body. After we settled in, Anna disappeared for a few days. When she returned, she was extremely weak. She explained that she'd gone to avenge Miliel. Hearing this, Siu absent-mindedly pinched her fingers. Revenge might have been true, but that wasn't the real reason for her weakness. The real reason was that she'd lost a mermaid pearl and used up her own power to resurrect Miliel. Siu sorted out her thoughts and pushed the story forward to the incident with Kiina. She looked at the fifth elder and pressed further. So, what exactly happened when the queen got into trouble? Did the Merman King really have urgent business outside? And how did those creatures know the king was away? Siu's questions were pointed, clearly suspecting the Merman King, almost as if interrogating a culprit. The fifth elder thought for a moment before answering. The Merman King regularly patrols the surrounding seas. It's part of every king's duty, not something he decided on a whim. As for how those creatures knew the king was gone, it was because there was a traitor among the merfolk. The fifth elder's expression grew complicated at the mention of the traitor. One mermaid's relative was turned into a fishman due to pollution. That fishman disguised himself as a mermaid and deceived his relative. There was so much information in that sentence that Siu didn't know what to focus on first. After thinking it over, she decided to ask the most important question. So the rumors are true? Fishmen really are merfolk who've been polluted? The fifth elder shook his head. Yes and no. Normally, if a mermaid is polluted and not purified in time, they'll die. Only if they willingly accept the pollution will they become a fishman. Siu, that was even more information to process. So the queen's accident really had nothing to do with the Merman King? From what she'd learned, it seemed the king had only used Kiina to seize the throne, but wasn't directly involved in her death. But something still felt off, though there was no evidence. If he really was involved, the merfolk would never allow someone who endangered the entire tribe for personal gain to remain king. The fifth elder had also suspected the king, but no matter how they investigated, there was no evidence linking him to the incident. If there had been even a hint, the fifth elder would have removed the king himself. If not him, then the grand elder would have been the first to deal with the traitor. At this point, Siu felt she had no more questions. Miliel's situation was resolved. The prince's and princess's identities were clear. She learned most of Kiina's story, and she could guess at the king's entanglements. Siu did have one more question. The king probably wanted Kiina dead, because only with her gone could he truly become king. Otherwise, even if Kiina yielded, he'd always live in her shadow. If she ever wanted the throne, he'd have no right to refuse. But ever since the queen's death, the king's behavior had become erratic. Siu had learned quite a bit about this. Though it was all minor incidents and never caused major trouble, it was still out of character for the king. With Kiina gone and his throne secure, shouldn't he have worked hard to govern the merfolk, earning their respect and loyalty as a true king? But instead, rumors spread that the Merman King changed drastically after the queen's death. If he truly had feelings for Kiina, Lady Sang wouldn't have appeared. If he didn't, he wouldn't have changed so much. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't make sense. But so you couldn't ask about this. After all, it might involve tribal secrets, and the fifth elder didn't have much contact with the king and might not know the truth. So in the end, she didn't ask. After chatting with the fifth elder for a while longer, there was a knock at the door. Perhaps out of urgency, the merfolk outside didn't even wait for the fifth elder to respond before shouting. Something's wrong. The grand elder is gravely injured and unconscious. The fifth elder abruptly stood up, not even bothering to say anything more to Suyu. She strode straight to the door and pushed it open. Take me there. Tell me what happened. After saying this, the fifth elder finally had a moment to turn to Suyu. Sorry, but I have more important matters to attend to. There's no need to explain, fifth elder. I understand, Suyu quickly replied. In a situation like this, there was no way she'd try to keep someone back for a chat. Besides, not only did the fifth elder need to go, Suyu herself wanted to go see what was happening. If you don't mind, the people I brought with me are fairly capable. They can help the merfolk resist the enemy. She definitely intended to help. She had nothing else to do at the moment, and if something happened to the merfolk, all her efforts would have been for nothing. Thank you, Miss Su, the fifth elder agreed without hesitation, immediately allowing her to join them. Su had already helped the merfolk so much. This wasn't even a real request. If anything, it was beneficial to them. There was no reason to refuse. So Su called her people over, including Ningxer, who had finished her healing work, and Vivian. The fifth elder didn't go alone either. Before leaving, she gave a few instructions to the sixth elder, then gathered her own people, and together they hurried to the battlefield. Perhaps the fishmen had learned that the Grand Elder had fallen, because their assault was fiercer than before. The merfolk still had the strength to resist, but with their core leader down, they'd lost their command structure. The fourth elder had taken over the Grand Elder's responsibilities, but his strength simply didn't compare. The situation was looking grim. All the merfolk the fifth elder brought immediately joined the fight. Su also offered to help, but after thanking her, the fourth elder clearly didn't take her dozen or so people seriously. After all, there were thousands of fishmen outside. Even if each of her people could take on 10 enemies at once, it would still be a drop in the bucket, hardly enough to make a real difference. Su didn't bother to explain. There was no need, and she didn't want to waste time. Instead, she handed out another round of supplies to her team, then activated a support skill she'd long since learned, Lingxi Aura. Since their group was more than 10 but fewer than 20, they couldn't get the full 3 layers of the aura, but they still received 2 layers, a total of 4% increased critical rate, 8% increased combo rate, and 1 extra combo attack. Watch each other's backs. You don't have to charge into the thick of the fighting. When the enemy numbers are low, focus your attacks. When there are too many, stay near the merfolk and help them break free if they're surrounded. Su spoke vaguely, but everyone understood. She meant they shouldn't be on the front lines. If the enemy numbers were small, they could fight more aggressively. If there were too many, let the merfolk hold them off and just provide support from behind. Su was here to help, but she'd always been clear-headed. She wasn't about to risk her own people's lives for the merfolk. They'd help as much as they could, but not recklessly. She'd said all that needed to be said, and her people weren't fools. They understood her meaning. Without further words, they gathered their supplies and drew their weapons, ready for battle. Her team headed out, leaving only Ningxer behind. Ningxer's strength didn't lie in fighting ordinary creatures, so rather than waste her magic on something she wasn't suited for, it was better for her to do what only she could. For example, checking the area for contamination and seeing if any merfolk on the front lines had already been affected. Contamination was like an incurable disease. Early stages could be healed, but once it seeped into the bones and reached the point of no return, that was when death began. These merfolk are all fine, Ningxer quietly reported to Suyu, then shared her theory. Those who were contaminated before were probably affected before we took action. That area is closest to the palace, so they didn't have time to escape. So you understood. You mean the contamination didn't have time to spread here before we dealt with it? Yes. Ningxue nodded, but to be safe, she planned to keep checking. I still have enough magic, but I'm running low on potions. If you need more, just ask. I brought plenty. Siu immediately pulled out a pile of blue potions from her bag. It was no exaggeration to say she'd practically emptied half the clinic and warehouse for this trip. With all the supplies in her bag, she could easily provide for hundreds of people, even if everyone got a share. Now she only needed to supply a dozen or so. There was no way she'd run out. Siu would rather have too much than not enough and end up in a desperate situation. Ningxue didn't know exactly how many potions Siu had brought, but she truly believed it was a lot otherwise. They couldn't have kept up with such heavy use. With the potions, Ningxue could cast magic without even blinking. She might have seemed like she was just working for free, but she knew that by helping the merfolk, she was also improving herself. This trip to the merfolk? She was probably the one who'd gained the most. Normally, mages improved little by little, unless they had enough money to buy potions and shorten their recovery time, speeding up their progress. Mages earned quickly, but they also spent quickly. Mages were prestigious, but everything related to them was expensive, especially mana recovery potions. Many mages, once they had the ability, would seek out a powerful family to sponsor them, exchanging their strength for resources to improve themselves. Ningxue had originally belonged to the church, so she couldn't seek out another family for sponsorship. She was richer than most, but among mages, she was considered poor. But ever since coming to Sunset Territory, after several missions, she realized the potions she'd consumed were worth a fortune. There were 2 other mages in the group, but they were locals. Lord Su improving them was the same as improving her own territory. But Ningxue was an outsider. For them to invest so much in her, she really was the one who'd profited the most. She'd put in the work, sure, but she believed that if this amount of effort could earn so many potions to boost herself, there would be plenty of low-level mages across the continent eager to join. Even most intermediate mages would probably set aside their pride and composure for this. Only advanced mages would look down on such a small improvement, because the gap between advanced and master level is simply too vast. This bit of potion is like a drop in the ocean. If you tried to rely on potions to advance, you'd die of overconsumption before you made any progress. So many potions. If they saw this, they'd probably go crazy. Ningxue muttered to herself, then skillfully took a potion from her backpack and drank it. If only we'd had this many potions back then, maybe she would have been all right. Ningxue stared at the now empty bottle, tasting the lingering bitterness in her mouth, her eyes dimming for a moment. But she quickly pulled herself together and resumed casting magic to inspect her surroundings. Thanks to her recent training, Ningxue's magical abilities had improved significantly, so her inspections didn't take much time. She even had enough energy left over to purify some of the less critical pollutants as she worked. During her inspection, quite a few merfolk stopped out of curiosity to watch what the human was doing, but none lingered long. For one, they recognized Ningxue as a mage and didn't want to disturb her. For another, everyone had their own duties. Given the current situation, every merfolk had to be ready for battle. Where is the 5th elder? After finishing her task, Ningxue casually stopped a merfolk to ask for directions. She specifically asked for the 5th elder, since Siu was with her. The 5th elder is in the first room up ahead, the merfolk replied nervously, and as soon as Ningxue thanked him, she turned and left. Ningxue hadn't expected to run into 3 familiar faces on her way to find Siu, the very 3 who had previously been sent to the water prison by Siu. Originally, Siu had sent them there to wait for a group assembly, but then the Grand Elder suddenly fainted, and Siu had to rush over to help. She'd found another merfolk to pass along a message, telling the 3 to come over. Miss Ning, do you know where Lord Su is? The 3 had been fretting about how to find Siu. Asking the merfolk for help hadn't worked. Everyone was busy and not interested in talking, and those willing to help didn't know Siu or where she was. Fortunately, they ran into Ningxue. Come with me, I'm looking for her too. Ningxue glanced at the 3, and as she spoke, she discreetly used magic to check them over. When she noticed a fair amount of contamination on them, her brows furrowed. But she quickly realized the contamination was only on their clothes. Their bodies were free of it, though some had inevitably gotten on their skin. She breathed a sigh of relief, quietly cast a spell to cleanse them, and then led them to find Siyu. When Siyu learned that Ningxi had finished her work and brought 3 other humans to see her, she was momentarily surprised, then remembered that one of them had gone off to follow a suspicious merfolk earlier, and she'd left the other 2 waiting for him. Fifth Elder, I'll step out for a moment, Siyu informed the 5th Elder, then prepared to leave the room where they'd been discussing matters. A few of the merfolk looked a bit reluctant. Miss Siyu, your strategies just now were excellent. I hope we can discuss more with you later. I care deeply about the safety of the merfolk. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best, Siyu replied with a smile, unconcerned by their change in attitude, and left the room after saying her goodbyes. Just now, she'd been in that room listening to the elders and merfolk captains discuss battle plans. At first, they'd been a bit wary of her, but out of respect for the 5th Elder, no one openly objected to her presence. But as soon as they began discussing actual tactics, Siyu offered a few suggestions and shared some of her own methods, which immediately won them over. Of course, this wasn't because Siyu was some kind of genius, nor were the merfolk especially foolish. It was simply that merfolk usually relied on brute force in battle and had little concept of strategy. Given that, Suyu's experience as a city lord who dealt with many large-scale battles was extremely valuable to them. During the meeting, Siyu even regretted not bringing Baiji along. If she had, the upcoming battle would be even smoother. Suyu's goals differed from the merfolk's. The merfolk wanted to drive out the fishmen and dark creatures, but Siyu only needed them to hold out until tomorrow. Once the elves arrived, the crisis would be resolved. Siyu hadn't mentioned the elves to any merfolk yet. For one thing, she worried about spies, not just those under control or disguised as fishmen, but true traitors to the merfolk. She had no way to detect such traitors. Another reason was to avoid unnecessary complications. As long as the merfolk could hold out until tomorrow, the elves would arrive and the crisis would be over. Her only job was to help them last until then. There was no need to do more. After meeting with Ningxi and the other 3, Siyu first had Ningxi report her findings. Hearing that no merfolk had been contaminated and that the area was relatively clean, Siyu was relieved. She then turned her attention to the other 3. Lord Siyu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own. The one who'd gone off alone felt a chill as Siyu looked at him. His excitement at making a discovery faded, and all the words he'd prepared turned into an apology as soon as he saw her. It's not really your fault. You noticed something and were willing to take a risk. That's a good thing. But not all risks are necessary. Suyu's tone was mild. She wasn't really blaming him, since he wasn't a resident of her territory. If he'd been from Sunset Territory, she definitely wouldn't have let him off so easily. At the very least, he'd get a stern talking to. All right, tell me, looks like you found something? Since you did, at least your risk wasn't for nothing. He wasn't one of her own people, so there was no need to scold him too harshly. As long as he was safe, what mattered most was what he'd discovered. Seeing that the matter had been smoothed over, the person let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly reported everything he had discovered. I followed that mermaid out of the merfolk tribe. He met with a few mermen and talked to them about something, but unfortunately, I couldn't hear what they said. I did see the mermen hand something over to him, though. Although acting alone was risky, this person was just as bold as the one who had previously tracked the fake mermaid. Not only was he brave, but his report was also concise and clear, omitting unnecessary details. After that, the mermaid returned to the merfolk tribe. I wanted to keep following him, but he went into the palace hall. There were too many merfolk there, so I didn't dare go in. It wasn't that he was afraid of the merfolk themselves, but rather that the fake mermaid would notice a human acting suspiciously and following him. He could have used an invisibility potion to sneak in, but unfortunately, he had already used his last bottle while tracking the fake mermaid outside. Do you remember what the mermaid looked like? Did you keep watch at the palace hall? Can you confirm whether he's still inside? Siyu fired off two of the most important questions. The man didn't disappoint Siyu, giving perfect answers to both. I remember. I've already drawn a sketch, though it's not as good as the other guys. So you took the drawing and saw that, while it wasn't as skillful as the previous one, the key features were captured. That was enough. Also, after the mermaid went in, I waited outside for about 10 minutes, but he never came out. Then I saw some merfolk close the palace hall doors. From what I heard, it was an elder who ordered them to close it. Right now, no one is allowed in or out of the palace hall. It was because he saw the palace hall being sealed off that he rushed to find Siyu. An elder. The only elder still inside the palace hall was probably the 6th elder. I'll go tell the 5th elder about this and give her the sketch. But it would be best if you could come along to identify him. Of course, if you don't want to, you can join the others on the battlefield and help fight the mermen. Siyu offered 2 options. I want to go and find that mermaid, he replied firmly. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying or unwilling to fight, but he knew his individual strength wouldn't make much difference on the battlefield. Whether he was there or not wouldn't change the outcome. But if he went to help find the fake mermaid, it would be much more effective, since he was the only one who had seen the fake's appearance and was most familiar with him. It's best if you're willing, Siyu agreed. She thought the same way. One less person in battle wouldn't matter, but having him help search for the fake mermaid would make things much easier. After all, finding someone by a sketch was still a bit abstract, mainly because the sketch was a bit rough. I'll go tell the 5th elder now. She'll probably assign someone to go back with you. As for you two, you also have 2 choices. Go back with him to help find the fake mermaid, so the 3 of you can look out for each other, or go to the front lines to fight the mermen. Having arranged things for one person, Siyu turned to the other 2. The options she gave the 3 were basically the same, except that the first person was the only one who'd seen the fake mermaid, so he was best suited to go. The other 2 could choose as they wished. I'll stay. I'll go with him. The 2 gave different answers, exchanging surprised glances before explaining their choices. I feel like I'm about to break through, so I want to seize more opportunities to fight. Those without ability might avoid battle, since every fight could be life-threatening. But those eager to improve were more willing to take risks, because rather than dying with regrets about their lack of strength, they'd rather die on the path of growth. Of course, that didn't mean they valued advancement above their own lives, just that, as long as it wasn't especially dangerous, they were willing to push themselves. For example, today's battle between the merfolk, mermen, and dark creatures was a great opportunity. The sides were evenly matched, so there wasn't too much danger, but the mermen and dark creatures were strong enough to provide a real challenge. The other person said, "Actually, I wanted to fight too, but I'm more curious about how these fake mermaids disguise themselves. If he could learn some of their impressive disguise techniques, wouldn't it make everything he did in the future much easier?" There would always be chances to fight, but opportunities to learn special skills like this were rare. Of course, while disguise could be used for self-defense, it could also be used for less honorable purposes. Realizing he'd exposed his interest in learning these techniques, he quickly added, "Of course, I'm not planning to use it to hurt people like those mermen. I'm just interested." His voice trailed off. Even he felt his excuse was a bit weak. But Siyu didn't mind. Once they'd made their choices, she went straight to the room to report to the 5th elder. As expected, the 5th elder assigned several merfolk to return and investigate, and also asked Siyu if the human who discovered the fake mermaid was willing to go along. "I've already asked. He's willing, and another person will go with him, so they can look out for each other." Siyu didn't elaborate, and the 5th elder didn't ask for details. As long as the key witness was willing to go, that was enough. After sending the 3 off, Siyu stayed behind to help the merfolk refine their battle strategies, while Ningshi was invited by the 4th elder to check on the Grand Elder's condition. The Grand Elder fainted suddenly, with no symptoms beforehand. The 4th elder described the situation as he led Ningshi over, also sharing the merfolk healer's diagnosis. At first, the 4th elder hadn't known about Ningshi, so he'd arranged for the merfolk healers to treat the Grand Elder. But none of them could do anything. Then the 5th elder arrived and told him about Ningshi, so he came to ask for her help. When Ningshi agreed to take a look, the 4th elder nodded gratefully. He wasn't overly deferential, but he was certainly respectful. This respect wasn't just because Ningxia had agreed to help, but because he'd heard from the fifth elder that Ningxia had already helped many merfolk purify their pollution before this. If it weren't for her, those merfolk would have certainly died, and died in great pain, unable even to leave behind their merpearls. But Ningxia had saved them. So she wasn't just a benefactor to those individuals, but the savior of the entire merfolk race. The fourth elder's change in attitude was perfectly understandable. I'm a light-type mage, not a healing mage. I can only deal with pollution. If the Grand Elder's coma isn't caused by pollution, then there's nothing I can do. Ningxia didn't like to make absolute statements, so when she saw the fourth elder's high hopes for her, she spoke up directly to clarify her abilities. The fourth elder understood what Ningxia meant and immediately became less talkative, not daring to pressure her further. Please, just do your best, mage. The fourth elder sighed, unconsciously quickening his pace. When they reached their destination, Ningxia could sense the thick pollution even before approaching the room. How thick was it exactly? So thick that she didn't even need to use magic to check, nor did she need to get close. She could feel it directly from a distance. Mage, is something wrong? The fourth elder saw her suddenly stop and asked in confusion. Then, noticing the change in her expression, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? The fourth elder tentatively began. He wasn't stupid. Knowing she was a light-type mage, he could easily guess that anything making a light mage this tense had to be pollution. It's just as you think, Ningxia confirmed his suspicion. Then she asked, besides the Grand Elder, are there any other merfolk in that room? With pollution this dense, Ningxia had no doubt that any normal creature would have the pollution seep into their skin in less than a minute. For humans, once pollution seeped in, it would gradually destroy their internal organs, ending with the heart. For merfolk, it was much the same, except the final target was the merpearl instead of the heart. The fourth elder's face darkened. He nodded. Besides the Grand Elder, there are a few guards, 2 caretakers, and 2 physicians in there. We need to get them out as soon as possible. To make the fourth elder understand how serious the situation was, Ningxia cast a layer of light magic over his eyes. Instantly, he could see that what had looked like an ordinary, unremarkable house was actually shrouded in thick black mist. There was so much black mist that he could barely make out the outline of the house. I'll go call them out, the fourth elder said instinctively, but he'd barely taken 2 steps before Ningxia stopped him. If you go, you'll just be one more person exposed to pollution. What you should do now is immediately check if any other merfolk have been near here. After examining the area, Ningxia found a bit of good news. Although the pollution here was heavy, most of it was floating outside. The pollution inside the house wasn't as severe, so the merfolk inside shouldn't be too badly affected. As long as they were brought out in time, she could purify them easily. That part was simple. The troublesome thing was that the Grand Elder's quarters were in a public area, and there was only one path in or out. In other words, anyone wanting to leave had to pass through here. Any merfolk who came close could easily pick up some pollution. Now she understood why those 3 people earlier had traces of pollution. It was probably from passing by here. There isn't much pollution on them, but over time, it'll still cause problems. As Ningxia explained, she cast a magic shield on herself, preparing to go in and get the others. Once the fourth elder understood, he went off to check on the other merfolk, but not before asking if Ningxia could get everyone out. I can't carry them all out by myself, but as long as they're conscious, they can walk out on their own. Ningxia gave the fourth elder a helpless look. He realized he'd asked a silly question. The people inside were polluted, not dead. Ningxia just needed to go in and tell them they could walk out themselves. I'll leave it to you then. Oh, here, take this. If they don't believe you, just show it to them. With that, the fourth elder hurried off, and Ningxia entered the polluted area. At the door stood 5 guards. Ningxia took out the item the fourth elder had given her. When the guards saw it, their attitudes immediately became respectful and polite. Has the Grand Elder woken up yet? Ningxia asked. No. I was sent by the fourth elder to treat the Grand Elder, but this environment isn't suitable. You all need to move to another place first. Ningxia didn't mention the pollution, since she saw that the guards weren't badly affected. There was no need to panic them. The 5 guards hesitated, neither agreeing nor refusing, probably out of respect for the 4th Elder's token. I've already shown you the token, and the 4th Elder came with me just now. He just had something more urgent to do, so I'm here alone, Ningxia explained. I think I did see the 4th Elder just now, one guard whispered to the others. If the 4th Elder agrees, then we'll follow your instructions. Where should we move to? The guard stepped aside, opening the door for Ningxia. The 4th Elder said to take the Grand Elder over there. Ningxia pointed to a location. The guards nodded and opened the door for her. Inside, Ningxia used the same explanation to persuade the 2 caretakers and 2 physicians. One of the guards then carried the Grand Elder out. As they packed up to leave, Ningxia quickly checked them over. The 5 guards had a bit more pollution, but it hadn't penetrated deep, so it wouldn't be hard to treat. Aside from the Grand Elder, the other 4 merfolk inside were in good condition. The pollution on them was only superficial. A sweep of light magic was enough to purify it. But as for the Grand Elder, let's put it this way. The pollution in his body was immense, so much so that if you added up all the pollution Ningxia had ever treated in other merfolk, it still wouldn't match the amount in his body alone. And yet, despite the Great Elder having so much pollution in his body, his merfolk pearl remained completely clean. This result made Ningxia start to doubt whether her magic was malfunctioning. So, after they relocated, she checked again, but the result was the same. The Great Elder's body was full of pollution, but his merfolk pearl was perfectly clean, not affected in the slightest. Otherwise, with this level of pollution, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. This doesn't make sense. Ningxia was deeply puzzled by her findings. Although she hadn't personally treated that many polluted creatures, she'd at least seen it done before. Back at the church, there was a kind, high-level light magic user who would often teach them during treatments, so Ningxia actually had a fair bit of experience with these kinds of cases. But she had never seen a situation like the Great Elders before. Her persistence paid off. Ningxia spent a lot of magic energy studying the Great Elder's merfolk pearl, and finally discovered the reason it hadn't been polluted. A thin layer of unknown energy was wrapped around the pearl. It was precisely this energy that blocked the pollution, preventing it from seeping into the pearl and saving the Great Elder's life. This energy was of a very high level, at least much higher than Ningxia's own. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such a hard time detecting it. But it was exactly because of its high level that it was able to block the pollution. This energy doesn't seem to belong to the Great Elder himself. Ningxia withdrew her light element thoughtfully, then spent some time slowly purifying the pollution from the Great Elder's body. There was simply too much pollution. With her current strength, Ningxia couldn't completely purify it, so she could only reduce it for now. At least this would lessen the burden on his body and allow the Great Elder to wake up. Once he woke up, the purification process would become much easier. About half an hour later, Ningxia left the room and found the 4th Elder waiting anxiously outside. How is the Great Elder? The 4th Elder couldn't wait to ask as soon as he saw Ningxia come out. Ningxia thought for a moment, and aside from not mentioning the unknown energy, she told him pretty much everything else truthfully. The 4th Elder already knew that the merfolk pearl could be polluted, but Ningxia was very tactful in her explanation. She only said that the Great Elder's body was severely polluted, never mentioning the state of his pearl. She also emphasized that much of the pollution had already been purified, so the 4th Elder didn't dwell on the pearl's situation. Thank you so much, Magician. If it weren't for you, our merfolk tribe would have lost many more to the pollution. If not for the difference in gender, the 4th Elder would have rushed over and grabbed Ningxia's hand to thank her profusely. When the Great Elder wakes up, I'll tell him everything. Our merfolk tribe always repays kindness. Once this is over, we'll definitely present you with a generous gift. The 4th Elder wanted to give her something right away, but all he had on him were combat items, nothing suitable as a gift. Besides, he wasn't in charge of the tribe's treasury, so he couldn't just go and fetch something now. All he could do was offer his heartfelt thanks and, somewhat embarrassed, give a verbal IOU. Let's talk about it after everything is settled. Ningshi wasn't some saint who refused all worldly rewards. She wouldn't be greedy and demand too much, but she would certainly accept what she was due. There was no need for false modesty. However, Ningshi still wanted to probe a bit about that unknown, powerful energy. Fourth Elder, I have a few questions for you. If they're out of line, please don't take offense. In fact, Ningshi only had one real question, but she didn't want the Fourth Elder to get suspicious, so she decided to ask a few more. She personally felt that none of her questions were particularly secret, but just to be safe, she gave the Fourth Elder a heads up. The Fourth Elder paused, then replied generously, "You are a benefactor to the merfolk. Ask whatever you want. If I can answer, I will. And don't worry about offending me. If there's something I can't answer, I simply won't." With that reassurance, Ningshi began her questioning. What was the room where the Great Elder was resting used for before? Although this was just a filler question, Ningshi wouldn't waste time on trivialities. If she could get an answer to this, maybe she could find the reason for the heavy pollution. That room used to be someone else's residence. But since it's so close to the protective barrier and the outside is dangerous now, I had everyone move inside. After the merfolk moved in, the outer rooms were vacated and used as resting places for the warriors. Ningshi was a bit disappointed. She'd hoped for a clue, but it turned out the room was just an ordinary dwelling. There was nothing special about it, so it was unlikely to be the source of the pollution. Still, she reminded him, the pollution in that room appeared rather mysteriously. Maybe you could check with the previous occupant to see if anything strange happened recently. The Fourth Elder nodded. Any other questions? Ningshi nodded and asked a few more harmless questions. Then, when the Fourth Elder had relaxed, she casually asked, "The Great Elder is the strongest among the merfolk, right?" Perhaps because her previous questions had put the Fourth Elder at ease, and since this one didn't seem unusual, he answered without hesitation. "The Great Elder is indeed the strongest among us." Halfway through, his expression changed, as if he'd suddenly remembered something. Ningshi immediately sensed a clue and pressed on. "With the Great Elder out of commission, our tribe's fighting strength is greatly reduced." The Fourth Elder didn't want to admit it, but he knew Ningshi was right. He shook his head and sighed, blurting out, "If only that person were still here." Ningshi's eyes lit up, but she did her best to keep her excitement and urgency hidden. "Ningshi, that person? Is there really a merfolk even stronger than the Grand Elder? But he's not around anymore." After getting some information out of the Fourth Elder, Ningshi hurried off to find Suyu. Fortunately, Suyu was always in one place, helping the merfolk strategize, so finding her wasn't difficult. "You're in such a rush, what's going on?" This was the first time Suyu had seen Ningshi so flustered. It was obvious she must have discovered something important. "Lord Su, here's what happened." Ningshi told Suyu everything. The abnormality with the Grand Elder's mare pearl, her own suspicions, and the information she'd coaxed out of the Fourth Elder. "That energy must be even stronger than the Grand Elder's own," Suyu mused. "Only someone stronger could put their energy into someone weaker." Of course, there was another possibility. The energy belonged to the Grand Elder himself, protecting himself, which would naturally cause no conflict. But Ningshi thought this was unlikely. If the Grand Elder was really that powerful, he wouldn't have ended up in a coma. If he could protect his own mare pearl, why couldn't he protect his own body? "So you think someone protected the Grand Elder's mare pearl after he fell unconscious?" So you understood what Ningshi was getting at. "Yes, that's why I asked the Fourth Elder if there was anyone stronger than the Grand Elder among the merfolk." Ningshi explained, then continued, "At first, the Fourth Elder said no, but then he suddenly admitted there was one merfolk stronger than the Grand Elder. But when I asked who it was, he clammed up again." The Fourth Elder even apologized to Ningshi for this. His sincerity left Ningshi with no room to press further. Suyu thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Ningshi. "Actually, there's already an answer to this. In the entire merfolk tribe, the only one who might be stronger than the Grand Elder is the merfolk queen. But it's obviously not him, so it can only be." Ningshi's expression turned to shock. "Lord Su, you mean the Merfolk Queen? Ningxi's surprise was understandable. In their eyes, the Merfolk Queen was someone who no longer existed. She'd died years ago in battle. That was exactly why Ningxi hadn't thought of her. But now that she considered it, the Merfolk Queen really did fit all the criteria. She was likely the strongest, being the child of twin pearls. She was also no longer around, and her identity would certainly make the fourth elder extremely reluctant to speak about her. But Ningxi hesitated, her expression odd. But she's already gone, so it can't be her. Siyu had thought the same at first, but suddenly changed her mind. The child of twin pearls was the most important character in the entire Merfolk storyline. Usually, even if such a character dies, they leave behind many clues. While there were indeed plenty of clues about Kiina, most were unsolvable mysteries, meaningless hints, since she was dead and they'd never find answers. So the only possibility was that she wasn't dead, which was why there were so many questions left behind. Of course, this reasoning was a bit forced, but after ruling out every other possibility, even the least likely one had to be the answer. She might not be dead, Siyu said lightly, shocking Ningxi. Ningxi opened her mouth to ask why, but considering how serious this was, if any Merfolk overheard, it could cause all sorts of trouble. She held her tongue. Given what she knew of Lord Su, if she said this, she must have her reasons, not just a wild guess. If she's still alive, then where is she? Why hasn't she shown herself? Ningxi asked softly. Siyu smiled at her. How would I know? I'm not her. But she's a clever person. If she's chosen to do this, she must have her reasons. She wouldn't just watch the Merfolk perish, she'll step in when the time is right. Just like with the Grand Elder, if she hadn't intervened, he'd be dead by now. Since she helped, it meant she didn't want the Merfolk to be wiped out. Siyu already had her own suspicions about this supposedly dead Merfolk, but since they were only guesses, she wasn't ready to share them yet. Still, the fact that Kiina wasn't dead was definitely good news for both the Merfolk and Siyu. It meant they suddenly had an extra powerhouse on their side, greatly increasing their chances of surviving this crisis. As for what Kiina wanted to do, or whether she would appear, that wasn't Suyu's concern. With or without her, the Merfolk would probably get through this crisis, since their greatest danger had already been dealt with earlier. The fishmen and dark creatures clearly didn't know about this, otherwise, they wouldn't still be attacking the Merfolk, but would be looking for a way to escape as quickly as possible. How long until the Grand Elder wakes up? Siyu changed the subject, and Ningxi cooperatively dropped the topic of the Queen. I'll perform another purification on the Grand Elder in half an hour. If all goes well, he should wake up after that. Half an hour? That wasn't long at all. Since things are settled here, let's go check on the others up ahead, Siyu said, leading Ningxi to find the others still fighting the fishmen and dark creatures on the battlefield. Although Siyu wasn't a fighter herself, she had a backpack full of protective items, so she wasn't afraid. She strode directly into the combat zone, and after searching around, they found Duoya's group locked in fierce battle with the fishmen. As they approached, Siyu checked on everyone's combat status. As expected, the one with the highest damage and most kills was Yu. After all, they were underwater, and he was a water mage. All his attacks were not only unaffected, but actually enhanced. By contrast, everyone else was somewhat restricted in their movements. Thanks to the barrier, the impact wasn't huge, but it still wasn't as effortless as it was for Yu. After Yu, the second highest in damage and kills was Dillo. Honestly, this surprised Siyu. She'd thought it would be Duoya, since Duoya's class combined with her own Lynxy aura should have produced a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Whether it's combo attacks or critical hits, if you don't consider base damage, the more times you attack, the more chances you have to trigger them. Among everyone present, Duoya was undoubtedly the fastest attacker. But after watching their battle for a few minutes, Siyu understood why. Dillo was far more formidable than she had imagined. Normally, a beginner-level puppet master can control at most one puppet at a time. A talented intermediate puppet master might manage two, but most puppet masters have to reach the advanced level before they can control two puppets. But Dillo was truly impressive. She was an advanced puppet master, yet she could control 4 puppets at once. That's a feat only a master-level puppet master can achieve. And even then, master-level puppet masters can usually only command 4 puppets to perform simple actions. To perfectly control them in battle is basically impossible. Yet Dillo managed to do it. Although Siyu could clearly see that one of the puppets would often slack off, the other 3 moved as smoothly as real people, which was enough to prove Dillo's strength. Given all this, Doya's loss was hardly unjust. After all, puppets aren't affected by the underwater environment, and Dillo had 3.5 puppets. The most outrageous part was that puppets inherit some of their master's attributes. So, while Suyu's Lingxi aura couldn't directly affect the puppets because it boosted Dillo's stats, it indirectly made her puppets even stronger. With so many factors at play, if Doya had actually managed to beat Dillo, that would have been truly bizarre. As for the others, although their combat power was weakened underwater, the aura gave them a boost, so the gains and losses basically balanced out and their overall strength stayed about the same. So you found a chance for everyone to catch their breath, letting them rest and chat for a bit. So, what do you think? How strong are these fishmen and dark creatures? So you could see the creatures' stats, but since the fishmen were fighting in their home territory, just like you, they had a certain combat bonus. So you couldn't see this bonus, so he had to rely on everyone's first-hand experience. The dark creatures are manageable, but these fishmen, the speaker made a face that was hard to describe. They're a real pain. They're so fast, whether attacking or running away, they slip through your fingers just like a bailure. Bailure is a type of fish on the Sunset Continent, named for its white, slippery body that humans can't grasp by hand. Heh, fishmen are fish, after all. No wonder they're like bailure. Someone joked, lightening the tense atmosphere. The person who'd been complaining grinned as well. This showed that although everyone was grumbling, they hadn't actually run into any real trouble in battle, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to laugh. It seems the difficulty is about right for you all. In that case, make the most of this opportunity to train. So you knew many of them saw this trip as a chance to improve themselves, so he wasn't going to waste it. For most of the day, from morning till evening, they almost never stopped killing fishmen. Even though there were only a dozen or so of them, according to the stats, so you knew they'd killed over 800 fishmen in that time. It might not sound like much, less than 100 per person on average, but several of them, like Vivian and Gongyu, weren't combatants. More importantly, those 800 were just the fishmen they'd killed. They'd also taken out over 500 dark creatures. Such numbers shocked all the surrounding merfolk, and the 4th elder even sought out Suyu to thank him sincerely. Besides words of thanks, there were also material rewards, but as previously promised to Ningxi, those would have to wait until after the merfolk's current troubles were resolved. Meanwhile, the fake merfolk who'd been hiding in the palace, waiting to sabotage things, had been caught. To everyone's surprise, the one colluding with the fishmen wasn't a fake at all, but a real merfolk. Cammy, why did you betray the merfolk? Why did you help the fishmen hurt us? The anguished shout came from Cammy's partner. Thinking of her children at home, looking at the stranger her lover had become, she was on the verge of madness. No one wanted to believe a clansman had betrayed them, least of all the one closest to Cammy. Cammy looked at his partner with a complicated expression, but soon his gaze turned resolute. Also, you don't understand. The merfolk have made a terrible mistake. The fishmen are here to help us. Shut up. Also shook off the merfolk holding her back, ready to give a harsh lesson to the one who had not only betrayed their people, but felt no remorse. In her eyes, Cammy was no longer her partner, but a traitor, an enemy of the entire merfolk, and her enemy too. I know you don't want to believe it. I've told you so many times. I was right. Otherwise, why didn't the sea god descend today? Why didn't we receive his blessing? It's because the merfolk have done wrong, and the sea god refuses to forgive us, Cammy insisted, convinced of his own truth. Also froze at the mention of the sea god, and her urge to strike him faded. Whatever else Cammy said, one thing was true. At today's sacrificial ceremony, the sea god hadn't appeared. Had they really done something wrong? Had the sea god abandoned them? Aso wasn't the only one shaken, but most merfolk still thought Cammy was just spouting nonsense. Cammy, don't look for excuses for your betrayal. Even if we've done wrong and the sea god refuses to forgive us, that's between us and the sea god. It has nothing to do with the fishmen. He's right. If the sea god wants to punish us, we'll accept it. But what does that have to do with the fishmen? Besides, the fishmen are even colluding with dark creatures. Haven't you seen how the waters outside have been polluted by them? Compared to the mistakes we've made, there's no way the sea god would ever forgive those who colluded with dark creatures and brought pollution to our seas. How could you be so foolish? You actually believe the fishman's lies? Have you forgotten what happened to your parents? The mermaid speaking seemed to know Cammy. As he mentioned Cammy's parents, his face twisted in anger. Overcome by emotion, the words slipped out before he could stop himself, but realizing it wasn't the right time to bring this up, he quickly fell silent. But even though he didn't continue, Cammy had already heard what he said. The last bit of nostalgia Cammy felt for the merfolk vanished in an instant, his attitude shifting dramatically. My parents? Weren't my parents killed by the merfolk? Cammy's words left all the merfolk present in shock. Sensing things were getting out of hand, the fourth elder immediately interrupted before Cammy could say anything more. Cammy, is it? I remember you. Your parents were heroes of the merfolk. They died protecting our people. The only reason you're still allowed to stand here and speak to us, even after betraying your own kind, is because of the respect we have for your parents. The fourth elder did recognize Cammy, though the memory had only just come to him. Cammy's parents had once served as merfolk warriors under the fourth elder, a brave and loving couple who had left a deep impression on him. Like all the other warriors, they were willing to give their lives to protect the merfolk, and in the end, they truly did. Their deaths left young Cammy without anyone to care for him. But he wasn't the only child to lose his parents. The third and fourth elders had arranged for special care for all such orphans. And when these children came of age, if they wished to work in the palace, they were always given priority. Cammy wasn't particularly outstanding, but he still managed to be here. Frankly, it was all thanks to his parents' reputation. Yet while his parents died fighting the enemy, their own child had betrayed the merfolk and colluded with those who killed his kin. The fourth elder didn't care what kind of brainwashing the fishmen had done to Cammy, but his words and actions now hurt no one more than his own deceased parents. The merfolk, who had been shocked and confused by Cammy's outburst, snapped back to their senses at the fourth elder's words. They dismissed Cammy's earlier claims as nonsense. At the fourth elder's command, Cammy's mouth was immediately gagged and he was locked in the nearest small cell. He was supposed to be thrown into the water prison, but the prison had been destroyed by the recent formation incident, and the merfolk had no time to rebuild it. So they had to make do and lock him up somewhere else for now. Once Cammy was secured, the fourth elder took the item the fishmen had given him, a black, round sphere with a strange, soft texture. Despite its softness, it felt anything but comforting. Instead, it sent chills down his spine. The fourth elder hadn't even had time to examine it when the black sphere suddenly exploded, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke that surged straight toward him. He tried to dodge, but the object had been in his hand, and the gas spread so quickly and at such close range that he had no chance to escape or block it. At that critical moment, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes. Instinctively, the fourth elder shut his eyes. Unable to see, he could only hear the commotion around him, shouts of alarm, people asking if he was all right, and voices full of concern. Fourth elder, the pollution has been contained. Are you all right? Ningxia picked up the deflated shell that had held the polluted gas, examining it in her hand. The shell was like a balloon that had lost its air, and the gas inside, the black smoke, was the pollution itself. With the gas gone, the ball had collapsed, leaving only an empty husk. What was that just now? Magister, how did you know there was something wrong with this thing? The fourth elder opened his eyes. Even though he was unharmed, he was still shaken and looked pale. But he hadn't forgotten Ningxia's presence. Once he calmed down, he asked her. He'd noticed Ningxia's odd expression when he first received the object, but since she hadn't said anything, he hadn't thought much of it. Looking back now, she must have realized something was wrong. For whatever reason, she hadn't spoken up, but she'd quietly prepared herself, otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here unharmed. This is just a little trick dark creatures love to use for sneak attacks. Once you've seen it enough times, you learn to be on guard. Ningxia gave a simple explanation for the object in her hand. It was clear from her tone that this wasn't her first encounter with such things, and that dark creatures often use this method to ambush others. If I'm not mistaken, Cammy probably has more than one of these on him. The fishmen, or rather, the dark creatures, must have planned for him to use them against you, to spread the pollution. But they hadn't expected someone to discover Cammy's whereabouts and drag him out into the open. Still, even if he was caught, it didn't matter. Or rather, the enemy had prepared for both outcomes. If Cammy wasn't caught, he'd launch the attack himself. If he was, the items would be confiscated. No matter which merfolk ended up holding these balloons of pollution, they were as dangerous as bombs. The only difference was how many people would be affected. But usually, confiscated items would be handed to someone of higher status, like the Fourth Elder. So, if Ningxia hadn't intervened, only the Fourth Elder would have been harmed, but he was a merfolk of great importance. This was my mistake. I should have been more careful. Hearing Ningxia's words, the Fourth Elder understood the fishmen and dark creatures' plan. He blamed himself, realizing the whole incident could have been avoided. Even if Ningxia hadn't stepped in, if he'd been polluted, he'd have no one to blame but himself for being careless and picking up just anything. Fortunately, he was the one who got hold of this thing. If he had handed it over to someone else along the way, it would have been a disaster for the other merfolk. Did you get this thing from him? Ningxia recalled the gas she had just seen, and it looked vaguely familiar. Then it hit her. The gas lingering over that house shrouded in black mist looked almost exactly the same. Although pollution is pollution, and there's not much difference between types, the intensity of the pollution that just attacked the Fourth Elder was about the same as what she'd sensed outside that house. This meant the two were most likely the same kind of pollution. In other words, the pollution in the Elder's resting house was probably caused by Cammy. This is the only one. Did you discover something? The Fourth Elder noticed Ningxia's odd expression and quickly pressed for details. Ningxia thought for a moment and decided there was no harm in sharing her suspicions, so she told the Fourth Elder her guess. As for what the Fourth Elder would do to Cammy after learning that the pollution near the Elder was likely his doing, that was none of Ningxia's concern. Although the Fourth Elder had asked everyone to keep quiet about Cammy, there were simply too many merfolk present. Even though most kept their mouths shut, words still got out, and soon many merfolk knew that one of their own had betrayed them. Everyone was disgusted by Cammy. They couldn't understand why a merfolk would help the fishmen and dark creatures attack their own home. After the anger faded, a sense of suspicion grew. Everyone became a little more wary of the merfolk around them, because they all worried that there might be more Camus out there. The Fourth Elder certainly didn't want to see this kind of mutual suspicion. After all, the external threat hadn't been dealt with yet, and if they started tearing themselves apart from within, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, the Great Elder had already woken up. Although his body was still weak from the pollution and his fighting strength was much less than before, his mind was as sharp as ever. So, the Fourth Elder took over command of the merfolk warriors to fend off the invaders, while the Great Elder handled internal affairs. With the Great Elder awake, the merfolk had their pillar of support again, and everyone's panic gradually faded. Under the orderly organization of the elders, the merfolk made it safely through the day. By evening, the fishmen and dark creatures had all retreated in defeat. Watching their enemies flee, the merfolk were filled with joy and relief. After a whole day of fighting, everyone was exhausted. Once the elders had arranged for rotating guards, those without duties went home to rest. As for Suyu and her companions, who had greatly contributed to the victory, the Fourth Elder personally and courteously invited them to a banquet. It was called a banquet, but in reality, it was just a simplified version of the feast from this sacrificial ceremony, a small celebration to mark their successful defense against the invaders. Of course, the most important reason was to thank Siyu and her group for helping the merfolk. In fact, the banquet was held especially for them. During the banquet, the fourth and fifth elders brought out the gifts they had carefully selected. There were more than a dozen people in Siyu's group, and each received a reward. Of course, Siyu and Ningshi received the most, while the others, though their rewards weren't as extravagant, each got something they needed most. For example, Vivian received various underwater herbs and some unique formulas developed by the merfolk healers. Since he was a water mage and the merfolk had no shortage of water-related treasures, her rewards were second only to Ningxi's. She received all kinds of high-grade water gems, perfect for embedding in a staff, and enough shark silk to make a magic robe, a material so precious on the continent that even a single strand was worth a fortune. Usually, when others made shark silk equipment, they'd have to mix in other rare materials, and even then, a whole robe might not contain half a bundle of shark silk. But you received enough shark silk to make a robe entirely out of it. At first, everyone was envious of Yu's haul, but there was no jealousy. Everyone knew their contributions to the merfolk couldn't compare to hers, so they had no right to complain. Still, seeing someone else get so many good things while looking at their own rewards, it would be a lie to say they didn't feel a little sour inside. However, when they saw what Ningshi received, even envy disappeared. Everything you got, Ningshi got too, and more. She even received shark silk that had already been woven into fabric. Everything Vivian got, Ningshi got too, plus even rarer herbs and a complete book of herbal formulas. On top of that, there were all sorts of other rare and mysterious treasures. Many of them were unrecognizable, but it was obvious they were priceless. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The real surprise was when the merfolk's crown prince personally presented Ningshi with something so valuable that all her previous rewards combined might not even compare, a mermaid pearl. This was something humans on land had only ever heard of in legends. How could anyone even feel jealous after that? If the gap between them and Ningshi was just a little, they might still feel envious. But when the gap was this huge, even envy was pointless. They couldn't even imagine what it would be like if all this was given to them. If it weren't for the merfolk's sincere attitude, they might have suspected that all these treasures were Ningxi's bride price. Compared to spending a lifetime among the merfolk with so many treasures, they all decided it was better to pack up their rewards and follow Lord Su back to Sunset Territory. Actually, it wasn't just them who were shocked. Siyu and Ningshi were both overwhelmed by the merfolk's lavish gifts. Especially Ningshi, who was the main recipient. If she'd been calculating the value of the gifts at first, as the pile grew and the crown prince brought out the mermaid pearl, she actually reached for her teleportation stone, ready to run at any moment. The fourth elder seemed to notice her nervousness and hurriedly explained that they had no ulterior motives. They simply wanted to thank Ningshi for saving so many merfolk lives, especially the great elders. To the merfolk, the great elder's life was worth more than all these treasures put together. Ningshi frowned slightly and looked to Siyu for help. Siyu had already been planning to step in, and seeing this, she quickly moved forward to shield Ningshi from the overly enthusiastic fourth elder. Ningshi is someone I brought here. I'll thank the merfolk on her behalf for their gifts. With that, she signaled for Ningshi to accept the items. These were the fruits of her labor, her rightful reward. Even though these gifts were quite a sacrifice for the merfolk, given their strength, their treasury surely held much more. Altogether, this was probably only a tenth or so of their wealth. Catching Suyu's hint, Ningshi quickly thanked the enthusiastic fourth elder and then busied herself, packing everything away. Ningxi's eagerness to avoid attention left the fourth elder a bit disappointed. As others had guessed, the merfolk's generous gifts were partly to thank Ningxi for saving so many of their people, but more importantly, they hoped to recruit her. In the past, if someone had helped the merfolk, the fourth elder wouldn't have thought of this. That was because he hadn't known the merfolk's weakness. But now he did. He knew that the greatest threat to the merfolk was pollution, and Ningxia was essentially a cure for the poisoned, a cure that could be used again and again. Under these circumstances, even the First Elder, who had always held a grudge against humans because of past events, chose to remain silent rather than object when the Fourth Elder suggested recruiting Ningxia. Ningxia's refusal was unexpected, but understandable. After all, she was human, and without special tools, humans couldn't live underwater. If she did join the merfolk, they wouldn't go so far as to imprison her, but her freedom would certainly be restricted. She'd have to stay with the merfolk for long periods, so she could be available whenever they needed her. I see. The Fourth Elder sighed regretfully. Since this mage already has a place she belongs, let's leave it at that. Suyu's earlier words had essentially claimed Ningxia as her own. While that wasn't strictly true, in this situation, a harmless lie could easily resolve a troublesome matter, so why not? Ningxia also realized the Fourth Elder had misunderstood, but she didn't bother to explain. She knew Suyu was helping her. If she clarified, the merfolk would only pester her further. With the Fourth Elder's words, the matter was settled. Everyone had fought for most of the day and was exhausted, so after a simple banquet, they all prepared to rest. But just as the banquet ended, an unexpected figure, or rather, an unexpected merfolk, approached. What are you all doing here? The merfolk king came over with a sour expression, Lady Sang clinging delicately at his side. Lady Sang, petite and fragile, looked even smaller next to the tall merfolk king, her figure almost hidden by his. Yet, for some reason, she drew everyone's attention, even though she hadn't said a word. Noticing everyone looking at her, Lady Sang whispered something into the merfolk king's ear, and his expression darkened further. Why is no one speaking? Do you think I wouldn't notice you're holding a banquet here just because you stay silent? This is a banquet prepared for the grand sacrificial ceremony. How could you let humans attend? First Elder, this doesn't seem like something you would do. The First Elder was still unwell, so he'd remained seated throughout the banquet. He'd only just stood up as things were wrapping up, and now, being singled out by the merfolk king, a surge of anger rose within him. He was about to speak when he felt a metallic taste in his throat. The Third Elder, sitting beside him, was the first to notice something was wrong and quickly supported him. The Fifth Elder hurriedly took something out and handed it to the Third Elder, who then helped the First Elder take it. The Crown Prince immediately stepped in to speak. Father, this was a celebration for our victory over the fishmen. Miss Sue and the others may be human, but without them, our merfolk would have suffered heavy losses today. The Crown Prince rarely spoke in front of the merfolk king. Although he was the heir, his position had been chosen by the elders, not the king. In fact, the king had no say in it, or rather, he wasn't qualified to have a say. So, while the merfolk king didn't exactly dislike the Crown Prince, he never felt much affection for him either, since he wasn't his biological child. The Crown Prince didn't know the truth, but the Queen had given him enough motherly love that he didn't crave affection from the king. Especially as more siblings appeared, he never lacked family, and so he was even less inclined to interact with the king. That's why, when the Queen had her accident, the Crown Prince immediately took over raising Luya. He knew the merfolk king couldn't be relied on, though the king's affection for Luya had surprised him. Still, he didn't think much of it, assuming Luya was just naturally lovable. The merfolk king was, after all, his father, so after realizing the king didn't like him, the Crown Prince usually kept silent in his presence. Most of the time, if something important came up, he'd discuss it with the elders first and let them speak for him. But just now, with the First Elder unwell and the other elders unable to speak up after the king called out the First Elder, he had no choice but to step in. After all, the First Elder was half a mentor to him. He'd taught him combat skills as a child. Whether out of duty or personal feeling, he had to help. But honestly, his help might have done more harm than good. The merfolk king already disliked him, and his mood was clearly foul. So after the Crown Prince finished speaking, the king immediately turned his ire on him. But just as the merfolk king was about to speak, another voice cut him off. Father, rather than fussing over trivial matters, I think we should focus on the fishmen and the dark creatures, Leah said. She shot a sidelong glance at Lady Sang, anger simmering inside though her face remained composed. She put on a suitably worried expression and continued, "Many merfolk died today fighting off the fishmen. They are heroes of our people. Shouldn't you, father, do something to honor them?" Luya's words were a reminder of the tense situation the merfolk had just faced. While the rest of them fought for their lives, the merfolk king had been resting comfortably with Lady Sang. Calling him a faint-hearted king was hardly an exaggeration. Luya never expected him to realize on his own just how dire the situation was for the merfolk today. Since he couldn't see it himself, she decided to point it out directly. Besides, Luya said this to help the merfolk king regain his sense of presence. By now, she had more or less figured out how her father's mind worked. Although he had changed, becoming incompetent and irrational, he still craved attention and recognition. Rather than letting him come up with some bizarre way to stand out, it was better for them to proactively give him opportunities to feel important. Take now, for instance, the families of the merfolk heroes who died protecting their people deserved proper compensation, and someone needed to step forward to honor and acknowledge their sacrifice. In the past, this sort of thing was handled by the third or fourth elders, since it fell within their responsibilities. But since the merfolk king was present, Luya simply handed the matter over to him. Their contributions are immeasurable and must be remembered by all merfolk. "No one is more suited than you, father, to take on this task," Luya said smoothly, both comforting and flattering the merfolk king. During this time, except for the fifth elder, the other elders' opinions of Luya changed significantly. Especially the third elder, who had already noticed Luya arranging for someone to guard the barrier. His feelings were now a complicated mix. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. When the third and fourth elders saw Luya glance their way, a small, seemingly casual gesture, they both knew it was their cue to step in. "Your Majesty, here is the list of merfolk who sacrificed themselves this time." The fourth elder handed a list to the merfolk king, whose expression had gradually recovered thanks to Luya's words. And so, the topic shifted from "humans shouldn't be here" to how to reward and compensate the heroes of the merfolk. The third and fourth elders stayed behind to discuss the matter with the king. The others, especially the grand elder, who was helped out by the fifth elder, left, and the sixth elder signaled for Suyu and the others to follow her out as well. The crown prince quietly led the other princes and princesses away. Before leaving, Luya, with a gentle yet firm smile, escorted Lady Sang away from the merfolk king's side. Her reason: "I'd like to talk to Lady Sang about Sona." The merfolk king hesitated at first, but as soon as he heard Sona's name, he didn't even wait for Lady Sang to refuse. He immediately and considerately handed Lady Sang over to Luya. Once out of the king's sight, both Luya and Lady Sang dropped their pretenses. One's eyes brimmed with open disgust and disdain, while the other transformed from a pure white lotus into a seductive and dangerous rose. Neither seemed surprised by the other's change. But, unexpectedly, it was Lady Sang who spoke first, not the usually proactive Luya. "I never thought you'd hold such weight in the king's heart." Lady Sang smiled like a poisonous, beautiful flower. Though she smiled, a hint of unwillingness could be heard in her words. Perhaps she resented that she meant less to the king than Luya did, or perhaps she was bitter that her carefully laid plans had been so easily unraveled by Luya's few words. Standing in the corner pretending to be invisible, Siyu couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Lady Sang. Yes, she truly felt sorry for her. At this point, even a fool wouldn't believe Lady Sang wasn't working for the fishmen. The fishmen's plan was elaborate. First, Lady Sang seduced the merfolk king, then they infiltrated the merfolk with cursed puppets and fake merfolk, even secretly contaminating the forbidden grounds. But unfortunately for them, the cursed puppets were discovered, the fake merfolk exposed, and even their trump card, the contamination in the forbidden grounds, was found out. Siyu and her group had already discovered and resolved the contamination when they accidentally entered the forbidden grounds and met Melior. During their conversation, Melior revealed that she had sensed someone sneaking into the forbidden grounds not long ago. Suspecting an intruder, Melior hid before they entered. Since she was blind, she didn't know what they did, but thanks to her keen hearing, she knew exactly where they tampered with things. The fishmen probably never imagined that another creature would be in the forbidden grounds, so they made no attempt to hide their actions or stay alert, allowing Melior to escape and overhear this crucial information. With Melior's help, Siyu and her group found and eliminated the contamination, completely overturning the fishman's strongest trump card. Of course, the fishmen knew nothing of this, and Lady Sang, busy distracting the Merfolk King, had no energy to worry about anything else. Siyu's regret wasn't for the fishman's failure, but for Lady Sang. Of course, she didn't want the fishman's plot to succeed, but Lady Sang's defeat just seemed so anticlimactic. After all, who would have guessed that out of so many princes and princesses, only one actually carried the Merfolk King's blood? To put it bluntly, with the king's personality, if Loya weren't the only one, she might not be so favored, and the same goes for the other children. In the end, everything was destined. Because Loya was the king's only true heir, she was especially cherished, which allowed her to bring Siyu and the others in, and Siyu could use her status to accomplish so much. That's why Siyu was able to discover so many clues ahead of time and destroy the fishman's greatest trump card. The confrontation between Luya and Lady Sang didn't last long, as the king's discussion with the two elders was also brief. Soon, both women returned to their roles, one a gentle white lotus, the other an obedient daughter. When the Merfolk King came out and saw the two getting along, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Siyu, who had been watching the whole time, isn't this guy a bit of a fool? Thanks to the king's appearance, Luya quickly found an excuse to leave, taking Siyu with her. On the way back to the glazed palace, Luya seemed a bit worried. She turned to Siyu and quietly voiced her doubts. I have a bad feeling. Even though we've already driven the merfolk back, Madame Sang still seems incredibly calm and composed. I suspect they have another trick up their sleeve. But up to now, they still hadn't figured out what that trick was. At first, Luya had considered whether this trick might be the pollution in the forbidden ground that Siyu had mentioned, but the fifth elder had told her before that she'd already tried to persuade the grand elder and had gone into the forbidden ground to check. There was no pollution inside. Luya relayed this information to Siyu. When did the fifth elder go to the forbidden ground? Siyu hadn't known that the fifth elder had already been there. She thought the lack of news meant the grand elder wasn't allowing her to investigate. But now that Luya said so, it must be true. Yet, Siyu sensed something was off. Probably last night. Luya tried to recall, then added, the elder told me about it this morning, so she must have gone last night. Siyu. This is even more suspicious. Siyu knew the merfolk had hidden the pollution very well. The fifth elder and the others were wary of the forbidden ground, with shark pearls buried everywhere, so they didn't dare dig too deep. It was normal that they didn't find anything. But why didn't they find Melior? Melior was a blind mermaid, unable to move easily. It wasn't surprising the merfolk sneaking and hadn't noticed her, but the fifth elder had gone and prepared for something dirty to be there. Even if she didn't dig deep, she would have at least checked the surface carefully. Unless Melior was buried underground, there's no way the fifth elder wouldn't have found her. And yet, the impossible had happened. The fifth elder definitely hadn't seen Melior, or she wouldn't have reacted the way she did when Siyu mentioned her. So why was that? Surely there couldn't be two forbidden grounds? Wait. Actually, maybe that's not impossible. Did the fifth elder get help from the other elders to open the forbidden ground? Siyu looked at Luya and asked seriously. Luya frowned, thinking it over. She must have. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to enter the forbidden ground alone. Siyu realized she'd asked a pointless question. Since the fifth elder had persuaded the grand elder, she'd have gone in through the main entrance, which required help from the other elders. But Siyu and her group were different. They'd stumbled into the forbidden ground by accident via the underground stairway in the water prison. Setting aside why the fifth elder hadn't found Melior, there was still the question, with such an obvious passage in the forbidden ground, why had no other merfolk discovered it until now? The only explanation Siyu could think of was that the forbidden ground Melior was in and the forbidden ground the fifth elder mentioned were not the same place. But whether there were actually two forbidden grounds, or if one was fake, she wasn't sure. Either way, they were definitely two different places. Lost in thought, Suyu and the others returned to the glazed palace without realizing it. The whole way, Suyu pondered the matter of the two forbidden grounds. She wanted to know which forbidden ground was real, and also why there would be two forbidden grounds. From the fifth elder's perspective, the one she visited must be the real forbidden ground. Since she didn't find anything wrong, that was her reality. Similarly, even though Melia had never been to the forbidden ground and couldn't see, she could sense many shark pearls there. Assuming Melia wasn't lying or mistaken, the place she was in must also be a forbidden ground. I still need to start with the formation. After thinking for a long time, Suyu finally found a clue. Suyu couldn't easily investigate the forbidden ground the fifth elder knew, but the passage in the water prison was triggered by a formation. Among the merfolk, there were only two people connected to formations, the second elder and the queen. Clearly, the formation had nothing to do with the second elder. Otherwise, when Luya called her for help earlier, she wouldn't have reacted that way. The second elder had obviously betrayed the merfolk. If she knew the passage to the forbidden ground had been discovered, she would have tried everything to stop them, not just left. So the only remaining possibility was the mysterious queen. After all, Meliar's resurrection was also related to the queen, and she was the one who sent people into the forbidden ground, making it even more likely. The formation in the water prison was meant to conceal the passage to the forbidden ground, and the merfolk had discovered it. They'd found another way into the forbidden ground, so they tried to get people into the water prison, allowing them to act directly against the forbidden ground. This matched up with the first mermaid they'd found who was controlled by a curse doll. After sorting out this thread, Suyu suddenly realized that there must be three forces at work behind the merfolk's troubles. The first was the merfolk and the dark creatures, who were stirring up conflict. The second was Suyu's side, who came to help. The third, which Suyu had just discovered, was most likely related to the queen. After all, based on her deductions, the queen wasn't dead. If she could sacrifice herself for the merfolk, then as long as she was alive, she wouldn't just stand by and watch. Especially since her child was here, as well as the fifth elder and Melia, whom she'd resurrected but who had lost her freedom. The cicada, the mantis, the oriole. When Suyu overturned the merfolk's trump card, she thought she was the oriole waiting to benefit, but now it seemed that might not be the case. Even if Suyu hadn't helped, the merfolk would probably have survived this incident, though at a much higher cost. But with Suyu's help, their losses were minimized. Yui, what are you thinking about? I've called your name several times. Luya looked at the absent-minded Suyu. She didn't want to interrupt, but her curiosity got the better of her. I was thinking about your father and Madame Zhang. The matter of the forbidden ground was hard to explain to Luya, since it involved the queen, so Suyu wasn't planning to bring it up for now. She just found a random excuse. Why are you thinking about them? Did you discover something, Yui? Luya was surprised by Suyu's answer, so much so that she forgot what she'd originally wanted to ask. Suyu's expression remained calm, and she didn't give anything away under Luya's questioning. After all, she wasn't entirely lying. She really had thought about the Mermaid King and Madame Zhang before. I believe that no creature's personality would suddenly change drastically, especially when they so clearly show signs of struggling. Suyu's words left Luya completely bewildered. She couldn't understand what Suyu meant at all. It's possible that the Merman King's personality changed drastically because of Lady Zhang, but you're still able to influence his thoughts and emotions. That means his feelings for Lady Zhang aren't pure. Actually, that was a complicated way to put it. To put it simply, if the Merman King truly hated the queen, then even if Luya was his only child, he wouldn't dote on her so much that he'd be willing to sacrifice Lady Zhang just because of a few words from Luya. The fact that he would do such a thing suggests a few things. 1. He did once love the queen, but he loves himself even more. So after harming the queen, his affection for Luya is more of a way to make up for it. Secondly, he doesn't really love Lady Zhang that much. If he truly cared for her after all this time, they would have had a child together by now. Others might think he truly loved the queen and only wanted her child, but Siyu knew the truth. What the Merman King really cared about wasn't having a child with the queen, but having a child of his own bloodline. That's why he dotes on Luya so much. The more he spoils Luya, the more it shows how much he values his own bloodline. Given that, if he had even a shred of affection for Lady Sang, there would have been some sign of it by now. The fact that they have no children, either it's Lady Sang's problem, or it's the Merman King's. But since Lady Sang has been by his side for so long, she must know that having a child would secure her position and help her achieve her goals. If we rule out the possibility that she's unwilling, then the only explanation left is that the Merman King is unwilling. And only if the Merman King is unwilling would no one else in the merfolk suspect anything. He values his bloodline, yet refuses to have a child with anyone else. This really doesn't fit the image of someone who truly loves Lady Sang, nor that of a foolish, incompetent king. So father doesn't actually like Lady Sang? Suyu's analysis left Luya even more confused. It wasn't that she was stupid, it was just that the Merman King had done so many strange things for Lady Sang over the years that his love for her had become an unquestioned fact. Even if some people said Lady Sang was just a stand-in for the queen, it didn't change that. If the Merman King really did see Lady Sang as a stand-in, that would only show his feelings for the queen were complicated, and he'd still project some of those feelings onto Lady Sang. If she wasn't a stand-in, then the only explanation left was true love. I think that's how it is, Siyu replied. She didn't really know how to explain it to Luya. After all, it was just her own speculation, and she couldn't be sure if it was true. Then why did he bring her back if he doesn't like her? Luya asked, her confusion tinged with disappointment. Siyu didn't answer. Instead, she stared at someone not far away. Luya followed her gaze, and when she realized who Siyu was looking at, a shocking possibility suddenly occurred to her. Night in the merfolk tribe was eerily quiet. Perhaps it was because they'd just endured a whole day of battle, but even during the hours meant for rest, none of the merfolk could sleep soundly. Even though they all knew the fishmen had been driven off, and the elders had arranged for strict security throughout the tribe, there was still a vague sense of unease. This unease spread through the entire merfolk tribe, and it was because of this that Luya decided to stay up all night. Siyu, who had seemed to be living the life of an early-to-bed, early-to-rise old lady, had actually been a night owl in the past. Since Luya wasn't sleeping, neither did she. The two of them stayed in the same room, chatting sometimes about the merfolk, but mostly about the continent. After all, the merfolk tribe was small and isolated, with little contact with the outside world, so there weren't many interesting stories to tell. Most of the time, it was Siyu telling tales from the continent, and Luya chiming in with comments and questions, sometimes even talking more than Siyu, the storyteller herself. Late into the night, Siyu suddenly received a long-awaited system notification. Luya's affection had reached its maximum. So, what happened next? Those people must have been furious, right? If someone stole something of mine, especially someone close to me, I'd be really angry. Luya asked eagerly about the next part of the story, not noticing Siyu's brief distraction. Siyu snapped back to attention, took a few seconds to recall where she'd left off, and continued the story. Just as she finished recounting the rumor, there was a knock at the door. Your Highness, something's happened outside. I've already notified the others, and Miss Sue's friends are waiting outside as well. Hong Si's voice came from outside the door, and her words surprised both people inside. Siyu was the first to recover. She had already guessed that things in the merfolk tribe weren't over yet, she just hadn't expected the other side to act so soon. She'd thought they'd wait at least another day, until tomorrow night, when the merfolk would have completely let down their guard. As for Luya, she'd already been uneasy, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed up all night. She looked at Siyu, and when she saw the reassuring look in Siyu's eyes, she finally felt a bit braver. Luya said, "We'll be right out. Hong Si, make sure everyone else is settled first. Please get ready quickly, Your Highness. The elders have sent word for us to gather in the main hall." Hong Si replied hurriedly, but without rushing them too much. With that, she left. As she walked away, Siyu took some items out of her backpack, tools that were easy to hide on one's person, and attached them to Luya. adjusting their positions so they were concealed beneath her elaborate skirts. Luya had previously mentioned that the second prince had confiscated all her belongings and that she'd only managed to escape using a cloaking rune disguised as a necklace. So, earlier, Siyu had asked Luya for some purely decorative accessories, then modified the plain rune tools to look like beautiful but useless trinkets. Let's go see what the fishmen are up to now. Siyu's calm tone helped steady Luya's nerves. Luya nodded, familiarized herself with the new accessories, and then followed Siyu to the main hall of the glazed palace. By now, quite a few merfolk had gathered in the hall. All of the dozen or so humans Siyu had brought were there too, ready to leave the glazed palace. But since the palace's owner, Luya, hadn't appeared yet, none of the merfolk would leave her behind. Once she appeared, everyone followed the route Hongxi had arranged and headed together to the familiar royal main hall. Originally, they thought that with the merfolk's defenses in place, any sudden attack by the fishmen would be detected in time, and they would be warned in advance if anything happened. But unexpectedly, they were still ambushed by unknown creatures while on the road. In other words, the fishmen had broken through the barrier in a way they never could have imagined, barging into the merfolk territory with brute force and launching an attack. Although the number of creatures ambushing them wasn't large and their combat strength wasn't impressive, before Siyu's people even had a chance to act, the attackers were already killed by the guards at Luya's side. They still felt a lingering fear. After all, even during the most severe battles in the past, their enemies had never breached the barrier. Everyone knew the barrier was the merfolk's last and strongest line of defense, so they never treated it as just a shield. Even when facing enemies, they would proactively leave their territory and fight outside the barrier. For the enemy to break through the barrier this time was truly unheard of, and that was what frightened them. If we were attacked, then what about the others? Luya was worried, but she knew worrying was useless. The fishmen wouldn't stop attacking just because of her concern. This isn't the time to think about that. We should hurry and regroup with the others, Siyu reminded her, then called her people to get ready to move. Luya quickly composed herself as well and urged everyone to keep going. Soon, they arrived at the palace hall. The palace hall, usually empty and desolate, was now packed with merfolk. But thinking about why they were all gathered here sent a chill down everyone's spine. Siyu and Luya found the fifth elder and, after asking around, learned about the current situation. The barrier has shattered, but fortunately we have a backup formation that can temporarily replace it. The merfolk's barrier was actually maintained by a formation, and they had 3 such formations in total. One was in use, one was a backup, and the last one was tied to the very survival of the merfolk. That one was only to be used as a last resort, because the price for activating it was too great to bear. While it could help them survive a crisis, it would be almost as devastating as extinction. As mentioned before, the merfolk had never faced enemies breaking directly through the barrier. No matter how many dangers they had encountered, the first formation barrier had always held strong. In fact, there shouldn't have been a problem this time either. The fishman's attack wasn't even as fierce as before. The real issue was that the second elder, who was responsible for maintaining the barrier, had betrayed the merfolk. Without anyone to maintain it, the barrier became vulnerable and was easily broken. How are the other merfolk doing? Siyu knew that, as an outsider, it wasn't really her place to ask, but given the unexpected situation, she needed as much information as possible to figure out a solution. Fortunately, the fifth elder trusted her. After all, Siyu had helped the merfolk so much. If she really meant them harm, things like the human curse puppets and the fake merfolk could have already spelled disaster for them. The crown prince is inside the hall, keeping everyone calm. The third and fourth princesses are organizing the guards inside and outside the palace. The fifth prince is with the grand elder, and they've gone out together to assess the situation. As for the third and fourth elders, it was obvious they had gone to lead the merfolk in battle. The sixth elder was also in the hall, apparently helping the crown prince reassure everyone. Seeing that everyone had something to do, Luya was unwilling to just stand by, so she asked the fifth elder if there was anything she could help with. The fifth elder hesitated. It wasn't that there was nothing to do, but rather she didn't want Luya to get involved because it was simply too dangerous. Luya understood what the fifth elder meant. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. After all, the fifth elder was only concerned for her safety. Saying anything now would feel like letting down the fifth elder's good intentions. Seeing this, Siyu thought for a moment and then said to the fifth elder, "I have some people with me as well. If there's anything we can help with, please let us know. Luya can stay by my side and I'll protect her." The meaning behind her words was simple. The fifth elder was right to worry about Luya, but she couldn't protect her forever. Luya still needed to do what she had to do. Not everyone wants to hide away forever, ignoring everything and letting others bear the burden when disaster strikes. Now that Siyu is here, she could take on tasks and bring Luya along. This way, Luya could gain experience while still being protected. The fifth elder thought for a moment, then reached out and gently patted Luya's head. "I know you want to help. It's my fault. I shouldn't have always been like this." Fifth elder. Luya clearly didn't want to hear the fifth elder apologize. She hadn't done anything wrong. She just wanted to protect her. "Since Miss Sua said so, I won't stand on ceremony. I have 2 requests. First, please go to the forbidden area and take a look. You mentioned an old acquaintance before, and the more I think about it, the more something feels off. I suspect there's something wrong with the forbidden area." The fifth elder's words clearly hinted that she suspected there might be 2 forbidden areas, or perhaps a real and a fake one. The old acquaintance she mentioned was obviously Milier. Siyu nodded decisively. Even if the fifth elder hadn't asked, she had already planned to check the forbidden area again to see if Milier was all right and whether the troubles outside had affected her, and also to investigate the secrets of the forbidden area. Now that the fifth elder had brought it up herself, all the better. She wouldn't have to sneak around and risk being caught. The second thing is, I hope you can look after Sheria. In the end, the fifth elder still couldn't help but worry. But there was nothing she could do. She had already helped Kiina, the merfolk queen, and her own junior sister take care of this child for so long. But she was not Luya's mother and couldn't protect her forever. Especially now, with the merfolk facing a crisis, the king was unreliable, the grand elder was gravely injured and weak, and although the crown prince was capable, he was still young. Even if the fifth elder didn't want to think about the worst, she still had to find a way out for Luya if something happened to the merfolk, and that was to leave with Suyu. Luya didn't think too much of it. She just assumed the fifth elder had finally agreed to let her go out and gain some experience. But Suyu, on the other hand, could hear a hint of entrusting the future in the fifth elder's tone. To be honest, if Luya really wanted to go to Sunset Territory, Suyu would definitely welcome her. But the merfolk situation wasn't actually that dire. Still, Suyu didn't say this out loud. After all, with so many people around, who knew if there were any fishman spies among the merfolk? "Don't worry, fifth elder. Luya is my friend. I'll make sure to take good care of her," Siyu promised, then led Luya and her own people toward the Forbidden Grounds. As for the battle between the merfolk and the fishmen, tonight would likely be the final chapter. In such a critical fight, Siyu couldn't be of much help. If they stayed, not only would they be unable to help, but they might even end up in danger themselves. The merfolk's crisis was something only they could resolve. In these 2 days, Siyu felt she'd already done everything she could. The rest was up to them. "Yoi, aren't we going to the Forbidden Grounds? This direction seems to be the water prison." Luya looked at Suyu, her tone puzzled. Since Suyu was already planning to take Luya to the Forbidden Grounds, she didn't hide anything. She explained to Luya that there was an underground passage from the water prison leading to the Forbidden Grounds. What? How is that possible? Luya's first reaction was disbelief. Not because she didn't trust Suyu, but because it just seemed too unlikely. The reason was simple. First, if the passage hidden by the water prison's formation really led to the Forbidden Grounds, how could the second elder have acted so calm? Second, if there were other passages into the Forbidden Grounds, how could the elders not have discovered them? I know it sounds unbelievable. Honestly, I didn't believe it at first either, but Siyu hesitated, ultimately deciding not to mention Melior. It was too complicated to explain right now. You'll understand once you see it for yourself. Since Siyu put it that way, Luya could only suppress her curiosity and follow Siyu to the water prison. Her trust in Siyu was already maxed out, so she didn't doubt her at all, saving Siyu a lot of explanation and persuasion. They arrived at the water prison, entered the passage, found the entrance to the forbidden grounds, and went inside. In less than a day, they were back in this place. Wow! There are so many mermaid pearls here, Luya instinctively exclaimed, feeling the dense and familiar energy all around her. Then she realized where she was, and her surprise gradually faded. This was the Forbidden Grounds, the resting place of merfolk and their pearls. It was only natural that she could sense so many mermaid pearls here. See? I wasn't lying, this really is the Forbidden Grounds. Siyu had wondered if this space was a fake Forbidden Grounds created by Kiina to revive Melior, but seeing Luya's reaction, she knew this was indeed the Forbidden Grounds, though perhaps not the real one. After all, no matter how much Kiina wanted to revive Melior, she wouldn't go so far as to dig up the mermaid pearls and place them in a new space. That would mean using the energy of the deceased merfolk to revive Melior, which was clearly inappropriate. Luya didn't notice Siyu's complicated thoughts. She was simply fascinated by this place she'd only ever heard about but never seen. She was curious, but since this was the merfolk's forbidden grounds, a place as sacred as the elves' world tree, she forced herself to suppress her curiosity out of respect. Yoi, the elder said there's something wrong with the forbidden grounds, and that you mentioned an old acquaintance. What's wrong with this place? And who's the old acquaintance? Luya stood at the entrance, not daring to move, her body stiff and her voice lowered, as if afraid to disturb the resting merfolk ancestors. I'm not sure what's wrong with the Forbidden Grounds yet, but since the fifth elder said so, I have to investigate. Siyu glanced at her companions, who immediately began a second inspection of the area, using the tools Siyu had given them. Last time, they hadn't considered the possibility that this might be a fake Forbidden Grounds, so their search had focused on two things. First, an exit. The passage they entered was one way, and they couldn't go back the way they came, so they had to find another way out. Obviously, they'd found it. Second, they were looking for the pollution the fishmen had hidden in the Forbidden Grounds. At first, Siyu had assumed the Forbidden Grounds were real, so it was only natural to think the fishmen had hidden the pollution here. And while that was technically true, it now seemed the authenticity of the Forbidden Grounds was uncertain, and the fishmen probably didn't know either, so they just hid the pollution here. This also explained why the elders hadn't found any pollution when they entered the Forbidden Grounds. Siyu had thought they simply hadn't dug deep enough, but the truth was that the real Forbidden Grounds didn't have any pollution. Luya, do you remember when I told you about the pollution? While the others searched for clues, Siyu brought Luya to the spot where they'd previously found the hidden pollution. Is it this patch of uneven soil? Luya immediately noticed the ground in this area was not level. Although it looked like someone had tried to repair it, it still seemed out of place. Yes, right here. Siyu crouched down and carefully brushed away the top layer of soil, revealing the unnaturally dark earth beneath. This soil has been completely saturated with pollution. Actually, all of this should be removed, but we can't take it away. Ningshi had said the pollution had been hidden here for too long, and the surrounding environment had been deeply affected. If they tried to dig up all the polluted soil, it would take too much time and effort, and most importantly, there was just too much of it to carry away. Siyu had tried putting some in her backpack, her first time trying to store polluted material, but she failed. She wasn't too surprised, since she'd already guessed she wouldn't be able to take it away. If she could single-handedly remove all the pollution affecting the Forbidden Grounds, that would be way too overpowered. So, the polluted soil would have to be dealt with by the merfolk themselves after everything was over. At most, Siyu could ask Ningshi for help and provide some magic potions and basic purification elixirs. This is terrifying. Luya had never doubted Siyu, and now, seeing so much polluted earth, her face instantly went pale. Others might think her reaction was a bit much. After all, it was just environmental contamination, nothing to make a fuss about. But don't forget, this wasn't just any forbidden ground. It was the burial site of the merfolk. To put it in human terms, what the fishmen had done was no different from digging up someone's ancestral grave. And not only had they dug up the grave, they'd even poured dirty water over the bones, leaving the dead defiled even after death. No matter who it happened to, anyone would want to tear the culprit to pieces. While Luya was looking gloomy, Siyu had already asked Ningxia about the contaminated soil in the forbidden ground. After Ningxia agreed to help, Siyu turned back to comfort Luya. "Don't worry, Luya." Ningxia said that after the fishmen's situation is resolved, she'll stay and help you deal with the pollution here. Even if this wasn't a true forbidden ground, it was still within the merfolk's territory, and inside the royal palace at that, so it had to be dealt with. After all, even without an active source of pollution, contaminated material would still slowly affect the surrounding environment. "Really? Thank you so much." Luya was so moved that she thanked Ningxia enthusiastically, her sincerity making Ningxia a bit embarrassed. After all, she'd taken so many things before, including a merfolk pearl. Even though the merfolk had given them willingly, she still felt she hadn't done enough. "It's nothing," Ningxia was about to say it was the least she could do, when a shout from behind interrupted her. "Lord, we seem to have found another array." Siyu, although she was genuinely glad for new discoveries, she couldn't help but get a headache every time she heard the word array. She could barely keep track of how many arrays she'd seen and heard about in the merfolk territory, and she'd only been here less than 2 days. There were arrays outside the forbidden ground, several in the water prison. The barrier counted as one. Even the underground passage they'd come through had one. And now, there was yet another one. She was a bit exasperated, but Siyu still responded and quickly walked over to the array. "Yoi, do you recognize this array?" Luya looked at Siyu, keenly noticing her mood shift when she saw the array. "I do. And now I think I finally understand what's going on with this forbidden ground." But before that, Siyu needed to find someone, Melior. When they'd first arrived, Melior had been sitting on a rock not far away, watching them like a host. But this time, not only did they not see her, even after searching with so many people, there was still no sign of her. Had something happened to Melior? Siyu frowned slightly, clearly not wanting that to be the case. "You haven't found Melior?" Siyu asked the others. They all shook their heads in confusion. Duoya spoke up, "No, I just checked all around. This place isn't that big, and aside from us, there's nothing else alive here. She can't see, so she shouldn't leave on her own unless..." Everyone understood what Siyu left unsaid. They didn't know Melior well, but the thought that something might have happened to such a beautiful mermaid made them instinctively worried, a subconscious urge to protect something lovely. Vivian walked over and, after hearing Siyu, said directly, "I don't know if she left on her own, but I didn't find any signs of fighting, struggle, or blood in the forbidden ground." Gongyu added, "But that doesn't mean she's safe. Maybe someone just took her away without hurting her here." Gongyu liked beautiful voices, and merfolk were his ideal type, so his concern was even more pronounced than the others. "Let's check the exit tunnel for clues." With Melior possibly in trouble, Siyu couldn't just stand by. She immediately led everyone to the only way out. It was complicated, because the exit was also sealed by an array. That was why they hadn't left the forbidden ground quickly. The array had taken a lot of time to break. Now that the array was broken, they could come and go freely. When they reached the exit, someone keenly noticed traces on the ground, as if something had moved through. "Look at these marks. They look like they were left by a mermaid." Actually, it was more like a tail mark than a footprint. Footprints would be a series of pits, but this was a continuous long trail. Fishmen didn't have tails. They were half human, half fish, but their lower halves were legs. Only merfolk had tails. Fishmen could transform their tails into legs, but they weren't used to it, so they rarely did, especially in water, where tails were much more convenient. "So it really could be that she left on her own," Ningxia mused. Duoya added, "It's possible she left by herself, but it could also have been another mermaid, or a fake mermaid, who took her." Fake mermaids also had tails. Even if they were fake, they'd leave similar marks. Luya didn't know who this Melior was, but she could tell from their words that Melior was a mermaid, and one with limited mobility. Now that she was missing, it seemed more likely she'd been taken than left on her own. Yoi, who is Melior? Can you tell me? Luya was very curious about this mermaid, not just because she was missing, but also because she'd realized something else. When they'd entered the forbidden ground, Melior was already here. How could a mermaid just waltz into the forbidden ground? That was definitely unusual. Siyu thought for a moment. Since Luya would find out sooner or later, she didn't hide Melior's story. Though she left out Kayena's name, she described her as an unknown mermaid, omitting the queen's involvement. But there was one thing Siyu didn't hide, the matter of the Child of Two Pearls. Child of Two Pearls? That's real. Luya had been worried about the missing mermaid, but as soon as she heard about the Child of Two Pearls, her attention was immediately diverted. Siyu said, "It really does exist." I asked the fifth elder, and she admitted it. While they were talking, the others weren't idle either. They were still searching for any trace of Melior. They held on to a sliver of hope that Melior had left on her own. If that were the case, given her limited mobility, she couldn't have gone far, so they still had a chance to find her. But the merfolk tribe was in chaos right now. Although the damaged barrier had been quickly restored, some fishmen and dark creatures had still managed to break in. Now, nowhere outside was safe. If they didn't find Melior soon, she would still be in danger. But if she hadn't left on her own, and had been taken away instead. To be honest, Siyu felt their chances of finding Melior were very slim. As they searched anxiously, they suddenly heard some noises coming from the passage ahead. The sound struck Siyu as oddly familiar, but before she could react, Luya beside her had already guessed the source. Isn't that the sound of a merfolk moving? You think it could be that Melior you're looking for? Since the sounds weren't far off, Luya lowered her voice, afraid of startling the person and causing them to run away. The more Siyu listened, the more she felt Luya was right. So she called out directly, "Melior, is that you?" The movement stopped for a second, then they heard Melior's surprised and delighted voice. "Humans? Is that you?" As Melior spoke, everyone rushed toward the source of the voice. In just a dozen seconds, they saw the familiar, beautiful mermaid. She looked just as she had when they left her. Her eyes were unfocused. Since she couldn't see, she moved closely along the wall, but her body showed no signs of injury. Seeing her like this, Duoya and Ningxia hurried forward to help her, while Siyu asked where Melior had gone. "Ever since you left, I kept hearing all sorts of strange noises in the forbidden area. My hearing is sharp, but oddly enough, I couldn't tell where the sounds were coming from. Yet I was sure I was the only one in the forbidden area." This seemingly ordinary statement sent chills down everyone's spines. Just imagine, if you were blind and alone in a place like that, it wouldn't be so bad if it were quiet, at most. You'd just feel bored and lonely. But if you kept hearing strange noises, no matter what kind, it would scare you out of your wits and make you want to flee immediately. The unknown is the greatest fear of all. And for Melior, whose blindness made the world even more mysterious, that fear was magnified. I was scared. I remembered the way you left, so I tried to leave too, but I guess I overestimated myself. Melior gave a bitter smile. The forbidden area wasn't small, but she lived there for years. Even though she couldn't see, she could move around freely inside. But once she left, even though the outside was the merfolk tribe, her former home, it was still a strange and unfamiliar world for Melior, who had been isolated for so many years. Melior didn't show much emotion, but it was easy for everyone to feel sympathy, pity, and regret for her. But knowing that Melior hadn't been abducted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So you looked at Melior and suddenly asked, "You want to leave?" "Actually, I wanted to ask you this when I came in. If you want, we can take you out." Melior hesitated, seemingly about to shake her head and refuse, but before she could, Suyu's next words startled her. "Maybe you want to stay, but this really isn't a suitable place to live. Especially since the pollution we cleared before has damaged the soil in the forbidden area. Staying here long-term isn't good for your health. Before, no one knew she existed, so it didn't matter. But now that she'd been discovered, they definitely had to take her out." So Suyu's words sounded like a question, but didn't really leave Melior any room to refuse. Luya looked at the fragile mermaid before her, feeling a surge of concern and sympathy for her kin. Hello, I'm Luya. I'm a mermaid too. If you're worried about not being able to live normally after leaving here, I can help you. Luya's offer was perfectly timed. After all, she was the only other mermaid here besides Melior. So you could only take Melior out, but couldn't guarantee her a life afterward, since they would leave the merfolk tribe once things were settled. But Luya was different. Even if she were just an ordinary mermaid, she'd be in a much better position to care for Melior than the others, let alone the fact that she was the mermaid princess, with all the resources to easily provide for another person. Luya? Melior softly repeated the name, her dull eyes flickering with a faint light. But no one noticed this, since they all knew about Melior's blindness, and so didn't stare at her eyes. Even if Melior herself didn't realize it, most people wouldn't do something so impolite. Have you heard my name before? Luya couldn't help but ask, seeing her reaction. But clearly Melior didn't know her. After all, Melior's death had occurred before Luya was even born, so even though Luya was the mermaid princess, Melior shouldn't know her name. I don't know you, it's just that the name sounds familiar. I think I had a friend who really liked that name. She said that if she ever had a child, she'd definitely name her that. Melior's words left Luya a bit confused, but Siu clearly understood what she meant. The friend Melior spoke of was Kiina, who was, in fact, Luya's mother. When she was young, she must have discussed this with Melior, mentioning Luya, a name she hadn't yet used, so it stuck in Melior's memory all this time. Since Siu didn't want to reveal Kiina's identity to Luya just yet, and wanted to resolve Melior's situation quickly, she took the opportunity to explain before Luya could react. You probably find her name familiar because she's the mermaid princess. Siu didn't mention the queen, but she knew Melior would understand. Princess? Melior paused for a few seconds, then her voice filled with surprise and delight. So it turns out, Siu, you were invited to the merfolk tribe by the mermaid princess herself. No wonder. I was just thinking, how could an ordinary mermaid possibly have that ability? Melior's original words should have been, so she's Anna's child, but she seemed to sense Luya's confusion, as well as Suyu's deliberate secrecy, so she quickly changed the subject and didn't bring it up again. Although she didn't say it out loud, the excitement in her heart didn't fade in the slightest. After all, this was Anna's child. Seeing that Melior had understood her meaning, Siu immediately responded, That's right, Luya was the first friend I made among the merfolk. In fact, she saved us when we first met. But we can talk about that after we get out of here. Luya felt that Melior's words were a bit off topic, but since Suyu and Melior had already started chatting, she didn't want to interrupt, so she just glanced at Melior from time to time. In that case, I'll be counting on you to look after me. Now that she knew Luya was Kiina's child, Melior readily agreed to leave with them. But before they could go, Siu still needed to crack another array they'd just discovered in the Forbidden Area. Melior, we found another array in the Forbidden Area just now. I'll need your help to break it. Siu led Melior to the array, and the others, including Luya, followed along. Melior barely hesitated before agreeing to help. Just tell me what you need me to do, Siu. I need your blood. Melior found it a bit strange that blood was needed to break the array, but she didn't doubt Siu. She decisively extended her hand, and with the other hand, she grew the sharp claws that only appear when merfolk fight. With a swift motion, she nicked her fingertip, and a drop of fresh blood welled up. Is that enough? Melior seemed completely unfazed by the pain, or perhaps it didn't really hurt, since the wound was barely wider than a fingertip. With a mermaid's healing ability, it would probably vanish in a few minutes. That's enough. Siu dripped the blood onto the array, then glanced at Vivian. Vivian casually chanted a spell, and Melior's wound instantly closed. At the same time, the array, which had been glowing gold, was instantly dyed red by that single drop of blood. The golden light vanished, replaced by a vivid crimson. What's going on? Someone wanted to ask, but before they could, the array's color began to fade, shifting from bright red to a dull gray. Unlike before, when breaking arrays would cause them to disappear entirely, this time the array didn't vanish, it just changed color. Someone asked why, and Siyu quickly explained. Previously, we were forcibly breaking the arrays, but this time, we have the key to deactivate it. That means we can disable the array without destroying it. In other words, the array was now inactive, but not destroyed, so it still existed. After hearing Siyu's explanation, several people instinctively glanced at Milier. They all guessed that the key Siyu mentioned was probably her, or rather, her blood. Milier couldn't see what was happening, but she could guess that there was something special about her blood, which made her a little nervous. Now that the array is inactive, let's go in and take a look. Siyu didn't give them any more time to stare at Milier and immediately took charge. Once the array was disabled, an entrance appeared on the floor where the array was drawn clearly. This was what the array had been hiding. Following Suyu's instructions, they entered the not-so-large opening one by one. At first, the entrance led down a staircase, but after a few minutes, the stairs leveled out, and then, after a few more minutes, the path turned into an upward staircase. The route below looked like an inverted trapezoid, but the upward stairs were longer and more numerous than the downward ones, so it was easy to guess that their destination was somewhere above the forbidden area. "I think we're here." The two people in front cried out in surprise. "We see an exit ahead." Everyone hurried forward, and when they emerged from the exit and saw what was outside, they all froze in shock. "Oh my God. Am I seeing things? Is this the forbidden area? How did we end up back here? Was the passage we just walked through actually a loop? No, this isn't the forbidden area. Wait, let me put it this way. This isn't the same forbidden area we were just in. Look over there, there's no exit where we came out before." From their words, it was clear. They were back in the forbidden area. To be precise, they had arrived at another forbidden area. The reason they said another instead of the original one was because many people had noticed that this forbidden area didn't have the entrance to the water prison's underground stairs, nor the exit they'd just used. Most importantly, the place where they'd dealt with the contamination before was completely unchanged. The soil here was clean, untouched by anything. How can there be another forbidden area? Luya was utterly shocked. Clearly, she recognized this as the forbidden area too, but unlike the others who recognized it by its appearance, Luya sensed the same energy from countless mermaid pearls here, which is how she knew it was a forbidden area. Milier didn't realize they'd arrived somewhere new. For a moment, she'd had the same thought as the second person who spoke. She'd wondered if they'd just returned to the forbidden area, but now, from the other's words, she realized this wasn't the previous forbidden area, but a second one. "Yui, what's going on? You must know, right?" Luya's suspicion was justified not just because of Suyu's conversation with the fifth elder, but also because of how smoothly and confidently Suyu had deactivated the array. Clearly, she knew something. Actually, your merfolk tribe has 2 forbidden areas." Siyu explained her theory about the 2 forbidden areas, and also clarified the array that could be deactivated with Milier's blood. That was actually a spatial transfer array, a very high-level array that ordinary array masters can't create. Its function is to generate a duplicate of a space and link the 2 spaces together. This duplicate can perfectly inherit all the properties of the original space. The properties here include, but are not limited to, the environment, size, and even every single item within the space. This is also why they felt that the 2 forbidden zones were almost identical, because one of them was actually a replica. So, does that mean all the mermaid pearls were copied too? That's impossible. The mermaid pearls were clearly what Luya cared about most right now. It wasn't that she didn't want the pearls to be copied, or that she hoped they would be. She simply felt that, given how special the pearls were, they shouldn't be something that could be easily duplicated. According to Luya's guess, there had to be at least 1,000 pearls in the Forbidden Zone, if not more. After all, the merfolk had a history stretching back thousands of years. The reason mermaid pearls were so coveted by humans was mainly because they could resurrect the dead. Wasn't that exactly how Milier was brought back to life? Since these pearls could revive a life, the energy contained within them must be extraordinary. No matter how difficult it was to set up the formation, its value and energy couldn't possibly compare to a single mermaid pearl. let alone the idea of copying over 1,000 of them. If it were really that simple, the merfolk wouldn't treasure the pearls so much. They weren't just a symbol of the merfolk's life force. More importantly, each pearl could serve as a trump card in times of crisis. For example, the last barrier formation mentioned earlier required a massive number of pearls to operate. Massive here likely meant all the pearls in the Forbidden Zone. Luya, you're right. The pearls can't be copied. The formation's energy is only enough to duplicate a space, nothing more. If it had to copy the pearls too, even the combined power of the 4 great clans leaders wouldn't be enough, Siyu said, and she wasn't exaggerating. Although the original owners of the pearls varied in strength, the merfolk weren't weak because their pearls lacked energy, but because they couldn't fully harness the power within their pearls. To put it simply, it was like installing a high-level system on a low-end device. No matter how powerful the system, it wouldn't run well on inferior hardware. What's more, the act of copying itself consumed energy. To duplicate a single pearl would require nearly the energy of 2 pearls, half to copy, half to condense into a new pearl. Knowing now that copying the pearls was impossible, Luya didn't relax. She still felt her intuition was right. She had definitely found a large number of pearls in both places. That was an undeniable fact. Siyu noticed her confusion and explained further. The person who set up the formation knew it was impossible to copy or transfer the pearls. But she needed the energy leaking from the pearls for something, so she connected the 2 spaces together. A fitting way to describe it would be, the pearls are underground in the real Forbidden Zone, but they're also at the ceiling of the fake, copied Forbidden Zone. As mentioned before, their current location was above the previous space. The 2 spaces were like upstairs and downstairs. So, whether it was Luya or Melior, the pearls they sensed in the copied Forbidden Zone were actually the same pearls from the real Forbidden Zone. There was an extra space, but the pearls were the same batch. With this clear explanation, everyone understood. Once Luya figured it out, she asked excitedly, if that's the case, then the pollution in the fake Forbidden Zone shouldn't affect the real one, right? Siyu nodded. At least for now, that's true. Since the source of the pollution is gone, it's hard for it to spread. The contaminated soil below can't reach up here. Unless it could fly, which was obviously impossible. Hearing this, Luya let out a sigh of relief. But before she could fully relax, another question suddenly occurred to her. Yiri, do you know who set up this formation? And how exactly does the resurrection work? Luya had finally gotten to the key point. Siyu was prepared for this question and didn't panic at all. Do you remember what I said about the child of the twin pearls? She's the one who set up the formation. Siyu wasn't lying, she just didn't say who the child of the twin pearls actually was. Luya was clearly interested in the identity of the child of the twin pearls, but seeing that Siyu didn't elaborate, she assumed Siyu didn't know either and didn't press further. I see. If the child of the twin pearls is that powerful, it makes sense that she could set up this formation. Although there were some issues with what Siyu said, Luya chose to overlook them. As for the resurrection, the one who was resurrected is right in front of you. Siyu didn't intend to hide the matter of resurrection, otherwise, she wouldn't have told Luya before. Now that Luya asked, she answered directly. Luya reacted quickly. After thinking for a few seconds, her gaze shifted to Melior beside her. That's right, the resurrected one is me. Melior couldn't see, but she could feel Luya's gaze, so she admitted it calmly. Since Luya didn't know the child of the twin pearls was actually her own mother, even though she found the resurrection hard to believe and was very curious, she didn't feel any negative emotions or suspicion. Now that the mystery of the Forbidden Zone has been solved, we can go back and find the 5th Elder, Siyu said. She had no intention of staying here any longer. After all, they had uncovered the biggest secret, and there was no point in lingering. Her goal now was to take Luya and Melior back. No one objected, so they set off with Melior to find the 5th Elder. Not long after Siyu and the others left, the fishmen suddenly launched a fierce attack. All across the merfolk territory, in every corner, dark creatures suddenly appeared. Because these dark creatures had been hiding so well and moved so quickly, they caught the merfolk completely off guard. Even though they thought they were fully prepared, Many merfolk were still injured, and chaos erupted throughout the entire clan. To prevent further chaos and to keep imposters from taking advantage, the elders had no choice but to gather all the merfolk together. However, while this could prevent infiltration, it also meant giving up any chance to counterattack and switching to a purely defensive stance. On the surface, this seemed safe and prudent, but if they couldn't find a breakthrough soon, it would be nothing short of slow suicide. They were obviously well aware of this, yet they still went ahead with it, clearly because they had no other choice. It was nighttime now, the best time for dark creatures to move about. The merfolk had no way to gain the upper hand during the period that should have been their advantage. What's more, the pollution that dark creatures naturally carried was a natural bane to the merfolk. As a result, the merfolk's territory was gradually shrinking. Both the dark creatures and the fishmen sensed that the merfolk dared not act rashly, so they kept pressing in, step by step, steadily squeezing the merfolk's living space. Whenever the merfolk retreated, their enemies advanced. Though the pace was slow, the change was real and relentless. All creatures knew, once the merfolk were forced to the point where they could retreat no further, it would be the end of the road for them. At this moment, in the grand hall of the royal palace, nearly all the merfolk were steeped in despair, for everyone knew their situation was dire. They thought back to the failed sacrificial ceremony and, almost in unison, found themselves pondering the same question. Was it because the ceremony failed and angered the sea god that they were now being punished and suffering these calamities? Or perhaps the sea god had already grown dissatisfied with them, which was why yesterday's ritual failed in the first place. But no matter which possibility it was, the outcome was the same. The sea god had abandoned them. For loyal believers to be forsaken by their god, this was the most unbearable thing for any merfolk. The elders watched as the morale of their people sank lower and lower, yet they were powerless to help. They all knew, if it were merely a matter of losing to their enemies, things would not have come to this. What truly broke their spirits was the feeling of being abandoned by the sea god. After some rest, the Grand Elder finally managed to recover a little. Looking at how the once prosperous merfolk had ended up like this, he fell into a deeper silence. He had always been a dignified and imposing figure, someone everyone feared and respected in equal measure. But now he seemed like a silent, lonely old man. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one could get a word out of him. Nearby, the fifth elder frowned as she watched this scene. She seemed to want to say something, but just then, someone called her name. She turned to see it was the fourth princess. Fifth elder, do you know where Xiaoya is? I've searched everywhere, but can't find her. The fourth princess had no idea that Luya had followed Xiu into the Forbidden Land. After searching the entire merfolk domain and still finding no trace of Luya, she was understandably worried. She was so anxious she wanted to rush out of the protected area and search every corner of the merfolk territory again. But just as she was about to do so, the third princess stopped her and told her to ask the fifth elder first, so here she was. Sixth princess is safe, your highness. There's no need to worry, the fifth elder replied, glancing back as she spoke. That single glance made her realize that the Grand Elder, who should have been sitting right behind her, had vanished. The fifth elder shot to her feet, startling the fourth princess, who quickly asked, Fifth elder, what's wrong? Did something happen to Xiaoya? The fifth elder took a few seconds to compose herself, then replied, No, it's not that. Xiaoya is with that human, he'll keep her safe. The fourth princess frowned slightly, not quite understanding the fifth elder's trust. But since the fifth elder had said so, she couldn't argue. Besides, she had to admit those humans were indeed formidable. After all, she, the third princess, and the fifth prince had all been rescued by them. If not for that, who knew what fate awaited them now? Now that she knew Luya was probably safe, the fourth princess became more concerned about the fifth elder's earlier reaction. She watched as the fifth elder hurriedly walked away after their conversation, hesitated, and then followed. As she drew closer, she heard the fifth elder's anxious voice. Are you sure you didn't see where the Grand Elder went? The fifth elder could hardly believe it. She'd only turned away for a moment, and the Grand Elder had disappeared. What was even more alarming was that, after asking several merfolk nearby, none of them knew where the Grand Elder had gone. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. "I'm sorry, Fifth Elder. We failed in our duty. We truly don't know where the Grand Elder went," the merfolk guard replied, bowing his head in shame, not daring to meet her eyes. "It's not your fault. If he truly wanted to avoid you, you wouldn't have been able to spot him anyway." After her initial panic, the Fifth Elder calmed down. She knew this wasn't the fault of these guards. Even in his current state, the Grand Elder was more than capable of slipping past them unnoticed. "Fifth Elder, has the Grand Elder gone missing?" The fourth princess didn't have time to worry about whether she was being too forward. She walked right up to the Fifth Elder and asked. The Fifth Elder nodded gravely. "I've sensed something was off with the Grand Elder for a while, which is why I've been keeping an eye on him. I never thought he'd still manage to slip away." As for what the Grand Elder had gone to do, the Fifth Elder wasn't entirely sure, but she could guess. At that moment, on the altar prepared for the sacrificial ceremony, the Grand Elder, who had disappeared while the Fifth Elder was distracted, now knelt in devotion. He knelt before the altar, murmuring words of confession. "It was my stubbornness and inflexibility that forced your most beloved child to act against her will. It was my blindness and deafness that made me mistake the true king. I knew the truth all along, yet I chose to hide it for the sake of my own obsession, and in the end, I watched helplessly as an unworthy person led the merfolk step by step toward ruin. Great Sea God, all of this is my fault. Please let Pavik bear this burden alone." Pavik, that was the Grand Elder's name. Ever since he became the Grand Elder, his name had all but faded away. Even the highest-ranking merfolk king had to show him respect. No one dared address him by name. But before the sea god, he was nothing but a sinner. Grand Elder? What did that matter? He was only Pavik. No one knew how long he knelt there in repentance, but gradually, the silence around him gave way to a restless commotion. If there had been anyone else present, they would have noticed that, at some point, the fishmen and dark creatures had surrounded the altar. And the Grand Elder, kneeling at the center, was now like a trapped beast in a cage. Even if he were at full strength, let alone now when his body is weak, he might not be able to handle so many enemies at once. Yet the Grand Elder showed not the slightest hint of fear. In fact, anyone watching his actions couldn't help but wonder if he even realized the danger he was in. The Grand Elder paid no attention to what was happening around him, completely indifferent, but the surrounding fishmen and dark creatures were not so willing to just sit and wait for death. After repeatedly confirming that there were no merfolk traps nearby, that this wasn't some kind of performance or ambush by the merfolk, the fishmen and dark creatures dropped their caution and revealed their ferocious true faces. They charged at the Grand Elder. Just as they were about to reach him, or more precisely, about to reach the altar where the Grand Elder sat, a mysterious force suddenly blasted them all back. They crashed to the ground hard, terror written all over their faces. Though none of them were actually injured, the mysterious energy that repelled them filled every fishman and dark creature with fear. What are you all standing around for? This is nothing but the merfolk's bluff. Victory is right in front of us. As long as we wipe out the merfolk today, we can take their place on this continent. From now on, there will be no more merfolk in this world, only fishmen. He's the Grand Elder of the merfolk. As long as we kill him, the merfolk will be leaderless. The current merfolk king is nothing but a useless puppet under our control. With these inciting shouts, the fishmen, who had been frightened and hesitant just moments before, regained their courage. They were truly tired of living in hiding. They were all creatures of the sea, so why were the merfolk favored by the sea god? Why were they revered by all other sea creatures, called the elves of the ocean by other races? They wanted to replace the merfolk, to replace them. For a moment, those 5 words, "replace the merfolk," were all that filled the fishmen's minds. They struggled to their feet and charged at the Grand Elder again. They thought they might be repelled once more, but to their surprise, this time they climbed onto the altar with ease, reaching the Grand Elder without any obstacles. One fishman, looking at the seemingly defenseless merfolk right in front of him, grinned excitedly, a terrifying sight on his gray, scaly face. "Kill him. The merfolk will be finished." As soon as the words left his mouth, the fishman closest to the Grand Elder slashed down with his sharp claws, aiming straight for that most vulnerable of spots, the throat. As the claws fell, the fishman let out an excited shriek, and all the other fishmen cheered for their imminent victory. But just as the claws were about to pierce the fragile throat, the attacker suddenly collapsed to the ground. Clearly, the fishman who tried to kill the Grand Elder had been killed himself. And it didn't seem to be the Grand Elder who did it, for he was still sitting in the same position as before. He was, just as he had confessed, deaf and blind, completely unaware of anything happening around him. Even though they knew it wasn't the Grand Elder who killed the fishman, the others instinctively backed away from him, fleeing even faster than they had charged in. Obviously, while they desperately wanted to kill the Grand Elder and take the merfolk's place, they valued their own lives even more. If they lost their lives, what would any victory mean? They certainly didn't want to sacrifice themselves for someone else's future happiness. As the fishmen retreated, the other creatures, seeing this, didn't dare approach either. But just because they were afraid didn't mean all creatures were. At least, the dark creatures, mindless, unafraid of death, and incapable of truly dying, felt no fear. They continued to close in on the Grand Elder. The fishmen watched eagerly, hoping the dark creatures would do what they themselves dared not. Though they hoped the dark creatures would quickly kill the Grand Elder, they were also uneasy, for what had just happened seemed to prove that this merfolk was not the helpless victim they imagined. They couldn't help but wonder if this was all a merfolk plot, and the Grand Elder was just bait to lure them in. While they hesitated, the dark creatures had already reached the unmoving merfolk. All the fishmen held their breath, eyes glued to the scene before them. "Kill him," one fishman couldn't help but shout. Whether the dark creatures heard him or it was just coincidence, as soon as he spoke, a group of dark creatures lunged straight for the Grand Elder at the center of the altar. Unlike the previous fishmen, the dark creature's attack went surprisingly smoothly. Not only did they reach the Grand Elder, they slithered up his body like relentless venomous snakes. Within seconds, the Grand Elder was wrapped in a thick, slimy layer of black ooze. After a while, all that could be seen was a kneeling, human-shaped mass of blackness in the center of the altar. "Is he dead?" a fishman couldn't help but ask. "He must be. No living creature can survive the dark creature's energy drain." Everyone knew the dark creature's most common attack was to pollute other beings. But they had another method as well, absorbing the life force of other creatures for themselves. Not only did this kill their victims, it also made the dark creatures stronger. If it didn't take so long, the dark creatures would only grow more and more powerful. "If he's dead, shouldn't we go round up the rest of the merfolk? The strongest merfolk is dead, no one can stop us from taking their place now." With those words, all the fishmen picked up their weapons and swaggered toward the palace. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly realized their exit was blocked. The one blocking their way was also a merfolk, but with their back turned, so they couldn't see what this merperson looked like. Before they could react to who this merperson was, they saw her toss something onto the ground. In the next second, all the fish people realized the flat ground beneath their feet had turned into a swampy pit. The thing about swamps is, the more you struggle, the deeper you sink. But at first, none of them realized what was happening underfoot, so as they began to sink, their instinctive reaction was to struggle. Unsurprisingly, every one of them ended up trapped in the mire. The culprit responsible for their predicament turned around slowly, revealing an utterly ordinary face among the merfolk. "Didn't expect to see me again, did you? I remember telling you before, don't even think about targeting the merfolk, or I won't let you off." As she spoke, the mermaid walked toward the struggling fish people, and whenever one of them looked like they might escape the swamp, she would smack them back in with her tail. If the atmosphere weren't so tense, and if C were here, this scene would actually be pretty funny, like a game of whack-a-mole, where every time one pops up, it gets knocked right back down. "Who are you? What do you want?" The fish people's leader was so terrified as she approached that he wished he could sink completely into the swamp and disappear. But unlike the others, whenever they tried to climb out, the mermaid would push them back in. Yet when he tried to hide himself, she just plucked him out of the swamp like a chick. "Who am I? It's only been a dozen years or so. How could you have forgotten?" The mermaid smiled, shaking the little chick she held. She was clearly shorter than the fishman, but with him curled up in fear, she seemed much taller. "A dozen years," the fishman choked, unsure whether to focus on figuring out who she was or to complain about her calling more than 10 years only. But soon, something seemed to click. His eyes widened as he stared at the mermaid, as if trying to connect her with the one from his memory, the one who, single-handedly, had once routed them. "Remember now?" The mermaid could tell from his expression that he'd recalled the past. You're the true queen." The fishman stammered, exposing her true identity. But almost immediately, he began to deny it frantically. "No, impossible. You can't be the queen is dead." He shook his head wildly, looking both crazed and comical as he dangled in her grip. But he clearly didn't care how ridiculous he looked. All he saw was the mermaid who filled him with endless terror. If Suyu or any other merfolk were present, they would have guessed her identity from the fishman leader's words. She was the queen Kiina. Kiina seemed quite pleased that he recognized her. She tossed the fishman leader aside like a ball, and as he landed in the swamp, she gave a satisfied smile. But soon, her attention was drawn to the altar. Kiina looked at the kneeling, shadowy figure on the altar, and her smile faded. Even those who didn't know her could tell she had no fondness for the person on the altar. Still, Kiina strolled over to the Grand Elder. Her movements were far from gentle, almost violent, as she began to tear the dark creatures off him. The dark creatures had been happily absorbing the Grand Elder's energy, but suddenly being disturbed enraged them. Some of them tried to crawl up Kiina's arm as she pulled them off. If Kiina were just an ordinary person with no fighting ability, she would have ended up just like the Grand Elder. But clearly, anyone who could handle so many fish people at once hadn't lost her strength. It took some effort, but Kiina managed to pull off all the leech-like dark creatures clinging to the Grand Elder. However, these creatures weren't dead yet, and still tried to crawl back onto the Grand Elder, or, bolder ones, onto Kiina herself. What troublesome filth! Kiina sighed in annoyance. She wasn't afraid of these dark creatures anymore, but she didn't have a way to kill them either. All she could do was scoop them up like slime, knead them together like clay, and toss them aside. After dealing with the dark creatures, she stared at the Grand Elder for a few seconds, but ultimately left him alone, uncertain if he was alive or dead. Given her own temperament, the fact that she'd saved his life after what he'd done was already a favor, considering he'd protected the merfolk all these years and given her children a safe place to grow up. After today, they would go their separate ways. She wouldn't even consider them kin anymore, so there would be no more entanglements. That human really is impressive. If not for her, I might have been finished. With everything done, Kiina was about to leave, muttering to herself as she went. "To receive your praise, I'm truly honored." The sudden voice made Kiina pause. She looked up, startled, and saw someone she hadn't expected. Strictly speaking, according to her plan, there should only have been herself here. The Grand Elder was already a surprise, but given what he'd done, she wasn't shocked he'd shown up. "But, Miss Su, what are you doing here?" Looking at the familiar mermaid before her, Suyu's suspicions were confirmed. Suyu said, "Perhaps I should be the one asking you that. Hongxi, or should I say, Your Majesty the Queen, what brings you here?" Back when she first suspected that Kiina wasn't dead and realized that a third party was involved in the events concerning the merfolk, she had already guessed Kiina's disguised identity. That is, the person who had always stayed by Luya's side since childhood, Hongxi. This guess was actually quite simple, because only this particular mermaid had appeared at every key moment throughout the entire incident. She would show up from time to time, yet was easy to overlook. She seemed unimportant, yet had provided Siyu with a lot of information. Moreover, aside from the fifth elder, she was the only mermaid who had a deep connection with the queen. Additionally, the identity of Hongxi offered her many advantages for moving around. For example, she was a child taken in by the queen, someone close to her, so only the queen knew her true background. No one else could question whether her identity was real or fake. Although she didn't hold much power in the palace, because she was the queen's ward and Luya's trusted companion, almost no one dared to provoke her. With these conditions, she enjoyed enough freedom to move about the palace almost without restriction or suspicion. She could use this identity to obtain all sorts of information from within the palace and accomplish many things. Only Hongxi could satisfy all these conditions at once. Siyu wasn't sure if Hongxi truly existed, but at the very least, she knew that the mermaid before her was definitely not really Hongxi. She was none other than the former queen of the merfolk, Kiina. Faced with Suyu's blunt exposure of her identity, Kiina didn't get angry. She only hesitated for a moment, but that hesitation lasted just a few seconds. "You really are as clever as I imagined." In the end, Kiina didn't bother wasting her energy on a pointless denial. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for complimenting me twice," Siyu replied, leaving Kiina a little exasperated. She had truly never met someone quite like this. Though it wasn't exactly shamelessness, she could tell Siyu was doing it on purpose. It was just that Kiina had never encountered anyone like Siyu before. Maybe it was because she had only lived for a short 20-some years. "The merfolk queen is dead. I'd rather you call me Kiina," Kiina said. As soon as she finished, Siyu obligingly addressed her by name, leaving her momentarily speechless again. After a while, Kiina finally asked, "So, what do you intend to do now?" "Tell the other merfolk who I am." Kiina didn't know why Siyu was here, just as she didn't know why Siyu would appear at this particular moment. "No, since you don't want them to know you're alive, why would I say anything?" Siyu had always been clear about her goal, to help the merfolk through this crisis. Everything else was secondary. As long as it didn't affect her objective, she could act as she pleased. For example, she could tell the others that their queen was still alive, or tell Luya that her mother was alive. But she wouldn't do that because it wasn't necessary, and Kiina clearly didn't want that, otherwise she wouldn't be hiding. "More importantly, I'd like to know, what exactly are you planning? Why are you doing this? And what have you already done?" Although Siyu had guessed that Kiina had set a trap for the fishmen, she didn't know the details. She was also curious why Kiina hadn't died, how she knew the fishmen were targeting the merfolk, and how she had managed to prepare in advance. "Miss Siyu, you certainly have a lot of questions." Although Kiina said this, there was no impatience in her tone. She glanced behind Siyu, and her expression suddenly changed. Siyu seemed to realize something as well. She turned around and, sure enough, saw the fifth elder, who had come looking for the grand elder, along with the fourth princess, Luya, and Doya. "Miss Siyu, what are you doing here?" The fifth elder, upon seeing Siyu, forgot his original purpose and instinctively asked her the same question as Kiina had. Since Siyu had come here, she was already prepared to be caught, so she calmly gave her pre-prepared excuse. "I saw quite a few fishmen and dark creatures heading this way, so I came ahead to check things out and had the others go inform you," Siyu said, referring to the others she had brought with her. Although her explanation was full of holes, the elders didn't have time to question her, because they were all stunned by the scene behind Siyu. Countless fishmen were trapped in a swamp, unable to move. The once flat ground had turned into a mire. They were all curious as to why this place had become like this, when it clearly hadn't been before. At first, they suspected it was a trick by the fishmen, but seeing the fishmen as the victims, they dismissed that idea. After all, it would be too stupid for the fishmen to dig a pit and then fall into it themselves. "Miss Siyu, do you know what happened here? Why did it turn out like this?" The fifth elder finally came to his senses and asked Siyu, his tone complicated. In their eyes, if this wasn't the work of the fishmen, then it was most likely Siyu's doing. After all, she was the first to arrive after the fishmen. Siyu had been wondering why they didn't suspect Hongxi, but when she turned around, she realized the mermaid who had been standing behind her had disappeared. "Siyu, It was obvious that Kiina had slipped away while everyone was distracted. If she were here now, she'd have an even harder time explaining herself than Suyu. With Kiina gone, Suyu could only sigh and push all the blame onto the fishmen. I don't know why it turned out like this either. When I got here, the fishmen were already stuck in the swamp, Suyu lied without batting an eye. Then why did this place turn into a swamp? The fourth princess was baffled, and so were the others. Maybe it was a trap set by the fishmen. That's what I thought at first. Personally, I think they did it to lure you all here, and then attack when your guard was down. I watched from the shadows for a long time, but none of them managed to struggle out of the swamp. I started thinking maybe they were just being stupid and accidentally fell into their own trap, and now they can't get out. So you knew that the excuse she was giving was actually a bit ridiculous. Not to mention others, even she didn't believe it herself. But there was nothing she could do. The real culprit behind all this had run off so quickly, sneaking away as soon as they realized someone was coming, without even giving her a heads up, just leaving her alone to face everything. Fortunately, even though her excuse was flimsy, no one was in the mood to question it right now. That was because the Grand Elder, who had been in a half-dead state, had finally regained consciousness. As soon as they saw him, the attention of the fifth elder and the others was completely diverted. They all crowded around the Grand Elder, asking why he was here and if he knew what had happened. I made a mistake. I came to beg the sea god to punish me and spare the merfolk, the Grand Elder said. His words left everyone in stunned silence. But the one who had caused their silence, the merfolk, was now distracted by the fishmen still struggling desperately on the ground. He approached one of them, crouched down, and reached out his hand. The fishman seemed terrified of him. Ever since he saw the Grand Elder coming, he'd forgotten to even struggle, only thinking of retreating further away. Grand Elder, please spare me, I know I was wrong. This fishman was the same one Koina had tossed around like a chick earlier, so when he saw the Grand Elder approach, his reaction was so intense, he instinctively thought he was about to go through the same ordeal again. But the Grand Elder clearly wasn't interested in playing any tossing games. He was here for one thing. Someone else was here just now, weren't they? Who was it? It was a question, but his tone left no room for doubt. The fishman leader froze for a moment, then realized the Grand Elder must have sensed something during the earlier chaos. Maybe he'd noticed Koina's movements, but couldn't be sure, so he came to ask. Honestly, the fishman leader wanted to just tell him that Koina was still alive. But then he thought, revealing that Koina was alive wouldn't do him any good. And if he did say it, and Koina found out, she might come after him. Having figured this out, the fishman leader immediately started playing dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. She watched the fishman's poor acting and fell silent for a few seconds, a bit speechless. She started to think, rather than letting this fishman reveal that Koina was still alive, maybe it would be better if she said it herself. But things didn't go as she expected. The Grand Elder seemed to believe the fishman's words. After getting his answer, he stood up without another glance. The fishman leader was dumbfounded, and she wasn't sure whether the Grand Elder had noticed anything or if he was just too exhausted to see through such a clumsy lie. But the fact that the Grand Elder didn't press the issue was actually a good thing. It saved Siu the trouble of making up more stories. Round up all these fishmen. The rest of you, check the area for any that might have slipped away. Be careful while you search, said the fifth elder, relieved to see the Grand Elder was all right. She immediately ordered the others to capture the defenseless enemies. Fifth elder, I'll help too, the fourth princess volunteered, seeing that Luya was safe with Duoya and the others. She set about organizing the merfolk to clean up the scene. The fifth elder agreed and assigned a few people to escort the Grand Elder to rest, then turned her attention to Suyu. So you could tell from the fifth elder's expression that she'd figured something out. At the very least, she must have realized Suyu had been lying. Miss Su, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you in private, the fifth elder said. Suyu didn't hesitate and agreed. But before that, the fifth elder made sure everything here was taken care of, sending a few quick merfolk to inform the third and fourth elders that the fishman leader had been captured, so they could finish dealing with the fishmen outside and come back to clean up the remaining trash in the palace and interrogate the fishman leader. As for the dark creatures present, they were left to Ningshi to handle. Ningshi gladly accepted this chance to both improve himself for free and earn extra rewards. Miss Su, I can guess that everything that happened to those fishmen wasn't caused by themselves. No matter who helped the merfolk capture them, the merfolk will be deeply grateful. But she doesn't need your gratitude, so you cut in, knowing the fifth elder was just fishing for the identity of the person responsible. But since she'd promised Koina she wouldn't reveal her, she absolutely wouldn't. Besides, the fifth elder couldn't do anything to her if she refused to say. Suyu's bluntness left the fifth elder a bit at a loss for words. To put it simply, she didn't really understand Suyu. Most people, even if they didn't want to talk, wouldn't be so direct. As long as they didn't flatly refuse, the fifth elder would have room to persuade them. But Suyu wasn't one for beating around the bush. She cut off the topic entirely, shortening the conversation by half. Still, even though she refused so directly, she did inadvertently reveal a bit about Koina's identity. Since you put it that way, Miss Su, the person must know the merfolk and came here intentionally to help, not just by chance, the fifth elder concluded. She had her reasons for this deduction, and even if she didn't know exactly how, she was right. Su didn't want to continue the topic. She worried that if they kept talking with the fifth elder's intelligence, she'd be able to piece things together even if Su said nothing. The only reason she couldn't guess now was because the truth was too unbelievable. After all, in their minds, Koina was already dead, so it was impossible she was still alive. But with Melior's special case, it wouldn't be hard for the fifth elder to figure it out eventually. Since you know she came here to help you, fifth elder, why go against her wishes and insist on uncovering her identity? The fifth elder seemed to have taken Suyu's words to heart and didn't continue asking about Koina's identity. Miss Su, have you figured out the situation with the Forbidden Grounds? Seeing the fifth elder finally drop the previous topic, Su relaxed a lot. After thinking it over, she didn't hide the connection between the two Forbidden Grounds. However, she didn't mention that the second Forbidden Ground was created to resurrect Melior, nor that the copied array was only set up after they arrived here. She did this to reduce how often the name Koina would come up in front of the fifth elder. Otherwise, if the fifth elder learned that the copied Forbidden Ground was meant to bring Melior back to life, she would definitely connect it to the person closest to Melior and capable of such a thing. As for Melior's resurrection, Su planned to talk to her privately later. She believed that for Koina's sake, Melior would be willing to keep everything a secret and come up with a suitable reason for her fake death. The conversation with the fifth elder went surprisingly smoothly. After they finished talking, someone came to see the fifth elder, giving Su the chance to find Melior and tell her about Koina. Su didn't tell her that Koina was still alive, she only said that the resurrection must be kept secret. Otherwise, the merfolk would be angry that she had tampered with the Forbidden Ground just to save one mermaid. Melior didn't doubt Suyu's words. She had already learned about Koina's death from Suyu when she first came out. Although she had a hard time accepting it at first, so much time had passed that the fact she could stand here calmly now meant she had come to terms with reality. Suyu, I know what I should say. Anna did all this for me. Even if there's blame, it's all my fault. Though Melior was blind, she had been through a lot since childhood and was more clear-sighted than most beings. She knew this was her fault, and she also knew that her explanations would be useless. Of course, I know saying this won't help. They won't stop blaming Anna just because the mermaid she resurrected was me. They'll probably think we're both at fault. While Melior was speaking, Su didn't say anything. After all, she was an outsider, and nothing she said would be appropriate. She just needed to remind Melior to cooperate. As expected, after the fifth elder finished her business, she came looking, not for Suyu, but for Melior. Watching Melior and the fifth elder walk away, Su narrowed her eyes in relief. At this point, everything concerning the merfolk was drawing to a close. The merman leader had been captured, and the merfolk were unlikely to stir up any more trouble. Even if they had a last card to play, the elves were about to arrive, and any plans they had would be ruined by the elves' intervention. At least, that was Suyu's expectation. In reality, things were about the same, though the mermen and dark creatures were even more tenacious than expected. Although the merman leader had been caught, and the dark creatures had lost their advantage over the merfolk thanks to Ningxia, they still made a last-ditch counterattack just before dawn, trying to turn the tables with their remaining strength. But whether it was bad luck or the elves had gotten wind of something in advance, just as they made their move, the elves arrived at the merfolk territory, almost as if by coincidence. The mermen and dark creatures were already on their last legs. Even if the elves hadn't come, the merfolk would have dealt with them eventually, though it might have taken more time. But now that the elves had arrived, the enemy didn't even have a chance to struggle. They were swiftly crushed. The merfolk were very surprised by the elves' arrival, but since the fifth elder knew about Suyu's connection to the elves, she guessed their arrival was probably related to Suyu. Either way, the elves had come to help. Even if they were a bit late, the merfolk still had to be grateful. But in truth, the elves hadn't arrived late at all. Although the merfolk had won this battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Their Grand Elder was in poor condition and wouldn't recover for a long time. As long as he remained unwell, the surrounding sea creatures, who had never truly accepted the merfolk's rule, might seize the chance to cause trouble. The second elder had been exposed as a traitor, which led to the shattering of the first barrier. Until a new successor appeared, the merfolk's barriers couldn't withstand any more destructive attacks, or they'd be forced to use their last, extremely costly trump card. On top of that, many merfolk warriors were dead or wounded, and one prince was missing. The merfolk were extremely vulnerable. If the elves hadn't come, they would have faced attacks from other hostile sea creatures for a long time. But with the elves here, the merfolk now had a powerful ally. No matter how much those other sea creatures coveted their territory, none would dare make a move until the elves left. Of course, the elves would eventually leave, but when that would be was up to the two races to discuss. Suyu, however, was far from relaxed. Although the merfolk's main crisis was resolved, there were still many side issues she needed to deal with. For example, the illusion dungeon in the water prison she'd discovered earlier. She'd best clear it now with her team, since coming to the merfolk territory wasn't easy, and who knew when she'd get another chance. Solving it now would save her trouble in the future. There was also the matter of the owner of the mermaid's tear that Ningxia had brought on commission. She still hadn't figured out their identity. She didn't know the second prince's fate, and there was still the unresolved situation with Kuyena. Suyu, what are you thinking about? Suyu, who had been debating whether to take her team to the illusion dungeon right away, was startled by the voice. She turned around and was surprised to see who it was. Anita, what are you doing here? Yes, the one who had just called out to see you was none other than the elven princess, Anita. Her arrival was completely unexpected for Suyu. She'd thought the queen wouldn't let her come, since her health hadn't fully recovered, and with so many elven elders, sending any one of them would have been enough to show respect. But for the elven princess herself to come, this was no small gesture. After all, she was the heir. For a moment, Suyu had a self-indulgent thought. Maybe Anita had come here for her. Anita, that's right, it's just as you guessed. Originally, the queen wanted to send an elder, but I haven't seen you in a while, and I wanted to personally share some good news with you. So here I am. Suyu wasn't sure how much of what Anita said was true, but it was clear she really did have good news to share. Good news? Don't tell me you've made a full recovery. Other than that, Suyu really couldn't think of anything that would make Anita so excited that she'd come all this way herself. Anita was momentarily stunned, then said with a hint of resignation, "You really are. You always manage to guess what I'm thinking." Suyu just smiled and didn't say anything more. Anita continued, "Yes, the main reason I came this time was to tell you this good news. The elders have finally found the right herbs, and I've made a complete recovery." Although it had already been several days since she'd fully recovered and the initial excitement had faded, today she was sharing the news with a friend, so Anita was still visibly happy. Congratulations. That means the elves have nothing to worry about anymore. As Suyu said this, she'd already made up her mind to ask Yaguang to check the stars for both the elves and the merfolk. If nothing unexpected happened, the star representing the elves should soon shine brightly again. As for the merfolk, Even though the recent incident had only lasted 2 days on the surface, things like the cursed dolls, the fake merfolk, and the traitors among them, none of these could have happened overnight. The calamity the merfolk suffered this time was the result of long-accumulated causes and effects. They'd suffered a heavy blow and would need a long time to recover. But with the greatest crisis now resolved, and the elves' support, Siyu believed they'd be able to overcome the troubles ahead. If I could recover, the person I should thank most is you. Siyu waved her hand. You've already thanked me enough times. There's really no need to be so formal. After all, we're friends, aren't we? Anita paused, then broke into a bright smile. Yes, Siyu, we're friends. Although Anita wanted to keep chatting, as the elven princess who'd led her people to help the merfolk, she still needed to pay a visit to the Merking, even though the crisis was over. When Anita mentioned she was going to see the Merking, Siyu quickly offered a few reminders, mainly about the Merking's current strange temperament and the woman by his side, Lady Sang. Anita didn't seem particularly surprised, showing more interest in the gossip than anything else. Thanks for the heads up. When I get back, you'll have to tell me all about it. With that, Anita left with Elder Baiko, who had accompanied her, to meet the Merking. As soon as Anita left, another princess appeared at Suyu's side. There was no need to guess, it was definitely Luya. Luya watched Anita's departing figure with curiosity, then turned to Suyu. Yuri, who was that beautiful elf just now? You seem to know her. I do. Her name is Anita, and she's the elven princess. Since Anita was now meeting the Merking, her identity wasn't a secret. Even if Siyu didn't say, Luya would soon find out from Elder Wu. Elven princess? She must be amazing. Luya knew that the princes and princesses of the elves were their successors, so she naturally thought of her own older brother and assumed Anita must be outstanding, or she wouldn't be the elves' heir. She is. So you couldn't help but recall the determined look on Anita's face when she'd told her about her injuries. She really was exceptional. You're amazing too. If it weren't for you, the merfolk might not have survived this crisis. Seeing the envy in Luya's eyes, Siyu didn't hesitate to praise her for everything she'd done over the past few days. Luya was happy to be praised, but she knew she hadn't done much. Yui, don't say that. I know I'm not that great. Siyu raised an eyebrow and began listing things off. You arranged the palace guards, checked the barriers, and it was thanks to you that the third princess and the others escaped and led me to find and rescue them. They might seem like small things, but each was crucial to the final outcome. Was I really that amazing? Luya's first reaction wasn't happiness, but confusion. Maybe she hadn't realized she'd done so much without even noticing. Yes, you are. There's no need to compare yourself to anyone else. You're Luya, and you only need to be yourself. Luya could never be compared to Anita. Their backgrounds and experiences were completely different. One was a mermaid princess who'd lost her mother, had a selfish and incompetent father, and was raised by her brother. The other was an elven princess raised as an heir, learning all sorts of knowledge from a young age. There was simply no comparison between them. Suyu's words successfully cheered Luya up. With the elves now here, the merfolk were safe again, so Suyu took everyone back to the glass palace for a good night's sleep. When she woke up, it was nearly evening. As she went to find Luya, she happened to run into Hongxi, who was about to leave. Now that she knew Hongxi's true identity, Siyu couldn't help feeling a bit strange when she saw her. Is there something you need, Miss Su? Hongxi, or rather, Kiina, looked at Suyu, waiting for her to speak. Siyu thought about what she needed to do next, then shook her head. No, I'm just looking for Luya. At the mention of Luya, Kiina's expression softened. After all, Luya was her youngest child and the only one she hadn't been able to raise as a mother. Kiina still felt a lot of guilt toward her. If not for that, she wouldn't have risked exposing her identity to stay by Luya's side, or tested Siyu so many times, all to protect her. Her Highness just woke up and should still be in her room. You can wait for her here. After confirming Siyu had nothing else to say, Hongxi left. Before leaving, she handed Siyu something. Siyu glanced down and saw it was just a slip of paper with a short message written on it. As thanks, when I leave the merfolk, I will give you a gift. Siyu destroyed the note, pondering whether there was any deeper meaning hidden in those few words. What Kiana wanted to express was probably not just gratitude for Suyu's help to the merfolk. What she truly wanted to thank her for was Suyu's genuine care for Luya these past few days, and the way she had protected Luya multiple times. That was what Kiana cared about most. As for the gift upon leaving, Suyu felt that was secondary. The most important thing would be that Kiana would find a suitable opportunity to meet her and answer some of her questions. With Kiana's reassurance, Suyu was finally at ease. She quietly waited for Luya, and when she appeared, the two of them went to the evening banquet together. Suyu had only been with the merfolk for less than 3 days, but she'd already attended 2 banquets. The first was a celebration banquet to thank them for their help. This time, it was also a celebration, but the guests of honor were the elves, making it something of a welcome banquet for them. Surprisingly, the one sitting at the head of the table tonight wasn't the merfolk king or the grand elder, but the crown prince. It wasn't that the crown prince couldn't attend the banquet, but no one expected the merfolk king to give up such a perfect chance to show off his status. As for the grand elder's absence, while it might seem a bit disrespectful to the elves who had come so far to help, everyone knew about the Grand Elder's health. Aneta had even brought Elder Baiko, who was skilled in medicine, to visit him, so no one minded. "Yoi, aren't you curious why my father didn't come tonight?" Luya sidled up to Suyu, looking mysterious, having just gotten the news from the 5th Elder. I'd really like to know," Suyu played along. Luya was pleased with her response and didn't keep her guessing. "It's actually thanks to that elf princess." The 5th Elder said it was because the elder traveling with her immediately noticed something off about my father. Then my father started to suspect Lady Sang. There's a big commotion inside right now, so he has no time to come out and bother us. Because her affection for Suyu was already maxed out, Luya had no reservations about what she said in front of her, speaking freely. "So that's how it is," Suyu said, though she was a bit skeptical about the truth of the story. It wasn't that she thought Luya was lying, but she suspected the 5th Elder had glossed over some less savory details. For instance, the merfolk king liked Lady Sang so much, and had for so long he couldn't possibly have started suspecting her just because of a few words from an outsider, even if that outsider was an elven elder. There must have been other things that happened to make him believe Lady Sang was a problem. Also, the captured fishman leader had confessed their whole plan, including that Lady Sang was one of them, and that she was actually the apprentice of the sorcerer who used the human curse puppets. In other words, Lady Sang was a sorcerer herself. That would explain why the merfolk king's behavior had been so strange and erratic. He was being controlled, but not completely. Since the merfolk king had once been chosen as heir, he must have been strong and capable. The reason he fell under Lady Sang's spell was, at heart, because he had a guilty conscience. Back then, he did patrol the seas as usual, but he deliberately leaked his whereabouts. When the fishmen attacked, the 3rd Elder had sent word for him to return immediately. He got the message and had time to come back, but he didn't. So, Kayena's death was indeed tied to the merfolk king. He wasn't the direct killer, but he was the mastermind behind it. That's why, after Kayena's death, and as the 5th Elder began to suspect, the merfolk king was tormented by guilt every night. As soon as he closed his eyes, he would see Kayena questioning him for betraying the merfolk. That was when Lady Sang took advantage. First, she used sorcery to plant suggestions in the merfolk king's mind, then used her gentle, understanding persona to numb his senses. Finally, just as he thought he'd fallen in love with her, Lady Sang pulled a vanishing act. She had her reasons. While she was with the merfolk king, Lady Sang realized he did have feelings for Kayena, but he loved power even more. He'd betrayed Kayena for power without hesitation. Because he couldn't have her, and because of his guilt, Kayena became both his white moonlight and unattainable idealized love, and his red mole a lingering regret. Lady Sang disappeared to imitate Kayena, hoping to replace her in the merfolk king's heart and become his new white moonlight. She stayed away for years, and when she reappeared, it was in the now famous story of how the merfolk king and Lady Sang first met. She was a pitiful mermaid abused by her husband, and the merfolk king, moved by sympathy, brought her back. Of all the rumors that followed, one was true. The Merfolk King did treat Lady Sang as a stand-in. In his eyes, Lady Sang was weak and dependent, a daughter vine version of Koyena, clinging to him. He enjoyed being the center of her world. He projected his guilt over Koyena onto Lady Sang, this delicate flower in need of protection, to the point where he couldn't stand to hear a single bad word about her. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that his seemingly pure and fragile little white flower was actually a poisonous, thorny, and dazzling rose. The greater the contrast, the greater the shock to the Merfolk King, because he couldn't accept the destruction of Lady Sang's image as the Koyena who needed his protection. But that was the truth. Whether he could accept it or not no longer mattered. This banquet went very smoothly. With the Merfolk King busy with Lady Sang, he had no time to show up, and without him, everything felt much more relaxed. During the banquet, it seemed Annetta wanted to come over and talk to her, but unlike Luya, Annetta wasn't the only princess. Her movements weren't as free. As the leader of the elves on this visit, she couldn't just leave her seat so easily. Once the banquet was over, there were far fewer concerns to worry about. According to Suyu's plan, she only intended to stay with the merfolk for a maximum of 5 days. Today was already the 3rd day, so she planned to rest a bit and head straight to the underwater prison early tomorrow morning to tackle the illusion dungeon. Only after clearing the dungeon would the merfolk's troubles truly be resolved. By then, whether she wanted to leave or stay and investigate other matters would be entirely up to her. After learning about the illusion dungeon, Luya was immediately intrigued and expressed her desire to try it out as well. Suyu's first reaction was, of course, to refuse. Not only was the dungeon dangerous, but she wasn't even sure if Luya could enter it in the first place. Up to now, she had never tried bringing a non-territory resident, let alone a non-human, into a dungeon. But in Suyu's opinion, Luya probably wouldn't be able to enter. Otherwise, the dungeon's difficulty would drop dramatically. Even if Luya wasn't particularly powerful, she was still the mermaid princess, and more importantly, she possessed the bloodline of the Twin Pearls child. However, Luya was persistent, and Suyu couldn't do much about it. In the end, she could only agree to go ask the 5th elder. If the 5th elder approved, Suyu would take her along, and whether or not Luya could actually enter the dungeon would be determined then. Thank you, Yui. I knew you were the best. Luya happily gave Suyu a hug, then excitedly grabbed her hand to go find the 5th elder. Suyu, that's not what you said just now. Earlier, Suyu had made it clear she didn't want to bring Luya into the dungeon, but Luya had put on such a pitiful, abandoned look. Even though Suyu knew she was faking it, she couldn't help but soften and eventually agreed. Seeing Suyu fall silent, Luya worried she might regret her decision. But once Suyu had promised something, she never went back on her word, unless the dungeon itself refused entry, in which case there was nothing she could do. Let's go talk to the 5th elder about this, Suyu said. As soon as she spoke, she noticed a hint of confusion on Luya's face. With a sigh, she added, "Don't forget, I said I'd only take you if the 5th elder agreed." Clearly, Luya had already forgotten and assumed Suyu's agreement was all she needed. Dragging Luya along to find the 5th elder, they happened to run into the elven princess, Annetta, who was chatting with the elder. The illusion dungeon wasn't exactly a big secret, so Suyu didn't hide anything and explained the situation right in front of Annetta. Unexpectedly, before the 5th elder could respond, Annetta, her curiosity piqued, spoke up first. Annetta said, "Since you can bring her, Suyu, could you bring me as well?" Suyu. Now it was her turn to be dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. The 5th elder, upon hearing the words illusion dungeon, immediately sensed the danger involved and was about to refuse. But after hearing Annetta's request, her attitude changed. If the elven princess is going too, then I suppose it's not impossible for Luya to go as well. The 5th elder's reasoning was simple. Children have to spread their wings eventually. The dungeon was dangerous, but with Suyu, a special human, present, the risk to Luya was minimal. And if the elven princess was joining them, there was even less to worry about. Thus, with a single sentence, the 5th elder ensured Suyu was now the focus of 2 princesses' eager gazes. Suyu. Faced with such enthusiasm, even someone with a heart of stone might not be able to refuse, let alone Suyu, who had already been prepared to bring Luya along. Since she was already bringing one, what difference did it make to bring two? Besides, both Luya and Aneta were quite capable in battle. Luya might seem weak compared to other merfolk, but among humans, she was definitely a delicate yet fierce queen. As for Aneta, there was no need to elaborate. She could easily take on a dozen of Suyu's people single-handedly. With her along, Suyu felt they could breeze through the dungeon with ease. All right, let's go together then. After all, it wouldn't hurt her. If she refused now, it would seem a bit ungrateful. The next day, as agreed, Suyu gathered her dozen or so people, along with the two princesses, and headed straight for the underwater prison. When they arrived, everyone couldn't help but exchange glances at the sight of the place, which now resembled a ruin. The fishmen did this. They must have learned there was a passage to the forbidden area here, so during yesterday's invasion, they tore the place apart looking for it, Luya explained, as the mermaid princess and the first to know about this. Fishmen are that destructive? Someone couldn't help but ask. Previously, the prison had only suffered internal structural damage from the formation being broken. But now, the entire roof had been ripped off, the walls had collapsed, and the ground was pitted and uneven. If the area were a bit larger, anyone would believe this was the site of some ancient battlefield. They really are that destructive, Luya said, a little distressed. Even her own residence, along with those of the other merfolk, had been damaged. While it wasn't as extreme as the prison's demolition, it was still more or less a dangerous building. Building new homes wasn't difficult for them, and the merfolk weren't picky about living conditions, but after living there for over a decade, it was impossible not to feel some attachment. Well, since they destroyed it, let them fix it, Suyu said offhandedly, not thinking much of it. But Luya's eyes lit up. Yuri, that's a great idea. The elders have been wondering what to do with the fishmen anyway. She'd already decided to tell the elders as soon as they finished the dungeon. They tried to wipe you out, and you're still planning to let them off so easily? Aneta, though an elven princess, was unfamiliar with the long-standing enmity between the fishmen and merfolk, a mystery across the continent. Perhaps because she'd grown fond of Luya, who was a bit younger than herself, Aneta spoke more freely. I'm not sure either, but it seems the elders don't intend to kill them. Still, they definitely won't let them off that easily. The weaknesses of the mermaid pearl, the twin pearl children, the secrets of the forbidden land. The merfolk really do have a lot of secrets. Not only are there many, but few people know them, sometimes not even the merfolk themselves. So, Luya's answer was just what Suyu expected. Let's not talk about this for now. The entrance to the illusion is here. Underwater illusory realm. Difficulty varies with the number of participants, minimum, maximum. Number of participants, unlimited. Number of exits allowed, 1. Each exit consumes 1 exit chance. When exit chances reach 0, you can only leave by defeating the boss or clearing the instance. Description: this is an illusory realm beneath the water. No one knows who created it, nor how long it has existed. Everything inside is but a phantom. In this place, who can hold on to what's real? Illusion, illusion. This is an illusion. Note: as this instance is underwater, and there are no protective barriers inside, there is a risk of drowning. Please prepare appropriate items before entering. Since this was the entrance to the instance, the wall where the entrance was located hadn't suffered much damage, less than 20%, and this damage didn't affect the environment or the instance at all. The information Suyu could see now was exactly the same as before. Since they had already restocked before coming, and Suyu had distributed all the supplies, once they reached the entrance, Suyu activated the instance directly. Entering Underwater Illusory Realm. Number of participants, 21. Instance difficulty refreshing. Instance difficulty recalibrated. Before Suyu could even complain, she was teleported into the instance, along with the remaining 18 people, plus a mermaid and an elf. Everyone was pulled in. The system is really playing dirty. As soon as she arrived in the instance, Suyu finally had time to voice her complaint. She had a reason for saying the system was playing dirty. After all, it was supposed to adjust the difficulty based on the number of participants, but at the last minute, it suddenly changed to adjusting based on the total combat power of those entering. Siyu had brought along these two powerhouses hoping to game the system, but the system could have just blocked them from entering to prevent her from exploiting the loophole. Unexpectedly, the system played along and then turned the tables, changing the difficulty rules at the last moment. Luya and Ainita's combat power? The rest of these dozen or so people's combat power. How can you average that out? Isn't this just like saying, if you average my money with a billionaire's, I'm rich too? Seeing that things seemed relatively safe for now, Siyu quickly opened the system interface, selected Complain, and wrote a several hundred-word rant before uploading it, finally closing the interface in satisfaction. Is everyone here? Less than 3 minutes had passed since Siyu finished her little operation. No matter what instance you enter, there's always at least 5 minutes of invincibility time. During invincibility, you're immune to all damage but can't attack. If you do attack, the invincibility ends. This is mainly to prevent some special instances from being unwinnable due to spawn killing at the start. Those 3 minutes were enough for everyone to get a rough sense of their surroundings. Lord, everyone's here. No one got separated. Duoya did a head count and confirmed all was well. Siyu looked around and realized they were actually still in the Merfolk Palace, or rather, the scene inside the instance was identical to the palace. This place looks just like the palace, but it's not the real thing, Leah said, a bit wistful as she gazed at the exquisite, luxurious hall. Remembering the ruins outside, any thoughts she'd had of sparing the fishmen vanished instantly. This isn't the palace, it's already inside the illusion, Siyu said. She and Ainita were fine, since they didn't live here and weren't attached to the place. But it was different for Luya. This was where she'd grown up. So whether the illusion had turned this place into a replica by accident or on purpose to confuse her, it was bad news for her. Luya, you need to be careful. I suspect this illusion is targeting you. Of the two possibilities, Siyu leaned toward the latter. She could even guess what the illusion was planning to do to Luya. Targeting me? Why? Luya didn't quite understand. This was her first time in a place like this. Ainita, however, knew a bit more. She'd been through many secret realms before. While they were a bit different from the ones players like Siyu entered, she'd figured out some patterns. Because this illusion is located in the Merfolk Palace, it's most familiar with the palace and can create the most realistic scenes. And since you're the most familiar with this place, it will naturally target you. Ainita's words sounded a bit contradictory. If Luya was the most familiar, shouldn't she be the hardest to fool? But it was just the opposite. Of all of them, the one most likely to be deceived by these scenes was Luya. It's not that living here the longest and knowing it best makes her immune. Siyu and the others, being unfamiliar, would stay alert. But even though Luya knew this was an illusion, in such a familiar environment, if any tempting factors appeared, she'd be the most likely to get lost in it. It's like the old saying, most people who drown are those who know how to swim, because those who can't swim know to be afraid and never take chances near water. Luya, you need to be mentally prepared. This illusion might try to make you lose yourself by conjuring up the people closest to you, luring you step by step into the abyss. A familiar environment, familiar faces, so many factors stacked up. Even with Suyu's repeated warnings, she still worried Luya might fall for it. Seeing how serious Siyu and Ainita were, Luya couldn't help but get nervous. Sorry, Yuri, maybe I shouldn't have come. Luya was starting to regret it, not because she was afraid of danger, but because she worried she might drag the team down. After all, in this world, what's more dangerous than a strong enemy is a foolish teammate. No, Luya. You know this place. That's a disadvantage, but it's also an advantage. The disadvantage had already been discussed. As for the advantage, it went without saying. Being familiar with a place means you can avoid a lot of detours. As long as she could reliably distinguish between illusion and reality in time, the disadvantage would no longer exist. In fact, her advantage would become a huge one. There are generally 2 ways to clear an illusion-type dungeon. The first is to destroy the illusion's core, which is usually hidden away and guarded by a number of creatures. The second way is to kill the guardian beast that sustains the illusion. The guardian beast is the pillar of the illusion. If it dies, the illusion collapses. Between the two, Siu much preferred the first option. After clearing so many dungeons and destroying so many cores, she'd realized that the core itself never moved, never attacked, and while there were always creatures guarding it, they usually weren't too difficult to handle. But if there was no core and only a guardian beast, then that beast would definitely be extremely powerful. After all, it was providing the energy to maintain the entire illusion. And since it could create an illusion dungeon, it meant its abilities were inherently tied to illusions, making it even harder to defeat. In comparison, the latter method was much more difficult than the former, but the rewards were also far greater. The guardian beast counted as a boss monster, so killing it would grant a reward, and clearing the dungeon would grant another reward. In the first scenario, the creatures guarding the core were just regular monsters, not bosses, so there were no extra rewards, just the standard dungeon clear reward and maybe some ordinary loot. In the past, Siu would have definitely wanted the bigger rewards, no matter how difficult the challenge. After all, difficulties were meant to be overcome, not avoided. But this time, because the system had changed things at the last minute, she wasn't so confident about defeating the guardian beast. Just thinking about possibly facing a monster with at least 1/10 the power of the elf clan's heir made her head ache. And Anita definitely wouldn't be able to help when the time came. If she could solo a guardian beast with only 1/10 of her combat power, what would be the point of the system setting all this up? So Anita would surely be unable to help, just in a different way, like being forced to separate from the group, or her attacks being ineffective against the guardian beast, and so on. If it really came down to fighting the guardian beast, at most, only Luya might be able to lend a hand. But in any case, since they still hadn't figured out what exactly was going on in this dungeon, Siu decided not to dwell on the worst-case scenario for now. Luya, do you know if there are any places in the palace, besides the forbidden area, that people rarely visit? The Merfolk Palace wasn't particularly big or small, but since this was inside an illusion, a carpet search was possible. However, the more places they visited, the higher the chance of falling into an illusion. So ideally, they'd be able to go straight to the core, or the guardian beast's location, and clear the dungeon in one go. This was where Luya's knowledge became an advantage. Since she was familiar with the palace, she quickly gave an answer. There are actually 2 places in the palace that are rarely visited. One is the Merfolk Treasury, where important resources are stored, so it's heavily guarded and ordinary merfolk aren't allowed near. The other is behind my father's bedchamber, which used to be our clan's trial tower. The trial tower opens every few years, and each time, all the young merfolk who haven't come of age are sent in to train. So you calculated the distances and decided to head to the nearer treasury first. No one objected to her plan, so the group set off in that direction. On the way to the treasury, they ran into some trouble. Sometimes the smooth floor would suddenly turn into a field of razor-sharp blades, or the surrounding buildings would twist into grotesque, man-eating monsters. At first, none of them had seen anything like this before, so they were startled. But once they realized that neither the blades nor the monsters actually harmed them, the blades didn't cut when stepped on, and the monsters didn't attack, they understood these were just illusions. Since it was all just illusion, there was nothing to be afraid of. Still, Siu worried that, amid all these bizarre hallucinations, a real threat might sneak in, and if they mistook it for an illusion, they'd be in real trouble. So even though none of these scary things had actually hurt them so far, they remained cautious. As they neared the treasury, they suddenly noticed that the previously motionless, purely frightening illusions had turned into aggressive, clawing illusion monsters charging at them. These illusion monsters looked ghostly, semi-transparent, pale blue, almost like water blue jelly. At first glance, they seemed cute and appealing if you ignored their vaguely human shapes. If they were just blobs of blue jelly, they'd be adorable, but as jelly-like humanoids, they were creepy and disgusting. One person happened to have an illusion monster spawn right next to him. Maybe because nothing had hurt them so far, he'd let his guard down and wasn't particularly afraid of it. But when he felt a sharp pain in his arm, he realized these monsters were real. They could actually hurt them. Everyone, stick together. Don't get separated. Siyu immediately shouted, rallying the panicked group. Everyone followed her orders, gathering together and putting the non-combatants in the center while the others drew their weapons and started attacking the illusion monsters. While they fought, Siyu checked the monster stats. Illusory Spirit. HP, 1000 of 1000. Attack, 400. Defense, 50. These phantoms didn't have particularly high HP or defense. On average, each one could be killed in 2 or 3 hits, but their attack power was nothing to scoff at. With 400 attack, even the tankiest warriors would lose nearly a quarter of their health from a single hit. For the squishier members, one hit could take out more than half their HP. It was obvious that, for their current strength, this difficulty was a bit unreasonable, but these monsters were the result of the illusion dungeon averaging their power with Anita's and Luya's. Fortunately, the monsters were also fragile, so they could be killed quickly. Most importantly, up to this point, Anita was still able to help in the fight. She conjured a bow without a string from her own energy, holding it in one hand while miming the action of drawing the string with the other. As she moved, an illusory bowstring and the shadow of an arrow appeared on what had seemed like a useless, empty bow. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air rang out. Besides Siyu, Doya, who was especially familiar with the sound, instinctively turned to look. When she saw what Anita was doing, her eyes lit up, but she didn't forget about her own attack. After watching for a few seconds, she turned back and continued drawing her bow and shooting arrows. Unlike before, perhaps influenced by Anita's attack, Doya's movements became faster and more ferocious. These phantasmal spirits were just the first wave of minor monsters in this illusion realm dungeon, yet Doya was treating them with the utmost seriousness, as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought she was up against something truly dangerous. With everyone's powerful attacks, plus Anita and Luya's help, it took them only a little over 10 minutes to wipe out nearly 1,000 phantasmal spirits. That's right, almost 1,000. Anita alone took out half of them, and that was when she was only using a fraction of her strength. After entering the illusion realm, she understood its power level and knew she couldn't act recklessly or go all out, so she conjured the spirit bow she had only used as a child. If she'd used her true power, it wouldn't even take a minute to kill 1,000 of these spirits. As for Luya, she attacked with water magic. Her strength was about equivalent to a mid-level human mage, similar to you, which was already an impressive achievement for her age. But since she was a mermaid, with innate water affinity and racial advantages, her actual power was at the bottleneck of a high-level human mage. At that level, Miko could hold his own against her, and with his greater combat experience, Luya might not even be able to beat him. So in this illusion realm, Luya didn't really need to hold back. "My lord, it looks like these phantasmal spirits dropped a lot of powder," someone said, noticing that while the spirits' bodies vanished after death, they left behind piles of sparkling powder. The spirits themselves were transparent, with nothing shiny about them, so it was a bit odd that they dropped something like this. So you glanced at the powder and information immediately appeared before her eyes. Phantasmal Spirit Powder. Quality: blue. Category: material. Description: blue. Sparkling powder dropped by defeated phantasmal spirits. Inhaling a small amount causes hallucinations and mild numbness. Inhaling a moderate amount can cause dizziness, nausea, vomiting, or even unconsciousness, depending on constitution. Inhaling a large amount can damage the nervous system, leaving one permanently in a delirious, half-dreaming state. After reading the description, so you had to admit this item fit the Illusion Realm dungeon's loot theme perfectly. The powder looked dangerous, but it was actually quite useful. In small amounts, it could be used as an anesthetic. In moderate amounts, it could be used against enemies or to make special medicines. In large amounts, it could also be used offensively. The only question was how to make enemies inhale it without exposing themselves to the powder, a problem for later. With that in mind, Sue pulled some cloth strips from her backpack. Cover your mouth and nose with these, wrap your hands, and then collect the powder. Once you're done, throw the cloth away, she instructed. Even though a small amount wasn't fatal, any numbness could be dangerous in a dungeon and affect combat effectiveness. Everyone followed Suyu's instructions, listening as she explained the powder's uses. Of everyone, Vivian had the biggest reaction to learning about the phantasmal spirit powder. Just hearing the first two effects, she was already mentally listing a long array of compatible herbs. But that wasn't all. There were plenty of things with anesthetic effects. Lin Mu had previously cultivated anesthetic flowers. What really caught Vivian's attention was the third effect, what happened with large doses. It's often said that medicine and poison are two sides of the same coin, and Vivian embodied that philosophy to the fullest. "My lord, when we get back, can I have all the phantasmal spirit powder?" Vivian asked with a bright smile, seriously making a request she already knew wouldn't be refused. "What else? Is there a second doctor in the territory?" Siyu rolled her eyes, knowing full well this wasn't Vivian's only motive. Sure enough, Vivian pressed further. "Really? All of it? So I can use it however I want." Siyu, she knew Vivian was up to no good. She probably wanted to experiment with something dangerous again. Still, Siyu didn't really mind what Vivian researched. As long as she didn't use it to harm their own people, she could do as she pleased. Of course, Vivian wasn't the type to do that anyway. "I knew you'd agree." Vivian took Siyu's silence as consent, regardless of her real thoughts. While they chatted, all the sparkling powder on the ground was quickly collected. They continued forward. What should have been a half-hour walk ended up taking 2 hours, with an hour and a half spent fighting enemies and collecting loot. Besides the phantasmal spirits, they encountered 2 other types of monsters. One was an old acquaintance, the water elementals they'd fought during the battle with the giant octopus. The other was the seaweed monster. The seaweed monster was exactly what it sounded like, seaweed that had gained sentience. Its appearance was that of seaweed, and it attacked by whipping enemies with its long green fronds. Both types of enemies were easy to deal with, even easier than the phantasmal spirits. They had high defense but low attack, but Anita and Luya could take them out in one hit, so their supposed advantage didn't matter. When defeated, the water elementals dropped the familiar ocean mud and blue clay. Even though the acid rain disaster had passed and there wouldn't be a repeat anytime soon, so you still collected them. The seaweed monsters dropped, unsurprisingly, seaweed of various types, all classified as materials, but specifically as cooking ingredients. So you packed everything into her backpack, thinking about how the territory's menu could now feature a few more dishes. "Wah, do you really like this seaweed?" Luya watched as she put away all the seaweed, looking a little puzzled. For humans, ingredients from the ocean are rare and precious, but for mere folk, these things are as common as steamed buns and bread are in the human world. They're common, not bad to eat, but everyone's already tired of them. "Of course I like them. These are all materials that can be used for cooking. Seaweed might not be worth much, but you can only get it by diving deep into the sea. There's no fishing industry in the territory that goes out to harvest these things for now, so this opportunity to collect them is hard to come by. If it weren't for the fact that this was inside an instance, so you would have wished for more of these seaweed monsters to appear. After all, this seaweed is a blue-quality ingredient, which is already considered high-grade among foodstuffs. The top-tier ingredients on the market are only purple quality, and those are extremely rare. Blue quality isn't common either, most are white or green. For example, the fruits and vegetables grown in the territory's fields are actually white quality, with only a few mutated ones being green quality. Blue quality ingredients have a chance to produce purple quality dishes, and usually, such dishes come with special effects. With Mike's current cooking skills, that's pretty much guaranteed. If you like them, that's easy. Our merfolk have lots and lots of seaweed. I'll have the elders send you half of it. For the merfolk, seaweed is just a daily staple, so they naturally have plenty in storage, and it's extremely cheap for them. After all, the ocean floor is covered with it. Even if they only gave Siu a tenth of the seaweed in the merfolk's warehouse, it would be enough to fill her backpack from empty to bursting. Siu didn't stand on ceremony after hearing Leah say this, mainly because she knew this stuff really wasn't valuable to the merfolk, so she gladly accepted. "Then I won't be polite. But I can't just take all this seaweed for free. If there's anything you need that can only be found on land, I can help you collect it. The value of seaweed is hard to define, worthless to mere folk, but for humans, a portion could probably sell for several silver coins on the market. So you didn't care about a few silver coins, but she still felt that bartering was the most appropriate. Sure. Actually, there are some things I really want, like those runes you gave me before, Luya chattered on, only stopping when they arrived at their destination. This is the merfolk's treasury. The entrance is over there, but it's heavily guarded, and opening the door requires the keys from 2 elders at the same time. Although in this illusory realm there aren't really any guards, the lock on the door still exists. Just as Suyu was wondering whether to force the door open, Luya mysteriously led them around to the side and back of the treasury. Actually, there's a secret door here that goes straight into the treasury. Luya pointed at a wall and said with a straight face. Suyu hadn't expected Luya's familiarity with the merfolk to actually bring them such a surprise, but she quickly thought of a problem. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just tell us something like this? This was the merfolk's treasury, second only to the forbidden area in importance. Luya nodded and explained openly, if it were before, I definitely wouldn't have said anything. But now, with so much damage outside, the treasury is also a disaster area and needs to be rebuilt. Since it was going to be rebuilt, what Luya told them here obviously wouldn't apply outside. Maybe there would still be a secret door in the future, maybe not, but it definitely wouldn't be in the same place. Hearing this, Suyu nodded in relief. She had actually guessed that Luya was willing to say this, because the treasury was going to be rebuilt, but just because she knew didn't mean everyone else did. With such huge interests at stake, there was no guarantee that someone in her group wouldn't be tempted. Even if they didn't do anything now, who could say they wouldn't talk after they got back? So, on the surface, her question was out of concern for Luya, but in reality, it was a warning to the others. Let's go. Luya didn't think too much about it. She led everyone through the secret entrance into the treasury. The secret door was in a corner of the treasury, disguised as a floor tile almost indistinguishable from the others. Pry it open and you'd find a switch underneath. Push the switch and the seamless wall would automatically open, revealing an entrance just wide enough for one person at a time. I'll go first. Luya volunteered and slipped inside before Suyu could stop her, darting in like a slippery fish. We'd better go in too. Seeing this, Suyu had no choice but to have everyone follow quickly and catch up with Luya as fast as possible. I won't go in. As everyone lined up to enter, Anita approached Suyu and said softly. Suyu glanced at her, didn't ask why, and just nodded in reminder, be careful. Anita smiled. Don't worry, there's nothing here that can hurt me. But if she took action, the strength of the realm spawned creatures would increase, and then Suyu and the others wouldn't be able to handle it. On the other hand, if she stayed here to keep watch, at least she could make sure nothing from outside would enter the treasury and surround them.